Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter was the target of a power older than Hogwarts? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. While facing the Triwizard Tournament, Harry becomes the target of an ancient power long forgotten, one that predates Hogwarts and has plans of its own. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Black Town House, London. There was a meeting of the Order going on where Dumbledore was appraising the Order of everything that was being done by them and what he sought to be done further when suddenly two men just appeared without any sound. Mad Eye, in his paranoid way, shot a bone breaker which was flicked aside by one of the men. Kingsley, Nymphadora, Hestia, Emmeline also had their wands out pointed at the newcomers while Albus sat back in his chair, relaxed and waiting to see how this would turn out. It was true that he could not recognize the two men by their looks, but he recognized the magical signature of one of them. It was all too familiar for him, the magical signature of one Harry James Potter. Alistair had seen his effort go to waste and his wand was leveled at the newcomers with a menacing look on his face. Remus Lupin was there, but he simply sat in his chair and looked amused, like this was a spectacle that was going to be interesting. Sirius Black was not there, having sent a message to Dumbledore that he was taking a leave of absence going to look for a wand maker in Italy. Albus understood that the younger man did not want an off-the-shelf wand, but there were wand makers who could make a custom wand in Britain too. Why he needed to go to Italy for a wand, he could not understand. Severus was also not present in the meeting as he had been summoned by Tom. The Weasley twins were at the Burrow. They had begged off, saying that they had some essential errands to run. Hermione Granger was camped out in the library reading a book which Remus had brought for the students just today. Ronald was also at the Burrow while Ginevra was in her room in the Black Town house. Mr. Longbottom and Miss Bones were at their respective manors. Minerva was there, her wand out, but she looked very relaxed compared to Moody, who was taut as a bowstring. The other Order members were sitting in their seats, but Albus had no doubts that they were fingering their wands in their cloaks, ready to begin casting if it came to it. Finally, one of the intruders said, "Looks like you have this covered, lad. I will see you again. Farewell." With that, the man disappeared while the other one looked around at the others and said, "What? This is the welcome home I get. Did no one really miss me at all?" They all looked Harry up and down. How could this 6-foot-tall, well-muscled, young man possibly be Harry Potter? And where were his glasses? But there were the green eyes, the permanently untidy raven black hair, and the scar on the forehead. And the voice, though deeper and more powerful, sounded like the raven-haired youth who had only spent a few weeks away from them. Dumbledore chuckled while Minerva said uncertainly, "Harry." The teen smiled a jovial smile. "It is very pleasant to see you too, Professor." And as he smiled, they could all see that his teeth were white and strong and even. Moody, who still had his doubts, growled, "What did I say to Harry Potter when he was leaving for India?" He smiled. "You told me that you wanted me to be able to duel you, Master Orr. I am waiting for you to decide the time and place." Moody barked a laugh. "I like it, lad. You have got spunk." Molly Weasley, who had been sitting in her chair all this while, rose and ran to him shouting, "Harry." Harry took hold of her by her shoulders. He at her forehead and said, "Hello, Mrs. Weasley, I missed you too." Remus stood up from his chair and embraced the teen, murmuring, "It's good to see you, cub. Life was not the same without you around." Harry looked around and did not find Sirius and asked Remus, "Where is Padfoot?" Dumbledore answered his question when he realized that Remus would not say a word. Sirius is away to Italy looking for a wand maker and has not reported since then. Harry wanted to pull out his mirror and give a tongue lashing to the marauder, but decided to do so in person, which would be more satisfying, and turned to Dumbledore. "So what is this meeting about?" Dumbledore pointed him to a seat. "Take a seat. We are about to start and are waiting for a couple more of our members." Harry sat on Dumbledore's right-hand side, and after a few moments the door opened and Amelia entered the room. She found a stranger sitting on Dumbledore's right side and asked, "Do we have a new member today?" Everyone at the table chuckled while the stranger's eyes were gleaming with mirth. He stood from his place, came towards her and gave her a perfect bow, taking her right hand and pretending to key her knuckles. "Madam Bones, Harold James Peverell at your service." His proclamation caused total silence in the room. His demeanor, his manners and the grace with which he conducted himself already screamed, pureblood, to everyone. He introduced himself as Harold rather than Harry, and using Peverell rather than Potter made them realize that this was not the same boy who had gone traipsing off to who knows where. Most of them did not know about the name Peverell except a vague idea that it was one of the oldest houses and had 5 votes on the Wizengamot. Amelia, who had just realized who he was, hit him on the shoulder playfully. "Did I not tell you that you were to call me Amelia or Aunt Amelia but not Madam Bones? You may have attained the manners of a pureblood lord, but you do not yet have the same charisma that your father had. And you know that." "How?" said a voice from the door, and Sirius Black had just entered the meeting room. Harry ran to the man, picked him up by the shoulders and whirled him around 3 times before putting him down and embracing him, laughing all the time. "It's great to see you, son. I have missed you so much." Alistair, who had been sitting quietly, growled again, "If the pleasantries are over, we have a meeting to be getting on with." Albus sobered up and asked the members to sit while inwardly he was bursting to know all that the teen had learnt with the mystics. As Harry Potter sat, he tried to scan his surface thoughts and was astonished to see that he could not learn anything at all. Harry Potter's mind had no surface thoughts whatsoever. He turned to Sirius. "Do you have anything to report, Sirius?" Sirius turned to him. "I found the wand maker all right, and he fitted me with a wand that my grandfather had made. An excellent combination of ebony wood and chimera claw tied with a dragon heartstring. It is a strange thing that it had not chosen anyone yet, but the moment I touched it, well, let's just say it's better than my old wand ever was. I tried to contact some of my friends and family acquaintances to solicit their help in the war, but right now the Italians are adopting a wait-and-see approach. I presume they would intervene only when they are sure that we are already winning." The people at the table made noises of scorn and disappointment, but Albus silenced them. "Silence, please. We know that the Italians are not very forthcoming and usually do not jump into the fray unless it is imperative to do so. We must not be disheartened. We can contact the French through Miss Delacour, whose father is head of international magical cooperation in France. Likewise, we can look for some associates in Bulgaria, where Mr. Crumb's family is very prominent. I believe Harry had cultivated very good friendships with them during the Triwizard Tournament." As everyone fell silent, he started again. "We have achieved some headway in bringing about Tom Riddle's downfall, and we are a step closer to it. The Wizengamot session is just 4 days from now, and we have to make sure that we are ready to turn some heads. The guard at the Department of Mysteries will continue for the foreseeable future until we see fit to remove the guard entirely. Croaker has promised his help to us in guarding the secret that Voldemort." Everyone except the Marauders, Harry and Amelia, flinched or shuddered or gasped, as after that the meeting turned towards other topics like how many believed the Order and things like that, until Dumbledore dismissed the meeting, telling people to keep eyes and ears open to listen to every rumor. Most of the members had left, leaving only a few behind when Harry asked the question he had on his mind. "Headmaster, when are you going to tell me the whole prophecy?" Dumbledore sighed. "I do not think that we can postpone this anymore. We soon will make a journey to the Department of Mysteries to pick it up." Remus, who had been sitting quietly, asked, "What does the prophecy say? Can we hear it?" Dumbledore turned to him. "It is Harry's secret. He will have to decide if it is appropriate to share it or not." Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, turned to Harry. "So, pup, what you have learned with them?" Remus guffawed. "He has become the perfect pureblood." Sirius grimaced. "The horror. I tried to stay away from it, and my son becomes the perfect pureblood lord. Oh, how will I show my face to the world now?" While everyone chuckled at his antics, Albus felt compelled to unshot an inaudible wandless legilimens and tried to scan the teen's mind, who had been looking at Albus for some reason, too curious to see if what he had sensed was indeed true. He found the mental shields easily enough and found that they were down. He was disappointed but could not resist the opportunity to explore and cross the concentric walls around the mindscape easily, but before he could get a good look, a memory flashed in front of him. A memory of 100 Dementors swooping in, trying to administer the key. And Albus Dumbledore was thrown out of the mindscape. He looked up to find impassive-faced Harry Potter, or was he Peverell now? Looking at him, but there was mirth in his eyes which clearly said that he had caught the headmaster with his hand in the lemo drop jar. Harry said to him, "Headmaster, did you like what you saw?" Headmaster said nothing, but Sirius asked, "What do you mean, pup?" Harry smirked. Headmaster here just now tried to catch me off guard and entered my mindscape. He thought he was unopposed and I just shocked him with the memory of 100 Dementors swooping in and trying to administer the key. Sirius looked ready to brawl. "You used legilimency on him," he roared at Albus. Harry placated him. "It's all right, Padfoot. I shot him with a compulsion charm to do so. I had to start my pranking spree on someone, after all." Everyone laughed at this while Dumbledore looked embarrassed that he had been hit with a compulsion charm and did not realize it. He resolved to stay wary of the teen in future or he would become easy prey for his pranks. Amelia turned to him then. "So Harry, do you remember the message I delivered when you were leaving Wizarding Britain?" Harry well remembered the message from Susan and nodded, and she continued, "I really would be disappointed if you forget to meet her tomorrow and end up on the wrong end of her wand. Just to let you know, she has become formidable with her wand work." He cringed at the tone of her message, though he knew he probably would be able to defeat Susan in a few moments. As the meeting was winding up for the night, Harry found that Mr. Weasley had been sitting very quietly since he arrived, eyeing him as if he wanted to say something yet could not bring himself to do it. Harry addressed him. "It is good to see you too, Mr. Weasley, but you do not seem excited to me at all." The older man snapped to attention. "It is very pleasant to see you again, Harry, but I had something on my mind." It was as he had guessed. He turned to the older man. "Please do go on. If you have to hesitate in saying anything to me, then I would assume that things are very bad between us." Arthur said. "Nothing like that, Harry. I had a small request for Lord Black, that is all. It can wait for tomorrow." As Albus dismissed the meeting and people were going to leave, Alistair barked, "If it does not inconvenience everyone, I have something to say." Albus smiled. "Please do go on, Alistair. I presume I speak for everyone when I say we all are interested in hearing what you want to say." Everyone made noises of agreement and Alistair continued, "Not everyone knows that Potter or Peverell or whatever name he goes by now, is back. So, let's keep it a secret from everyone for today. Tomorrow, he can enter the class wearing a mask and duel with the students, giving them a taste of dueling with an accomplished master." Harry grinned. "That is a prank worthy of a marauder. Are you sure you are not secretly a marauder, Master or Moody?" The mystic glared at him. "I am not a menace like your fathers and your uncle." Everyone chuckled at his protests, however they agreed that it would be amusing to see what would happen the next day at the cottage on the hill. Harry was eager to be back among his friends, but, for the sake of this prank, he could put off meeting them for one day, so he agreed. The only dissenting voice was of Molly Weasley, who protested, "No, he has just returned. At least let him have something to eat first." Harry chuckled. "I missed you, Mrs. Weasley, and your delicious 3-course meals, but does it look like I have been starved by them? I promise I will eat a 3-course meal filled with your motherly love, tomorrow." She eyed him up and down and probably was satisfied with what he saw because she nodded reluctantly. "I will wait for you at dinner tomorrow then." She turned to Sirius with her hands on her hips. "You will tell those elves to make themselves scarce tomorrow because I don't want them to interrupt me when I am cooking." Sirius cringed. Dumbledore gave him a piece of parchment to read. Harry took one look, flipped it to make sure there was nothing on the other side. The next moment he drew his wand from his holster, flipped the parchment into the air and muttered, "Incendio," and the parchment vanished in a puff of flame. Taking Sirius and Remus by their arms, he disappeared, leaving others in shock. Cottage on the hill. Dinner that night was prepared by Dobby, who was excited at seeing his master back and hugged his leg fiercely, all the while saying, "The great Harry Potter is back." After dinner, the marauders tried to corner him about what he had learnt, but he kept stalling them. As Harry looked around the cottage, he remembered that he had a bone to pick with his adoptive father. He turned to Sirius and accused, "Where do you get off leaving the safety of the townhouse? Have you forgotten that if they find you, you are under a death sentence?" Sirius just sat there doing his best to look shocked and offended until he couldn't stand it anymore. Then, taking pity on Harry, Remus handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet from the day after Sirius's trial. Harry looked at the front page to see Sirius' smiling face looking up at him and the headline, Sirius Black Exonerated. It only took Harry a moment to scan the article, read the date on the paper and realize that Sirius had been pardoned nearly a month ago and had not bothered to share that news with him. Harry rolled up the paper as it enlarged in his hand. He started swatting Sirius about the head and ears with it, repeating, "Bad dog. Bad dog." Sirius started trying to cover his head with his hands, then got into the spirit of the thing and transformed to his dog form, yelping as Harry swatted him about the flanks with the rolled-up newspaper. After a few more seconds of that silliness, the paper returned to its normal size, Sirius returned to his human form and the three of them shared a good belly laugh. As Harry wiped the tears from his eyes, he asked, "So, you thought it would be amusing to keep this from me and then go wandering about, making it look like you were taking insane chances?" He zapped Sirius with a non-verbal, wandless stinger. "There's a down payment on what you have coming, Padfoot." Sirius started to say with complete nonchalance, "It was in all the papers. It's not my fault you don't read or your friends did not see it fit to inform you." Then the Marauders both noticed that Harry didn't have his wand out. They looked at him open-mouthed in astonishment. Harry asked, "What? Why are you both looking at me like I have grown two heads?" Finally Remus found his voice. "Nothing is the matter, cub. Not just any wizard can use wandless and inaudible magic with such fluency. Despite becoming a ferocious war mage he could not control his blush, it is no big deal. I can cast most spells wandlessly now." Sirius had been giving Harry an appraising look all this time. "If I were you, pup, I would not go around showing off my skills. The big deal behind me and James being animagus was that we had done it without any help from anyone and kept this secret for years." Harry smirked. "Don't worry about me. Nobody can enter my mind unless I let them." "Is your mind secure?" Sirius said offhandedly. "My skills are a little rusty, but with a little practice, I can get my affairs in order. Thank Merlin that my mindscape survived the Dementors. It was one of the reasons that I could keep my sanity. By the way, I noticed you did not ask Moony the same question." Harry replied in amusement, "That's because I don't need to. I know that any information I give him will be safe because to enter a werewolf's mind is suicide. The wolf in him would tear the intruder to shreds." Sirius looked at him with his jaw hanging open while Moony was trying to hold in his laughter. As Sirius looked at the werewolf to confirm this, Remus lost it finally and started laughing bent at the middle. Not long after that, he herded the Marauders out of his room at the cottage to start working on daily mental exercises. Before he went to bed, he put wards around his bed more out of habit than real need and went to sleep. Cottage on the hill. The next morning, Harry woke up just before the crack of dawn as had become his habit and sat wondering for a few minutes about why Vari had not entered his room this morning before he realized he was back in Britain and he was sleeping in the cottage. He sneaked up to Sirius's room and found the Marauder asleep and Moony was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had returned to Grimmauld Place sometime in the night. He went outside and realized that Hogwarts was nearby and if he wished, he could visit the school. Changing his mind and deciding not to, he started running around the property, but it was not as exciting as it was at Adrishporum because there was no one to shoot spells at him every step of the way. After running 4 laps around the property and finishing his push-ups, he scrambled to his bed again, waiting for Sirius to come and spring the traps around his bed. Sirius entered his room after some time rather boisterously singing at the top of his voice, and as he stepped on the wards, he found himself dangling upside down, his skin the color of burned copper and he had grown 2 horns on his head. Harry rose from the bed and guffawed at him. "What is the matter, Padfoot?" Sirius scowled at him. "You will regret this, Prongslet, as soon as I get free of this trickery." He rolled his eyes. "Promises, promises. Let's see you do your best." Sirius smirked and called, "Creature, Winky." The elves arrived with 2 loud cracks and Creature, who looked much better now, gave a deep bow to Sirius. "What Creature be doing for you, master?" Sirius eagerly said, "Free me from this, Creature." Before Creature could do anything, Harry interrupted him. "Creature, Winky, I herald James, Lord of House Black, forbid you from helping him to get free of his current predicament. Creature turned to Sirius and shook his head. No can do, Master. Lord Black forbids it. The elves bowed to Harry before they popped away, and Harry left him dangling upside down. Sirius pulled his wand out of his sleeve and sent a Patronus to Moony, who arrived after 15 minutes, rubbing sleep out of his eyes, and asked him, "Who got the jump on you, Padfoot? I thought the Weasley menaces had retreated and were licking their wounds." Sirius growled, "It is not those two, Moony, but Prongslet, who has been pranking everyone ever since he returned yesterday." Remus was amused. "He did it, didn't he? It looks like we will have to stay clear of him if he is this proficient." "How did he do it?" Sirius sighed. "I would happily retell the entire tale to you if you would be kind enough to bring me down." As Remus raised his wand to try and break the ward, Harry materialized out of thin air behind Remus and shouted in his ear, "Boo!" Remus was so startled that he jumped, yelped, and dropped his wand. Before the werewolf could recover, the teen shot him with a cushioning charm, Ascendio, and a sticking charm. Before Remus could do anything, he rocketed to the ceiling and was stuck there. Had it not been for the cushioning charm, he likely would have broken most of his ribs from the impact. The wards expired after 30 minutes, and Sirius dropped to the floor with an undignified thump. Using his wand, he helped his fellow marauder out of his predicament. The two of them went to wreak their revenge upon the whelp. He would pay. They found Harry at the breakfast table, working his way through enough food for a small army. As the aroma of the food hit their nostrils, revenge was postponed as they pulled up chairs and tucked in. An hour later, Moody entered to find the marauders sitting on the sofa in the entrance hall and no sign of Harry Potter, or Peverell, or whatever. He growled at the duo, "Where is the lad?" Sirius smirked. "Constant vigilance, Alistair." Alistair felt someone was behind him, and as he turned, a wand appeared out of nowhere and shot him with a banishing hex, throwing him across the entrance hall, and before Alistair could get on his feet, he had been disarmed and bound with chains. Harry Potter emerged from under an invisibility cloak. He could swear that his magical eye was failing him, smirking at Alistair. "I believe I just won the first round, Master Orr." Harry hauled him back to his feet by one arm and proffered his wand tip first, saying, "I am waiting for the honor to duel you at your chosen time." Alistair grumbled, "Soon, lad, soon. You will get what's coming to you." Sirius and Remus merely chortled. Soon, Minerva and Flitwick arrived with Dumbledore and surprisingly Amelia. They were told to be present for this session as it was bound to be interesting. Sirius welcomed them into the classroom that they used to teach the students. The students arrived sometime later from their respective abodes. Harry had already disappeared under his cloak and waited in silence, knowing that none of the teachers had been told about him. Moody immediately took the reins of the session. "All right, here is what we are going to do. These two," he pointed to the marauders, "will be leading a charge with another person who has kindly agreed to help us with training the students today. Minerva, Phileas and I will be at different points of the property lines, defending it while the students will be on their own. Your aim is to stop these three from entering the cottage and taking a trunk which is in there. If they take the trunk, you lose. If you capture or disable all three of them, you win. You may use any spells you know, any tricks you can come up with. The only rule here is no permanent damage. Amelia and Albus will be the judges for this session." As the teachers apparated to different parts of the property, the students were left alone. Fred opened the conversation. "So, has anyone got a plan?" George added, "Because we have none. If we had known," Fred said, "we would have thought of something." Neville raised his hand, stopping them. "Let's think of something. We have 7 students and 3 teachers on our side while they have only 3 on the other team. Does that seem unbalanced to you?" Ron said, "Of course it does. It means that the 3 on the other team are more than a handful for us." Hermione, who had been thinking hard, turned to Ron. "So what do you propose?" Ron gave her a grin. "Let's pair up. Fred, you go with Neville. George, you take Susan with you, and Ginny, you are with me and Hermione." Neville said, "Okay, you've divided up the party. Now what?" Ron smirked. "Mad Eye told us to do what we can to keep them from taking the trunk. 3 of us will guard the trunk. You 4 go back up the teachers and try to hunt them down before they get in here." They decided to look in different directions for the intruders, and sometime later, horse neighing was heard from across the property line, and George grinned. They have tripped the caterwauling charm on the eastern side. Let's go. Before he and Susan could do that, a lion roaring was heard in another direction, and they took off to the south where the second caterwauling charm had been tripped, knowing that teachers would already be rushing to the east. Unknown to them, Harry Potter had exited the property and was standing on a little hill to the northern side of the property. He had his mystic mask on and was hiding under the cloak all this while. As soon as Sirius tripped the charm on the eastern side and everyone rushed in that direction, he stowed the cloak in his pocket and jumped down, landing with the grace of a cat. He drew his wand. He had returned Harsha's wand to Charakadrashpuram, and started casually walking towards the cottage in the distance when Moody appeared in front of him. Going somewhere in a hurry, lad? He grinned. No, I was itching for a competent fighter for good practice. Good thing that you came looking for me. Harry's wand became a blur as the tip described a rapid series of short arcs, and a chain of bone breakers and bone crushers raced toward the grizzled veteran. Mad Eye raised a shield faster than thought. With only one good leg, he couldn't dodge like he used to. Harry kept the power low on his spells, so they did not go smashing their way through the shield, but the bombardment did not let up. He had the X-Aura pinned down. The moment that Harry let up, Moody went on the offensive, but the teen sidestepped every spell effortlessly, making it look like a dance. The grin on Harry's face told Moody that he was enjoying himself. He tried some high-powered stingers, hoping that the faster spells would catch him by surprise, but he just kept sidestepping and grinning. Alistair tried mixing them up and still nothing connected. Then one of his own stunners was coming straight back at him. Alistair dodged the stunner, but Harry judged the dodge perfectly, and a bone breaker smashed the X-Aura to the ground. Harry finished him off with a stunner and an Incarcerus. With the grizzled veteran tied up and unconscious, Harry picked up the dropped wand and mended the damaged ribs before casually walking forward. Neville had stopped Fred from running to the east as the caterwauling charm was set off. Fred looked at him. Neville, mate, what is the problem? Neville said, remember Mad Eye said there were 3 intruders. There is no guarantee that they are together. Fred looked at him with a sense of realization dawning. Blimey, you are right, mate. What if they are coming from 3 different directions? Neville grinned. I say we wait and keep an eye on Moody. He can watch everyone around him with that eye of his, and he will go in the direction where we really need to go. So they had followed Moody and saw him disappear before appearing before the intruder and trash-talking with him before engaging him in a duel. They saw how the teen had turned the tables on Alistair and walked forward nonchalantly. Fred grimaced. That must have hurt the grizzled aura. Neville said, I agree. It is not like him to lose to anyone so easily. So, what strategy do we adopt against this one? Fred's face was set in determination. Only one strategy. I will cast and you will defend. They apprehended the teen, who was walking along leisurely like he owned the place, and Neville challenged him. Halt. This is not going to be so easy for you. The opponent grinned. Big words, Longbottom. Can you back them up? Fred started casting everything that he knew, including some prank spells for good measure, and just like when he faced Moody, he did not bother to shield. He barely even moved as he just sidestepped every spell. After Fred had failed to get a hit on him, he hollered to Neville, Longbottom, let's combine forces and teach him a lesson. The two together started casting curses at their opponent, and he merely raised Protega Maxima between them and stood there, smirking at them. Fred used a contraption to bring down the shield, and immediately their opponent started casting at them. His casting speed was blinding, and before they were able to defend themselves from a spell, another would be there. They raised shields to protect themselves, but in a few shots, their shields were broken. As they raised another shield, he sent an incendio at them, followed by a shield breaker and then a stunner. Fred jumped in front of the shield breaker and was knocked out by the stunner. Neville was left alone to fend for himself, and his opponent sent an Incarcerus at him, which he tried to dodge, but the rope kept following him and eventually tied him up. Flitwick, who had been watching the fight with some appreciation, Susan and George were keeping Remus busy, decided to confront him as he saw him using the Incarcerus creatively on Longbottom. Win or lose, he anticipated that this would be someone who would give him a good fight. Flitwick sent an incendio at the boy. He could sense it was a teen, probably in early 20s, and the teen batted it aside and turned to find the charm's master standing with his wand in his hand and bowed to him. Master Duelist Flitwick, I would be honored to duel with you. Flitwick said nothing but shot another incendio at the teen, who swatted it back at him. Flitwick had to dodge to save himself. As he straightened, the teen had conjured a firewhip, Krishanu, and waved his wand at Flitwick, who had to raise a shield to avoid being snared in the whip. The teen gave a jerk to his wand and Flitwick's shield was broken. The charm's master opened a hose of fire at the teen, who jumped aside and used a flame freezing charm, freezing his fire hose, then started sending bolts of fire at him, Pavakam, in an almost unbroken chain. Flitwick was hiding behind a shield and waited for someone to come to his rescue, but others were equally engaged. When Harry saw that Flitwick, feeling secure behind his shield, was looking around for help to come to him, Harry sent a shield breaker, followed a split second later by a disarming charm from his open left hand. Before Flitwick could react to his shield being shattered, his wand was flying through the air to Harry's outstretched hand. Finally, the teen conjured a cage of earth, summoned the charm's master, guiding him into the cage and fixed him there with a sticking charm. After disabling the charm's master, he went in search of others and found McGonagall about to overwhelm Sirius, who was hiding behind a shield while she was using animations against him. Thinking it was as good a time as any to try the trick Harsh had taught him, he claimed one of McGonagall's animations and sent it back at her. McGonagall turned around to find her own animation attacking her and looked around flabbergasted till her eyes found Harry, who was standing there grinning at her. While she inwardly felt proud of the display he was putting on, she had a reputation to maintain, and she started sending all sorts of spells at him, which sometimes he dodged, sometimes flicked aside. As she sent conjured arrows at him, he conjured a metal shield and the arrows pierced themselves into the shield. He immediately transfigured the shield and arrows into javelins and banished them at the professor, who conjured a wall of stone to stop the javelins. While she could not see him, her sight line being cut off by her own wall of stone, Harry took the opportunity to disapparate silently and apparate behind her. With her back turned to him, he transfigured her into her cat form. Sirius immediately transformed to keep the professor busy with the cat and dog game. That left Remus, who was dueling with the duo of Susan and George. Harry sent a stunner at George, who dodged it and grinned at him. It won't be that easy to stun me. Harry grinned. I have just come from stunning your twin, who was saying the very same thing. George started casting without thinking when Susan stopped him. He is just egging you on into making a mistake. Harry grinned and sent some of McGonagall's animations, he had commandeered all of them, at the pair of them while grinning to Moony. You have it covered now. Stun them and join me inside. Before he walked inside, he sent a Homnum Revelio spell inside, showing that the three were hiding in what they considered strategic locations. Ron was hiding behind a tapestry which concealed a doorway, while Hermione was standing in a dark corner under a disillusionment spell, and Ginny was hovering in the air on a broom. He thought hard about tackling this issue and decided to deal it in the way of a typical Gryffindor. He disillusioned himself and charged inside, sending a petrification hex into the corner and a stunner at the tapestry, and dived under a table to save himself from the bombarda from above. He summoned the trunk to himself, and as he expected, Ginny descended as soon as the trunk traveled the length of the room to his hand. He immediately sent a petrification hex with a stunner followed by a cushioning charm at her. While she was able to dodge the petrification hex, the stunner hit her with such force that she was thrown from her broom. Before she could sustain any serious injury, the cushioning charm hit her and she fell unharmed to the ground. He picked up the trunk and came outside to applause from Dumbledore and Amelia. 10 minutes later, after everyone was revived, Alistair, who was still grimacing from pain, his bones had been mended by Harry, turned to everyone gathered. All right, one boy got the jump on all of you and me too. Let's listen to where it went wrong. Flitwick went first. I was overconfident. I thought I would duel him with charms only. He had an answer for every charm of mine. He broke my shield with a fire whip, putting me on the defensive. When I was on the defensive, hiding behind a shield, I took my eyes off of him for a split second to see if any help was on the way. That cost me my shield and my wand. Defenseless, he conjured some sort of cage and stuck me in it. Minerva said, he did not even defeat me properly. He just commandeered my animation to attack me and used transfiguration against me easily, something that I have seen very few people do. He turned every attack right back at me. At one point, I summoned a stone wall to stop a particularly nasty attack which obscured my line of sight to him. The next thing I knew, I was a cat and this dog, she pointed to Sirius, was chasing after me. While everyone laughed hearing of her predicament, she pursed her lips in a thin line. Moody himself started then growling. This one here started firing bone breakers at me relentlessly, not giving me a chance to reply. When I finally had a chance to reply to him in kind, he did not even have the decency to dodge my spells properly, but he kept sidestepping them as if I was some amateur. Evidently, when I had amused him enough, he sent back my curse at me, forcing me to jump aside and fired a bone breaker at the place I was going to be. I have never faced such a powerful bone breaker in all my Auror service. Then Neville started. We decided that following the Master Auror would be our best chance to engage the invaders. Imagine our surprise when we saw this one put him down with ridiculous ease. Since we were engaging him 2-on-1, Fred cast while I defended. After some time, it was clear that Fred could not hit him. He kept doing that sidestepping thing. When we attacked him together, he raised Protega Maxima, which we brought down. He sent a spell chain at us which Fred took on himself and was stunned. Then he sent some weird incarcerus at me to tie me up. Susan spoke for her and George. This one sent all of McGonagall's animations at us, forcing us to deal with them, and then had Remus stun us. Hermione spoke for the three of them. He must have cast the Homnum Revelio because he knew exactly where we were in spite of the fact that we were well concealed. Before we even knew that he was there, he sent a petrification hex at me, a stunner at Ron, and dived under a table. When Ginny descended to deal with him, he stunned her, knocking her right off of her broom while hitting her with a cushioning charm so that she would not sustain injuries. Sirius started howling with laughter while Dumbledore looked in contemplation. If the teen had dealt with all of them only using non-lethal spells, he shuddered to imagine what he would do to those who provoked his ire. Amelia was smirking, trying to imagine Susan's reaction when she would realize who had shown all of them up. Flitwick was thinking of the charms and the way the teen had used them. It reminded him of a witch who was an accomplished master he had once met. A formidable opponent, if there ever was one, but that had been 50 years ago. Dumbledore, who had been playing spectator all this while, said, "Now it is time to see who is hiding under that mask. My boy, if you will." Hermione's point of view. Yesterday, Hermione had seen the inhabitants of Blacktown House in better spirits than they had been since she had come to live at the townhouse. While she was not allowed in the order meetings, none of the students except the twins were, but Molly's smile was more dazzling than other days, as if she had been given a gift she coveted above everything. The headmaster had greeted her very jovially, and that was out of character for the old wizard who had looked grim and contemplative for the past month. Mad Eye was looking disappointed, as if someone had defeated him in a duel, but there was no one who could get the jump on that old Auror in a fair duel. Was there? She was surprised to see Madame Bones in the meeting, considering the head of DMLE had never attended any meetings as far as she knew. The rest of the members that she had seen were looking happy, but she knew it was pointless to ask them why. They were under strict orders from Dumbledore not to tell the students anything about what happened in the meetings. If Dumbledore thought that something should not be told to the students, then it was fine with her. He was after all Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in all of Britain. If there was anything that they needed to know, he would see to it that they were told. Mad Eye told her to flow call the students, telling that there was a practice tomorrow where the students would team up with the teachers. They had never teamed up with the teachers on their side yet in a duel, and she was excited. This morning when Moody announced the fight that he had staged, she was excited to show her prowess and clever wand work, hoping to cement her place as the tactical thinker for the group, but the boys had made strategy among themselves and acted on it. She had hatched the plan for the three of them to hide in different places in the hall where the trunk was kept, and she was fairly certain that the intruder would miss at least one of them and could be taken down. What she had not planned for was for the intruder to cast a Homnum Revelio before he entered the house and he had discovered their positions. She was certain that she would not be discovered because she was in a dark corner and under a disillusionment charm, but the intruder had shown his extremely sharp reflexes with his wand, sending a petrification hex at her and following it with a stunner too quickly. She watched as he stunned Ronald and jumped under the table, forcing Ginny to come down when he summoned the trunk to him. He had shot the spell chain at her without any effort, as if he knew where she would be. To be successful in such close quarters, he must have practiced hard at aiming his spells, something which none of the students had practiced before. When Dumbledore asked him to take his mask off, the face which emerged seemed familiar to her. But how could this be the same bloke? He must be about half a foot taller. No glasses, and where did he get all those muscles? It wasn't just the physical changes either. This fine, young man stood up straight, carried himself with confidence, and had the manners of a young lord. She looked again. There was the familiar raven black untidy mop of hair. There was the scar, though just a thin white line, a mere shadow of what it used to be. And finally, those emerald green orbs. Once she looked into them, she was sure. This was her best friend, Harry James Potter, looking back at her. There sure were a lot of changes, but she was sure she could get used to it. Before Hermione could react, a stinger had left Susan's wand, and she realized that she too had made the same connection, and realization was dawning on others as he gave his lopsided grin to all of them. Everyone who had been at the receiving end of that grin knew it too well. As she watched, Harry just swatted Susan's stinger aside with his hand, and Susan followed it with a volley of hexes such as petrification hex, stunners, and even a couple of bone breakers too, but none of them seemed to connect with the way he was just sidestepping her spells. Finally Harry disarmed her with his wand. What was it made of? And Susan pounded him with her fists, shouting, "You moron, Harry James Potter! You are such a prat! You did not come to see me when you returned." Finally Amelia had to pull Susan away from the boy, who had been laughing while Susan had been pounding him, enraging her. As Susan was subdued, Hermione lunged and hugged him tight, muttering, "You ever pull this on me again, Pratt, and you will be dead." Deal. He only ed her head and said courteously, "Miss Granger, while you make an interesting offer, I fear that I shall have to decline." Everyone around them chuckled, and then there were Neville and Ron, who were hugging the teen. "Blimey!" exclaimed Ron, "You're nearly as tall as me, Harry." "What happened?" Harry muttered something like, "Growth spurt. That Indian cooking is good for you." Ron's enthusiasm was contagious. "It is good to see you, mate. There was no one to play chess with me." Harry chuckled. "You mean there was no one you could defeat again and again?" Finally, as they let go, Neville grinned at him. "It is good to see you again, brother." Harry clasped his hand in sign of brotherhood of old. Finally, he approached Ginny and bowed to her, taking her right hand and pretending to key her knuckles. "It is good to see you too, Miss Weasley." Ginny did not squeak or try to run as she used to, but blushed a little. "Since when did you become so smooth, and where did you learn the pure blood manners?" Sirius seized the moment to put his two nuts in. "As I said yesterday, Prongslet, the horror is unimaginable." Harry finally turned to the twins. "You too, it's good to see you too. I hope our venture is not doomed." Gred said to him, "You stunned your partners." Fjorge added, "You will pay for this." Together they said, "We declare prank war on you." Harry said nothing, but Sirius muttered, "Be careful, you two. He is on a spree. He even bloody pranked Dumbledore." Dumbledore said nothing but just grimaced. Blacktown House. Everyone had gathered in the townhouse for dinner when Arthur returned from the ministry. Arthur had sent for his sons to be present, with the exception of Percy, for what was to transpire in the evening. Harry was sitting in the meeting room reading a book while Sirius was lounging in a chair and Hermione sitting, engrossed in a book, when Arthur entered the room followed by his brood. They stopped at a respectable distance from Harry and he waited for them to say something. However, Arthur remained silent for some time. Finally Harry looked up at him to see him fidgeting, wringing his hands, and he recognized that perhaps the Weasley patriarch wanted to say something but had no idea about how to proceed. He broke the silence. "If you want to say something, please do, Mr. Weasley. You do not need so many people at your back to talk to me." Arthur went on one knee and addressed him formally. "Lord Black, I have a favor to ask you." Harry immediately straightened, recognizing that Mr. Weasley had come to him as a supplicant. "State your wish, Arthur of House Weasley, and if it is in my power, I will grant it." Arthur said clearly, "My lord, my mother was a daughter of your house and was cast off from the family by Lord Orion Phineas Black for marrying a blood traitor. He further asked the other houses to shun us, and we were deprived of our family seat on the Wizengamot. Harry pondered over this for a moment and then said, "Your mother Cinderella Black was a daughter of this house and married for love. That is not an offense in the eyes of Mother Magic, and as such her banishment is illegal and is not sanctified by Mother Magic." Arthur shook like he was ready to cry, but Harry was not finished. He said royally, "I, Harold James, Lord of House Black, hereby reinstate Cinderella Weasley née Black in the family with all the rights, privileges and status that are due to her for being a daughter of the family, and recognize her marriage with Septimus of House Weasley." Arthur lost control and started to cry, his face tear-streaked, and looked at Harry, who had stood. "Do you, Arthur Septimus of the House of Weasley, accept your admittance in the House of Black?" Arthur replied with his voice hitching from tears, "I do." Harry said further, "Do you swear to serve the family in its best interests and to protect its members as they would do to you?" Arthur replied, "I do." Harry asked, "Do you swear to serve the family and your lord with unwavering loyalty as is expected of a member of family, as the family would do to you?" He replied, "I do." Harry solemnly declared, "I, Harold James, Lord of House Black, welcome you and your brood into the family as an extended part of the family, whereby your family will be a cadet line to the House of Black, and the House will petition to restore the lost honor of your family so that the House of Weasley can again sit upon the Wizengamot in its capacity as the ancient and noble House of Weasley. So I say, so mote it be." Tendrils of golden light rose from Harry's magic, which had been covering him like a cloak, and it engulfed all the members of the House of Weasley in its folds before it dissolved into their bodies. Harry, however, had not yet finished and said, "As your mother was not given her customary dowry and all other emoluments as are due to the daughter of House Black, reparations will be made. I will procure rings for all the members of House Black which will connect them to me, so I would know if one of them requires my help." Arthur, who still was on his knees, stood shakily, and Sirius embraced him. "Congratulations, cousin. Welcome to the family." A 3-course dinner followed, and Harry was served 3 helpings, which he ate with relish. As he ate, he realized that the conversation around the table had gone silent, and looked up to see everyone looking at him with surprise. Amusement. He could not discern their expression, however, it unnerved him, and he asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" It was Hermione who answered, "Nothing, Harry. It is just that we have never seen someone outperform Ron in eating." While others chuckled, Ron's ears turned red, but he only muttered, "Damn right." The table roared in laughter while Molly glared at others. "He is a growing boy. He will need all the food he can eat." As dinner was winding down, Dumbledore entered the townhouse, followed by many members of the Order. As Dumbledore was calling a meeting, Harry performed passive legilimency on many of the Order members and was disappointed to see that most of them did not even have basic mental shields, and he could read their thoughts like an open book. He tried it on a few of them before he stopped because they had not many secrets which he could learn. While he hated to do this, he had to make sure that they were loyal to the Order. Dumbledore called the meeting to order. "This meeting has been called to assess our preparations for the upcoming session of the Wizengamot. As was decided, Lord Harold James Peverell will be taking up his family seats on the Wizengamot. A meeting of the members of the Alliance of the House of Potter needs to be called beforehand. However, since I am the Chief Warlock and as such I cannot take part in these meetings, therefore Madame Bones, in the capacity of Regent of House Bones, has taken it upon her. I yield the floor to her now." Amelia started speaking. "We are meeting the members of the Alliance at Bones Townhouse tomorrow, where the old alliance will be reforged. In the capacity of Regent of House Bones and as legal guardian of Harry Potter, I invited them for a meeting in the House of Macmillan, House of Boot, House of Longbottom, House of Acton, House of Addington, House of Ainsworth, and minor houses of Dayton, Marlow, and Livingstone have assented to attend the meeting." There were loud cheers at her proclamation, and Dumbledore quietened everyone before he started again. "Is there any other news that you all want to share?" Arthur said, "Lord Black has reinstated Cinderella Weasley née Black back into her family and has instated House Weasley as a cadet line of House Black, in addition to agreeing to petition the Wizengamot for reinstating House Weasley to its position." The Order members congratulated Arthur. Toasts were raised, wine and butterbeer was poured, and the meeting was over on a happy note, with the members of the Order leaving after saying their goodbyes. Harry took the opportunity to connect with his friends, as he had hardly talked to them during the day. They joined him in his room, and as he had expected, Hermione went in her rapid-fire mode. "Where have you been, Harry? What did you learn from them? How did you learn to fight like that? What were your teachers like? Harry smiled and shook his head at his friend's tireless barrage of questions. He took both of her hands in his left, patting the backs of them with his right, saying, Hermione, breathe. I am sorry, but I cannot answer any of those questions. There are some things that must remain unknown. What I can say is that I learned something of charms, transfigurations, potions, herbology, care of magical creatures and runes. She asked, But Harry, you didn't take runes as one of your electives. How could you study runes? He smiled. I had some very good teachers. They taught me enough to catch me up. So, I'm going to drop divination and take runes for my owls. She beamed at him. That's great, Harry. Divination is a sham anyway. Harry shook his head. Hermione, most so-called practitioners of divination are nothing but scam artists. Sadly, even though Professor Trelawney has at least some of the true gift, she has no control over it and resorts to their methods to try and hide her inability. She is to be pitied, not despised. There are real seers out there and their power is both arcane and ancient. Sadly, unless one has the gift, there is no way that they can learn the true art. She was hanging on every word of his as if he was in a class, and when he finished she said, You really believe that there is a thing such as sight? I thought Trelawney as making it up. Harry smiled. As I said, most of what she does is just mumbo-jumbo to dazzle and distract while she tells you only what can be learned or guessed from keen observation and some good guesses. She has no control over her gift, but her gift is genuine. She has made, I think, 2 real predictions. True seers are very rare and there are only a handful of them in Avalon. She asked, Avalon? He shrugged. Britain was once called Avalon in ancient times when the world knew of magic. Ron, who had been quiet all this while, asked, You said there are seers in Britain. Who are they? Harry smirked. That is a secret which I would not give up. She glared at him. Why not? What harm will it do? He sighed. Hermione, some secrets better remain secret. It is not wise to go poking into every nook and cranny to find some secret. Some things should remain forgotten for the general good of the world. Hermione asked again, What happened in the evening with Mr. Weasley? What was all that bowing? It was Ron who answered this time. Father petitioned Lord Black to reinstate grandmother into her family. In the next session the House of Weasley will be restored to its hereditary seat on the Wizengamot. Hermione was confused. Lord Black. But Harry is not Lord Black, and when did you become Harold? Harry laughed. It was always my name. My parents had named me thus, and to answer your question, I am Lord Black. Just then Creature popped in, bowing to him and presented a box. Your rings, Lord Black. As Harry put his rings on, Hermione could not resist asking, What are the rings for? Harry sighed. All right, Hermione. I'll answer this one, but that will be all for today. These are the rings of head of house. The head of house wears them. After that, they sat making small talk, during which they filled Harry in on how they had been training in the last month and were better prepared for whatever was waiting out there. As it was getting late, Harry herded them off to go to sleep and sat working on his transformation. His animagus was coming nicely and he was sure that in 2 months he would be able to finish it. He could transform his torso now, but he had been having problems in transforming his head to look like a leopard, but hoped that with the blessing of Mother Magic, he would be able to finish it quickly. Bones Townhouse. The Bones Townhouse was situated in the London suburbs and was a good place to have a meeting of the Alliance. Amelia wanted restricted access to the manor in these perilous times, and thus she had convened the meeting here. She had asked Susan to come along because the meeting would be good training for her when she became Lady Bones. Yesterday, as Susan had returned to the manor with her, she had expressed her anger to Amelia about not telling her that Harry Potter had returned to Wizarding Britain. She had not spoken to her at all till this morning, but Amelia let her stew. She knew that Susan's anger would cool down as fast as it had come. Not disappointing her, Susan had told her this morning that she was sorry for her rant because since the object of her ire, Harry Potter, was not there, she had taken it out on Amelia. Right now they were waiting for said Harry Potter to arrive before the meeting could start. The Bones elf popped in. Mr. Harry Potter be in parlor, mistress and miss. Amelia had to restrain Susan from running to the parlor fearing for the safety of the boy concerned. As they entered, he was sitting in a winged chair, looking rather imposing in his finest acromantula silk robes. As they entered, he stood and gave a bow and Amelia frowned. Harry, you are not a stranger to me. You will not bow every time that you see me. Susan glared at him. So the mighty Harry Potter has finally deigned to visit us. Amelia frowned at her tone but chose not to interrupt, leaving it to the two of them to sort out their issues. Harry gave a lopsided grin to Susan. Miss Bones, I apologize for not seeking your company the moment I returned to Britain, as was my intention. There was a certain veteran Auror whose request I granted instead. I ask your forgiveness and will make reparation in any way you choose. She giggled. You have become a charmer indeed, but you do not need to show your pureblood manners everywhere. Where did you learn them anyhow? From a hard taskmaster who seemed to take offense that I was behaving like an ordinary wizard despite being heir to the House of Potter. He replied smiling. She seemed to take offense that I have not learned even the formal manners for a lord and was thus besmirching the good name of my glorious ancestors. She raised an eyebrow at him. He shook his head slightly. Sorry, Miss Bones, but I cannot tell you about her. Suffice to say that she is someone who taught me a lot about my family history. Amelia, who had been listening intently, asked, What else did you learn with them? I must confess that I was impressed with the way you jeweled with everyone, but I was expecting something more. Harry laughed. I am not supposed to bear all my secrets for others to see, Aunt Amelia. Amelia still persisted. At least tell us that they taught you to be able to fight and defeat Tom Riddle. Susan asked, Who is Tom Riddle, Auntie? Harry answered her. Tom Marvolo Riddle is a half-blood wizard born of a squib daughter of a pure-blood family and a muggle. He attended Hogwarts from 1938-45 and was head boy in his time. He had opened the Chamber of Secrets for the first time and released the monster of Slytherin, and a student named Myrtle was killed in the girls' bathroom on the second floor where she still haunts it. Tom Riddle disappeared after Hogwarts and re-emerged as Lord Voldemort. Susan squeaked. He is a half-blood. Harry smiled. Ironic, isn't it? He claims to be champion of pure bloods and is son of a muggle. As they were talking, the elf popped in telling Amelia that the guests had begun to arrive and were being seated in the visitors' room around the table. Harry accompanied them to the room and found the Dowager Longbottom with Neville, Lord Macmillan, and Lord Acton sitting around the table. Harry introduced himself to the lords and they reciprocated his gesture very warmly. After the others had arrived and were seated at the table, Amelia opened the meeting. We all know that you know who has returned from the dead and is active among us again. How he did it is beyond my comprehension, but I can guess that he used some dark magic to this end. The Minister of Magic is acting like an idiot and refusing to hear anything that we have to say. He also has been refusing to increase the budget of the DMLE nor allowed me to recruit more Aurors despite the fact that we do not have enough Aurors for even the regular jobs. So, I have called you all here to revive the Great Alliance as it existed before the First War because Cornelius Fudge has outlived his utility as the minister and now is becoming more of a hindrance. We need someone else in that position who would not balk at making hard decisions nor would shy away from the grim realities of war lurking on the horizon. Lord Boot raised his hand. What is to say that we would be able to replace him as the minister? Harry, who was sitting quietly, replied, I am glad you asked this question, Lord Boot. I have some surprises in store that will give us significant leverage over the minister when the Wizengamot convenes on the 15th. The politics is going to become interesting and our Great Alliance will be the center of it. We already have a significant number of votes on our side and our bloc forms the majority of the original houses on our side. Lord Macmillan, who was not quite convinced, said, Of the original houses there are Bones, Black, Potter, Macmillan, Sayre, Greengrass and not left out, of which only Potter, Bones and Macmillan are represented in this meeting. How do we have the majority? Amelia took the conversation from there. Because Harry Potter, being the godson of Sirius Black, is his heir. Since Sirius Black is the blood heir of House of Black, Harry Potter has ascended to lordship of the House of Black. House of Black will sit in the Great Alliance on the Wizengamot in the upcoming session. The members cheered at this proclamation and the meeting was dismissed with the promises of ousting Fudge from his seat. However, the question remained as to who would succeed him. They both decided to discuss it in the meeting of the Alliance later. After that, Amelia left the two of them to have a little talk, and Harry, who had no practical experience of talking to a girl outside of Hermione or Ginny, knew of nothing to say and was sitting quietly till Susan broke the ice. What was it like in India, Harry? Harry beamed. It was a pleasant experience except for the training part. The trainers I had were ruthless taskmasters and they ran me ragged every day. However, I did learn a lot more there in 1 month than I ever did in 4 years at Hogwarts. She giggled. Did you even try to learn anything at Hogwarts other than defense and Quidditch? Harry Mock scowled. I will have you know, Miss Bones, that I was very good at charms too. I mastered the summoning charm enough to summon my broom from the castle all the way to the arena. I could cast a Patronus at the age of 13. She chuckled. I am just having some fun, Harry. Don't worry. Left without anything to talk about, he asked again, how is Hannah? Did you visit with her during the summer? She shrugged. I had decided that I would call her once you forgive her. I send her letters every now and then, but we haven't met yet. He urged her. Then Flo, call her. It is not wise to stay away from your friends for so long, especially your best friend. She smiled brightly at him. She did not want to let on to Harry, but she had missed her best friend terribly. She had been practicing with the Gryffindors while Harry was off with the Mystics, but that just wasn't the same. She inwardly hoped that things would be fine between Hannah and Harry. She went to the entrance hall where she picked up a jar from the mantel and threw some flow powder in the fireplace and said, Abbott home. A minute later, Hannah's face appeared in the flames and Susan grinned at her. How soon can you come over here? Hannah started. Oh, I don't know. I have to wash my hair, iron my shoelaces, and finish my shop. And Susan had to get out of the way as her friend stepped out of the fireplace. As Hannah stumbled out of the flow and followed her friend into the parlor, she playfully growled at her. About time, Bones. I thought you had forgotten about. Her words trailed off as she found the stranger sitting in one of the chairs. The stranger seemed familiar, but she could not quite place him. She raised an eyebrow at Susan, who just smirked at her. The stranger was about 6 feet in height, and while he wore robes, she could guess that he had an excellent physique and his eyes glowed with power. While he cut an imposing presence, she felt he was not older than her or Susan. The stranger rose from his seat, gave her a perfectly executed bow showing off his pureblood upbringing, and took her right hand, pretending to key her knuckles. Miss Abbott, Harry James Potter at your service. Hannah thought she had heard wrong and could not connect this person to the boy who had been studying with her for the last 4 years, but there was no doubt about it that he was indeed Harry Potter, because those emerald orbs were not so common in the wizarding world. Miss Abbott, his words jolted her from her reverie. How are you and how has your summer been so far? She hesitated to say anything. She had not yet asked his forgiveness for the last year and he was being nothing but cordial towards her. She stuttered. Ha, Harry, I have something to say to you. He inclined his head slightly. Oh. Please do go on. She gathered her courage. Harry, I am sorry that I caused you unnecessary trouble last year when your name came out of the goblet. I am sorry that I resented you for entering your name into the tournament when it was not you. I didn't realize my folly till it was too late and could not gather courage to say sorry. Harry smiled serenely. Hannah, we are children. We are bound to make mistakes and we will fall and rise while we are growing up. Cedric was a Hufflepuff, the finest champion Hogwarts could have hoped for and a good and loyal friend. We all feel his loss deeply. I can understand why you and many others felt resentment when it looked like I was trying to take away from his glory. I have forgiven you entirely. Susan watched the conversation and smiled, happy that her best friend and her betrothed had become friends at least. Gringotts. The same evening, Harry Potter and Sirius Black were sitting in front of Griphook in the bank. Harry had been looking for time to go and claim his family grimoires so that he could study them. Harry opened the conversation. How are you, account manager Griphook? I trust things are well. How are things going with maintaining my account? The goblin replied. Lord Potter, when you left after claiming your lordships, we had a lot of business to conduct and you were in haste. As I have audited your family accounts, I found that a large chunk of your money is loaned to different families and never repaid. I have sent missives to them to ask them to pay the borrowed amount with interest. I have also made some investments on your part in several businesses, and as a result you own many businesses and majority shares in a Quidditch team. Harry sat up a bit straighter. A Quidditch team. Which one? That would be the Puddlemere United, Lord Potter, said Griphook, looking like such details were completely beside the point. Now Harry was grinning widely. That makes things interesting. Now my former Captain Oliver Wood plays for my team. The goblin sighed. Now, can we get down to business? Harry asked him. Excellent. What about my estates? Griphook pulled a bulky stack of parchments and looked into it before replying. The Potter family has many homes spread throughout the world, which include Potter Manor, Potter Castle, and of course the cottage in Godric's Hollow. Except for the cottage at Godric's Hollow, which has been declared a national monument, the rest of the properties are preserved under stasis charms, which would need to be lifted, and it depends on you whether you want to do so. The same goes for properties of your other houses except House of Black, which is being managed by Ripthroat. Harry turned business-like then. Griphook, how many companies manufacture the Wolfsbane potion? What is their financial condition? I want you to look at them and find out one such company which is in the middle of an economic crisis but can be bought, and with little restructuring we can run it successfully. Griphook looked sharply at him. You have something in mind, Lord Potter. Sirius, who was sitting quietly, turned to him. Are you planning to take over one such facility, pup? Wolfsbane requires costly ingredients and is sold slightly above the manufacturing cost, not to mention there are only a few potion masters who can successfully brew it. I would only advise you that if you are planning to take over one such facility, think about it before you make a decision, because running an enterprise is not an easy task while you are in school. Harry was already getting an idea about how business worked, already knew that you can't make potions without ingredients. There was a certain supplier which seemed to have the market cornered in aconite, and they were gouging. Well, Harry thought, they are going to be in for a rude surprise when they find out that their poison is completely worthless. He turned to Griphook. We will need greenhouses. We will not have any supply issues. To Sirius, he said, I have discovered alternate version of the Wolfsbane potion which will need to be registered by ICW before we can start its mass production. However, I have perfected it already. It does not use aconite but another substitute. We will be using my process to brew the potion, but I will not be looking after the day-to-day operations. That will be supervised by my steward. Sirius was confused, and it was evident on his face. Okay, you have got me confused here. Who is this steward and when did you appoint him? Harry grinned. I have not appointed him yet. Sirius asked, sighing. Okay, I will bite. Whom do you have in mind? Harry smiled. Moony, of course. It took Sirius a few minutes before he could stop laughing. Then he sobered up. While this is a good idea, do you think he will accept it? Harry gave him a conspiratorial look. Leave that to me. Griphook, who had been sitting quietly, muttered. While all this is good and cozy, time is galleons, and a minute wasted is a galleon lost. Harry turned to him. Right. So, your instructions are to find one such facility and buy it. Also look into my estate to find if there are greenhouses, and if there are any, we will lift the stasis charms on those properties. Once you do, then I will have further instructions for you. Now I have a question for you, Griphook. Griphook said offhandedly. And what is the question, Lord Potter? Harry smirked. How would you like to make some quick galleons, say 1,000,000G? Griphook's countenance immediately brightened. I am listening. Harry said. I have a slightly decayed 1,000-year-old basilisk's carcass which would get me a lot of galleons. Gringotts would be paid 10% commission to broker the deal to the highest bidder. Griphook's eyes were big as galleons. And how long is the carcass? How did you come across it? Harry said offhandedly. Around 60 meters or so and around 4 meters in diameter. Not quite in perfect condition as its eyes and one fang are gone. It was the monster in Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and was petrifying students. I killed it with the sword of Gryffindor. Griphook was literally salivating now. What do you want in the deal in return for Gringotts rendering the corpse of the beast? Harry smirked, knowing he had the goblin hanging on his every word now. That depends upon what Gringotts is offering me. I can give you a memory to see its size and let me know how much it is worth. Griphook produced a pensieve, and Harry pulled a memory out of his head and handed it to the goblin, who replicated it and returned the original to him. He delved into the pensieve for a few minutes and returned ashen-faced. You slew it with only a sword. That is incredible. Gringotts can fetch you 10 million galleons for the carcass of the beast after deducting the rendering charges. Harry contemplated his words for some time before he spoke again. Put that in writing for me if you please. I will offer 10% of the amount being offered to me as payment to Gringotts for sale of the parts of the beast. I will want some portion of its body parts for some of my potions. There is also a ton of shed skin which I have been told can be quite useful for making armor, and I want 24 armors prepared of the skin, while I will take some of the skin for getting a special set of armor manufactured for me. Griphook, who had been noting all of this with diligence, looked up at him when he started speaking. Will there be anything else, Lord Potter? Harry smiled. Indeed. I will want to visit all my family vaults after I have had my meeting with Ripfang. In the meantime, get this contract drafted so that you can render the basilisk tomorrow. 5 minutes later, they were sitting in front of Ripthroat, who asked, Lord Black, how can I serve you today? Harry said, I am trying to prune my family tree, ridding it of some obnoxious members and adding some respectable members at the same time. The manager raised an eyebrow at him, meaning. He replied coldly, I have decided to cast Bellatrix Lestrange née Black off the family tree and dissolve her marriage for bringing shame to the name of family and for swearing loyalty to a wizard who is nothing more than a mass-murdering psychopath, and claim her vault in reparations to the Longbottoms for the torture that they had to go through. Also, I want you to send a demand notice to Lord Lestrange to return the dowry paid to him by House Black in her marriage. Sirius had filled him in regarding the topic when he had returned from Bones Townhouse, and they had decided to do it before the Wizengamot session so that if Rolando Lestrange came to know of it, he would not be able to move the contents of the vault. The goblin nodded. As soon as you cast her out of the family, I will make the move to get the contents of her vault confiscated. When I have done that, I will send you a list of the contents. Harry pulled out his wand and grasped it in his hands. I, Lord Harold James of House Black, hereby dissolve marriage of one Bellatrix Lestrange née Black with Rodolphus Lestrange, and cast her out of the family on the grounds that she brought infamy to the family name by becoming a murderer and committing sacrilege against Mother Magic. From this moment forth, she will be known as Bellatrix Nameless. So I say, so mote it be. A circle of white light engulfed him. The goblin nodded. Bellatrix Nameless is not a member of the Black family anymore, and I will start to confiscate her vault. Do you want anything done to the erstwhile regent Lord Malfoy? Harry had thought about it hard and asked the goblin, did he make any alliance for House Black in his capacity as regent, or misused the Black fortune? The goblin grinned. No. A regent cannot draw money from such a vault. Only when the heir, for whom he is acting as regent, comes of age, can withdraw any funds from that fortune. While he flaunted his position as regent for House of Black, he had the sense to not make any such alliance in that capacity. Harry sighed. Damn. Here I was thinking I would be able to send him to Azkaban without fighting him. After that, he instructed the goblin to record that House Weasley was now a cadet line of House Black along with the Tonks family, and as such, they were under his protection. He further instructed him to pay the customary dowry to the Weasleys' vault for the dowry which was denied to Cedrella Black after the Wizengamot session. He also instructed him to get rings made for each member of the House of Black which would be connected with his ring, and inform him if any of them were in danger and required his assistance. Ripthroat escorted them to the trolleys, and the trolleys went in deeper than he had ever seen. It went into such depths that he had not even imagined that it was possible. Finally they came to what he thought was the lowest level, where the vault's numbers were in single digits and some familiar names appeared to him, like Potter, Bones, Black, Greengrass, etc. The cart stopped in front of a vault with number 6, and an adder was inscribed on the door. As he put his hand to the handle, it scanned his magic and opened noiselessly a second later. The vault was huge. It was magically expanded and looked about 3 stories high. There was a mountain of galleons on one side with an equally big mountain of silver sickles and bronze nuts. However, Harry was here for only one thing, the grimoire. It was kept on a pedestal in the center of the vault. As he picked it up, the air around him rushed for a bit before relaxing. He handed the grimoire to Sirius, who shrunk it and slipped it into a bag. As Harry scanned the vault's interior, something else caught his eye. There was a glass cabinet full of daggers, and he pulled them out for inspection. Sirius, who had noticed this, said to him, interested in them, Prongslet? Most of them are forged with a curse built into them. Anyone unfortunate enough to even get touched by the tip would die horribly. These are a family secret. Harry instantly picked up the entire cabinet, shrunk it and pocketed it. The next vault was for Potter, which had a griffin on it. Like the Black Vault, it was full of galleons, but that did not catch his eye. He collected the grimoire and went to inspect the swords, which were beautifully arranged in a big display cabinet. He tested a few of them before a sword caught his eye. It was forged of the nearly indestructible goblin silver, its double-edged straight blade, nearly 4 feet long, still razor sharp with a basket-style handguard, pommel and grip balanced to wield it with one hand or two. The entire weapon looked like it had been forged in one piece. There was an emerald, the same color as Harry's eyes, set into the pommel. The grip was wrapped with some sort of snake skin which seemed to shape itself to Harry's hand as he gripped it. There was the figure of a griffin worked into the basket guard. The whole weapon felt surprisingly light, warm and alive in his hand. He grinned broadly as he placed it in the scabbard the mystics had given him, and it adjusted itself to a perfect fit. Then he shrunk them, scabbard and sword, and tucked them away in his cloak. He looked through the family portraits, of which there were many, but not one of his parents. Later Sirius told him that James did not have one made when he died. The Peverell vault was set on another level altogether, where there were a few vaults with symbols of families that Harry could not recognize. The Peverell vault had the Thestral on it, and the vault was full of gold galleons. Money would only grow when it is being invested but not being spent, but that did not catch his eye either. He collected the grimoire and was about to leave when a piece of armor caught his eye. It was made of goblin silver and looked very imposing. He shrunk the armor too. The same happened with Rosier and Weber, though their vaults were not as spectacular. Blacktown House. As Harry Potter reached his room after a big dinner, a pile of presents was waiting for him, with grinning Ron, Hermione, Neville and Susan there. They told him that they had brought their gifts for him for his belated birthday. The top of the pile was a gift from Sirius and Remus, which was an album of photographs of him with his mother and father. He had some in his personal vault, him with the Marauders, and a set of books. Hermione predictably had brought him a book on defensive magic. Ron had brought him a big packet of chocolates, which he said he had brought from the amount he earned by working for Fred and George. The twins had given him a packet of their latest inventions and directions about how to use it. Susan had brought him a bracelet which contained some built-in charms meant for safety. Neville gave him a set of books like others. After an hour of idle chat and merry-making with his friends, he went to sleep after placing some wards on the door. He woke up early, and as he opened the door to his room, Sirius was there, stuck to the floor. Harry grinned at him. "Bested again, Padfoot." Sirius scowled. "Cheeky brat. I swear that those people have changed my son with another person. You were not so paranoid before." Harry descended downstairs while waving his hands around and hollered to Sirius, "They just made me aware of the world around me in more ways than one." Sirius sent a Patronus to Remus, who arrived promptly, but as he stepped on the last stair, the step disappeared and his leg passed through and the step reformed, instantly catching his foot. He roared to Sirius, "Curse you, Padfoot. You get stuck and drag me into these pranks. This is twice that Prongslet has got the jump on us." Sirius did not say anything but sent a Patronus to the twins, hoping they would be able to help them, promising them to help with some pranks if they would come and rescue the Marauders. When the twins arrived, they laughed at the Marauders for a bit before they apparated. Sirius had lifted the anti-apparition ward for this near Sirius, and one of the twins found himself to be standing in a swamp, one of the twins' products which was in the gift box, while the other was stuck waist deep in what appeared to be quicksand. They all roared in chorus, "We will get you for this, Harry." Meanwhile, Harry Potter was at the cottage, running laps around the property and imagining how things would be playing at Blacktown House, and he could imagine that they would be vowing revenge against him. When he returned to the townhouse, he found a guest sitting at the dinner table. He was a redhead, well-muscled, with partially healed burns on his arms and calloused hands. Harry had no problem remembering Charlie Weasley, the dragon handler. As he entered, Charlie stood up and bowed to him. "Lord Black, it is good to see you." He immediately scoffed, "Please call me Harry, and none of this bowing unless it is absolutely necessary. I won't stand on formalities with you or your family. When did you arrive?" Charlie replied, I was working in the reserve and received an owl yesterday from father asking me to come home as soon as I could manage. I grabbed the earliest portkey out of there today and here I am. Arthur, who had entered the kitchen just then, said, Harry, when you petition for reinstatement of House Weasley on the Wizengamot, I seek favor from you to petition them to allow Charlie here to take the mantle of Lord Pruitt, since there are no Pruitts anymore, and by reason of being their daughter, Molly and her children are entitled to ascent. He nodded. I understand that, however, why not Bill? Arthur smiled. Considering that Bill is my heir, there is no other option than Charlie. Charlie muttered. That means I will have to find a job at the reserve in Wales here. Headmaster's office. Later that day, Harry Potter was sitting before the headmaster after they had a tiring day. He had taken the headmaster and McGonagall with the goblins to the Chamber of Secrets, where they had collected the skins shed by the basilisk, then spent 4 hours rendering the basilisk. As they were collecting the ingredients, Harry had asked for a vial of basilisk venom, which was now sitting in his cloak. As the goblins were leaving, Harry had taken Griphook aside and gave him the piece of armor, telling him to meld it with the basilisk skin so that he could have armor like Pawin had suggested. Dumbledore, who could not control his curiosity, asked, My boy, why did you ask for the basilisk venom? Harry said nothing but produced the scabbard and sword from somewhere in his cloak. He returned them to their natural size, then drew the sword, its polished blade and the gemstone catching and reflecting the light in the office. Harry placed an impervious charm on the top of the headmaster's desk and laid the sword there. Then he took the phial from his robes and, being careful to keep the blade lying flat, he poured the venom, drop by drop, down the length of the blade. When the venom was absorbed by the marvelous material, he flipped the blade over and repeated the operation on the other side. The blade momentarily flashed the same color as the venom, then returned to its normal sheen. When he was done, he looked at Dumbledore, who understood what he was doing. The headmaster smiled. Of course you are readying it as a way to destroy Horcruxes. Now how can I be of service? The operation completed, Harry replaced the sword in its scabbard and, shrinking it, tucked it away in his robes again. There was still some venom remaining in the phial, so he stowed that away for future use before he answered. His visage turned grim. Headmaster, the mystics told me that Hagrid's mission was a failure and 30 giants are on their way to Wizarding Britain to join Voldemort's ranks. Albus turned grim likewise. This is bad news indeed. Did they tell you a way to deal with giants? He smiled. I am glad you asked this, Professor. They told me about the vulnerabilities of giants and gave me a design of a catapult which can be used to bring them down. However, such designs can be made only by the goblins and not without a cost. I will finance the construction of the catapult, and then we will need to train some students to operate it. Dumbledore smiled in satisfaction that the mystics were taking care of the problems and were ready to help as needed. He turned to the teen. Any other news that you might want to share? Harry shook his head. No other news, but I want you to write a missive to Ollivanders to fit me with another wand. Dumbledore asked him. Surely you have a wand. Why do you need another? Harry smirked. Let's just say that I know about the rights of the victor in wandlore and want to avoid any such situation. Speaking of wands, I want you to return my heirlooms to me, the wand and the stone. Dumbledore sighed. There is nothing that escapes you, is there? He opened a drawer and pulled out a wand and a stone. The wand had beads throughout its body and was larger than other wands that he had seen. He of course knew that it was made from elder wood and thestral hair. As he took the wand in his hand, he could feel his magic flaring, a feeling of rejuvenation passing through his body. The stone was warm in his hands and gave him a comfortable feeling. The heirlooms of Lord Peverell had returned to him at last. Harry produced a very ornate-looking box and passed it to Dumbledore, saying, Lord Harshvarden has sent this gift to you. Dumbledore eagerly opened the box and was stunned by the necklace of Slytherin. He employed his wand in casting several diagnostic spells and none of them returned positive, meaning that the necklace was not a Horcrux anymore. He looked at Harry to find him smiling and said, My boy, by rights this belongs to you. Why are you returning it to me? Harry shrugged. For the same reason that the sword of Gryffindor is not mine. This is a common heritage of the wizarding world to be treasured and appreciated by all. I would have no use of it at all. Dumbledore slipped the box in a cabinet and closed it shut and put some protective spells on the cabinet to stop anyone from finding it. Dumbledore wrote a missive for Ollivanders telling him to fit Harry with a new wand, and the teen left happily. The Wizengamot. The Wizengamot was a circular chamber where the old houses were given seats in the center, signifying their importance, while other houses were sitting in their spaces in other adjoining rows. The minister had a seat beside the chief warlock, and the head of DMLE had a seat on the other side of the chief warlock. The older houses were each allowed a chamber in the Wizengamot, and as such, there were chambers for the houses of Black, Potter, Longbottom, Bones, etc., in a row. The regents or the lords could stay there until the session was called, or they could flow into the chambers directly, saving them from the hassle of coming through the ministry entrances. This morning, Harry Potter flowed into the chamber of the House of Bones, since his house's chamber would not be opened until after he had been invested. Likewise, Sirius and Remus had accompanied him with the Bones ladies to their chamber. Harry was wearing the traditional robes for the Wizengamot members, with his house crests on the right side of his chest under a disillusionment charm. It was to be lifted after his investment became official. Arthur had also arrived with Bill and Charlie and was sitting in the spectator gallery. The spectator gallery was meant for people who wanted to see the proceedings but did not have a seat on the Wizengamot. There was a small enclosed sitting area which was meant for heirs of families and all the heirs who were at school, like Draco Malfoy, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Ernie Macmillan, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, etc., and some grown-ups too were sitting in that section waiting for the session to start. After an hour-long wait, Amelia left them in the chamber for House Bones, telling Harry and Susan to come when their names were announced. The teens were nervous at the prospect, but they were assuring each other by gestures that everything would be all right. The chief warlock banged his gavel. Let the session of the Wizengamot for the month of August 1996 begin. Before we proceed to main business, is there any preliminary business to be conducted? Amelia stood from her place. Yes, Chief Warlock, it has recently come to light that a new lord has come into his heritage, and as such, it is time to invest him into his rightful seat on the Wizengamot. Dumbledore, who obviously knew the first bomb was about to be dropped, adopted an impassive expression and said, "Who is this lord, Madam Bones?" Amelia smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I present to you Lord Harold James Potter." Harry walked in the chamber confidently, projecting his magic outwards, his face impassive and his eyes shining with power, his cloak billowing behind him while the chamber erupted in outrage. The first to find his voice was obviously Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, who bellowed at the top of his voice, "Amelia, this is not a place to jest. He is a minor. He cannot be invested." Amelia's voice adopted a cold demeanor. "It is Madam Bones to you, Minister. I am the Chief of DMLE and Regent of House Bones, and you will address me as such." Fudge, who cowered before her stern gaze, rallied valiantly, "But he cannot be a lord. He is a minor." Harry smirked. "Of course you would resist my investment, Minister. But the Council of Lords, the predecessor of the Wizengamot, had it decreed that if the lord of a house is not alive or is otherwise incapacitated and unable to attend to his duties, then the heir can ascend to the position of head of house and to the hereditary seat of the family at the Wizengamot. Also, I was forced to compete in a tournament against my wishes during the last academic year at school, a competition which was solely meant for wizards of age, meaning I am now of age now in the eyes of magic. Also, the family magic has accepted me as the lord." He flashed the Potter family ring on his finger to Fudge and smirked evilly at him. "This means, Minister, that I am invested now and eligible to sit on the seat." He sent a stack of parchments to the chief warlock, who banished copies to everyone. "This is an official document from the goblins regarding the investiture of Lord Potter." Dumbledore turned to the chamber in general. "Does anyone have any more objections before we proceed?" When no one said a word, Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Lord Potter, you may take your family seat now." Harry climbed to the center aisle and took his seat beside Lord Macmillan, who smiled at him, and he returned the gesture while Fudge was sweating bullets. Having the boy on the Wizengamot would lead to his downfall, and he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. He just hoped there would be no more bad news for him today. Of course, he had no idea how wrong he was. Dumbledore started again. "Are there any more matters to be addressed before we proceed?" Harry stood up and Fudge cringed. Harry employed occlumency so that he appeared outwardly to be calm and impassive, while inwardly he was reveling in the minister's discomfiture. He was just getting started. Harry turned to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, I have with me a parchment which contains the results of my inheritance test conducted by Gringotts. By the right of inheritance, I claim the seats of Peverell, Black and Rosier. The chamber erupted in chaos with everyone trying to say something at the same time. Lucius Malfoy looked like he might burst a blood vessel. Fudge was looking pale as if he had lost all the blood in his body. When the chaos did not settle down for a few minutes, Dumbledore banged his gavel loudly and roared, "Silence! This is not how this auspicious body is supposed to work. Those who have objections to his claims can make their objections known one by one." Lucius stood first. How dare he claim the lordship of Black? He does not have any right to it. Harry stood and waited to be recognized by the Chief Warlock, then said, "I am aware of Lord Malfoy's claim. While Sirius Black was illegally incarcerated and later hunted, he was unable to ascend as the rightful heir apparent when Lord Black passed on. Draco Malfoy then became the heir apparent in his stead and not yet being of age, was also unable to ascend. As his parent, Lord Malfoy assumed the regency of the House of Black. Since then, Sirius Black has been exonerated as per the emergency session of this august body the previous month. Being the primary blood heir and there being no Lord Black, he immediately became the de facto Lord Black. As such, he blood adopted me and named me as his heir apparent, whereupon he immediately abdicated his lordship in favor of me. By this process, I am the Lord Black. This has been confirmed as the family magic has also accepted me as the Lord Black. It also follows that since there is now an able and active Lord Black, that the regency of House Black is terminated. I hope that this answers Lord Malfoy's question," and he resumed his seat. Lucius roared, "No half-blood can claim lordship of the House of Black." Watching Malfoy's outburst, Harry just laughed inwardly. The more the man ranted, the more he looked like an idiot. Nobody had forgotten how he stomped out of the previous session of the Wizengamot. Outwardly, Harry remained impassive as he stood and waited to be recognized again. He began, "Please, correct me if I am wrong, Chief Warlock. But does not the ancient law provide that anyone who is child of two magicals is pure blood and not a half-blood?" He sent another stack of parchment to Dumbledore, who distributed the copies to the members. Harry continued, "Lord Malfoy, if you will review the document which has just been distributed to you, this is a certified copy of my inheritance test. It clearly shows that Lily Potter née Evans, my mother, was adopted. By birth she was the daughter of Vincent Rosier and Amelia Weber, therefore, I am a pure-blood wizard on both sides of my family," and he sat down again. All the members started reading the document with great interest as if it were some very interesting book. After a few minutes, Lucius stood indignantly, "I still object to his claim as Lord Black." Harry scanned the lords and ladies and thought to himself, how long will Malfoy be allowed to act like that? He had been out of order 3 times now and not even given a warning. Well, he wasn't going to feed into Malfoy's game, he would continue to be above it. According to procedure, Harry stood and waited to be recognized again. "Lord Malfoy, I have given satisfactory answer to your every question, with supporting documentation. However, if you believe that your son, Draco Malfoy, is still the rightful heir to the House of Black, then let him summon the spirit of the family magic. If he can do it, I will abdicate my claim." Having dropped the challenge, he sat down again. Lucius was in a fix. If he allowed Draco to try to summon the spirit of family magic and he failed, he would be subject to ridicule from others. If he didn't, that also would make him the laughingstock of the wizarding world. Finally, after some contemplation, he turned to Harry, "Let us see you summon the spirit of the Black family magic, and if you can do it, I will abdicate my claim." Maintaining his impassive expression, Harry stood and waited to be recognized. He had Lucius right where he wanted him, and now was the time to make him the subject of public ridicule. He raised his wand and chanted, "Domini Deus Meus Familias Magicas," and an ethereal adder appeared beside him. As everyone watched in fascination, the adder bowed low to him before disappearing. Those who understood were in awe of the teen's power, as not all lords had such power over the spirit of family magic. After some time, Harry turned to Malfoy and raised an eyebrow at him. "Now, Lord Malfoy, if you please. Would your son care to make a similar demonstration?" And he took his seat again. Lucius hung his head and whispered, "I abdicate my claim, Lord Black, And he finally sat down. Dumbledore knew that he could have ruled Malfoy out of order at least 3 times already, but did not intervene. He was deeply gratified to see how young Lord Peverell was dealing with the bellicose bullying Malfoy. He knew that the lad was winning a lot of hearts today, so he let it go on. With Malfoy soundly defeated and humiliated before the whole Wizengamot, it was time to put an end to this show. He turned to the assembly and said, "Lord Potter has also claimed the seats of House Rosier and Peverell. Are there any objections?" There were none. However, everyone looked at the topmost tier of the central aisle where the seats of the 3 oldest families, namely Lefay, Pendragon and Peverell, were kept vacant because there had not been a lord for those families in centuries. The seats were usually covered, but today, the Peverell seat was uncovered, something that had not been seen in living memory. Those who understood family magic were also wary of this new wrinkle because they all had heard legends about the Peverell magic being the magic of war mages. If the magic had accepted him, things would go pear-shaped for the dark side very soon. Harry walked up to the Peverell seat and sat on it. An attendant approached him with a golden pin which was to be pinned to the front of his robes, identifying him as a member of the Wizengamot, giving him unrestricted access to the Ministry of Magic except for the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore cleared his throat in an effort to get the attention of the chamber. "Is there any more preliminary business before we move to routine matters?" Cornelius was hoping that there were no more such matters. He had already taken more than he could take for one day. In fact, he was sure that the effects of the happenings of this day would be talked about for years, if not decades. He was ready to bolt from the chamber when Augusta raised her hand. He was sure that there was a pattern to these happenings because all the members of the former Great Alliance had taken this day to make it a catastrophe. He cast a glance at his Undersecretary Weasley, who was focused somewhere, and as he followed his gaze, he found Arthur Weasley to be sitting in the stands. Arthur never came to a session unless it was imperative. For some reason, Fudge had a deep feeling of foreboding about him being here today, though he did not know why. He also noticed Andromeda Tonks sitting in the stands, and this sent a chill down his spine. He was sure there were more catastrophes coming his way. Augusta stood and addressed the Chief Warlock. "The House of Longbottom is ready for its lord to return to his position as the head of family. I abdicate my duties as regent in favor of Lord Frank Jeremy Longbottom, who along with his wife has recovered from the effects of overexposure to the Cruciatus curse." Frank Longbottom and his wife strode into the Wizengamot, and everyone, including Dumbledore, was gaping in surprise and wonder at them. Dumbledore found his voice first. "Welcome, Lord and Lady Longbottom. The Wizengamot is honored to have you among us again. I cannot express my happiness enough to see you up and about." Dumbledore was truly surprised because Harry and Harsh had not informed him about the successful ritual. Neville also had not informed him either. He had so much on his mind that he had not asked Croaker either. To sum it up, it was a prank which was played on the entire Wizengamot, and no one knew what to say about it. Frank bowed his head a little and smiled. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. I am thankful to you for your warm words." While Alice and Augusta went to sit in the seats reserved for family, Frank ascended to his seat where other lords welcomed him boisterously, shaking hands with him and congratulating him. Dumbledore said one more time, "Are there any more preliminary matters before we proceed to the daily business?" No one raised a hand this time, and he breathed in relief. However, he was sure that the day was far from over yet. He raised his voice. "Now we will proceed to the houses to see if they have any declaration to be made." As the House of Abbott, Ainsworth and few others had no business today, it passed quickly until he turned to Harry. "Does the House of Black have any declaration to be made this day?" Harry stood up, and Fudge really wanted to run. He had already had enough for one day. Percy also had understood from what was happening that this perhaps was the day that the minister would be thrown out of his mighty chair and Percy would go down with him. What he did not understand was why his brothers were here. Charlie had a job in Romania, and he did not believe that he would leave it just to watch a session of the Wizengamot. The answer to his question, which he had been pondering, was that Harry Potter had been preparing the downfall of Cornelius Fudge. Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Chief Warlock, the House of Black has reinstated Andromeda Tonks née Black into the family, and her family line will be considered a cadet line to the House of Black henceforth. Additionally, the House of Black also recognizes the marriage of Septimus Weasley and Cedrella Weasley née Black, and as such, the House of Weasley will be a cadet line for House Black henceforth. Also, the marriage of one Bellatrix to Rudolphus Lestrange has been dissolved and she has been cast out of the family. Henceforth she will be known as Bellatrix Nameless. Dumbledore nodded. Very well, Lord Black. Is there anything more? Just in case anyone thought that they were going to be able to pull anything while Harry was occupied at school, the next announcement will relieve them of that delusion. He grinned in anticipation as he answered Dumbledore, since I am a student and cannot give proper attention to the Wizengamot session as is required of me, I hereby appoint Andromeda Tonks as regent to House Black till I come of age and am ready to resume my duties. Dumbledore replied, Very well, Lord Black. He turned to the chamber, as Madame Tonks here. Andromeda rose and Dumbledore asked her, Do you accept the responsibility given to you by Lord Black? Andromeda replied firmly, I do. Dumbledore turned to the chamber in general, Is there any business from House Bones to be announced? Amelia stood up and even Dumbledore had to wonder how catastrophic this session was going to be. She addressed him, Chief Warlock, the House of Bones is ready for its heiress. Susan Bones has been accepted as heiress of the House of Bones by the family magic and will be invested as such. Susan entered the chamber amidst warm applause from the members of the Wizengamot and went to sit in the enclosed area for heirs of the houses. Dumbledore addressed Lords Boot and Greengrass who had no declarations at the moment and he came to Lord Longbottom who stood, the House of Longbottom is ready for its heir, Neville Frank Longbottom who has been accepted as such by family magic. Neville entered the chamber amidst warm applause from the members of the Wizengamot and went to sit in the enclosed area for heirs of the houses. Then the chief warlock turned to other houses who had no declarations to be made at the moment till he came to Peverell and Harry stood, the House of Potter, Peverell and Rosier have a declaration. In order to effectively dispense my duties towards this auspicious chamber, I appoint Sirius Orion Black as regent for House Rosier, Remus Lyle Lupin as regent for House Potter and Amelia Susan Bones as regent for House of Peverell. Murmuring spread through the chamber and finally Lord Knot stood, Remus Lupin as a werewolf. Harry glared hard at the man. Lord Knot, there is nothing in the charter of the Wizengamot nor in the house charter of House of Potter that anyone afflicted with lycanthropy cannot be appointed as regent. Even the anti-werewolf laws written during the First War do not provide anything which would preclude this decision or stop me from making this appointment. As much as anyone may have wanted to object to the decision, and there were many including among the alliance, they held their peace. There simply were no legal grounds to object. With all these changes, people in the assembly were beginning to wonder how the day was going to play out. With Harry Potter directly controlling seats for 4 houses, it seemed that something major was still to come. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Very well. Are Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin present here? Sirius and Remus entered the chamber and Dumbledore asked them, Lord Potter here has appointed Sirius Black as regent of House Rosier, Remus Lupin as regent for House Potter and Amelia Bones as regent of House Peverell. Do you all accept this responsibility? The 3 of them stood and said in chorus with each other, We accept. Remus walked to the Potter seat, Sirius went to the Rosier seat while Madame Bones resumed the seat for DMLE head. Dumbledore again rapped his gavel. Are there any motions to be presented by any of the houses before the session moves to administrative matters? Harry stood again and everyone sighed. This was beginning to be one of the most tiring and exciting sessions ever. No other lord had before presented so many motions before the Wizengamot in one day and yet they could not do anything but listen. Harry turned to the Chief Warlock. Chief Warlock, I want to address a matter which is of significance to this august body. Dumbledore replied, The floor is yours, Lord. Harry replied, I hereby request this august chamber to henceforth recognize me as Lord Harold James Peverell as has been decreed by Mother Magic and accepted by the family magic. Dumbledore, who was considering all that this announcement implied, was thinking about having a long talk with Harry about it later, said, So recognized, Lord Peverell. The floor is yours. Harry turned to the gathering. Lords and ladies of this august body, a few decades ago an injustice was perpetrated in this chamber towards one of our ancient and most noble houses by one of my predecessors Lord Black only because a daughter of the house married for love. A motion was passed by the ancient and most noble and ancient and noble houses whereby the said house was ousted from its rightful position from this body and since then they have been subjected to scorn by the wizarding world. Despite belonging to the Sacred 28, the family has been treated as being inferior to other houses. I say that they have been punished enough. I am of course talking about the House of Weasley. Let us right this wrong and restore them to the Weasley family seat, here in this assembly. They are also entitled to inherit the seat of the ancient and most noble house of Pruitt by reason of Molly Weasley née Pruitt being the last scion of the said house. I move for reinstatement of House Weasley to its hereditary position and status of ancient and noble house to them, which would be upgraded to ancient and most noble should they continue contributing for the betterment of the wizarding world. As he sat, there was applause for his speech which kept going for some time before Dumbledore banged his gavel again. Does anybody second Lord Peverell's proposal? Surprisingly, Lord Cyrus Greengrass stood up. I second Lord Peverell's proposal. It is only right that a family like Weasley's should be given their rightful place upon the Wizengamot. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Now, before we vote on the issue, if anyone has any objection, then come forth or forever keep your peace. When no one objected, he announced that the voting will take place. Of 160 members of the Wizengamot, the light faction led by Dumbledore and Lord Harold Peverell, he was the de facto leader for the Great Alliance, had 50 votes now. Lord Greengrass with 60 votes of the neutrals voted in favor of the motion while there were 40 votes against with 10 abstaining. Arthur was called up and given a set of Wizengamot robes with the house crest stenciled on the front of his robes, and Arthur took his seat on the Wizengamot and Bill was named his heir. When Dumbledore asked which of his sons would be invested as Lord Pruitt, he proposed Charlie to be named as such, and Charlie was invested as Lord Pruitt and given a set of robes bearing the house crest. Instructions were given to the scribe, ironically who was one Percival Ignatius Weasley, to send a missive to Gringotts to open the family vaults of the Weasley family and the Pruitt family and to give access to the contents therein. Fudge had a sense of dreadful unreality. This session of the Wizengamot seemed like a nightmare from which he could not wake. Dumbledore banged his gavel for what he hoped to be the last time before they moved on to administrative matters. But no. There on the other side of Dumbledore, Amelia Bones stood up. Percy just had no words to express his astonishment. Previously, he had the perception that Harry Potter, Peverell now, was nothing but trouble for his family. But, there he was, keeping a cool head, showing nothing but perfect manners and an absolute rigid determination to follow procedure no matter what Fudge and Malfoy did. And he had returned the Weasleys to their rightful place. Yes, Harry is trouble, but for Fudge and Malfoy, not the Weasleys. It looked like Fudge was having a really bad day, courtesy of Lord Peverell, and the day wasn't over yet. Perhaps, Percy thought, this would be a good time to accept that he had made a grave mistake in not trusting his family. After she stood, Amelia paused just long enough to let the tension build before she spoke loudly and firmly. I hereby present a motion of non-confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, on the grounds that he has utterly failed to serve the public interest as he has sworn to do. The chamber fell silent. The spectators were gawking in wonder while the lords and ladies who were in the know were smirking at what was to follow. The other lords were quickly assessing their position and deciding whom to support, because while Fudge was incompetent, he was also a fool who was useful. To lose a fool and for him to be replaced by a cunning and shrewd person was risky, and they were deciding the perks and risks before they would throw in their lot with one side or the other. In the air enclosure, Draco Malfoy could feel heat coming off his neck and was feeling shown up by Potter of all people. He had ousted Draco of his rightful inheritance, humiliated his father, and now was on the verge of ousting the Minister of Magic. The other heirs were sitting in contemplation of what would happen eventually. For all intents and purposes, Harold Peverell was now a force to reckon with, and none of them had been able to recognize him at once. He had changed so much in the last month, and it looked like he would change more as time passed. He was no longer the little underfed boy who had trod the corridors of Hogwarts, but someone whose manners screamed pureblood from afar. The way his magic was being projected outwards as he made his entry had chilled them to the bone. Then he had taken the Black Lordship and showed up Lucius Malfoy, and now they were sure that he was behind Madame Bones's demand for Fudge's head on a platter. They all knew that by the time the day was over, Cornelius Fudge would be history. The other event had been Lord Longbottom's return and taking up his seat, and the return of House Weasley and House Pruitt to the Wizengamot, and together, this all made up for rather interesting day. Daphne Greengrass was thinking and thinking fast. Her father had made the right move to support reinstating House Weasley, considering that Harry Peverell was partial towards them, and this would put Cyrus Greengrass in the good books of the Light faction. Peverell had shown up Malfoy, and she was watching him eliminate the fudge factor altogether. Next, there would be a new Minister of Magic by the end of the day. Tracy was looking at her intently, knowing what she was thinking, and preferred not to say anything, saving her jibes for later. Right now, the Wizengamot was amusing enough. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Is there any second for the motion? Lord Macmillan stood up. I second Regent Lady Bones' proposal. Dumbledore announced. The motion is seconded. We will continue with this business after a 2-hour recess for lunch. Harry looked at his watch and found it had been 4 hours since they had been sitting. Dumbledore took him to a large chamber which was set apart from the others with a thestral on the door. Harry touched his ring to the lock and it opened. The room was twice the size of other chambers and was bare save for a large table with chairs around it. While it was kept locked, the room was surprisingly clean. As Harry sat at the position of head, Amelia, Sirius, Remus arrived, followed by other lords of the Alliance. As they were sitting down for lunch, the heirs of the houses also arrived, and Dumbledore called an elf which was assigned to take care of the chamber. The elf produced more chairs, then brought refreshments for everyone. Lunch followed shortly. As they were getting started, an elf brought him a missive from Lord Greengrass which invited him, Sirius, and Lord Longbottom for a meeting before they went to vote. Since Dumbledore was acting as chief warlock, he made himself scarce lest he be accused of being partial towards them. Lord Macmillan opened the conversation. Lord Peverell, I must accept that I had not expected things to change so quickly. We had only hoped for ousting Cornelius Fudge, but you made the Alliance the biggest block on the Wizengamot. Quite a few surprises you had up your sleeve. Harry smiled. Please call me Harry, Lord Macmillan. I intended to turn the Wizengamot on its head, and so I did. Now we have to decide who will be our ministerial candidate after Cornelius Fudge is thrown out. Lord Ainsworth asked. Do you have someone in mind, Harry? He shook his head. Since we are all allies here, I did not wanted to presume until we could all meet and discuss it. We all need to agree on this decision. Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, said, we have the ideal candidate with us for the post. Amelia asked, who are you talking about? Sirius said, who better than you? Amelia shook her head. No, Sirius, I will not do it. I am already regent for 2 houses along with being head of the DMLE, and that is a huge task in itself. Arthur dropped his 2 nuts in. May we consider Lord Longbottom as the next minister? He is very popular and can lead us in these times with his experience, determination, and bravery. Besides, we all remember his valor in the last war where he escaped you know who 3 times. Frank looked at him, mock scowling. Arthur, I will get you for this. Remus smirked at him. But will you do it? Frank shrugged. I will do it if Alice has no objections. Alice, who had been sitting in the room, immediately said, don't you dare use me as an excuse to try and wriggle out of this, Frank Longbottom. Harry looked at the other lords and asked, is there anyone here who has another name to put forward as a potential candidate? And he waited a minute to let them think it over. Of course, nobody was putting forth Dumbledore. He had made it clear that his position as headmaster of Hogwarts was much more important to him. He knew that being the chief warlock that could not be bribed or coerced was essential for maintaining order in the Wizengamot. He was most effective right where he was. Looking around the room and seeing that nobody had anything to add, he then asked, if any of you have an objection or concern with putting Lord Longbottom's name as candidate for the post of Minister of Magic, please say so. None of the lords raised any objections, since everyone knew that Frank was from one of the old families and had been extremely popular in his day as an Auror. As they ate lunch, it was decided that Frank would indeed accept the nomination as was proposed. As the lunch was winding up, Cornelius Fudge sought a meeting in private with Harry and Amelia. While the other lords took a cue and left, Sirius, Remus, and Frank remained behind. Seeing Fudge close up, he looked like he had aged 20 years in the last 4 hours. Far from the bigger-than-life bullying prat who had opposed Harry's ascension to Lord Potter at the beginning of the session this morning, he now looked stooped, frightened, and had approached Harry with his green bowler spinning through his hands. Lord Peverell, I would like to make a request of you. Harry said. Please do go on, Mr. Fudge, I am listening. Fudge noted that Harry had not addressed him as minister. In Harry's mind, this was already a done deal. The green bowler spun faster as his face went from apprehension to anger to pleading. I want you to stop this non-confidence motion. Harry decided to have a little fun at Fudge's expense. The man may be a corrupt fool, but you didn't get to be the Minister of Magic without knowing who was really pulling the strings, and Fudge had gone straight to the source. Harry adopted an air of mock innocence. Mr. Fudge, you surprise me. The motion was brought by DMLE head Madam Bones. What makes you think that I could block it? The hat was spinning faster now. Fudge was looking sick. Lord Peverell, it will serve no purpose. Besides, I have not done any harm to you. Harry dropped his innocent act and became earnest now. The purpose it will serve, Mr. Fudge, is to replace you with a person who will be effective, diligent and honest in his duty to serve and protect the public trust. As for having caused me harm, here are a few incidents. At the end of my 3rd year at Hogwarts, I told you that Sirius here was innocent. Something you could have easily verified with a memory from any of the 4 witnesses who were there when Peter Pettigrew confessed. You instead chose to bring in Dementors of all things to execute him. And when he escaped, you continued to hunt an innocent man. This year, you have been conducting a smear campaign to discredit Albus Dumbledore and myself in an effort to cover up the return of Voldemort, delaying vital preparations to stop him, placing the entire wizarding community of Britain at risk. Again, the facts could have easily been proven by a simple memory check. You have also allowed several Death Eaters to remain free who were witnessed returning to Voldemort's side the moment he called for them. Many of these individuals are working to undermine the ministry, even now. May I remind you that the only reason Pettigrew was captured is that I captured him while I was running for my life from the graveyard. That is why Sirius is free now. Not due to any action of yours. Finally, you have consistently blocked funding for the DMLE, recruitment and training of new Aurors when they are already understaffed and there is a war coming. Now, Mr. Fudge, why should I support you? Fudge had stopped spinning his bowler, but he had to try again. Lord Peverell, this is simply unimaginable that. Harry cut him off. That is the first thing you have gotten right all day, Mr. Fudge. It is unimaginable that you have let things go this far. No thanks to you, they will go no farther. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a meeting to attend. He led the charge as the 4 of them brushed past and headed towards the Greengrass chambers. The previous evening, Harry had met with Lord Greengrass and his guest at the Rosier Manor House in Wales. Harry and Sirius had chosen the location for the meeting and lifted the stasis charm from the property the night before. During that meeting, Lord Greengrass had pledged his support to Harry and the Alliance for what was happening today. He reaffirmed his promise as they told him that the Light faction was putting forth Frank Longbottom as the next minister. There was a fair amount of murmuring in the assembly hall as the lords and ladies of the Wizengamot made their way back to their seats after lunch. Debates and gossip which had been the topics during the entire break were now spilling over into the session time. When Chief Warlock Dumbledore could see that most members were in position, he rapped his gavel smartly and called the session to order. The stragglers quickly found their seats and the noise ceased. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again, a motion of no confidence as before the Wizengamot. If any member wishes to speak to this motion, now is the time. To make a long story short, Madam Bones presented a long list of failures of the minister to adequately fulfill his duty to the public. She added charges of libel and slander in his smear campaign against Lord Peverell and the Chief Warlock and multiple abuses of his office to assert undue influence and deliberate suppression of evidence that would have exonerated an innocent man. She stated that this is not the person to lead the ministry and called for his immediate dismissal from office. Her remarks were greeted with a loud, "Hear, hear," from most of the members of the assembly. There were 1 or 2 feeble remarks against the motion, which gave more of an effect of damning the minister with faint praise than anything else. These remarks were greeted with a combination of polite applause and grumbling. After a scant half-hour of debate, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Does any other member wish to speak to this motion? He paused. There being none, I now call for a vote. All in favor. A forest of hands rose from the light side, accompanied by not a few of the neutrals, led by Lord Greengrass, and even a few on the dark side. They may be Voldemort's supporters, but it didn't hurt to join the landslide when it was already a done deal. When the count was done, Dumbledore spoke again, all opposed. The remaining hands on the dark side went up and a few scattered neutrals. When the count was done, Fudge had been ousted by a vote of 100 to 40 with 20 abstaining. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again, carried. He turned to the former Minister of Magic. Thank you for your service, Mr. Fudge. Please take a seat in the spectator stands till the session is adjourned. All eyes in the room watched Fudge make the walk of shame back to the stands where people scooted away from him. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. The post of Minister of Magic being vacant, we will now hear nominations for the office. As had been decided, Lord Ainsworth stood up. I nominate Lord Frank Longbottom for the post of Minister of Magic. Dumbledore spoke. Lord Ainsworth has nominated Lord Frank Longbottom for the post of Minister of Magic. Will anyone second that nomination? Charlie Weasley, Lord Pruitt, rose to his feet. I will second that nomination. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Let the record show that Lord Pruitt has seconded the nomination. Then he addressed Frank. Lord Longbottom, do you accept nomination? Frank rose to his feet. Yes, Chief Warlock, I accept nomination. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Thank you, Lord Longbottom. Are there any other nominations for the post of Minister of Magic? Lucius Malfoy rose. I nominate Lord Erwin Yaxley for the post of Minister of Magic. Dumbledore, following procedure, spoke again. Lord Malfoy has nominated Lord Erwin Yaxley for the post of Minister of Magic. Will anyone second that nomination? Walden McNair, known Death Eater and would-be executioner of Buckbeak Rose, I will second that nomination. Dumbledore tapped his gavel down. Let the record show that Lord McNair has seconded the motion. Then turning to Yaxley, he said, Lord Yaxley, do you accept nomination for the post of Minister of Magic? A tall, well-muscled man with cold, cruel eyes rose from his seat, giving a defiant glance in Harry's direction before turning to face Dumbledore. Yes, Chief Warlock, I accept nomination. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled briefly, then he said, Thank you, Lord Yaxley. Are there any more nominations for the post of Minister of Magic? There was a pause for a minute while people in the room began to talk among themselves, but nobody addressed the assembly. The Chief Warlock rapped his gavel twice to call for order and the people fell silent once more. There being no further nominations, I give you your candidates. Please come forward, my lords. Frank and Yaxley made their way down to the floor. One Death Eater and one Auror. The two opposing sides could not have been better defined. They turned and bowed to the assembly. Then Dumbledore spoke again. My lords, Longbottom and Yaxley, we will return from recess tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock am. You have until then to prepare to address the Wizengamot. Then addressing the assembly, he said, there being no minister for magic at this time, we can do no business. I, therefore, declare a recess. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, at which time we will hear from our candidates. He tapped the gravel twice and the members rose from their seats as the noise level in the room began to climb. As they were leaving, Harry asked others to go on while he went with the Longbottoms to Diagon Alley. When Sirius asked if he would be safe, he cryptically told him that he was being guarded every moment he was out of the townhouse. He sent a Patronus with instructions to Himbot and proceeded to Diagon Alley with the Longbottoms. He took the flow because he did not wish to advertise that he could apparate. As they arrived in the leaky cauldron, he gracefully stepped out of the flow. Tom, who had watched the party arrive, did not recognize Harry or Frank and Alice at first glance, and Harry was rather thankful for it. Harry accompanied the Longbottoms to Ollivander's, and this time, he could sense the magic pervading the shop, making his skin tingle very distinctly. He could also feel Ollivander's magical signature coming from behind one of the shelves where the wandmaker was stocking wands. As the wandmaker came out, he said, Merlin's beard. I had not hoped that I would live to see this day. Lord Longbottom and Lady Longbottom, it is a pleasure to see you up and about. He turned to Harry. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, a powerful wand indeed. How is it working for you? Harry hesitated, telling him, regrettably, Mr. Ollivander, my wand was destroyed in a duel at the third task last June. His brow furrowed. So he is indeed back. Send him back where he came from, Mr. Potter. Neville took that moment to interject. It is Lord Peverell now, Lord Ollivander. Ollivander's eyes opened wide in surprise. Lord Peverell. That is an interesting development indeed. He then turned to Neville. Finally, you come to be fitted for a wand, Mr. Longbottom. Are you not a bit late? Neville chuckled. I am using a family wand which serves me well, Lord Ollivander. Harry gave Ollivander the missive from Dumbledore, which he read, and his brow furrowed in confusion. You have a wand in the holster attached to your arm, Lord Peverell, admittedly better than I make them. Why do you need an off-the-shelf wand? Harry was a little surprised that the wand maker knew about the wand in his holster, but hid his surprise well and wordlessly scanned the shop for wards and found one which would send an analysis of a person to the wand maker when they entered. Really ingenious, he thought. He had left the elder wand in his trunk in the part under Fidelius because he did not want to advertise to others that he had it. Ollivander was smirking. Albus is an old friend, and so I will fit you with another wand. If you would not mind too much, Lord Peverell, may I inspect the wand you are carrying? Harry remembered that he had been cautioned about showing his wand around, but he was curious to hear the wand maker's opinion about Shilpagya's work. Reluctantly, he summoned the wand and gave it to Ollivander, who inspected it thoroughly and cast one or two detection spells and kept muttering, ingenious. Harry had a hard time hiding his smirk, but he employed occlumency and his face returned to its impassive expression, and he held his hand out to Ollivander, who reluctantly handed the wand back to him and said, Lord Peverell, this is a masterpiece, the likes of which are very rare. In fact, I cannot recall if there is anyone else in Wizarding Britain who has the like. There is only one wand maker who is capable of crafting such a wand. I am happy to know that he is still alive after all these years. He disappeared years ago and I feared that he might be dead. I don't know if there is a wand that will suit you among my humble wares, but we will give it a try. He started pulling out boxes and kept trying them, but none of them seemed to fit Harry. The mystic's words echoed in his ears that none of Ollivander's wands would fit him. At length, the wand maker disappeared into the back of his shop to re-emerge befouled with dust and cobwebs, carrying a dust-covered box which spoke of a wand both ancient and forgotten. He used his own wand to clear away the sediment of decades to reveal a beautifully crafted box of polished mahogany. When he opened the box, it revealed a wand of unique design. It was about 13 inches long, had a groove in the handle and pliable. He handed the wand to Harry carefully as if it were some dangerous thing. The wand felt comfortable in his hand and his magic reacted well to its presence. He aimed that wand at a water pitcher and shot an animation spell at it, making it grow wings and fly. Ollivander was clapping his hands in enthusiasm while Frank was looking at him interestedly, and so was Alice. Ollivander summoned the pitcher back and undid his animation. Harry turned to the wand maker. You did not tell me about its wood and core, honored wand maker. Ollivander started as if lost somewhere in the past. It is one of the first wands that I made under the tutelage of my master. In all these decades, I have never found anyone, including myself, who could wield it. Finally, I forgot all about it, but, while I was trying to fit you for a wand today, it came forcefully to my mind, as if it were calling you. It is made of acacia, which makes for tricky wands and often refuses to produce magic for anyone but for their owner, and also withhold their best effects from all but those most gifted. The core is thestral hair with dragon heartstring intertwined together. Now it has chosen you and would only stop working for you if someone equally powerful as you manages to best you in a duel. He turned to Lord Longbottom. Oak, 11¼ inches, dragon heartstring, springy, wasn't it? Do you still have it? Frank proudly showed him the wand, and the wand maker examined it eagerly and pronounced himself satisfied as he conjured a flock of canaries and returned the wand to him. He turned to Alice. Lady Longbottom, as I recall you had cedar, unicorn tail hair, 12 inches, unyielding. Was it retrieved? She shook her head. The mad witch Bellatrix Nameless snapped it in two. I will need to be fitted with a new wand. Ollivander happily started pulling boxes off the shelf, trying to fit her with a wand, and after trying 10 or so wands, he pulled out a wand which sent red sparks as she held it, and she cast a few charms with it before pronouncing herself satisfied, and Ollivander happily wrapped it for her, all the while muttering, Ash wand cleaves true to its one true master and ought not to be passed on or gifted from the original owner, because it will lose power and will The core is unicorn hair, so the tendency would be even stronger. Use it with care. After paying for the wands, Harry left for the manor house where Himbot and dozens of mystics were waiting for him. He raised his fist to his heart and said, Dharma Urman, and Himbot repeated the gesture, leveled his wand at the teen and asked him, what did Guruji transform those two free boarders into? Harry smiled. He transformed them into partridges and threw them into the air from where they were devoured by griffins. The mystic asked him, what we can do for you, Harry? Harry recounted the entire day of happenings at the Wizengamot for him and said, I want you to watch the houses of members of the neutral and light factions for tonight because I fear that Voldemort will send his agents to try to terrorize or kill some of them so that the candidate for the dark will win. We want to keep our hand hidden if we can. I ask that if you do encounter any of Voldemort's agents that you confound and obliviate them so that they believe that they have carried out their orders and have no recollection of you whatsoever. Himbot replied, what you ask can be easily done, Harry, but would it not be simpler to make them quietly disappear? Besides, that abomination is a skilled legilimens and is certain to discover our deception. Indeed he shall, said Harry grinning. Remember that Tom Riddle is a being full of fear. He does not understand love or loyalty. When the election is done and his candidate has lost, he will look to his people to discover the reason why. Then he will punish those who failed. And they will resent him for it. And he will know that we can get to his people. And that, my friend, will leave him wondering what else we can do. Himbot gave Harry an appraising look then nodded, very well then. We will try it your way. We will keep an eye on them for tonight and ensure that no misfortune befall them. Good luck, Harry. As the mystics left, Sirius flowed in just behind Remus and they both cornered him. So pup, did you forget to mention or did you willingly omit telling us about Frank and Alice? Harry had the audacity to laugh. Augusta Longbottom swore me to secrecy. Besides, it was great to see your faces. Sirius wanted to whip out his wand and hex the teen, but knowing his prowess with a wand, chose not to. Instead he asked, why are we meeting at this manor, Prongslet? Harry offhandedly replied, this manor is part of the dowry of Cedrella Black which I intend to hand over to the Weasleys at the end of the meeting today. I want you to back me up when they try to refuse. Sirius nodded eagerly, of course pup. An hour later, Frank Longbottom arrived with his heir and as he stepped out of the flow the marauders mobbed him. After a teary heartfelt embrace, they reluctantly let him go and he teased both of them, look at you two, getting all teary-eyed for poor old Frank. Nobody would have believed that back in the day when you both made my life hell for snitching on you to McGonagall. Sirius answered him with a stinger and they continued bantering for some time before Harry had to tell the marauders to behave. Lord Greengrass arrived after some time with Daphne in tow. Harry bowed to him, Lord Greengrass. Cyrus Greengrass shook his hand and said, it is improper for you to bow to me, Lord Peverell. You are lord of an ancient and reverent house. Harry shook his hand and said, please call me Harry when we are not in the Wizengamot. It makes me feel old to be called lord at this age. Cyrus chuckled, call me Cyrus then. May I present you my heiress, Daphne Greengrass. Harry bowed to her and took her right hand pretending to key her knuckles, heiress Greengrass, I could swear that you look even lovelier than you did when you were sneaking into the hospital wing to visit me. Daphne blushed with Cyrus looking on curiously. He decided that he would ask his daughter about this later. A few minutes later, the rest of the lords and ladies arrived, most had brought their heirs or heiress with them. Amelia Bones sat at the head of the table, this meeting is about the voting for the new Minister for Magic tomorrow. While we are meeting here, Chief Warlock Dumbledore is rallying his supporters to vote for Lord Longbottom and I believe Lucius Malfoy is sending threats to members of the neutral faction to vote for Yaxley. Harry said, there is no need to worry on that account, Lady Bones. I have already seen to the security of the members and families of both the light and neutral factions. Those who would serve the interests of Voldemort, most of them shuddered, will not be able to approach them. Everyone nodded their approval while Cyrus watched everything with a critical eye. Harold Peverell's body language exuded confidence and his words did not sound as if he was boasting. To arrange for the security of 100-odd families was no mean task. Daphne sat watching him and eyeing Susan who only had eyes for Harold Peverell. She could sense that if she did not make a move, she might as well forget about Harold James Peverell. The way he was cozy with Bones, she would have no problem in ensnaring him. The meeting lasted for an hour where they tallied their votes and Lord Greengrass promised him the support of the largest block of neutrals and to ally his family and friends with the light after the voting. When the meeting was over and the lords and their heirs were leaving, Harry drew Arthur to one side. "Mr. Weasley, a word please." Arthur turned to him. "Yes, Harry." Harry handed him a stack of parchments. "These are the papers of ownership for this manor. As is the custom, your mother should have been given a house as part of her dowry which was not paid. Consider this as a part of her dowry. 500,000 galleons will be transferred to the vaults of House Weasley when the goblins give you access to them." Arthur, as Harry had expected, refused. "Thank you, Harry, but I cannot accept such a generous gift." Harry let his magic leak a bit and adopted a formal tone. "Lord Weasley. This is not a gift. This is proper payment of a dowry which was unjustly denied to your mother. Honor demands that I pay it. And honor demands that you accept it on her behalf. I ask that you do not shame me by refusing." Sirius, who was standing by Harry's side, said, "You had best do as he asks, Arthur. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side." Arthur accepted the stack of parchments and sighed in resignation. "Very well, Harry, if honor demands it, then I accept. Thank you. But, you must never force me again." Harry gave him a bright smile. "Mr. Weasley, you have loved me as you would your own son. You were generous and kind to me when I thought I had nothing and no one. Now I have more wealth than I know what to do with, and this, to me, is but a trifle. I would gladly give you more if I thought you would not resent me for it. As it is, this is yours by right and by law." Arthur had no answer to that, so he merely smiled. Before they left, Bill proposed to put the manor under a Fidelius charm, telling that they could use it as a safe house in the event things turned pear-shaped, which they agreed upon. The burrow would officially remain their family home for the world to see while the family would be shifted here. Harry cast the spell, causing Bill's eyes to expand so much that Harry feared they would pop out, and Mr. Weasley agreed to be the secret keeper. When he returned to the Black Town house, he found Dumbledore at the table in the meeting room. Harry took a place at his right while Sirius sat on his left and the rest took their seats likewise. As they waited, the special evening edition of the Daily Prophet arrived, which contained the front page news. Harold James Peverell, Lord of Four Houses. By Mallory Allerton. This morning when the Wizengamot convened for this month's meeting, nobody had inkling as to how this session was going to change the politics in the wizarding world for good. As Chief Warlock Dumbledore called for any preliminary business to be conducted, Lady Regent Bones presented none other than the boy who lived, Harold James Peverell, to be invested as Lord Potter. When the former Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge called his investment into question, Lord Peverell quoted the law of the Council of Lords which allow him to ascend to lordship in case the head of house is either dead or incapacitated, for Laws of Council of Lords, see page 14. He also advised the minister that by forcing him to compete against his wishes in a tournament meant for adult wizards, the ministry inadvertently had accepted him as an adult. The real shocker came when Lord Peverell claimed heirship of House of Black, Rosier and Peverell, for information on ancient and reverent House of Peverell CP 13. When Lord Malfoy protested his claim as Lord of Black, he presented a writ from Gringotts which testified that he was the magically adopted son of blood heir Sirius Black, apart from being his godson as he was named so by James Potter and Lily Potter. To quell the doubts about his claim, he summoned the spirit of family magic which showed that he is the Lord of Black now. As his ancestry was called in question, citing he was a half-blood, he reminded the Wizengamot of the ancient system of determining someone's blood purity, telling that since his parents were magical, he was a pureblood. He further revealed that Lily Potter was not a Muggle born but a daughter of House Rosier, being born of the union of Vincent Rosier and Amelia Rosier née Weber of the House of Weber of Germany, and had been given in adoption to Muggles. For more information on House of Weber and Rosier, cp. 8. As his first order of business in the capacity of Lord of Black, he reinstated Andromeda Tonks née Black back into the family and established her family line as a cadet line to the House of Black. In another move, he undid the injustice meted to House of Weasley decades ago by former Lord of Black, Orion Phineas Black, and reinstated Cedrella Black into the family again while establishing the House of Weasley as a cadet line to the House of Black. He further petitioned to reinstate House of Weasley on the Wizengamot as ancient and noble House of Weasley, which was passed with an overwhelming majority. In addition, Arthur Weasley's son, Charlie Weasley, has taken the mantle of Lord Pruitt as Molly Weasley née Pruitt is the last scion of the House of Pruitt. For more information on House Weasley and Pruitt, CP 9. In his last showdown, he annulled the marriage of one Bellatrix Nameless and cast her off from the family for bringing a bad name to the family. For more on Bellatrix, CP 16. The next shocker came from Augusta Longbottom, the erstwhile regent of House Longbottom, who abdicated her position as regent of House Longbottom in favor of Lord Longbottom, who along with his wife Lady Longbottom, have recovered of their ailment from overexposure to the Cruciatus curse. To read more about the incapacitation of the Longbottoms, CP 7. The House of Bones and Longbottom also declared their next heirs, Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom respectively, who are currently studying at Hogwarts and have finished their 4th year of education. Lord Peverell also appointed regents to his houses, with Andromeda Tonks being named regent for House Black, Sirius Black named as regent for House Rosier, Remus Lupin for House Potter, and Amelia Bones for House Peverell. However, the day was far from done, and Lady Bones brought a motion for the removal of Cornelius Fudge as Minister of Magic, which was supported by the leader of Neutrals, Lord Greengrass. Lord Longbottom and Lord Yaxley are nominated to contest for the post of Minister, with voting to be conducted tomorrow. This day left a lot of questions behind, with the prominent one being, as the Great Alliance again sitting upon the Wizengamot. For the Great Alliance, CP 12, with one of the reverent houses sitting again on the Wizengamot, what will be the far-reaching consequences? What will happen in the voting, with the neutral apparently leaning in favor of light? This reporter tried to contact former Minister Fudge, but we have been told that he obtained a port key and has left Wizarding Britain for the continent. Likewise, Lord Greengrass and Lord Peverell were unavailable for comment. The Daily Prophet would also like to remind its readers that this is the biggest family merger giving the boy who lived a more hyphenated name. However, he made a request to the Wizengamot to be identified as Harold James Peverell, which was granted. As they all finished reading the paper, Dumbledore turned to him. "My boy, would you answer some of my questions?" Harry grinned. "I think that now is hardly the time, Headmaster. I would happily agree to a meeting in your office at Hogwarts, perhaps over some tea and breakfast." He left Dumbledore sitting there after taking his leave, giving excuses that he was tired and wanted to finish some exercises before he went to bed. Time was down to the last 2 weeks of summer, and Harry had not worked on any of his school summer assignments yet. Although he had all the theory down pat and his penmanship had improved immeasurably, those scrolls of parchment were not going to write themselves, and that took time. When it came to the potions assignment, he took particular pleasure in not only covering the properties and uses of all the assigned ingredients, but gave additional information on suitable substitutes with resulting variation in effect and side effect of each substitution. Even the dungeon bat would have to give him an "oh" for that paper. After 2 hours or so, he set up some wards and retired to bed, determined to wake up before dawn. The next morning, Harry woke up to go for his exercises, and as he was about to open the door to his room, he felt someone standing outside. He sent a silent Hominem Revelio to find 4 persons standing outside his room, waiting for him to come out. He immediately knew who they were: the Marauders and the twins who were out for his blood. He calmly pulled out his invisibility cloak, wore it, and stepped out of his room. As the door opened, spells flew and were absorbed in the cloak. Harry smirked inwardly. He saw Remus casting a Hominem Revelio and wanted to laugh. Sirius tried to summon the cloak, but it did not move an inch. He calmly levitated himself, and bringing out his wands, he thoroughly doused the 4 standing there and tied them with chains before leaving. This morning he went to Hogwarts and started running laps around the Black Lake, which was twice the size of the lake in Adreshpurum. As such, it would give him some sense of satisfaction of being thoroughly tired. As he was completing his 4th lap, he found Severus Snape coming towards him in long strides and grinning inwardly. He set some glamour charms upon himself to change his appearance and waited for the potions master to arrive. Severus Snape, as he had expected, pulled his wand and leveled at him. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "I am running around this lovely lake for some physical fitness. Maybe you can do the same. It works wonders for one's physical being." Severus sneered at him. "Who gave you permission to enter these grounds?" He goaded the potion's master further. I do not need permission from anyone, Professor. The potion's master had a dangerous glint in his eye accompanied by the trademark Snape sneer which generally preceded some form of misery being inflicted on Hogwarts students. He said slowly and clearly, "Don't get smart with me." He cheekily replied, "If I became smart, Professor, it certainly did not happen in your class." Snape, who evidently was at the end of his tether, shouted, "I am warning you for the last time. Answer my question or duel me." Harry was really in the mood to jest with him now. "Do your worst, Professor." Severus shot a spell at him, Legilimens. While this was a surprising choice of spell, Harry understood that the potion's master wanted to see his secrets. He did not bat away the spell but waited for it to connect, not even having pulled his wand. As the spell hit him, he found Severus knocking on his mind shields, having been surprised at the presence of a well-organized mind. Harry found and pulled the perfect memory to distract the potion's professor. He allowed Snape in his mind and presented him with the image of a basilisk lunging to kill him. As Snape flinched, he threw the potion's master out of his mind. Severus was mad at him now and started with his first spell, which was cast inaudibly. Harry had not heard of the spell, but he recognized that it was a dark cutter spell and swatted it away with a flick of his wand. The potion's master started casting darker spells at him, which he batted aside. He was advanced beyond the point that a single opponent could give him any challenge. He either swatted his spells aside or sidestepped them, laughing all the while. Severus had lost all control and was firing everything he knew without even bothering about his aim. Harry caught one of his spells on his wand. He was using Ollivander's wand now, and sent it back at the potion's master, who realized in time what was happening and jumped aside. After that, Harry started sending bone breakers, bone crushers, and bone exploding hexes at the potion's master, who could barely dodge and was using shields. Harry started casting with his full power and kept breaking through his shields. After he had amused himself enough while he practiced his casting and he could see that Snape was swaying dangerously on his feet, he sent an Ascendio at the potion's master, sending him spiraling upwards. However, before the potion's master could fall to the ground again, he banished him into the Black Lake midair. After some time, he retrieved the flailing Severus Snape by a summoning charm. Just for fun, he bound the potion's master in chains, then shampooed his hair before drying him off. On a whim, Harry transfigured Snape's hair into a golden, wavy perfect replica of Gilderoy Lockhart's trademark style and left him there. Later, when he was retrieved by Dumbledore, he told the headmaster about the mysterious fighter who had defeated him easily. Dumbledore had a good idea who it was and chuckled before saying, "I like the hair, Severus. It is a good look for you." But he refused to explain anything to Severus, knowing it would be interesting to see Severus's face after he realized who had bested him. The Ministry of Magic. The Wizengamot convened at the required time, and a few lords from the Dark faction were missing who had been sent to intimidate the members of the Light and Neutral faction. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. "We will now hear the platform speeches of our candidates. Lord Longbottom, Lord Yaxley, please step forward." Dumbledore waited a few moments while the candidates made their way to the floor before he spoke again. "Lord Frank Longbottom, inasmuch as you were the first to be nominated, you will be the first to speak. You will have 5 minutes to address the Wizengamot." Frank scanned the chamber, making note of which seats were empty and the expressions on the faces of those who were present, making eye contact with many of them before he began. "My fellow lords and ladies of the Wizengamot." Dumbledore turned the hourglass that was sitting on the table in front of him. "Ever since the establishment of this august body, the office of the Minister of Magic has carried with it an obligation to serve and protect the public trust. These are duties which I recognize and accept with the greatest of gravity." By the time Frank finished his speech, he had promised a complete audit of the ministry's budget and spending, reforms to policies regarding relations with intelligent magical beings of other species, a complete overhaul of the wizarding prison, Azkaban, and finally a budget increase for the DMLE and an end to the hiring freeze for Aurors. Before the last grain of sand had fallen to the bottom of the hourglass, he thanked the members present and fell silent. Most of the people there, including the spectators, rose to their feet, cheering and applauding. There were some who remained seated, thumping on their tables, calling out, "Here! Here!" After what seemed an appropriate amount of time, Dumbledore rapped his gavel twice to call for order, and the cheering passed into a shuffle of chairs as the members took their seats again. Dumbledore spoke into the silence. Lord Erwin Yaxley, inasmuch as you were the second candidate nominated, you shall be the second to address this assembly. You have 5 minutes to speak. The tall, blunt-featured man sent a cursory glance toward the seats of the dark faction. His eyes widened with astonishment when he realized how many seats were empty, and worse, all of them were known to him to be his fellow Death Eaters. The significance was beginning to sink in, and he got off to a rocky start. Chief Warlock, fellow members of the Wizengamot, I thank you for your nomination and your support. I am honored to receive this nomination and hope to serve you right, or well. His speech contained all the pure blood tripe, protectionism and exclusivity one would expect from a Death Eater. He promised prosperity for all and assured them of continuation of the status quo between magical species as is right and proper. He was still blustering on when the last grain of sand fell through the hourglass and, as is procedure, Dumbledore began to clap, demanding that he end his speech. The man, clearly caught wrong-footed, muttered out some sort of thank you while a smattering of polite applause, led by Malfoy, greeted the conclusion of his rambling speech. The applause, what little there was of it, died out quickly. Dumbledore did not have to call for order this time. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, your ballots are in front of you. Please mark your selection for the post of Minister for Magic and hold your ballot high when you have folded it in the indicated manner. Malfoy protested. Some of the members of my faction are absent, and as such, I move that the voting be postponed until they or their duly appointed proxies are able to attend. Dumbledore turned to Percy. Mr. Scribe, do we have quorum for this meeting? Percy, already anticipating where Malfoy's question was going, had a ready answer. Chief Warlock, according to our charter, to elect a new Minister for Magic, quorum is a minimum 2/3 plus 1 seat represented either in person or by proxy. The number required is 108. This morning's attendance shows that of the 160 seats, 145 are either here in person or duly represented. We have quorum. Dumbledore spoke again. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Then turning to Malfoy, Lord Malfoy, your objection is overruled. As this ministry cannot operate without a minister, under Article 25 of our charter, we have quorum, and I am invoking my duty as Chief Warlock to call for a vote to select our next Minister of Magic. Then addressing the assembly, we will proceed with the voting. Percy rose to his feet. As the members held up their ballots, one by one, he summoned their ballots until he had collected the last one. He then retired to a chamber just off of the main assembly hall with Lord Pruitt, Charlie, and Lord McNair to count the votes. The vote was not even close. Frank Longbottom was elected Minister of Magic by a whopping majority of 100 to 45 with 15 absent. After Frank was sworn in, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Is there any more preliminary business or motion before we move to administrative matters? No one raised a hand, and he sighed in relief and turned to Madam Bones. The first order of business has come from Madam Bones. Madam Bones, the floor is yours. Amelia stood and turned to the Wizengamot. Respected lords and ladies, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which is responsible for law and order within the wizarding community, has been dealing with severe issues which were brought to the attention of the former minister. Unfortunately, he chose not to address them. Having been an Auror myself, I know that we do not have enough Aurors to patrol our establishments, or provide sufficient security to the general wizarding population. The training program for Aurors was curtailed by the previous administration, citing that we do not need Aurors who are trained to kill. The former minister even had the audacity to freeze the recruitment of Aurors for the last few years. The standards have been falling so much that in the previous few years, we had just one Auror pass the training program. We all know that from time to time there have been dark wizards who attract followers and seek world domination, although none of them has ever succeeded. Each time one arises, we pay for their defeat with our dearest blood. The most recent example of which was you-know-who. Although he was defeated at length, many of his followers went free. We saw clear evidence of that in the aftermath of the most recent World Cup of Quidditch. There have also been some wizards who had been in hiding from the ministry, like Peter Pettigrew, who was the real culprit and responsible for betraying the Potters to their murderer. If a new Dark Lord arose today, we would be woefully ill-equipped and unprepared to deal with such a situation, and many members of our community will perish. This shall not stand. To that end, I move the following 3 measures. First, that the hiring freeze for Aurors be lifted immediately. Second, that the funding to the DMLE be doubled to pay the additional expenses required to hire, train and pay for sufficient Aurors to meet our current need. Third, that the entry requirements for Auror recruits be re-examined and relaxed, slightly, to allow more witches and wizards to apply. Thank you all. It had been agreed that announcing the return of Tom Riddle in a session of the Wizengamot would be ill-advised. Such news might force Tom out of hiding before any real preparations to stop him could be made. Making a case to strengthen the Auror Corps to meet present need was more likely to gain support than a plea for emergency war measures based on a doubtful claim that the vanquished Dark Wizard had returned from the dead. This time, it was Lord Diggory who seconded the motion. The debate went around the hall several times. The dark side argued that there was no budget for such an increase and that it was not needed. The light side argued that the Aurors were less than half the number they had been 15 years ago and that their response time was pathetic. They were severely understaffed. The neutrals mostly stayed silent, their eyes following the debate like a slow-motion Quidditch match. The last to speak was Lord Greengrass, who made a fairly persuasive argument for the security of the wizarding community as a whole and got the attention of many of the neutral faction. Finally, most of the real players in the assembly had their say and Dumbledore took over. He addressed the Wizengamot. There being no further debate, we will now vote on the issue. The voting was a bit closer because some members of the Wizengamot, being fat, happy and stupid, still did not believe that Voldemort was back. They were more interested in protecting their budgets than the security and welfare of the wizarding community as a whole. But, between the members of the Great Alliance, those who did believe and some persuasion from Lord Greengrass, the motion carried by a slim majority with 85 in favor, 55 against and 20 either absent or abstaining. Frank turned to Amelia. Madam Bones, you are required to draft a proposal and submit it to my office within a week, and then the ministry will deliberate upon the proposal in concert with other department heads and a decision shall be made. Amelia bowed and returned to her seat. The session was adjourned soon since there was little to no business left. Black Town House. As Harry arrived at the townhouse in the evening, the twins were being very cordial to him, which rang warning bells in his mind. He warily asked them, "So mates, what is the deal with you treating me like this?" The teens smirked at him but said nothing. As Molly called them for tea and they sat at the table, he caught a subtle movement of their hand towards their wand. Wanting to make sure, he wordlessly and wandlessly cast the detection spell, and it showed that they had tinkered with his tea. Smirking to himself, he switched his tea with Fred and sat waiting for their prank to go off. As Fred drank the tea, he clutched his throat as if something was clogging his airway. Right before his eyes, Fred turned into something right out of an H.P. Lovecraft novel as he grew gills, webbed feet and webbed hands. Harry recognized the effects of gillyweed immediately and surmised that they had mixed some extract into his tea. He knew that Fred would not be able to breathe air until the effects had worn off. While the others in the room panicked, Harry conjured an oversized tub, filled it and threw Fred into it. After the effect wore off, Harry confronted them in private. "A joke is a joke. We all have a good laugh and forget about it, but you could have killed me with that one. Don't do anything like that again." Fred and George at least had the good sense to look ashamed and promised to watch it from now on. The special issue of the Evening Prophet spoke at length about the election of Frank Longbottom, his vision and proposed restructuring to the ministry, and about the minister agreeing to demands put forth by Lady Bones. Next day, Cottage on the Hill. Harry had arrived at the cottage on the hill early this morning right after his exercise. He went to find the others and found that only Moody was there. He growled at him. "Dumbledore has told me to see if you can hold your own against Death Eaters in a duel. We will duel each other now." Harry asked him, "What did Alistair Moody tell me when I was leaving for India?" Moody growled, "I told you to learn enough so that you can defeat me in a duel." Harry lowered his wand and said, "I had to make sure that it is you." Moody growled, "If it is all the same to you, I will have that duel now." Harry summoned his wand, the one manufactured by Shilpagya, and bowed to the Auror, who did the same. Just as Moody was getting into the stance, Harry sent a blasting hex at him, which Moody swatted aside and started casting lethal curses at him, and Harry dodged around his spells with ease. He kept dodging for 5 minutes, all the while taunting Moody that his aim was off, that he was growing old, and that he was slowing down in his old age. After 5 minutes, while Harry was dodging his spells, he sent a banishing charm at the Auror, who swatted it aside. In that second, Harry fired a chain of Reducto, Confrigno and Bombarda, forcing the old Auror to raise a shield. He had put all his power behind his spell, and the Reductor destroyed his shield. Moody ducked out of the way of the rest of his curses. After that, he kept the Auror on the defensive for 10 minutes, testing his endurance by casting all the lethal spells he knew of. He did not use Sanskrit spells in front of the Auror, wanting to keep it a secret. He deliberately made a lull in his casting, and the Auror started casting dark spells at him, which Harry matched spell for quite some time. Moody sent a cutter at him, and he lazily dodged it and conjured a fire whip with which he pulled the fake leg of the Auror, forcing it to come off, and as the Auror fell, he stunned him and bound him with Incarcerus. After he released Moody and returned his wooden leg and wand to him, he said, "Master Auror Moody, I apologize for taking advantage of that wooden leg you wear. It does seem to hamper you quite a bit, and no dark wizard is going to have any qualms about taking advantage of it either." Moody had a pained expression as he refitted his leg, and said, "Aye lad, 'tis true enough, and that is the one of the reasons I retired from being an Auror, not that I could not kill Death Eater scum even on this leg. But what can be done?" Harry said, "Let me try something." Tapping his wand to the claw-footed prosthetic, he transfigured it into a convincing mirror reflection of the ex-Auror's other leg. Satisfied with the transformation, he then animated the limb, which began to move like a natural leg. Then Harry said, "Okay, now I want you to try and stand up." Moody looked down at the leg with astonishment, then slapped his forehead with his open palm. "Why didn't I ever think of that?" And he stood up. The leg worked well enough, but after a few seconds, Moody stumbled and Harry cast a cushioning charm before he fell down. Moody growled, "What was that all about?" Harry looked a bit sheepish. "Sorry, I lost concentration. To make this really work, you are going to have to take over the animation. I think that with some fancy mind magic, we could even give you some sense of touch in the prosthetic. What do you say?" Moody cast his own animation, and Harry tapped the leg twice more to make the transfiguration and animation permanent. For the next few days, it became a trend for him to go for his training in the morning to the cottage at the hill, but none of the trainers wanted to touch him with a 10-foot pole except Moody. The Auror was always able to give him some good practice in back-to-back duels. The upgraded prosthetic took a bit of getting used to, but in the end, the old Auror was getting his dodge back. The rest of the time, he sat and watched others fight and train. At times he tried to join them, but none of the rest of them would even try to match him. The Marauders, as a team, were able to give him a challenge. Soon, he was visiting the cottage when no one else was around, and he would conjure dummies and fight with them, practicing all his spells or practicing his animagus transformation. He had long since accepted that the transformation would happen in its own time, and was content with running around the cottage on his paws, trying to get the feel of the animal so he would have no challenges when the time came to transform. Another thing which Ambar had told him to do was to transform his whole body at once to make it easier to transform every time, and he would not need as much time to transform. He had seen how fluid McGonagall and Sirius were with their transformations, and he was aiming for that. When he thought back about his first transformation, it occurred to him that it had been spontaneous, complete and instantaneous, but he had also lost control of the beast. The problem was not really about completing the transformation, it was more about remaining Harry while obtaining the form of the snow leopard. He practiced transforming for an hour every day, and it usually took him at least 15 seconds to transform and then 15 seconds to transform back, but he was quite sure that he would be able to do it effortlessly soon. Susan had been visiting the cottage and Black Town House more often. They would sit and talk for hours at a time. While his days were extremely busy, he was thankful for the reprieve that her arrival was. With her being there, he could be a teenager in love rather than some ferocious war mage. He still remembered what had happened in the Three Broomsticks when he visited with Susan in an effort to make up for not coming to see her at the moment he landed in Wizarding Britain. Flashback starts. He and Susan had been walking the streets of the Wizarding Village, and she decided that she wanted a drink. Chivalrous being that he was, he offered to escort her, and they entered the inn, where all conversation suddenly stopped as people realized who had just walked in. As he walked up to the bar, many of the wizards and witches in the inn came up to him to say hello or to congratulate him for his ascension. What can I get you two? Madame Rosemerta asked them. We will have 2 butterbeers, thank you, he replied, and she nodded. As she served them, she asked offhandedly, Are you two an item now? Harry choked on his butter beer for a moment while Susan blushed. He spluttered. We are not. I mean we are not it right now. Rosemerta was openly chuckling now. Don't worry, Lord Peverell. It is just that your fathers were never flustered so easily. While James was easygoing from the time I knew him, he pined after your mother. Sirius never settled on anyone before Marlene smacked him upside the head for chasing her around all the time. In the end, however unlikely it may have seemed at first, they were meant for each other. Harry thanked her for the anecdote and left as soon as he paid for the butterbeers. Flashback ends. Blacktown House. There were just 2 days to go until start of term. Harry was sitting in his room at the manor, when Ron walked in with 2 envelopes in hand. The letters and book lists have arrived. Harry looked a bit surprised. Book lists? Aren't they really late this time? Ron tossed Harry his envelope, and as he read the list, he found that there were 3 new books for defense against the dark arts. No surprise there. Every year the new Dada teacher had their favorite books. All in all, he had to buy 6 books for this year, one being the new spell book for charms, one for transfigurations, one for herbology, and 3 for defense. He was excited to see what defense would be like and who the teacher would be. Dumbledore had not told him about it. The mystic had also told Dumbledore not to say a word to Harry, citing it was a part of his training, and he should see it for himself. As he finished reading his letter, he looked up to see Ron holding a small silver red-colored badge with P inscribed on it, the prefect badge just like the one he had seen Percy wearing on his first ever train ride to Hogwarts. Ron handed the badge wordlessly to him to inspect if it was indeed real, and he wanted to laugh at his friend's expression. He thought that he should have been feeling a little jealous that Ron had been chosen for that honor over him, but, ever since he had seen Mother Magic, these things mattered to him very little. Anyhow, he had much more on his plate than he wanted. He congratulated Ron warmly, saying that he deserved it more than him. With 2 loud cracks, the twins chose that moment to apparate into the room and were horrified at the prospect of one more prefect in the family. Fred scowled in mock horror. Where did we go wrong with this one, George? George replied in an equally grim voice, Oh. The horror. Not another one like Percy. Ron retorted angrily at them, I am not like that git. Fred waved him off and turned to Harry, We thought you would become the prefect. Dumbledore fawns over you, and I thought he would have given the position to you without a second thought. George said, Alas, we did not start a betting pool for the positions of Gryffindor prefects this year, or this would have made us filthy rich and you would have some very angry people after you. Harry scowled at them. Are you both mental? I am the same bloke who breaks 100 rules every year, fights trolls for fun, smuggles dragons out of school, runs to fight a basilisk, sneaks out of the school when he is not supposed to, and doing so can put him in mortal peril, the same bloke who can run circles around the professors single-handedly. Giving me the position would have made people question his sanity. They all laughed loudly until Hermione came running into the room and saw the badge in Ron's hands. Harry could sense that she was about to express her doubts, and he forbade her with a slight shake of his head. So, she instead hugged Ron tightly and said, Congrats, Ron. You did it. But now you will have to be responsible enough to do your duties. George waggled his eyebrows. Yeah, like controlling your wayward brothers, telling your freakishly powerful friend to behave, among other things. But it's not all bad. You'll get to take points off Malfoy's crew when they step out of line. Fred winked, and he will have a beautiful witch with him to help him ease the burden, brother of mine. Ron looked around cluelessly while Hermione blushed and ran away before Harry could ask anything. Mrs. Weasley took that moment to barge in. I heard that the book lists have finally arrived. About time, I would say. I thought that they had forgotten it. Give me the lists and I will go finish your shopping while you lot get your trunks packed. She gave Harry a look with tape measures in her eyes and said, Harry, you will need all new school robes. Then without a pause, you too, Ron, and pajamas too, yours are too short now. What color would you like? Fred said, How about red to match his badge? Mrs. Weasley asked absent-mindedly. Badge? What badge? George said the words as if they were burning his throat. His shiny, new prefect badge. She said, but Ron is not a. Her words stopped in her throat as she saw him holding a little shiny red-colored prefect badge and she squealed before hugging him. Oh, a prefect. Congrats, Ron. That's everyone in the family. Fred said in indignation, what are we, next-door neighbors? Finally she let go of her son and asked him, so, what will it be? Ron asked, what do you mean? She smiled. We gave an owl to Bill when he became prefect, robes for Percy. Now what do you want? Ron smiled. Mom, may I have a new broom? She smiled brightly. Of course you can have a new broom. You have earned it. Harry did his best to remain impassive. Harry knew that they could afford a firebolt if they wanted to. But he knew that Mr. Weasley or Mrs. Weasley would not want to spoil him by giving him expensive gifts. As she was collecting the lists, Harry protested, Mrs. Weasley, I don't need robes. I have school robes. She giggled at him. Have you even tried them on, Harry? They fit you when you were at least 5 inches shorter and 25 kilos lighter. Your robes from last year will be too short and too tight if you can squeeze into them at all. Harry took one of his old robes and held it up to his chin. It looked several sizes too small. Finally, he had to admit that she had a point. Sometimes it felt good to be taken care of. That evening they had a feast in honor of the new Gryffindor prefects and Alistair asked loudly why Dumbledore did not give the badge to Harry. He was treated to several anecdotes of his father's antics while Remus whined that he never succeeded in controlling his wayward friends when Dumbledore had given it to him, trusting him to control his friends. Out of the 40 or so boys in their year, he supposed that Remus was the only one with a chance of keeping a handle on his friends. Too bad it didn't work out that way. 2 days later, the black townhouse was in chaos. People were going up and down the stairs, packing their trunks, trying to find their stuff and in general making mayhem. Harry's trunk had already been packed by Dobby during the night. He sent the elf to pack for others in the house, telling him that he wanted everyone at the breakfast table at 9 a.m., something which was no ordinary feat. Somehow they all managed to do it and Andromeda came by to say goodbye before he went to school. She had been coming regularly to see him and called him Harold instead of Harry, telling him that he should insist that only people really close to him should call him Harry. After some discussion, they decided to travel to King's Cross Station through the Flow network. It had not taken much persuasion to get it done. A fireplace would look out of place on a train platform, however. The place was already warded from prying Muggle eyes and it would greatly reduce the chances of a whole bunch of wizards and witches, running through the barrier, getting spotted. Traveling this way would not run the risks of getting stuck in traffic, being spotted on brooms, using underage magic, exposing the location of the Black Townhouse or any of the hassles associated with using the Muggle transit system. Of course, they could have used the night bus and gone all the way to Hogwarts if they wanted to, but Harry, who all had experience with that, turned it down flat. They all queued up at the kitchen fireplace in the townhouse. Mad Eye went first, followed by Nymphadora, followed by Sirius, who was followed by Arthur Weasley, who was followed by Hermione Granger, then Ginny, Ron, Harry and the twins. As he gracefully exited from the flow, Hermione asked him, "Since when have you become an expert in flow travel? I distinctly remember that you always fall flat on your face." Harry Mock scowled. "Miss Granger, I will have you know that I am very accomplished in traveling by flow." They stood making idle chatter when Susan arrived surrounded by 2 Aurors and Neville arrived sometime later flanked by 2 Aurors, being the minister's son had privileges. As the train gave the signal to start, he boarded the train with the others. The twins were already off to find Lee Jordan while Ginny went to find her friends and he turned to Susan, Neville, Ron and Hermione, "Let's find some seats." Hermione said hesitantly, "Harry, we have to go and attend the prefect's meeting." He smiled at them. "Do go on then. Come find me when you are done and I will save you some food." Ron chuckled. "What? After you are done sating your hunger?" Susan and Neville followed him until they reached the last compartment on the last coach of the train, where a girl with long, pale blonde hair and a petite figure was sitting by herself, reading a magazine upside down. Neville asked her, May we sit here?" When she looked up from her magazine, they could see that she was wearing a very strange pair of glasses. Her face had an unfocused, dreamy quality about it. She said to them in a sing-song voice, "Yes." They took their seats and stowed their luggage in the overhead racks, and as they sat she looked at Harry and said, "You are Harold Peverell." The way she spoke, he thought it was a question and said, "Yeah. I am Harold Peverell." She said again, "You have met the Provirocarn owl. They are dangerous for those of weak mind." Harry was looking at her with his mouth hanging open, surprised. How did she know about the Provirocarn owl? He asked her, "Who are you?" She replied, "I am Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw, and I know you met a large number of creatures this summer. Will you talk to me about it?" Harry grunted something like, yeah, and the other two in the cabin were about to laugh at him but were keeping their laughter to themselves with apparent effort. Hannah, Hufflepuff prefect, Ron and Hermione, Gryffindor prefects, joined them around an hour later, and the conversation was flowing easily between them till the door opened and in strutted Draco Malfoy, his green prefect badge pinned to his robe, with his two lackeys in tow. He sneered at Harry, "Look boys who it is, Saint Scarhead Potter and his posse of friends." Harry gave the trio an appraising look. Malfoy was used to throwing his weight around. With his two goons and Snape to back him up, he had always managed to get away with it, but not today. Harry gave his cousin a genuine smile and even chuckled a little before he spoke. "Well, Draco. Did you sit up all night thinking up that one? What may the Lord Black do for you?" Crabbe and Goyle were too slow to realize that their gang leader had just been insulted 3 ways from Sunday, but Draco understood all of it. His sneer slipped just a little. "What do you mean by that, Potter?" as he started reaching for his wand. But Harry had his wand out first, and with a gesture too quick to follow, the wands of the trio were torn from their hiding places and in Harry's hand. "What I mean by that, cousin, is that you may address me as Lord Black or Lord Peverell if you prefer, either is correct, or Harold. You are to address myself and my associates with respect at all times, and if you do not, your conduct will be reported to your mother. She is a member of House Black, will carry out her duties and teach you some manners or risk my displeasure. Is that clear enough for you?" Draco, having been brought up in the wizarding world as a pure-blood heir, did understand every implication of what Harry had said. He bowed from the waist and said, "My apologies, Lord Black. It was only a jest." Harry, knowing that Draco was a slimy git just like his Death Eater father and would hex him in the back the first chance he got, thought, just let him try it. Harry returned their wands, deliberately giving everyone the wrong wand back. He said, "Cousin, if you ever care to train your dueling skills, I would welcome the opportunity to use you as a whetstone." Draco, who remembered how quickly the 3 of them had been disarmed, thought, "I will never let this prat get a fair chance with me," said, "I await your pleasure, Lord Black." The last 2 words sounding like a curse. Then to Crabbe and Goyle, he said, "Let's go find some interesting people to talk to." And the 3 of them were gone. They spent the rest of the journey speculating over who the new Dada teacher would be, laughing over an article in Luna's magazine that said Sirius Black was really a rock star called Stubby Broadman and trading chocolate frog cards. Harry was bursting to tell them what he had done to Snape at the lake earlier that summer, but he kept it to himself, knowing how badly it would go for them if Snape thought they knew anything about it. All too soon, the train was pulling into Hogsmeade Station. Ron and Hermione excused themselves, saying that they had prefect duties to attend to. Harry, Neville and Susan moved off to look for a coach without them. As they were looking for a coach, they noticed that Luna had simply drifted along in their wake, so they invited her to join them. Harry expected to hear Hagrid booming out, "First years. OV, here." What he heard instead was a brisk female voice calling out, "First years, line up over here please. All first years to me." When he looked, he could see that it was Professor Grubbly Plank. He guessed that the half-giant had not returned from his mission yet. As he went to sit in the carriages, he did a double take when he recognized the animal tethered to the carriage was a Thestral. He could see them now and was reminded once again why he could do so. Neville joined him in the carriage with Susan and Luna. A few moments later, Ron and Hermione joined them and the carriage went forward. About 20 minutes later, he was sitting in the great hall of his first home, Hogwarts. Hogwarts. The students entered the great hall and made their way to the various house tables. Harry's friends entered in a group with Harry taking up the rear. As he made his way to the Gryffindor table, he scanned the faces of the other students. Although his picture had been featured enough in the Daily Prophet since his return, many of the students were amazed at how much he had changed over the summer. Some spotted him looking at them and waved. Harry returned their greetings as he went. Some scowled at him, supporters of Fudge and Voldemort, he thought. And others, particularly the girls, were giving him appraising looks. Harry did not give any indication that he noticed, but there were eyes watching him from the head table too. Snape, Dumbledore and the new professor sitting to Dumbledore's right were all watching the reactions of the students as the tall, well-built and lordly teen worked the crowd before he sat down. He finished making his way to the Gryffindor table. He chose a seat with Fred and George to his left and Neville and Ron to his right, facing the other house tables. The chasers of the Quidditch team sat across from him with Hermione directly opposite. It was only then that he realized that Wood had graduated at the end of his third year and Angelina now wore the team captain's badge. There would be tryouts this year. They would need a new keeper at the very least. Of course, with the Triwizard last year, there had been no Quidditch and they had not replaced Wood. Harry gave the staff table another look. There was Albus Dumbledore sitting in his chair, McGonagall on one side and an unknown face at his other side. Perhaps the new defense instructor. Harry gave him a good look trying to assess him and his capabilities. The man did not look like much, but he had learned not to judge a book by its cover. After all, the mystics looked like ordinary people and yet they could give even Dumbledore a good run for his money. He noticed two other new teachers at the table. One was a stern-looking witch that he did not know. The other wore a kind expression. She had gray eyes and wore her blonde hair down, past her shoulders. Sitting down, she looked like she was somewhat shorter than Professor McGonagall. As far as he knew, there were no other posts vacant. He decided not to think about it because Dumbledore would be telling them in a few minutes' time anyhow. He heard Hermione say, "I wonder where Hagrid is." He watched as Professor Grubbly Plank sat down in Hagrid's usual spot before he answered. Harry turned to her. "He has gone off to see some blokes who refused to become his friends. Some friends who would make him look small." Hermione heard him and pondered his words for a few seconds before her eyes spread in wonder. "He has gone to see giants." She was whispering, but her words were loud enough to be heard by Neville and Ron. Harry glared at her. Ron, who had been listening to every word, choked on his words. "Giants. He is mental, that one." Harry quickly erected a privacy ward and glared at Ron too. "Can you shout it a little louder, Ron? There might be somebody in the astronomy tower who didn't quite make that out." Neville sheepishly smiled. "So mate, what is the deal with the giants?" Harry started in low whispers. "This is supposed to be a secret. He had gone to try and recruit giants, but they have sided with Voldemort." They shuddered, "and now 30 of them are on their way here." He had heard the mystics talk about Voldemort like he was something nasty stuck to their shoe, but here people could not help but shudder at the sound of his name. He had a long talk with Harsh about it and knew there was a reason for their fear. Flashback starts. They had been sitting for their nightly session on knowing the intricacies of magic, and Harry could not help but ask, "Guruji, why are people afraid to say Voldemort's name?" Harsh smiled. "Harry, names are powerful things. Fearing a name gives more power to it, but similar way derogating a name dispels the mystery around a person. Voldemort represented death, destruction for wizarding population. He killed people mercilessly and wiped out entire bloodlines out of existence. Those wizards who experienced death, carnage and destruction at his hands obviously shudder at his name, and if his dark mark appeared atop your home, it was a death omen. To make them lose the fear of his name, you have to bring his real face to the world. Everything about his life that makes him ordinary like others, that has to be told. You can start that with telling people around you to at least use his real name, Tom Riddle, which would make him ordinary like others. When he resurfaces, publish whatever you have gathered about him and make him look like an ordinary mortal." Flashback ends. He turned to his friends. "Guys, if you can't call him Voldemort, try calling him Tom Riddle. Calling him, you know who, he who must not be named, or even worse, the Dark Lord, gives him a sense of mystique and feeds into his legend. If you cannot even call him by his name, how can you expect to defeat him? They all stayed silent for a while pondering his words until Neville said, "It makes sense to call him Tom Riddle. Calling him Tom Riddle makes him sound like an ordinary bloke." Hermione, who had been looking around, turned to Neville. Am I just seeing things, or is Snape trying to kill you with his glare?" Neville turned to look at Snape and grinned. "He really wants to kill me. If looks could kill, I would be a smoldering pile of ashes by now." Harry tilted his head toward Neville. "Got something to share, mate?" Neville smiled. "Father sent an owl to Snape to come meet him and met him like a pureblood lord of old. Put on some show of power, and Mother was there beside him. They reminded him why they were feared as Aurors in their time. As he came, they just offered him a seat without saying anything. They made him sweat for 10 minutes without saying anything, and then Mother laid into him that he had disappointed her by being a bully towards me when she had been kind to him during his school years, while Father glared at him the entire time and reminded him of all the times he intervened and saved him from the Marauders' pranks. Mother in fact told him that if she was in the prime of her health, she would have shown him why she was feared by others. For good measure, she told him that when she got better, she would have words with him for all the times that he has mistreated me." Harry winced. He had been on the receiving end of Alice's glare a few times, as he had been a regular to green hues recently. Harry looked toward the head table and, smirking, said, "Am I seeing things, or has Snape done something with his hair?" The others followed his gaze and attempted to take a surreptitious look at the potion's master. Hermione, who had the most trouble with her hair of anyone there, noticed immediately. "It looks like he's had it cut and shampooed. Is that a first?" Harry said no more about it, but he just sat back and enjoyed listening to all the speculation. Before the end of dinner, the entire Gryffindor table would be glancing at Snape and making their comments. Harry's thoughts drifted back to his visits at Green Hues. If he said something that Alice did not like, she would do nothing but glare at him with such intensity that his legs would quiver with fright. She equally doted on him though, and when he was around, she would shower her love on him. Frank was, well, Frank. His ordinary words were cutting enough, and he never used any hard word for anyone around him. The way he behaved, Harry was sure that the wizarding world was happy with him being the new Minister for Magic. Sometime in the past 2 weeks after Frank had been elected minister, Harry had cornered Remus one evening asking him to be his steward. Flashback starts. Remus was in the library reading a book on dueling when Harry approached him. "Moony, I have something I want to talk with you about." Remus turned to him, slightly wary and on the alert. "What is the matter, cub?" Harry's expression turned solemn, as if he were hesitating to speak. "I have 4 houses to manage and some rather specialized business concerns. Being at school full-time and with everything else going on, I can't possibly give them the attention they require. I need a steward to act in my name. That person must be absolutely trustworthy and share my values to do the job properly. It would help that the person I choose also has a vested interest in seeing these particular business ventures succeed. That is why I am approaching you." Remus smiled. "You want me to find someone who is willing and able to do it?" Harry gave him a lopsided grin. "No. I want you to be that person. I want to hire you as my steward." Remus contemplated this for a moment and then said, "Of course I will help you in any way you ask, Harry." Harry spent the next 2 hours with him, outlining how he wanted the businesses and properties to be managed. He filled Remus in on the new Wolfsbane potion, the ingredients it requires and where they were to be grown. That the potion was to continue to be sold at a very thin margin, but now the product would be non-toxic and a fraction of the price at which it was being sold earlier. Getting the paperwork done with the ICW to register the altered potion and to get approval for its general distribution and sale were to be his top priority. He advised him to work with the firm of Tonks and Benson to get it done. For now, every werewolf that Remus managed to hire would be given the option to participate in the clinical trial. At the end of the meeting, Harry passed a parchment to Remus to sign. The werewolf took a look at the terms and blanched. "But Harry, there must be some kind of mistake. I can't possibly accept these terms." Harry took the contract back and read out, 200,000 galleons per annum, a country estate adjoining the main greenhouse plantation, a house elf and an unlimited supply of wolfsbane. "I'm sorry, Moony, is that not enough?" he said with a twinkle in his eye and innocuous face. Remus looked at him wide-eyed, and said, Harry, I would do this for you as a favor. This is far too much. Harry slid the parchment back to his friend. Mooney, CEOs of major Muggle corporations are paid much more than this. I am asking you to manage several major business concerns and house business on top of that. You will be my face and my representative until I graduate. As such, there is a certain minimum standard of living that I expect you to maintain. This is only a fraction of what these services are worth to me. Please accept this offer and let me know if there is anything else you require for doing the job right. Besides, I do not wish to face my father again and have to tell him that I did not do anything for his best friend who was as good as a brother, when I had the chance. For good measure, Harry cast a non-verbal and wandless compulsion while he was looking his friend in the eye in earnest. Remus stiffened momentarily, then said, Very well, Harry. Since you put it that way, I will accept. Then he signed the contract. Harry beamed at him. Excellent. I will make a proclamation in the Daily Prophet that you are a steward for Harold Peverell, Lord of Peverell, Black, Potter and Rosier. Since then, Remus had gone to work with a will. The first thing he did was have his elf, Hinksley, see to his wardrobe. Once he had a decent outfit to wear, he had been working non-stop, meeting with Griphook and poring over reports of family businesses and properties. As it turned out, the Rosier family had a partial interest in the plantations that were growing the aconite and he dumped the shares immediately. They had lifted the stasis charms on all their properties, ordered repairs and updates to properties, dumping bad investments and buying into better ones. It was a long list and it all needed direction. Then there was all the paperwork involved with getting the new Wolfsbane approved. Based on Harry's notes from his initial trial, the ICW granted a patent pending status and approved a 3-month clinical trial for Harry's variation of the potion. Harry told Remus to gear up for full production based on the assumption that the clinical trial would be successful and that they could go to market immediately at the end of the trial. Working from Harry's notes, he prepared an article to be published in Potions Today, the moment that ICW approval was granted. He had also met with Ted Tonks and instructed him to do whatever it takes to get the recognition of Harry's potion and approval for distribution as soon as it was humanly possible. Ted had told him that thanks to Lord Peverell's considerable resources that for certain considerations, bribes, the process could be fast-tracked. Remus said that he did not need to know all the details, just try and get it done without outright trampling the law. There were a number of werewolves who had skills but had become unemployable because they could not afford the price of Wolfsbane or the side effects were more than they could tolerate. Likewise, there were a number of businesses owned by his houses which were hazardous and no other wizard was willingly ready to do those jobs. Remus knew many of them personally and they responded well when he approached them with offers of employment and the new Harry Peverell potion. 30 had joined his workforce already and word was getting around, but it was also a bitter truth that number of such wolves was a handful. Of the total 500 werewolves estimated to be in Wizarding Britain, they were not expecting for more than 80 or so werewolves to accept their offer of employment and unending supply of Wolfsbane potion. Flashback ends. Hermione tapped his shoulder and he turned to find the Sorting Hat finishing its song. He was so lost in his musings that he had missed the whole song and the sorting was starting now. After 100 new students had joined their new house tables, the sorting was at an end. Dumbledore stood and like all previous years, told them to tuck in and dinner started. As dinner proceeded, he caught stares at him from the Slytherin table, particularly Daphne Greengrass. He reminded himself of his promise to have more friends in other houses which he had repeated to himself many times during this summer. As they finished dinner, Dumbledore stood, to the new students, welcome to Hogwarts where I hope you will find the greatest treasure of all love, friendship, family and acceptance. To our returning students, welcome back for another year of enlightened learning. Now for some quick notices before you can trot off to your warm beds to forego the weariness of travel. The Forbidden Forests is just that, forbidden. I hope our new students would stay clear of it and some old students would remember well not to go wandering where they do not belong. He gave the twins a distinctly pointed look. Mr. Filch has reminded me for perhaps the 1000th time just this morning that no magic is permitted in the corridors between classes. The list of forbidden products now numbers 472. The complete list is posted outside the door of Mr. Filch's office and may be examined at your leisure. Now I would like to introduce new members of our staff. Please welcome our new Professor Vikram Rana, who took his education in the United States and has agreed to teach defense against the dark arts this year. Good luck, Professor. The man stood and bowed to the Great Hall, and Harry had a distinct feeling that he should know this man. Before he could say anything, Dumbledore had started speaking again. There is other news which should be told to the students, and while I find it tragic, my deputy has told me otherwise. Professor Binns, who has been teaching us history of magic for all these years, decided to move on to his next great adventure, and he is replaced by Professor Martha Hughes, who has done her mastery in magical history from Australia. The stern-looking witch, who Harry had not recognized, stood to the general, heartfelt cheers and applause of the students. As the cheers died down, Dumbledore was speaking again. Be warned. I do believe that anyone who skips history of magic now would be noticed. This drew a general chuckle from the students. Now, with the air of a naughty child, pulling a truly delightful prank, Dumbledore was speaking again. I believe that I have saved the best for last. After some discussion with my deputy, we have decided to reintroduce wizarding etiquettes as part of our curriculum here at Hogwarts. This class will help students to understand what's and the whys of appropriate conduct in the wizarding world. As this class is brand new to most of you, you may see your head of house to sign up for this class. First-year students already have this added to their timetables. We have procured the services of a member of the ancient House of Leicester to fill this new post. Please join me in welcoming Professor Cassandra Lester. As the witch rose to her feet, Harry could see that her hair fell halfway down her back and that she stood about 5 feet 5 inches tall. Her robes positively screamed pure blood and wealthy. She looked around the great hall and inclined her head a precise number of degrees to each of the house tables: Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and lastly Gryffindor, while the students applauded. Then she resumed her seat, pulling her robes under her, just so, as she sat down again. The announcements and introductions over, Dumbledore declared the welcome feast to be at an end and dismissed the students, citing that they had classes the next day. Hermione and Ron had to stay back to escort the new students while Harry bade good night to Susan and then went to Gryffindor Tower. He was standing before the portrait of the fat lady when he realized that he did not know the new password. Neville came strolling up behind him and said, "It's okay, Harry, I know the new password. And I won't forget this one." Harry chortled, "You can't forget it anyhow, not since you have organized your mind well enough." Neville gave her the password, Mimbulus Mimbletonia, and the portrait swung forward to admit them. As they entered the common room, the students there mobbed Harry, dragging him through the portal. The guys wanted to know all about his workout program while the girls were just trying to get a better look at him. They all wanted to know about what really happened at the third task last June. Harry just wanted to get away to bed, but he also knew that this was a good opportunity to work up more support for the light. He greeted and cheered everyone, without really answering any of their questions. If anyone probed too hard, he quickly found someone else who required his attention. When the first years arrived, he welcomed each one of them to the house and encouraged them to study hard, play hard, and bring honor to their house. He impressed them by remembering all their names. During the sorting, he had found that he was able to commit all the names of the new students to memory easily. When Harry had enough, he made a signal to Neville. Neville grabbed Hermione and asked her to step in and start answering the first year's questions for them. Ron set off a noisy spell near the entry to the girls' dorms. Harry disillusioned himself and took off up the stairs to the boys' dorms while everyone was looking the other way. Harry entered his dormitory to find Seamus and Dean already there. He turned to Dean. "How was your summer, Dean?" Dean smiled. "It was very good. Seamus's was a bit rough, however." He turned to Seamus, who muttered, "Me ma'am said that I should be wary of you as the Daily Prophet had published those articles about you." Neville arrived just then and immediately snapped, "For which they have already been apologizing for a month now. If you are going to say a word against Harry, then I swear by Merlin." He could not finish his words as Seamus raised his hands in front of him. "Mate, I told her that I thought those articles were rubbish. That Harry never had a reason to lie like that. She gave me a tongue lashing, but I endured it all. When it all became too much, I went to visit Dean. Harry said to him. Thanks for sticking up for me, Seamus. Seamus waved him off. We may not be best mates, but I know you wouldn't make stuff up just to get attention. You're famous enough already. Harry waited until Ron turned up and then the boys made small talk or played games till it was really late in the night and then retired to sleep. Ministry of Magic. Frank's first order of business had been to summon the unspeakables to boost ministry security. The new budget for the DMLE from department head Madam Bones had crossed his desk well ahead of schedule. Since the increase had already been ratified by the Wizengamot, he signed off on it immediately. He did notice, however, that even with the budget they had previously, they weren't making the best use of it. Next up was the tongue lashing he had given to head Orr Scrimgeour for the laziness and inefficiency of the Orrs. His words, however, had the desired effect and the Orrs were being run through the ringer the old-fashioned way. Scrimgeour had reached out to Moody to ask for help. The old Orr, with his hugely improved prosthetic leg, gladly volunteered to be one holy terror of a drill sergeant for a couple of hours a day and return to active duty. Tonks had complained to him once that she had never been sorer in her entire life than she was under Moody's training. He had been having them run and exercise the Muggle way, building their endurance, saying that the one who would last the longest in a duel would be the one to stay alive. In the end, it was his job to teach them to stay alive. Frank had kept Percy Weasley as his undersecretary. Even though he had worked for Fudge, the young man was bright, thorough and hard-working. He had promoted Arthur Weasley from his office to sub-head of another newly created department which was to look into increased activity of dark wizards and their movements along with increased instances of Muggle baiting. Frank had also started to work towards getting rid of the corruption that was rampant in the ministry, and many of the ministry employees who had entered the ministry with recommendations or influence of their families were on probation subject to their exemplary performance. Another thing which Frank had done was to repeal the horrendous laws which were written during the First Wars and treated werewolves as second-class citizens. He issued a decree stating that if a werewolf was taking his potion regularly, they could not be discriminated against and they should be treated as ordinary citizens. With the increased budget, Amelia also had invited applications for Orrs, reducing the requirements to E in potions and E in defense, considering there had not been many students in the past who had achieved the required O grade in these subjects. 200 wizards had responded and about 150 had made the cut to enter the Orr course, who hopefully would be trained enough to stand against Voldemort and his Death Eaters when the battle came. The Order spies had reported that Voldemort had around 150 followers currently, and that number was expected to rise sharply when he decided to come out into the open. Hogwarts. The next morning. As always, Harry woke up before dawn and, remembering his pranking spree, he disappeared to the 7th year's dorms and returned a few minutes later, grinning evilly, trying to imagine what would happen when the prank would go off. He ran 4 laps around the lake and then sat in meditation. He was concerned for his training. There was nowhere in Hogwarts where he could practice unopposed and unseen. Perhaps it was time to explore the castle, but that would have to wait until after classes. He returned to the tower to find Hermione up and reading a book in front of the common room fire, and she asked him, "Where were you?" He shrugged. "I was off to do some exercises. I cannot break my routine after all." She opened her mouth to say something and closed it. She was seeing the logic in his words. If they did not all keep working out through the school year, they would lose the gains they had made over the summer. She resolved to start her exercises the next morning. Harry went upstairs to his dorm to find his dorm mates sleeping. Shrugging, he went for a bath, knowing that others would be waking up soon. An hour later, he was dressed and sitting in the Great Hall. There were only a few other students there, mostly Ravenclaws, with only the defense teacher at the staff table. He dug into his breakfast and had almost finished with it when someone sat down opposite him at the table. As he looked up, he found Susan Bones sitting there and glaring at him. He innocently asked, "What is the matter, Susan?" She gritted her teeth. "You are a moron, Harry Peverell. Did it not occur to you that maybe I was waiting for you to come and meet me outside the Hufflepuff common room?" Still clueless, he said, "I am sorry, Susan, I don't remember us making a date. Besides, I don't know where the Hufflepuff common room is." She glared at him. do you not have a fantastic map of Hogwarts which can tell you in a minute where I am or where my common room is? He gaped at her. How do you know about the map? The map had been retrieved by Sirius in his padfoot from the office of fake Mad Eye while Harry had been in magical coma and returned to him later. She smirked. Messrs. Mooney and Padfoot saw it fit to acquaint me with your little secret. He sighed. Fine, I could have found your common room, but I still don't recall us setting up a date. Hermione, who had just entered and heard the last part of the conversation, said, You are really clueless, Harry. You can be really subtle like a pureblood lord when you want to be, but other times you are as dense as a block of wood. He decided it was not worth it to argue with two witches over something as trivial as this and focused his attention on the food before him, and Susan went away stomping her feet in anger. Just at that moment, the twins entered the great hall and were trotting towards the Gryffindor table when suddenly, there was a flash and the twins' school robes were changed into intricately worked and beautiful sleeveless gowns, and the entire great hall burst into laughter. The twins took it all very positively and modeled their dresses to the audience. After they successfully undid the transfigurations perpetrated on their robes, they sat down beside Harry and whispered to him that vengeance would be theirs for all the pranks he had been pulling. As others joined them and breakfast was winding down, McGonagall approached them and handed him his schedule, and he remembered he had to ask her something. Professor, if it is not a bother to you, can I change from divination to ancient runes? She looked at him sharply for some time before she started speaking. That would depend on Professor babbling. But, even if he says no, you may drop divination and study runes independently to take the owls at the end of your year. I will talk with her and let you know. Ron made the same request and she told him likewise, and as she left, he looked at his amended timetable. The timetable was messed up as usual, but he realized that they were having classes with all the houses as opposed to the usual Gryffindor Slytherin and Gryffindor Hufflepuff. The first period was double transfigurations with the Ravenclaws, followed by charms with the Slytherins, then a free period, and lastly herbology with the Hufflepuffs. Professor McGonagall gave them all a long lecture about the upcoming owls and their importance for their careers. After about half an hour, she set them to practice transfiguring one thing into another. She gave them pieces of wood and told them to transfigure it into silver. While it was a hard transfiguration for the students, Harry had no trouble with it. He also realized why McGonagall was asking them to do this. While conjuring was hard and exhausting, transfiguring was easier. If one got into a fight with a werewolf, they could transfigure a piece of wood into a silver dagger and it would kill them all right. As McGonagall told them to practice doing it, he flicked his wand and lazily transfigured it into a piece of solid silver. Then, just for fun, he reshaped it into a tortoise and animated the solid silver tortoise to run laps around the table. He looked at McGonagall to find her beaming at him, and he looked around to find that they all were gaping at him in wonder. He found that Neville, Hermione and Ron too had finished their transfigurations, but their transfigurations were not as neat as his. For the rest of the period, McGonagall gave him different tasks to do, which he did with almost no effort. As they left class, Hermione started asking questions as he had expected she would. How could you do it so flawlessly? We all had to put in some effort, like imagining what we want, put our intent into the spell, and you did it like it was not a big deal to you. He smiled. Hermione, you know I cannot answer your questions. I am not supposed to give my secrets to anyone, especially to anyone whose mind can be breached. You have a well-organized mind, but a Legilimens can enter your mind, and as it is very organized, he would have no trouble sifting through your memories at all. She whined. I have tried to find books on occlumency, but they are guarded more tightly than vaults at Gringotts by old pureblood houses, and there is not a single book available on the topic in Flourish and Blots. I wish I had a magical guardian who could give me this information. He mysteriously whispered to her, Did you know you may not be a Muggle born but a half-blood, or may be a pure blood? She looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? I am a Muggle born. No one in my family was a wizard or a witch. He smirked. You do realize that magic has to come from somewhere, right? Then he launched into a detailed explanation of what Prathimon, he referred to him as a friend, had told him about magical ancestry, how Muggle-borns were children of squibs, how children born within 5 generations of their last magical ancestor could be half-blood if one of their parents was a squib and pureblood if they were descended from squibs on both sides within 5 generations, and how they would be called Muggle-born if they were descended more than 5 generations later. By the time he finished explaining, her face was lit up with anticipation, and when he told her that she should go and get a ritual inheritance test done by the goblins, it looked like she was ready to go running but had to stop when she remembered she was in school. As they arrived for charms, the professor also talked to them about the importance of owls and expected them to do well in the examinations. He set them to practice the impedimenta jinx which Harry, Hermione, Neville and Ron could do with ease, and as they were at it, the Slytherins were sweating it out with trying to learn the charm and having difficulties with it. Malfoy was having trouble with stopping the projectiles being hurled at him for some time before he eventually succeeded. As he looked around grinning, hoping to rub it in the faces of the lions, he found that the 4 had finished the work already and were sitting content. Harry decided to have some fun, and when no one was looking he wandlessly shot Crabbe with a cushioning charm and a locomotor charm and sent him gallivanting at Malfoy, who used the impedimenta with all his power, and Crabbe came to a halt at the last moment before he could make a nasty impact with Malfoy's face. None of them could know who had done it, and even if Flitwick checked everyone's wand he would not find out who had done it because Harry did not use his wand. As he came out of charms to go to lunch, he heard someone call him Lord Peverell. He turned to find Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis coming towards him. As they neared him, he bowed. "Eris Greengrass, Eris Davis." Daphne scoffed. "Please leave the formalities for when we are in the Wizengamot." Harry nodded. "Only if you don't call me Lord Peverell all the time." "How can I help you, ladies?" Tracy winked at him. "While I do not think you can help me in any way, Daphne may think otherwise." Daphne scowled and said, "Just wanted to say hello and ask if you are going with someone for next Hogsmeade weekend. If not, would you go with me as a friend?" Harry was surprised at her straightforwardness and told her that he would require time to consider. Unknown to him, Neville had been listening and was going to let Susan know of this new wrinkle. As he arrived at lunch and sat down to eat, he cast the detection spell and found that while the food had not been touched, the utensils had been hexed to make him change his appearance right in the middle of the Great Hall. He remembered that Remus had used the same prank on the twins in the townhouse at the start of summer after they had fed him the draft of rage. Smirking inwardly that the marauders had joined the twins, he switched his utensils with Hermione, knowing full well that she would take them to task for their misdeeds, and waited for the prank to start. Hermione returned from the library, and as she ate the first morsel, the pranks activated and she started changing appearance. Harry knew exactly what was going on and countered the spells almost the same moment they took effect. Those sitting around him at the table had seen what was happening to Hermione and were trying to rein in their laughter while Fred and George looked mortified. Hermione sat there gritting her teeth, and as the prank was countered, she rounded on them while Harry cast a privacy ward around their table so no one would hear what she was saying. She glared at the twins. "How dare you two prank a prefect?" Fred said seriously, or at least as serious as Fred ever gets. "Sorry, Hermione. You were not the intended target of our prank." "It seems," George said, glancing toward Harry, "that someone is having us all on." Hermione went ballistic. "I don't care who you were trying to prank. Enough is enough. People should be able to eat in peace. You two will stop it right now, and if you don't, I will write to your mother." George gasped, horrified. "No. You wouldn't," Fred said. "Why would you bother? It looks like you've been taking lessons from her already." Harry turned to her. "Hermione, while you may be a prefect with authority to report people for rule breaking, it is not your place to write a letter to parents of a student telling them about their children's misdeeds at school. It is a prerogative which exclusively belongs to the headmaster and their head of house. Not you. Even if the Weasleys hold you as dear as their own children, this is not propriety, and it will look bad for you in the wizarding world if you break propriety." She rounded on him. "I can do it if I wish to, Harry." He shrugged. "Be my guest then, but before you do it, why don't you ask Professor McGonagall about the rules regarding this, or better read the Hogwarts Charter if you have not already committed it to memory from start to end. Herbology with Professor Sprout and the Hufflepuffs was next on the schedule. Harry left lunch a bit early to get to his dorm and retrieve the plants he had brought with him from India. He brought the plants and the notes regarding their care. He was going to give them to Professor Sprout after class. He was sure that they would be helpful in defending the school when the time came. Herbology class went fine for the most part, and as Professor Sprout asked them to select partners from a different house, Harry was immediately singled out by Susan, Neville, Hannah and Ernie. Ernie greeted him pompously and told him that he believed him. The class was not very hard, and having worked with these plants and even some more dangerous ones for the past month, he worked very casually with them while Susan glared at him hard. He could not understand her reaction and chose to ignore it while he really wished the mystics taught him to understand a woman and her ways. As the class wound up, he asked Neville to wait. The rest of the class had gone and they approached the herbology professor. She asked him, "What is the matter, Mr. Peverell? Need any help?" Harry said, "Professor, recently I was on a tour outside of Wizarding Britain where I saw plants which are not found in the greenhouses here, so I thought maybe you would like a sample of them." Professor Sprout's curiosity was piqued. "Oh. Bring them out then, Mr. Peverell. Let's see them." Harry brought out the 5 plants and handed her a stack of parchments detailing the care and characteristics of each plant. The notes included things like what soil they prefer, how much sunlight, how much water, fertilizer, and most important, what precautions to take when approaching each plant. He could also see that Neville was really eager to get a peek at the stack of parchments. Perhaps Professor Sprout too had noticed this because she offered him the stack of parchments. He read through them while the professor had her wand out, inspecting the magical cousin of Mimosa pudica, and muttering, "Interesting." When she was done with inspecting the plant, she turned to Harry. "Mr. Peverell, this is an interesting plant which has been developed by someone who had some real skill in herbology. This has an excellent defense mechanism, but I noticed that you did not list its uses." Harry's face turned impassive. "It would be best if that remains a secret, Professor. It is a toxin and that is all that anyone needs to know about its uses." She nodded but said nothing. She inspected the second plant and could not see any special characteristic about it and asked him, "What is special about this one, Mr. Peverell?" Harry smiled grimly. "Let me show you then, Professor." He planted it and cast an engorgio at it, making it increase in size. As they waited, it started emitting trance-inducing music, and Neville had obliviously started walking towards it when Harry had to swat him on the head to snap him out of it. When he looked at Harry, he pointed his attention towards the plant. A small animal had wandered over from out of the forbidden forest and was approaching the tree. When the animal was within reach of the tree, it fell to the ground, dead. They watched as a tentacle emerged from the plant and drew the animal into a toothy maw which had been hidden in the bole of the tree. A second later, the animal was gone and the tree looked like an ordinary plant again. Harry turned to Professor Sprout, who had undone his engorgio and, stunning the plant, had uprooted it. She turned to Harry. "Mr. Peverell, these plants are not normal but very dangerous. This one especially should not be approached without earmuffs on because one would be ensnared in its music. Now, if I may ask why you did show them to me, and are the others equally dangerous?" Harry said grimly, "Professor, as you know, Voldemort," she shuddered, "has returned, and sooner or later, he will turn towards Hogwarts. These plants can be used effectively to kill many of his followers who unknowingly would walk into it. To answer your other question, the other plants are equally dangerous. One of them emits musical notes which can put anyone into a charmed sleep from which they cannot be revived except by Wiggenweld potion. Another is one which remains inert in sunlight, but in dark or shadows, touching it bare-handed would activate its mechanism and it would spit highly corrosive sap at anyone unfortunate enough to be within 10 feet of it. The last one is like Devil's Snare, but it can work even in sunlight and it can choke a person to death within seconds. To defeat it you would need to destroy its root, which is not possible within a few seconds that you have due to its dense foliage." Sprout said nothing but took the plants in her custody, all the while muttering, "These will need a greenhouse for themselves where only Newt students can touch them and not without me being present all the time." Knowing they were dismissed, he and Neville returned to the Great Hall and Harry asked what had been on his mind. "Neville mate, why was Susan looking angrily at me?" Neville grinned. "She was hoping you would ask her out for Hogsmeade weekend, but you told Daphne that you would consider her offer. Being a good friend to Susan, I relayed this little tidbit to her. Harry scowled at him. You will pay for that, Longbottom. I have been pranking everyone mercilessly except you, but now it's your turn. Neville shuddered but said nothing. As they entered the Great Hall, Harry went to sit at the Hufflepuff table alongside Justin and Ernie. Susan, who was still pretending not to notice him, looked up and scowled at him. For what reason does the mighty Herald Peverell deign to grace us with his august presence? The others, sensing Harry's impending demise, scooted farther from Harry to get out of the blast radius. The way Susan had improved over the summer, they thought that Harry might end up looking a bit worse for wear in the seconds to come. Harry gave her a lopsided grin. Susan, I am sorry for not coming to meet you outside the Hufflepuff common room. Let's do a deal. If you want me to do something, please just say it rather than just willing me to do it. Ernie, who was listening to them, said sagely, It never works, mate. Woman love subtlety. Sally Ann Perks, who had just taken a seat beside Susan, asked him, You know that how? Had any experience with that, Macmillan? Ernie turned to her. Nobody was talking to you, Perks. I was just advising Harry about women and their eccentricities. Zacharias Smith, who was sitting a few places down the table, sneered at Harry. What are you doing here, Peverell? Harry turned to him. It looks like I am having dinner with my friends, Smith. Is that going to be a problem for you? Smith growled. Do you need a map? You are a Gryffindor. This is the Hufflepuff table. Hannah snapped at him. Shut up, Zacharias. He is welcome among us if he chooses to dine with us. Zacharias opened his mouth to say something more and Justin elbowed him in the ribs hard, telling him to drop it. Wayne Hopkins turned to Hannah. Since when did you become friendly with Peverell? I distinctly remember that you fought your best friend when she stood up for him last year. Harry could sense that tensions were rising and addressed them. I do not want you all to fight among yourselves. I just came to see Susan. I will be going now. He returned to the Gryffindor table and slipped into a seat between the twins. Hello, you two. I hope you are not going to try to prank me again. The twins laughed good-naturedly. Fred said, No, mate, we can appreciate a good prank when we see one. George added, You did best us all the times we tried. Together they said, We would rather have a prank war amongst us to see who can prank more students. 1 week of pranks and the winner gets 100 G. Harry smiled. All right. Now, are there any other rules to this competition? Fred said, The only rule is that it must not be life-threatening. Also, the prank must be at a place where everyone can see it. Harry grinned. Well, that's easy. You are on. As he was returning to his dorm, someone called him, Harry. He turned to find Angelina coming to him and said, Yes, Lady Johnson, how may I serve you? She rolled her eyes. You know I like the older version better. You can save your pure blood lordy ways for someone who is not your team captain. He smiled. Congratulations, Angelina. You deserved it. She beamed. I was not sure I would get it, but McGonagall said that she made this decision after a lot of thought. I have scheduled trials for the team this Friday at 7 o'clock. We are taking trials for beaters, chasers, and a keeper. He mulled over her words for a second and said, We already have 3 excellent chasers. Why do we need new ones? There are no beaters better than the twins, so why would we need new beaters? You did not say anything about a seeker trial though. She smiled. I will be gone after this year and so will be the twins. Alicia and Katie also would stay for another year after this, then Gryffindor House will need to find replacements. I am trying to find players who can regularly train with us so that we will not have any troubles when they are playing in the main team in event that some of us are tied up in other obligations. Also, there is no one else who can play seeker like you. You can fly circles around us with that broom of yours. Harry, thinking about being back on the Quidditch pitch again, grinned. I don't know about that. I put on a lot of weight over the summer. I may not be as good as I used to be. But, I will be there at 7 o'clock on Friday. Harry went out in the grounds to practice flying without a broom the way the mystics do. The sun had set and the sky was overcast. The only visible light was coming from the windows of the castle. Harry cast a glance at Hagrid's hut, but it was just a darker patch against the trees of the Forbidden Forest, no sign of life there. As he willed his sight to see in the darkness, the snow leopard answered and the vague, dim shadows resolved themselves into sharp focus. It was then that Harry could see someone zooming about the Quidditch pitch on a broom. Curious to see who would be out flying in the dark, Harry disillusioned himself and began levitating through the air toward the mysterious flyer. With his enhanced night vision, Harry could see that it was Ron on his Nimbus 2001 and doing a good job of it. Harry guessed that Ron was going to try out for the team. He left Ron to it. No need to spoil the surprise or embarrass him. Harry reflected that his flying practice was going well. He could easily maintain a height of 30 feet now. Although he could achieve some movement, it was nothing like the speed he could obtain on a broom, yet. For now, he knew that if he were to be dismounted midair, he could avoid being killed or injured even if nobody was around to help him, and that was good enough. Smiling to himself, he returned to the common room and to his dorm. He really needed to see Dumbledore now to find a place to practice his arcane magics. Serpent's Pit. Draco Malfoy had returned to the Slytherin common room in the evening after the sorting and had been mulling over the events which had changed drastically in the last few weeks. 2 weeks ago, he had been the heir of Black and commanded respect from others, but Harold Bloody Peverell had taken it away from him along with humiliating his father in front of the Wizengamot. He had thought that he would teach Peverell a lesson on the train, but he had showed him up in front of his lackeys. Then there was the instruction that his father had given him before he boarded the train about establishing his authority in Slytherin House on his own merits so that he would be a favored one of the Dark Lord, because as things were changing, Lucius was afraid that the Malfoy name may not remain in favor for long. The Malfoy name had the backing of the name of Black earlier and was the chief reason that people respected them. Otherwise, there were people who even called them fugitives, though he did not know the story behind this. Something about his ancestors fleeing from France was all he had heard. He had noticed that Peverell's circle of friends had grown and included heirs of some very prominent families of the wizarding world. Not to mention, he had the light and neutral faction at his back. Draco was, however, still not convinced that Peverell was powerful. He would show him up. As he entered the Serpent's Pit, he found that everyone was busy with their own work and hardly anyone even bothered to look up at him, unlike the previous years. There were Jugson, Everly and Dryden, whose families were vassals of House Black, and they used to fawn on him during previous years, but today they looked like they were not caring at all. He called them. "Hey Jugson, why did you not come to see me this morning on the train?" Jugson sneered at him. "And why would I do that, Malfoy?" Draco snapped at him. "Because I am your superior." Jugson sarcastically remarked. "Oh really? As I see it, I am in the final year of my education, have more knowledge than you, so I am your superior." Draco shouted. "Don't forget that your family is a vassal of mine. I am and I always will be your superior." Everly turned to him. "News flash, Malfoy. The noble houses of Jugson, Everly and Dryden are not vassals to the ancient and noble house of Malfoy, but to the ancient and most noble house of Black. Last we checked, Harold James Peverell was the Lord of Black and not you. So tell me, Malfoy, how are you superior to us?" Malfoy went into a rage. "You compare me to him. He is a talentless wizard while I am a Malfoy. He cannot match me." Dryden, who usually was very quiet and did not speak unless spoken to, turned to Malfoy. "We do not know about everything he has achieved in 4 years at Hogwarts, but he escaped the Dark Lord last year. He survived the killing curse at least twice if rumors are to be believed. He became the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year despite never having flown a broom, flew circles around you whenever you have played against him, obtained an outstanding in defense when the werewolf Remus Lupin taught us, as we have heard he resisted the Imperious curse cast by Moody, outflown a dragon and bested Merlin knows what creatures at the bottom of that lake. And, from what we heard, disarmed you and your 2 goons before you even got your wands out on the train. So, tell me, Malfoy, what you have done that makes you better than him." Malfoy opened his mouth and then closed it. He did it several times while thinking of a suitable reply to Dryden but could not do so. Pansy, who saw this, rose to his aid and snapped at them. "He is a pureblood whose father sits in the inner circle of the Dark Lord. Can you say the same for yourself?" The reply came not from the 3 of them but Theo Knott, who smirked evilly. "From what I have heard, Lord Malfoy is falling from grace very fast. He may not remain there for long." Malfoy turned to Knott and found that most of the house had been looking on the scene with amusement, watching him shout like a child. He realized he would have to make an escape before he was ridiculed further, but before doing so, he glared at Jugson, Everly and Dryden. You all will live to regret this day forever. As he left, Dryden erected a privacy ward and turned to the other two. You know, my family told me to seek out Lord Black and ask for his protection. My family may have been sympathetic to the Dark Lord, but they are not willing to involve themselves directly in it. Jugson agreed. My family is doing the same. While my father was a marked Death Eater, after having seen the bloodshed in the last war, he told me to seek Lord Black and ask for his protection for myself and him, if possible. He does not wish to serve the Dark Lord anymore, but there is no escape from it unless the Dark Lord ceases to exist. Dryden, who had been quiet for a while, said, We cannot directly approach him though. In the last 4 years he has been treated horribly at our hands. If we go to him now, he might think that it's just a ploy. We will have to seek him out after we can determine that he will treat us fairly. Unknown to them, Daphne was watching them with interest, reading their body language and seemed to know what they were talking about. She intended to approach them after she had established some common ground with Harold Peverell. The next day, Malfoy had been unbearable after the Gryffindors, or precisely Peverell's friends, had showed them all up during the charms class by mastering the impedimenta before the Slytherins. He wanted the entire house to stand behind him. However, Daphne saw through his act. He was only trying to present himself as the unopposed leader of the Slytherins, and the house was divided right now. She needed to present her proposal to Peverell so that she could present a way out for those who did not want to stand behind he who must not be named. Pansy was being insufferable, misusing her authority as prefect, and Daphne was forced to wonder if the headmaster was going senile, as he had given the position of prefect to her and Draco of all people. Those two would further alienate the Slytherins from the rest of the school. She was sitting on her bed thinking about a way to proceed with the meeting she wanted to have with one Harold James Peverell, when Tracy jumped on her bed, still thinking about your raven-haired boy wonder Daff. I must accept that he has become more attractive this summer. If you are not making a move, then I will. Daphne glared at her and Tracy raised her hands in a pacifying gesture while grinning at her. You don't need to go all Ice Queen on me, Daff. I'm just yanking your wand, but you really need to make a move. I have seen quite a few witches eyeing him as if he were a tasty dish. Daphne scowled. Get your mind out of the gutter, Tracy. As I see it, you still cannot bring yourself to talk to Zabini about your feelings. When are you going to do that? Tracy shrugged. He is happy being a witch's wizard and does not look at me. Perhaps he is not the one. I guess I will take a leaf out of your book and look for some decent wizards in other houses where they do not leer at every witch who is kind enough to talk to them. Daphne sighed. If you can get your head out of the gutter, let me know how I can approach Harold Peverell. If I do not make a move soon, Malfoy will have most of the house standing behind him. Tracy gave her an evil smirk. As I have told you earlier, you need to drag him into a broom cupboard and. As Tracy rambled on about what she should do, Daphne put her fingers in her ears and pretended not to be able to hear her. Next day. It was still an hour before dawn and Harold Peverell dived into the lake to start his morning workout. As he smoothly slid through the dark water, the giant squid kept pace with him, waving a tentacle in time with Harry's strokes. The glow of the pre-dawn was filling the sky as he finished his second lap and strode out of the lake. By the time he had dried off and put on his running gear, the new defense instructor was just finishing his first lap running. As Harry joined him, he cordially said, Good morning, Mr. Peverell. Harry responded to him and started running around the perimeter of the lake when the defense instructor asked him, I have heard you are very good at defense, Mr. Peverell. Care to give a demonstration to me? Harry, remembering the laps he ran in India, said, Would you fire spells at me while I dodge and run? I need the practice. With that, the two of them set off around the lake at a dead run. Harry dodged and swerved and leapt, avoiding the professor's hexes while maintaining a terrific pace. By the time he had completed 4 laps around the lake, dawn was properly in progress. Harry welcomed the opportunity to have some good practice and a chance to assess the other man's capabilities. As he pulled his wand, Shilpagya's wand, out and took a stance, the other man pulled out his wand, making him stop short. The wand looked familiar to him, but before he could say anything, the defense instructor started casting bone breakers, bone exploding hexes, and bone crushers at him in a chain, and Harry was left to dodge his spells. The defense instructor was very fluent in casting, and his speed was amazing. Such speed as he had only seen with the mystics. He started doing the slippery fish, dodging every curse being sent his way, and was doing it quite proficiently. The other man did not let his barrage of hexes stop for a single moment, and Harry reveled in the feeling of some good practice which he had been missing. As the other man faltered for a second, Harry immediately started his own barrage of spells, deliberately using low-powered spells or hexes just to keep the other man on his toes, who was dodging everything with ease. After about 20 minutes of practice, Harry realized the other man was not an ordinary wizard, and he pulled the acacia wand in his other hand and started casting with both hands, making it harder for him to dodge, and left with no other avenue, the other man slipped in the slippery fish mode, though he was nowhere as fluent as Warrior Harry. Harry stopped casting and calmly sent his wands back in his holsters, and folding his arms across his chest, looked at the other man, who was grinning sheepishly. The other man raised his fist to his chest and intoned, Dharma Urman. Harry reciprocated the gesture and then asked him, "So unknown to me, a mystic is working as the defense instructor this year. For what reasons are you placed here, Mr. Rana?" The other man smiled. "My name is Pundarakash, but for the purpose of being your defense instructor, I am Vikram Rana. Guruji wanted to make sure that the students of the school are proficient in surviving the oncoming war. Also, I am here to help you if you need me." Harry nodded. "Excellent. I would expect nothing less from Guruji. I am looking for a place to train without people disturbing me all the time. As I am learning my family magic, I need a place where there will be no prying eyes and there will be no chance of one of my stray spells accidentally killing someone. If you know of such a place, please let me know." The other man smiled. "You have the answer to your predicament, Harry. There is the Chamber of Secrets that none save you can enter. If you would take me there, I will fortify the chamber to withstand any magical damage. There is another place, but you will have to find it on your own because it appears when one needs it." They both practiced some more until the sun was well up. Then Harry headed back up to his dorm to get cleaned up to meet Susan for breakfast. As he approached the portrait of the fat lady, he remembered the prank challenge that the twins had set for him. As he thought about it, he had his first victim, an unsuspecting Neville Longbottom. He had to pay for snitching to Susan. Neville was sitting in front of the common room fire, studying. As Harry passed, he fired some prank spells at Neville and waited for the time when they would go off. Cleaned up and properly dressed in his school robes, he employed the Marauder's map and quickly located a route to the Hufflepuff common room. And, yes, Susan was already there. Something in the back of Harry's mind said, "Never keep a lady waiting." He quickly tapped his wand to the map, saying, "Mischief managed," and stowed the map back into his robes. There was a wonderful swooping sensation in his chest as he climbed out through the portal and set off at a run for the area near the kitchens. He reached the barrels all right which flanked the Hufflepuff common room, but he had no idea about what to do next. As he stood there looking gormless, Justin emerged from the portal and halted when he saw Harry there. He asked hesitatingly, "What can I do for you, Harry?" Harry smiled at him. "If it is no bother to you, Justin, would you please call Susan outside? She is very cross with me and I am hoping to please her with my chivalry." Justin snorted. "If it were only that easy, mate. I am not helping you. She is more than a handful when she is really angry, and right now she wants to have nothing to do with you. Something about being a reckless, foolhardy Gryffindor." Harry grimaced and thanked the other boy, sending him away. As he stood and waited, Hannah emerged and seeing him standing there grinned at him. "Don't worry, Harry. She has a temper, but it cools off as quickly as it comes." Just then Susan emerged and was visibly pleased, but to maintain appearances, glared at him. "So what do I owe this pleasure, Lord Peverell?" Harry sighed. "Susan, would you give me the honor of being your escort to the Great Hall for breakfast?" Susan giggled and he offered her his arm. As she wrapped her hand around his bicep, Harry felt about a foot taller. Together they reached the Great Hall. As soon as they entered, all conversation went silent. Susan asked, "Do you always have this kind of effect, Harry?" Harry grinned. "Maybe they are wondering how a git like me got a charming lady like you on his arm." She swatted his arm playfully and he dragged her and Hannah to the Gryffindor table. They had not made more than a couple of steps when Neville entered the great hall behind them. He started to make his way toward the Gryffindor table when he started tap dancing. As he danced, his hair grew down past his shoulders, two horns sprouted out of his head and he grew a spiked tail for good measure. After a minute of him trying to relieve himself of his predicament, the defense instructor undid the prank spells and Neville reached the Gryffindor table. He whined to Susan, "Look what he did to me, Bones. I had to endure this just for being a good friend." Susan glared at him and he lost it, laughing at the top of his voice while others were trying to conceal their laughter. Hermione and Ron arrived at that moment and breakfast was proceeding without any trouble. That is, until the owl post started coming in. A snow-white owl was among them, flying rapidly towards Harry. Seeing Hedwig, he paled, but before he could do anything the owl had started attacking him with her talons and he had raised his hands above his head while yelling, "OWW. Hedwig. OWW. No. Okay, I made a mistake. OWW no." After Hedwig was sure that she had chastised her stupid two-legged pet enough, she perched on the table and thrust her leg forward at him. He removed the letter and offered her a piece of bacon. The owl glared at him, pecked him on the head once more for good measure and took off. He had not seen the owl in the last 2 months, as when he had arrived at the Black Town house at the start of summer, he knew that he would have no use for her and an owl flying in and out of nowhere would be suspicious. So he had sent her to Hogwarts and kind of forgot about her for all this time. The letter was a list of the contents of the vault of Bellatrix Nameless which the goblins were sending now. He scanned the list imperiously until his eyes stopped at an item listed there, silver cup engraved with Hufflepuff badger. He shelved the information for later use and returned the letter to his bag. He would have to write to them to sell the contents of the vault later and pay the amount so obtained to Frank as part of the reparations. He looked at the timetable and smirked evilly. They had double potions in the dungeons with the snakes the first thing today. This would be interesting. Hogwarts. Harry reached the dungeons with the Gryffindors to find that the Slytherins were already there. He stood with his back against the wall while listening to his friends. He was anticipating what would happen in this class. For one, Snape would be the same as ever, he believed, because he would need to maintain his cover in front of the children of the Death Eaters. There were too many in his year and even one slip could betray him as a double agent to Tom. He had seen parents of Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Parkinson and Bulstrode in the graveyard on that fateful night. All of them Death Eaters who had walked free using the Imperious Defense and, Harry suspected, generous bribes to fudge. He was surprised that many of the snakes in his year had no connection to Death Eaters. Greengrass and Davis were known neutrals. Lilith Moon was from the ancient house of Moon, which usually remained above the Wizengamot politics, and it was not a part of any of the three factions, with the Lord usually doing what he thought would be best for his house. Zabini was the son of Cassandra Zabini, who was infamously referred to as the Black Widow, as she was rumored to have been married 7 times and each of her husbands had died under mysterious circumstances. Zabini often stayed away from any conflict. He heard Neville say, "I wonder what Snape will be like to us this year." Ron, optimistic over something which he could foresee, whispered, "He will be cordial to us, of course, seeing that he is a spy for the Order now." Harry wanted to hex his friend into oblivion. He hastily erected a privacy ward and growled at his friend, "What is the matter with you? Are you trying to get him killed? There are some things that you should never talk about unless you can be absolutely assured of privacy, and that's one of them." It was Hermione who replied, "You are right, Harry. We must be careful about what we are saying, especially when we cannot know who is spying on us. Do you have a way to stop others from listening in on our conversation?" Harry nodded. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I took care of that before I took Ron to task for his loose lips. There is a privacy ward around us." Hermione gaped in wonder. She knew that privacy wards were not taught below 6th year, and Harry, who had never studied runes before, just did it so quickly that she could not even follow the movements. She said, "You'll have to teach me that one." Harry tried to look humble, but his pleasure was writ large on his face. "Told you I had some very good teachers." She scoffed. "Which you refused to tell us about. Must have been some outstanding teacher to teach one who could not differentiate between 2 runes before the summer." Neville, sensing the tension, tried to diffuse it. What do you say, Harry? Will the dungeon bat be nasty as usual? Harry replied thoughtfully, I do not think he has a choice. Your father is the Minister for Magic now, and your mother will hex him out of existence if he tries to bully you, so I think you can expect some better treatment. But, he can't tip his hand and treat any of the rest of us any better. He has an appearance to maintain before the children of the Death Eaters, lest word find its way back to Voldemort. This was the first time that his friends had not shuddered at his name, and he considered that a success. Either way, we will know shortly. Daphne was looking towards them and she saw him erecting a privacy ward. Her father had taught it to her as being the heir. She had to be careful in what she spoke at any time for fear of consequences, and had taught her to detect if wards were in place. She was fascinated by this new Harry Potter who could do complicated magic with ease and could not help but imagine herself on his arm. She had been willing to hex Bones this morning after she had seen her draped on his arm, but had to swallow her anger. The door to the dungeon opened and the hook-nosed potions master started to usher the students in. Harry took the privacy ward down and followed the others inside. As they were taking seats in the class, Snape started to speak in his familiar menacing tone. The headmaster has asked me to have you sit in pairs by assignment. Something about bolstering house unity, which I do not think will happen, but who am I to argue against him? I will call pairs and you will sit accordingly. He started calling people in pairs and pointing them to tables as he went. Hermione Granger with Lilith Moon. He pointed to a work table at the back of the room. Ronald Weasley with Blaise Zabini. He pointed at a work table halfway back and to his right. Seamus Finnegan with Pansy Parkinson. He pointed to a table at the back and to his left. Millicent Bulstrode with Dean Thomas. He pointed to a table at the back and to his right. Neville Longbottom with Tracy Davis. He pointed at a table at the front and to his left. Parvati Patil with Vincent Crabbe. He pointed at a table right in the middle of the class. Lavender Brown with Gregory Goyle. Elia Runcorn with Draco Malfoy. Theodore Knott with Faye Dunbar. He filled in the tables as he went. And Harold Peverell. He sneered. With Daphne Greengrass. He indicated a table front and center, right under his hooked nose. Harry had already anticipated Snape's seating assignment. He also had it in mind to really rub his skill at potion making in the dungeon bat's face. So, while other students in the class made their way to their seats, only Harry and Hermione stayed where they were. He paused for a second after he finished the seating announcements, then said, "We haven't got all day. Get to your seats." The Brownian motion sped up slightly as the students made their way to their new seats and partners. Harry cast a look at Snape and found him looking at Harry with the glare that he seemed to have reserved for him and Neville, though there was not loathing in it like the previous years. Daphne joined him at the front and center table. Harry rose and greeted her with a bow. They both sat with their side to Snape, Harry to his right and Daphne to his left. When Snape called for their holiday assignments, most of the students held their scrolls up for Snape to summon them. The remaining students lost 5 points each for their houses and were told to hand them in next class or they would be in detention. For a change, the Slytherins lost points right along with the Gryffindors who did not hand in their work. But, the class was just starting. With the homework collected and everyone in their assigned seat, he began his all-year pep talk. This is your all-year, which means that many of you will not be returning next year. He gave pointed looks at Neville and Seamus. Only those students who obtain an O will be accepted for minute level studies. I do, however, expect that you will, as a class, maintain the high pass levels which I have come to expect from my students, or you shall suffer my displeasure, and he gave pointed looks to Crabbe and Goyle. Now, if I have managed to stuff anything into your heads, you will brew this potion. He flicked his wand and the instructions appeared on the board. It is the draft of peace. Begin. Harry was inwardly jumping with joy. He could brew the draft of peace from memory. This is one of the potions he had most tinkered with while he was studying with the mystics. He pulled out a piece of parchment and, with a tap of his own wand, copied the instructions from the board. Next, he erected an anti-tampering ward to keep stray ingredients out of his work area. He scanned down the instructions and quickly realized that this was not the same recipe as the textbook contained. Mentally, he gave Snape credit for a good variation. Making up his mind quickly, Harry summoned 3 cauldrons from his bag and cancelled the shrinking charms on them as they hit the table in front of him. Next, he laid out the ingredients for all 3 variations, the textbook, Snape's and his own. He had already laid out the timetables for stirring, adding ingredients and heating all 3 variants in his head. As he took a look around the room, the other students all had their cauldrons heating and were feverishly chopping and adding ingredients. Daphne was looking at him like he had grown 2 heads. Harry, you are really behind. Do you want to get chewed out by Snape? Harry smiled at her in response and said, Don't worry about a thing. I have it all under control. Harry had done all his prep work and he was ready to brew. With a quick flick of his wand, Harry set the 3 kettles heating and animated the stirring ladles. With split-second precision, the ingredients were added and the temperature varied on each cauldron according to his timetable. Snape came by his desk and sneered, 3 cauldrons, Peverell. What do you think you are doing? Without missing a beat or interrupting his motion, Harry responded, As it happens, Professor, the one on my left is straight out of the textbook. The one in the center is according to your instructions from the blackboard today. And the one on my right is my own variation which counteracts the side effect of somnolence which this potion normally has. Snape snapped, Can you read, Peverell? Do the instructions line up with any of the ingredients that you are working with? Harry knew that he could give Snape the brush off, but the longer he kept the professor occupied, the less he could harass the other Gryffindors in the room. He answered, Yes, sir, the potion in the center cauldron is an exact match. The other 2, of course, have many ingredients in common, but will have differing side effects. His hands were practically a blur as he added the final ingredients. Now, if I have answered your questions satisfactorily, I really do need to concentrate on what I am doing. He dismissed Snape as he entered the final phase of the brewing. Snape went ballistic. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Peverell. Harry retorted, Professor, I have tolerated your bullying and injustice for the last 4 years, but I will tolerate it no more. I will take this up with the headmaster and my head of house. Now, go and give students who need it your instruction. As Harry made final adjustments to the stirring and temperature of the cauldrons for the next 30 minutes of simmering. Others were gawking at the bickering in wonder and amazed at how Harry could talk back to a professor like this. Daphne was getting nervous that it would be bad for her too being his partner, but she could do nothing except hope that Snape would not dock points off her too. Snape gave a murderous look to Harry and thundered, Detention, Peverell. This evening at 9 o'clock, my office. His work done, Harry could now focus his full attention on the teacher. He folded his arms, stared him straight in the eyes and raised his eyebrows, just daring the professor to say one more thing. Snape decided that he was going to make detention rather unpleasant for Mr. Peverell and went off to make other students sweat. With the dungeon bat's back turned, Harry made some gestures. The man had offended Harry and he was going to suffer for it. About 30 minutes later, all 3 of his potions were emitting silvery vapor and he was inwardly whooping in joy as Snape looked at him dumbfounded while others were gawking at him as if he had grown 2 heads. He bottled a sample of each in 3 unbreakable phials and marked each one with his name and which recipe he followed for each one. These, he handed in for marking. Snape accepted the samples with a sneer. Harry had to sigh mentally. Snape would remain Snape, he thought. Before he cleaned up, he bottled 3 more phials of the potion from his own recipe and pocketed them. With a few more waves of his wand, he cleaned up his work area, miniaturized his equipment and stowed it all back in his school bag. His work done for this class, he took a look around the dungeon. Since the others had not yet finished their potions, he was able to observe how they were doing. He noticed Hermione's potion was emitting a dark silver vapor as compared to the silvery vapor which the instructions said. Perhaps it was a first for him. Daphne's potion was of the silver sheen as it described. Malfoy, who generally was deft-handed at potions, had ruined his and it was emitting black vapor instead of the silver. Elia Runcorn's was near completion but not as perfect as she would have liked. Ronald's potion surprisingly was emitting faint silver vapor compared to what he usually did when his potions were ruined by adding too much of the ingredients or when he could not follow the instructions. Neville and Tracy were about to finish their potion and theirs were perfect. Perhaps not having Snape breathing down his neck was good for Neville, or maybe changing his partners had worked wonders for him. Seamus, as usual, had blown up his cauldron. Millicent was covered in soot and glaring at him. The others were also in various stages of completing their potions, and more or less their potions were near completion. When Daphne had bottled her sample, Harry offered to clean up for her, an offer which she accepted with a smile. The period ended and those who had finished their work handed in their samples. Seamus was given an assignment on the correct use of portable fire and lost 10 points for Gryffindor. The other students who had not finished their work or had ruined their potions were given an assignment on the uses of Moonstone. Snape called out to Harry, "Perhaps we should test your potion now, Peverell. Just to be sure that it works the way it should." Harry knew that the professor meant to test an unproven potion on him, but took a deliberately obtuse meaning. "Of course, you are welcome to do so, Professor. You look a bit stressed. Perhaps it would do you some good." And he ran off to the Great Hall before Snape could take another 10 points off of him. When his friends were able to catch up to him, Hermione asked him, "Why did you run, Harry?" Harry mock shuddered. "That was the only thing that came to my mind when I thought about the interrogation that would follow after the potions period." As others processed what he meant and broke into a laugh, she punched him in the arm. "What was that in the potions class? You brewed 3 potion variations perfectly and you did not even look at a book. How could you do that? To experiment with potions with so many people around. What if it had ended badly for us?" Harry frowned. "Hermione, do you realize that Snape's instructions for brewing these potions are different from the instructions in the book? This is our 5th year in his class and I realized that he never had us use the textbook but make us work from his instructions on the blackboard every time. So, one variation was straight from the textbook. The second one was Snape's instructions from the blackboard. The third was something I came up with while I was studying potions under a master who taught me more in 6 weeks than our dear Professor Snape has managed to teach me in 4 years." Hermione thought about it and went through the instructions from the textbooks, which she had read in their entirety, and the instructions she had followed from the blackboard, which she had neatly filed away, in her head, for the last 4 years. And yes, there were significant differences in most and minor differences in the rest. She realized he was right. Snape always gave them instructions and never told them to follow from the books. Maybe he had been giving his own instructions. But it gave her more questions to ask. "What did you learn in potions? You must teach me." Harry shook his head. "Sorry, Hermione. I am not at liberty to teach these things." She retorted. "Why not? They would not know that you are teaching us these things. Those teachers are not here." He mentally smirked. "If only you knew." Before Hermione could ask anything further, Snape glided into the Great Hall, his cloak billowing behind him. He had nearly reached the staff table, when with a sound like stretching rubber, his body grew black fur, webbing grew between his fingers and under his arms, his ears became much larger and pointy, his face grew into a snout with fangs. When the transformation was complete, he had morphed into a giant bat with a 10-foot wingspan. As the Great Hall broke into laughter, McGonagall whipped her wand out and undid his transformation in a second. McGonagall turned to the Great Hall in general and asked in her scolding tone, "Who dared to do this?" The Great Hall had fallen silent under the withering glare of Snape, and Harry had pushed up his mental shields to the maximum and was employing occlumency to morph his expressions into one of confusion and horror. McGonagall turned to the twins, who were the default mischief makers of the school. But they had just arrived in the Great Hall and were in such a position that they could not have hexed him without their involvement being known. Snape turned to Harry, glaring at him. Harry knew what Snape was trying to do. He felt a forceful attempt at intrusion on his mind shields and he swatted it down hard. This gave Snape such a shock that he fell to the ground. Harry was glaring at him coldly and Snape shivered for a second. After some time, when it was clear that the perpetrator could not be found, Snape sat down to lunch. Harry was planning to take Snape's actions up with Dumbledore later. As the tension in the Great Hall dissipated, Neville asked him, Mate, why was Snape glaring at you?" Harry said offhandedly, "Snivellus was trying to enter my mind to see if I had pranked him. I threw him out before he got past the outermost walls." Hermione was looking at him critically but said nothing. She was noticing the changes in him and could hardly believe that it was the same boy. Earlier he was happy with being mediocre, would not counter what others said, and he was a slacker. But ever since he returned, it looked like he was a different person altogether. The way he would duel with Moody, making the veteran Auror cower before him even with his improved leg, the way he had defeated McGonagall and Flitwick, and the pranks that she heard he had done to the Marauders and the twins were sufficient to make her feel uncomfortable. Either Harry Potter had obtained some unseen powers or he had been hiding them all this time. She did not know which was scarier. Then there was the fact that he knew of such things that she had only heard about others doing. He could cast wards when 2 months ago he knew nothing about runes. He could brew potions as if it were second nature when as recently as last June he bungled them on a regular basis. He could perform complicated spells with ease. He could fight with experts with their own spells. And by his own admission, he was now proficient in occlumency and legilimency. And she had a suspicion that this was not even a fraction of his powers. Her friend had changed too much in the last 2 months, and perhaps by the time the war ended, he would not be recognizable. She had to know what else he could do. She turned to him and looked at him beseechingly. Harry, what can you tell us about which potions you can brew? Or what magic you can do? Harry sighed. Hermione, there is a great deal about what I know that I cannot share with you, or anyone else for that matter. What I can tell you is that I can brew any potion that Snape will teach us. I can duel with anyone and defeat them. Just then a girl drifted up to him and he noticed it was Luna Lovegood, the girl they had met on the train, and he felt like he should be wary of her. She said to him in her dreamy voice, Did you see Nargles on your trip? Or a crumple-horned Snorkack? Daddy thinks that we may have been looking in the wrong place for them. Harry looked at her and was trying to hide his mirth as he answered, diplomatically, Hi Luna. I met a large number of creatures that were new to me while I was away. Sad to say, Nargles or the crumple-horned Snorkack were not among them. Then he suggested, Perhaps I know them by different names. Do you have drawings or photographs of them? She looked at Harry with her very large eyes for a moment, then said, Sadly, no. Father and I have never sighted a crumple-horned Snorkack. And although Nargles are quite common, they are always invisible. With a smile, Harry said, Sorry, I can't help you then. She turned to Hermione, who had hidden her face in a book, and said, Did you know that Ronald fancies you? Ronald, who had just eaten an egg whole, choked on it while Hermione turned red, muttering something under her breath. Luna drifted off to her table. Neville started laughing at the other's predicament until Harry glared at him. After lunch they had double runes and divination. Harry and Ron did not yet have permission to take runes and they had both dropped divination, so they had free periods. While Hermione went to runes, Ron headed for the Gryffindor common room to get started on the potions homework. Harry thought that now was as good a time as any to take up Snape's behavior with his head of house, Professor McGonagall, and made the trek to her classroom. He found her there, grading the summer assignments. As he knocked, she was visibly pleased to see him and said jovially, Please come in, Harry. I have just marked your summer assignment. Outstanding does not even begin to describe it. Where have you been hiding your talents? Harry said, My summer studies have done me a world of good, but that is not why I have come to speak with you, Professor. Harry took a seat across from her and she said, I was looking for a way to talk to you without others hearing. Tell me, Harry, what you have learned in these 2 months in Transfiguration. Before he began to answer her, Harry erected a privacy ward and an alert ward at the doorway. She looked visibly impressed. Then Harry began, Professor, what I have learned must remain a secret. If your mind is secure, I can tell you what I have learned in Transfiguration. She looked at him critically. Do not worry for my mind, Harry. I am an accomplished occlumens, but I never took the trouble to learn legilimency. Harry told her about learning all the transfigurations that she could teach, including animation, and her eyes were spread in wonder. And you learned all this in 1 month? He sheepishly smiled. Yes, Professor. She mock glared at him. And exactly why you did not study hard with that motivation in the last 4 years. As he just smiled like an idiot, she asked him what she had been most curious about. Did they teach you animagus transformation? Harry told her the half-truth. They told me all about it, including how one becomes an animagus, but that is all. She eagerly replied, If you want, I can help you become an animagus by obtaining the potion for you and helping you along the way. I dare say that in a year, you will be able to achieve the transformation. Harry felt bad about rejecting her offer. I'm sorry, Professor. I have a lot of things on my mind and a lot to learn which takes precedence over this. She nodded reluctantly. I understand. It is just that your father was an accomplished wizard and could have done transfiguration mastery if things were normal. I hoped you would become an animagus like him. Now why have you come to visit me when others are in classes? Harry retold her all that had transpired in Potion's class. By the time he was done, her nostrils were flared. As it was time for classes, she turned to him. Come to the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock this evening. You will not need to do the detention. Bidding her goodbye, he removed the wards and started roaming around the castle. He came across Professor Flitwick, who beamed at him. Mr. Peverell, what are you doing out of class at this hour? He told him about dropping divination and the runes professor not having replied to McGonagall's query yet. Flitwick invited him to the office for tea, and as they sat, the charms master asked him, How is Dara? Harry was confused. I beg your pardon, Professor. Who is Dara? The charms master looked at him solemnly for some time before he spoke again. The one who taught you charms, Mr. Peverell. I can sense her handiwork when I see it. In my 10 championships, I was really threatened only twice, and both times by the same woman. She was tall, lithe, brown eyes, black-haired, and had a rather melodious voice. As Flitwick gave the description, he could see Ashala in his mind. He remembered what she had told him about her past. Perhaps she had been Dara in her other life. Yet it was not his secret to give. He turned to the professor. Sorry, Professor. I cannot say that I know any such individual. Flitwick, who had been teaching for the last many decades, understood from Harry's mannerisms that he had guessed right but decided not to pry any further. It was not as if Dara had been a very close friend to him. He was content to know she was alive and well. He turned to the teen. So, Mr. Peverell, what have you learned this summer apart from sticking your professor in a cage? Harry snorted. It was just one of many things, Professor. I cannot tell you my secrets though. The tiny professor nodded. I will look forward to more displays of charms from you, Mr. Peverell. Harry took his leave and went to the defense professor and accompanied him to the Chamber of Secrets. As they opened the chamber, Harry muttered, I should have brought my broom with me. The mystic looked him in wonder. Are you a mystic or an ordinary wizard, Harry? We can fly down to the chamber. Why would you need a broom? Harry was embarrassed at his own stupidity. You are right, Professor. The mystic immediately flew down the pipe, with Harry hovering just below the entrance, where he asked the entrance to close before he descended downwards. Since the tunnel was long, he realized he could use it to practice flying and nobody would be able to observe him doing it. As they entered the main chamber, Harry cast a big incendio with his wands and lit all the torches in their brackets on the walls. He started to examine the walls of the chamber and the serpent heads. He had been thinking that Salazar definitely could not fly down the pipe to the chamber, so there must have been some way for easy access to other parts of the castle. He noticed one of the serpents had a rune engraved on its hood which was absent on others. Curious, he tapped the rune and the snake slid down and a door opened behind it. Harry stepped out of it and realized he was near the room where Dumbledore had told him about Horcruxes. Excited about his success, he turned to find that the door was gone. He looked carefully and found that there was another rune on this side of the wall, and he tapped it, but the way did not appear. He sat thinking for some time before inspiration struck him and he hissed, Open. The wall slid up and he was in the chamber again. As he stepped in, the wall was back in its place. The mystic was busy examining the humongous head from which the basilisk had emerged 2 years earlier, and he raised his hand in a sort of commanding gesture and hissed, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts 4. Nothing happened for a few minutes, and then a hissing voice emerged, Who addresses Salazar Slytherin? Harry replied firmly, I am Harold James Peverell, scion of Potter, favored one of Mother Magic, and I implore you to grant me access to chambers behind this statue. The voice answered as if amused, No one is granted access to the chambers within for the reason that there is nothing beyond this except the basilisk's nest. With the beast slain, there are no secrets left there. Harry said nothing more to the statue. He shrugged and relayed to the defense instructor what the statue had said. The mystic said nothing but set to work, fortifying the chambers to withstand any magical backlash. Harry set to work, cleaning, reinforcing, warding and lighting the chamber. He set up a ward to power the charms he had liberally employed in the chamber and connected the ward to ley line, meaning the ward would keep working without being powered from time to time. By the time they were done, the place was clean, dry, well lit and just a bit on the cool side of comfortable. They left after an hour. As he entered the great hall, he saw that some Ravenclaw students were braying at their friends. He chuckled knowing that the twins were probably trying to even the score. He would have to think of some monumental prank to win the war by the next day. He did not want to waste the next few days pranking the hell out of people when there was work to be done. But he needed access to the Slytherin house for that purpose. Perhaps it was time to use his old trusted invisibility cloak again. He remembered that Remus was starting this month's clinical trial for the new Wolfsbane potion tomorrow. He hoped to see some positive results from it. He had also put a mail directing ward over him during the summer so that all the mails which were sent to him would be directed to his steward instead. Remus would deal with most matters himself. Only personal mail which required Harry's attention would be forwarded via Hedwig to Harry, in addition to letters he received from his friends and extended family. Susan had not thrown a tantrum since the morning and he was thankful for it. She had a good heart, but she could be bossy at times when she thought he was ignoring her. While Harry had a general dislike for people trying to boss him around, this trait of Susan endeared her to him. In the evening at 7 o'clock, he went to the gargoyle and realized that McGonagall had not given him the password. The gargoyle noticed him and asked, "I hope you have not just come after slaying another basilisk or broke some other rule or had another adventure of yours." He looked at the gargoyle frowning. "What are you talking about?" The gargoyle opened the staircase for him. "Go up, the headmaster is waiting for you." As he knocked on the door, it opened immediately and he could see Snape and McGonagall standing at opposite ends of the room while Dumbledore sat in his chair looking weary. "Come in, Harry. I have heard you had some difference of opinion with Severus." Harry snorted. If were only that simple, headmaster." "Professor," he stressed on the word, "Snape had it in his mind that I was brewing the wrong potion, and when I humbly explained to him that I was doing exactly what he wanted, and in addition, I was also brewing the potion straight out of the textbook and my own variant. He took 10 points from Gryffindor. When I protested, he gave me detention." Dumbledore turned to the potion's master. "Severus, this is not the first time that a complaint like this has reached my ears. You should know by now that the point system is to be used to encourage correct behavior from our students. I will not have you use it to bully them. Did you test the potion that Mr. Peverell submitted to you after class?" Snape sneered. "He submitted 3 different potions actually. The one from the textbook responded exactly as that rather inferior blend would be expected to, side effects and all. The one from the blackboard was as good as any I have ever brewed myself. The third one, using his own formulation, was not only effective, but did not have the usual side effect of drowsiness." By the end of his narrative, McGonagall's eyebrows had climbed to her hairline, while Dumbledore's eyes were sparkling. The headmaster turned to Harry. 3 different formulations. How did you find the time to brew them?" Harry shrugged. "Headmaster, I brewed them concurrently." Snape cut in. He must have cheated somehow. He was not following instructions on the board and the summer assignment he turned in was written by someone else. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "That is quite a severe charge, Mr. Peverell." Then he turned to Snape. "May I examine this parchment?" Snape handed the scroll to the headmaster. He unrolled it, noting the broken Peverell seal on the outside. The first impression of the scroll was neatly arranged rows of a slightly slanted flowing cursive. Extra care had been taken to make the capitals at the beginning of each paragraph into pictures of fantastic beasts or plants. As Dumbledore read down the text, he remarked about how insightful and accurate it was. At the conclusion, he looked up at Professor Snape. "I could give this work no grade other than an O. What is the problem with it?" Snape produced another scroll from Harry's work last year. It had crumpled corners. The writing was irregular and blotted. As Dumbledore read down the text, he noted numerous corrections, but the final product was reasonably correct. Dumbledore looked up and said, This looks like it would merit an E. And I notice that you have given it an A. Is this typical of your marking, Severus? Snape said snappishly. That is not the point. The point is that these two papers were obviously not written by the same person and he should get a T and detention for cheating. Harry, who had been silent all this time, said, calligraphy is one of the arts I studied over the summer. I can settle the question as to who wrote this parchment in a minute. He picked up a parchment, quill and ink from his Dumbledore's table, dipped and wrote. The flowing script flowed from his quill to the parchment. He wrote 3 paragraphs on the uses of moonstone, then went back and enhanced the initial capitals. With a wave of his wand, he dried the ink, then handed the parchment to Dumbledore. The whole process only took him a minute. The headmaster took one look at the new parchment and said, I am satisfied that Mr. Peverell wrote this essay, he said, indicating the homework scroll. In fact, I personally am ready to give this young man an award for most improved student. Snape, feeling defeat coming on, started grasping at straws. He transformed me into a giant bat, right in front of the entire school. Attacking a teacher is grounds for expulsion, he blustered. Now, Dumbledore's eyes were sparkling with merriment and the corners of his beard were twitching visibly. Yes, we all saw you turn into a bat. And thanks to Professor McGonagall, that transformation was very brief. No harm done. But, what precisely makes you think that this was Mr. Peverell's doing? At this point, Harry spoke up again. Headmaster, this is most serious. He attempted the use of unauthorized passive legilimency on me. When I detected the attempt, I ejected him, forcefully. That is why he fell down shortly after the bat transformation. As you know, this is highly illegal and could be quite severely punished. Dumbledore glared at his potions master. Severus, if Mr. Peverell chooses to press charges against you, there is nothing I can do to stop him. As it is, the points you docked from Gryffindor will be returned. There will be no detention. And you will apologize to Mr. Peverell for attempting to besmirch his character and for attempting to invade his privacy. Snape looked like he was trying to swallow something and with great difficulty muttered, sorry, and headed for the door. The headmaster called him back. Just one moment, Severus. The dungeon bat stopped in his tracks and turned back to Dumbledore. Turning to Harry, he continued, are you satisfied, Mr. Peverell? Harry considered Snape for a moment. He remembered that everyone in the room here is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and he wondered if this had not gone too far already. He asked Dumbledore, can we be assured that anything I say here will never leave this room? Dumbledore managed to restrain himself from laughing outright before he answered, Harry, of that you may rest assured. Professor Snape, I apologize if I have let this go too far already. I do understand why you must continue to act like the world's biggest git. I commend you on your acting ability. However, if you carry it too far again, I will go through this process, just like any other student. Of course, I will not be pressing any charges, but, be warned. My secrets must remain my own and if I catch you attempting to root around in my head again, the Cruciatus curse will seem like a pleasant memory. Snape gave Harry a look, respect, fear, loathing, hope. He could not tell. I believe we understand each other, Lord Peverell. And he walked out of the room. When Snape left, McGonagall soon followed him. Harry sat across from Dumbledore. The headmaster asked him, Harry, why are you called Harold Peverell now? Harry inwardly smiled. He knew the headmaster was dying to ask this question of him. He adopted a scholarly demeanor. Professor, somewhere in India there is a very old school of magic called the Takeshila School of Magic, which is one of the premier institutions of magic in that part of the world. The school is said to sit upon 6 ley lines and the gates of the school are set at a place which is said to be the site of the most ancient magics. It is said that at that place, Mother Magic is sentient. I was visiting the school with Guruji and was asked to identify myself. It is said that at that place one cannot lie, but they would identify themselves as what Mother Magic has chosen for them. I had declared myself to be Harold James Peverell. Later in a ritual I have had the fortune to gaze upon the face of Mother Magic herself. He looked at Dumbledore and the older wizard had tears in his eyes. My boy, you are very fortunate to have seen Mother Magic herself, something that I have not heard about from anyone. This alone is greater than any other magic that you may have learned. I have no doubts in my mind now that when the final confrontation comes, Tom will not be able to withstand you. Harry asked the headmaster, Professor, did we find any other Horcruxes? Do we have any idea how many are out there now? The professor turned solemn. I believe there are at least 3 out there. We do not know what they may be, but I have a good idea about one of them at least. Harry asked, and what is it, Professor? The headmaster replied, from a memory that I was able to obtain, I found that Tom had at least 2 relics of the founders in his possession. One was the locket of Slytherin, which has been exorcised of the soul fragment, which leaves the other relic a chalice engraved with the Hufflepuff badger. This is an interesting coincidence, Harry thought. He turned to the professor. Headmaster, the goblins sent me a list of the contents of the vault of Bellatrix Nameless, and it contains a silver cup with the Hufflepuff badger. The headmaster's enthusiasm was contagious. What are waiting for? Let's go to Gringotts right now, my boy. It is imperative that we have the cup in our possession. Harry had to control himself from laughing out loud. Professor, we can go to the goblins on Saturday when I do not have class and retrieve the prophecy orb while we are at it. In these times, we should not be seen together too much, or he may suspect what we are up to. Dumbledore had to control himself. What of the catapults, my boy? Harry replied, the goblins have finished manufacturing it and are waiting for my word to deliver it. We will bring it in pieces and smuggle some of them in to assemble it and mount upon the battlements, keeping them invisible from others for the time being. I will recruit some students to teach them how to operate it. Dumbledore smiled at him. It looks like you will become a true lord in no time. The way you are collecting people behind you, I would be surprised if anyone with goodness in their heart would refuse to follow you. Harry had no answer to that. He did not want to become a lord like Dumbledore or Voldemort, but he knew that sooner or later, he would end up having an order of his own. As they were discussing the upcoming war, someone knocked on the door, and as Dumbledore gave leave, Neville Longbottom entered the office. Harry was surprised to see his friend there. Neville, is something the matter? What are you doing here? It was Dumbledore who replied, Mr. Longbottom has agreed to become my apprentice Harry. Harry beamed at his friend. Congratulations, Neville. But since you hid such news from me, I think I would not relent from pranking you time and again. Soon thereafter Harry took his leave, sensing that Dumbledore wanted to talk with Neville. He fetched his notorious invisibility cloak from the Gryffindor Tower and carefully made his way to the dungeon entrance of the Slytherin common room. He stood there under his cloak and heard the password from an excitable first year. After about 30 minutes, he entered the house under his invisibility cloak, and the common room was mostly deserted except for 3 seventh years sitting on one of the sofas. Knowing them to belong to dark families and curious, he wandlessly cast a snooping spell at them and sat in a chair listening to them. Jugson, or that he assumed was his name, was talking to the other 2. We need to approach Lord Black soon. Only he can save us from going into the service of the Dark Lord. Everly nodded. He is powerful and has many allies. He can keep us safe in the coming war. Dryden asked the other 2, do you think he would do it without expecting anything in return? He is our liege lord and we have not even acknowledged him as such yet. Everly replied, we will offer to work for him in the house, bringing more people to his side and become his eyes and ears in the serpent pit. What more can he want from us? Harry smirked hearing them. These 3 could definitely prove useful to him in his plan for the snakes. He would approach them at the right moment. He went to the 5th year dorms on the boys' side. Setting up the boys was easy, once he had decided what to do. Getting into the girls' dorms would be considerably trickier. He had to defeat the founders, anti-boy wards that protected the girls from unchivalrous and untrustworthy boys like himself. He decided not to take the chance, this time. He returned sometime later, imagining the pleasure he would have when the pranks go off. The next morning, Harry reached the Great Hall next morning after his exercises and took his seat at the Gryffindor table with Susan in tow. For good measure he had brought his friends with him for the grand spectacle which he knew would be happening. As they sat for lunch, the Slytherins entered in a row, one behind the other. That was when the pranks started. Malfoy, who was leading, suddenly froze where he stood, and a second later, he was dressed like a clown with no hair on his head and his ears grew to 5 times their normal size. Crabbe was stuck to the floor and no matter what he tried he could not move an inch. Nott was dancing without a pause, and even Snape could not finite the jinx. Goyle, who was already rotund, blew up until he was bigger than a sumo wrestler. Zabini grew two wings which were trying to take flight, and he had to catch hold of a table to prevent himself from being airborne. When everyone in the Great Hall had seen the pranks and had a good laugh over it, the victims all went back to normal. Although Snape had been trying all along to terminate the prank spells, he knew that it was not his efforts which restored them. As Harry sat smirking, his friends were looking at him in suspicion. Finally, Hermione asked him the question that was on everyone's mind. Harry, did you do this to them? He looked in her eyes and said, "You don't really expect me to answer that, do you?" Ron said, "Not really. You would use the usual 'I cannot tell you my secrets' excuse you have become fond of." Harry smirked. "Exactly. Telling things to you like this would be harmful for all of us." Susan said in a matter-of-fact tone, "These pranks were tasteless and not funny." Harry shrugged. Susan had a point. These pranks were pretty childish. But the bet with Fred and George was for quantity, not quality. He looked at his timetable and beamed with excitement. The first period was double care of magical creatures, something which he had started to love, followed by double defense against the dark arts with Hufflepuff. As they arrived at the paddocks near Hagrid's hut, Professor Grubbly Plank told the class to gather around some trays which contained animals that he recognized at once. The animals reminded him of the night when he was out searching for Wandwood, and the memory made him smile. The professor asked, "Who can tell me about these creatures?" Hermione and Harry both raised their hand at once. She turned to him. "Yes, Mr. Peverell." Harry answered, "These are bowtruckles found in trees which have wood fit to be crafted into a wand. They are also called tree guardians. Their favorite food is fairy eggs, but they also eat doxy eggs and wood lice. Wand makers offer them their choice food, and in return the bowtruckles let them take wand wood from those trees. If anyone tries to take wood from such a tree without appeasing the guardian, it is useless for crafting a wand." Grubbly Plank smiled. 10 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Peverell. After that, she divided the class into groups to take a bowtruckle and to study its anatomy and draw a labeled diagram of it. Like potions, she divided them into groups, with Harry being paired with Neville, Stephen Cornfoot, and Ernie Macmillan. The other group was of Hermione, Ron, Terry Boot, and Sally Smith. The third group was Draco, Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Draco refused to group with anyone other than snakes. The fourth group was Seamus, Parvati, Lavender, and Wayne Hopkins. As Harry joined his group and they were working in peace with the bowtruckle, he looked up in the air and saw that a very large bird was descending to the ground at a breakneck pace. Harry tensed, ready to summon his wand and start casting, since the bird was making a beeline for his group. However, he relaxed a moment later as his familiar bond started humming and realized that Black Storm had come to Wizarding Britain at last. As the beast landed, Harry ran towards it whooping with joy and gave a quick bow to the animal, which was returned, and he flung his arms around his hippogriff, reveling in the scent of its fur. After some time he realized that people were watching him, and he turned to see that most of the class was staring open-mouthed at him while the teacher was critically analyzing the beast. She gave a bow to Black Storm and approached him after it was returned, and she inspected the beast very carefully, checking his talons, the span of his wings, and was elated with what she saw. She patted his flanks very fondly. She turned to Harry. "Mr. Peverell, is he your familiar?" Harry enthusiastically replied, "Yes, Professor. I met him in the wild and tamed him. We are connected with a familiar bond." She muttered, "Interesting. Such bonds are not very common these days, what with wizards and beasts getting independent of each other. He is a strong animal, Mr. Peverell. None at Hogwarts would be able to rival this one." Harry beamed at her. The rest of the lesson was spent while his friends kept coming to pet the hippogriff, and Neville kept eyeing him as if he would be taking the hippogriff for a ride any moment. As they left, Harry dreaded the barrage of questions which would be coming from Hermione, but knowing it to be unavoidable, he braced himself. True to his prediction, she started her rapid fire. "Where did the hippogriff come from, Harry? How did you tame it? How do you know so much about beasts now anyway?" Harry turned to her. "I tamed him in the wild and formed a familiar bond with him like I have with Hedwig. He can hear me when I need him. I got so good with beasts because I was sent to stable duty whenever I was to be punished, and the gamekeeper was a beast enthusiast to rival Hagrid, but much more sensible. He taught me a lot about creatures in general. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which Harry had been looking forward to. When they arrived, Vikram strode in the classroom saying, "Please keep your books in your bags when you are in my classes because there will be little of book reading while I am teaching. An OWL student is expected to be able to write answer to questions with practical experience, and if you cannot do that, there is something very wrong with you." While others enthusiastically stowed their books in their bags hopeful for the lesson, Hermione scowled but said nothing. Harry was pleased with the approach that the defense instructor was taking. This would teach them things quickly. Vikram was saying, "Defense Against the Dark Arts is a subject only at Hogwarts. It has different names at different places and the curriculum differs accordingly. The first rule of defense is to know your hexes and jinxes. While a jinx may look trivial, it can save your life in a right spot. Even an innocuous spell such as the disarming spell can be useful in case you are trying to escape someone." Harry was listening interestedly, and so was every other student. It was nothing like their previous professors who would teach him a certain topic at a time, but he was speaking about the subject in total with such vigor that one could do nothing but listen to him. He was continuing, "As I have been updated by Professor Lupin, he told you all about dark creatures and ways to tackle them, while Professor Moody, which I am told he was not, taught you all very interesting things but little in the way of defense. Which one of you can show me the disarming spell?" Hermione raised her hand. He turned to her. "Yes, Ms. Granger. Would you give me a demonstration of the disarming spell?" She pulled out her wand and cast the spell perfectly, and he smiled. 5 points to Gryffindor. Smith raised his hand. "How can a disarming spell help in a duel, Professor?" He turned to him. "It is useful if you want to subdue your enemy without killing him in a fight, or win over your opponent in a duel without trying to maim or injure them." Smith sneered. "Even a first year can cast the Expelliarmus, Professor. What is special about it?" He smiled. "All right, let's see. Everyone please vacate your seats." As the students stood, he flicked his wand and all the desks lined themselves up against the wall, leaving the space in the middle of the room vacant, and with another flick of his wand, the vacant area was surrounded by wards as are employed around dueling rings. He addressed the class again. "Now I am going to show to Mr. Smith about how Expelliarmus can be useful in a duel. Anyone who want to volunteer for the task?" Harry raised his hand. "I would be happy to demonstrate, Professor." He beckoned him forward. "All right, Mr. Peverell. Mr. Smith will use non-lethal but dangerous spells on you. You have to defend yourself from him with only the Expelliarmus." Smith glared at him while the mystic whispered to him, "Don't humiliate him, much." Harry evilly smirked. Smith cast a reductor at Harry. With an absolute minimum of movement, Harry stepped neatly out of the path of the spell, while, just for fun, he put all of his power behind the Expelliarmus spell he sent back. Smith was knocked back, nearly out of the ring, while his wand soared neatly into Harry's outstretched hand. Smith stood up panting, and Harry tossed him his wand and called, "We can do it again, if you want, Smith." Smith took his wand, and as he opened his mouth to cast, his wand was already sailing towards Harry. This went on a few more times before Smith realized that Harry was having him on. After that, Vikram took them to a bigger classroom which was locked in the previous years. In the room, he had made several practice ranges, and he started calling names of a list, pairing them together: Harold Peverell and Kevin Entwisle, Ronald Weasley and Justin Finch Fletchley, Neville Longbottom and Zacharias Smith, Dean Thomas and Roger Malone, Seamus Finnegan and Wayne Hopkins, Hermione Granger and Megan Jones, Parvati Patil with Sally Ann Perks, Lavender Brown with Sally Smith, Faye Dunbar with Hannah Abbott, and Elia Runcorn with Susan Bones. It became evident pretty soon how bad most of them were at casting. While they all knew the spell and could cast it well enough, most of them could not hit the broadside of a castle. For some of them, the safest place to be was directly in front of their opponent. Some of the stray spells disarmed the wrong person. Harry's opponent mercifully was better at casting than other pairings he could see. Kevin was able to cast his spells with accuracy at him, but had only been able to disarm him 2 times out of 5 tries that he got. When it was Harry's turn, he merely flicked his wand while looking around the room and whispered the incantation, and Kevin was disarmed. Neville was being absolutely tough to Smith with disarming him every time the other boy tried to cast the Expelliarmus. Finally Vikram had to intervene and explain that this was practice meant to teach people to cast Expelliarmus correctly and not a duel. Neville reluctantly agreed to let Smith try disarming him. Smith tried it a few times and Neville kept grasping his wand tightly, not allowing it to fly out of his hands, frustrating Smith. Hermione was being very considerate towards her opponent and was helping her to cast properly, and he had to smile. Ron was having no trouble at all, having spent the last month learning, and even Harry had been surprised at his progress. He disarmed Justin easily and then helped the other boy in correcting his aim while Harry kept practicing with Kevin, who was getting a little better. Susan was likewise engaged with Elia Runcorn, disarming her and impressed him with her speed of casting. Hannah Abbott was having troubles with Faye Dunbar, and Faye was fairly accomplished. The same story was going on around the classroom, and Harry saw the mystic sigh. He had a momentous task ahead of him if he wanted to make ready these students to be able to survive the coming war. As they sat for dinner, Hermione started about the defense lesson and how good it had been. There was unanimous agreement that this was the best lesson of defense they had attended since Remus Lupin. The defense instructor was very patient and gave individual attention to each of them. Harry was smirking at what the mystic could really teach, but not to these students. Most of them would not be able to survive the boot camp that he had been put through. He was thinking about his nightly excursion to the Chamber of Secrets so that he could practice his family magic. Luna Lovegood came drifting over from her house table, and everyone was on the alert, curious to see what she would do next. She went straight to Neville and said to him, "Hannah Abbott thinks you are delicious and you do not pay any attention to her." Harry was trying to control his laughter at Neville's expression as the boy was trying to disappear under the table. Luna went skipping over to the Ravenclaw table. Neville emerged. He asked, "What was that?" Harry was snickering, and soon everyone around him was laughing at the top of their lungs before Harry could control his laughter and turned to Neville. "Maybe you should ask Hannah out for the Hogsmeade weekend." Neville blushed and everyone started laughing again. As he was finishing his dinner, a first year brought him a missive and looked at him in awe. "I have this message for you, Lord Peverell." Harry smiled at the young boy and remembered his name from the sorting. "Stephen Ainsworth, aren't you? I had the pleasure of meeting your father just this last August." The boy proudly replied, "I am Stephen Ainsworth, grandson of Lord Ainsworth and heir apparent to the House of Ainsworth." Harry smiled. "My mistake, Stephen. It was your grandfather I met. Please do call me Harry, unless the occasion absolutely calls for formal address. I don't want to feel old before my time." The boy beamed at him. "All right, Harry," and headed out of the great hall. Harry noted that the boy was wearing Slytherin robes and smiled to himself. He opened the letter, which was from Vikram. "Harry, meet me at the entrance of the chamber at 8 o'clock this night. Use that cloak of yours. Vikram." He pocketed the note without any comment and ignored the looks his friends were giving him. As he was leaving dinner, McGonagall stopped him. "And Ronald, Mr. Peverell and Mr. Weasley, Professor Babbling has agreed to see you both at 7 o'clock. As dinner wound up, they ran to the Runes Professor's chamber, and as they arrived she offered them seats before coming to the point. "Mr. Peverell and Mr. Weasley, Minerva told me about your requests, and I must confess I am surprised and not sure if you both can handle the coursework, which is advanced for a beginner, but she has assured me that you both have been working hard and I should give you a chance before I dismiss you outright. So tell me about your knowledge of runes and I will then give a simple test to you to determine if you can attend my class." Ron went first. "Professor, my elder brother, Bill, who is a curse breaker at Gringotts, taught me about the 7 languages and I have finished 3 of them. I can recognize their runes and their uses. I know I am a little behind the course, but with hard work and some diligence I think I can cover it." Professor Babbling sat up a bit straighter. "Bill. Do you mean former head boy, William Weasley? One of the best students I ever had," she said with some enthusiasm. "Well," he said, "if he has been tutoring you, perhaps you can handle the work after all. I have a test here." He handed a parchment to Ron. "This will give me a good idea of where you are in your studies. Fill it out, and we shall see." Ron accepted the parchment and immediately set to work with a will. The professor then turned to Harry. "Mr. Peverell, if you would be so kind, Please tell me about why you think you can pick up this course today when you have shown no interest in this direction for the last 2 years. Harry started. Professor, this summer I had a teacher who taught me the 7 languages and another which is not taught here. He told me of the symbols and their uses, but this training revolved around the practical use of runes more than the theory part. I can cast all the basic wards as well as some very specialized ones. I can even do some rune clusters. Really? She beamed at Harry. As your teaching leans more toward the practical, would you please be so kind as to demonstrate a few wards for me? Gladly, Professor. Harry answered as he drew his wand and started to work. In the next 5 minutes, Harry had drawn a privacy ward, an alert ward, a magical detection ward, the anti-tampering ward that he used in potions, and a few others that he set up every night before he slept. He finished his demonstration with a repulsion ward and an invisibility ward. Mr. Potter, she said, I don't normally teach wards until Newt level. To satisfy my curiosity, could you perform a few more? Harry nodded and held his wand ready. During the next 10 minutes, as she called them out, Harry did the wards for a containment ward, a ward to protect a property, muggle-repelling wards, and anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. When he demonstrated all of them easily, she was excited and clapped her hands happily. I am amazed, Mr. Potter. You have surpassed your mother and father, and that is something considering they were some of the brightest students of their generation. Your father was like you, storming his way through everything, while your mother was of the type to dismantle a problem bit by bit until it was reduced to cinders. Ron submitted his paper and she graded it. She smiled at him. Mr. Weasley, you can attend the 5th-year OWL classes, starting with the next class. You will need to work hard to make a good grade in your OWL, however I think that will be easy for you considering that your brothers were equally talented as you. As they left her office, Harry ran to the entrance of the chamber telling Ron that the defense instructor had called him for a meeting. When he arrived at the other entrance to the chamber, he found Vikram waiting for him there. Together they entered the chamber and Harry conjured 2 chairs while waiting for the mystic to start speaking. The defense instructor started speaking after some time. Harry, today's session with your year mates showed me that it will be a tough job to make them ready for war. I fear would not be long away. They are not in prime fitness like you or quick with a wand, or their casting is anywhere as fluent as you were at the end of your year. In case Hogwarts is intruded, they would not be able to stand against the followers of that abomination. They will need more time than just a double defense class once a week. Harry thought about everything that he was saying. He realized that most of it was true. Most of his yearmates were not as good as they should be due to the simple fact that they did not have a decent teacher in the past years, with the exception of Remus. But, even the werewolf had not emphasized teaching them dueling or fighting. He turned to the mystic. What do you have in mind? The mystic turned to him. Harry, perhaps it is time that you make your own army. You can take your trusted friends and year mates with you and teach them to fight. It does not need to be anything fancy, mind you, but enough to help them to survive the oncoming war. These students can use a hand to learn things which they should have learned in the last 4 years. I think you should make this offer and let those come to you who believe in you. There are many who do not believe that anyone can return from the dead, but many of them do believe you, and if you are able to convince them, they would follow you to the end of the world. Harry was inclined to refuse, but as he considered what the mystic was telling him, he could see that he had a point. However, there were problems that he would have to find a solution to before he could start teaching his friends. He turned to the mystic. We have many problems which need to be solved before we can start working towards this goal. A place to train for one, who to trust for another, and third, as to how to approach them. The mystic smiled. There is a place in this castle which can be used for this purpose, but as I told you earlier, you need to find it by yourself. The only help I can give is that you ask about it to them who know every inch of the castle. You will have to find out who you can trust by yourself, but I do not think you need to share everything with everyone, but only a select number of people. You will have to ensure that they are loyal to you by yourself. Thirdly, you are a pureblood lord who has allies in every house. Approach them and ask them to spread the word. Harry nodded. Soon Vikram took his leave and Harry pulled his wands, the wand of sandalwood and elder wand, to practice his family magics. The Rosier family magic was mostly dark magic, and there were a couple of impressive spells in there, but there was nothing which he didn't already know. The first spell that had caught his attention was a cutter which could not be blocked. It was an ingenious spell and was categorized as most lethal. This spell was powerful and he had put it on his list of spells to practice daily. Another was a spell which was devised as a means to counter fiendfire. It was a spell which would produce a fire equally hot and sentient, and if the caster was able and extremely in control of his abilities, he could use this spell to kill others' fiendfire. There was a Sanskrit variant to it and Harry was practicing it, knowing many of the Death Eaters liked to cast this spell. The Weber family magic was mostly light, but they had some very dangerous and non-lethal spells which could incapacitate anyone, and if no assistance was given to them, they would die eventually. There was a spell which would attack the nervous system of an enemy and swell their joints to such extent that the person would not be able to move a finger. Harry had chosen this one because he knew he could use it effortlessly to bring down the number of his enemies. The Black family magic was mostly dark, as he knew, and a major part of it was dedicated to parcel magic, something which he had already learned. There were a few parcel tongue spells in it which could be used to kill a large number of people at once, and he was rather happy for it. The Potter family magic was more than battle magic. There were also some extraordinary potioneers in the line, and some had been warders. They had lined up ward upon ward at the Potter Castle, and it was considered as one of the most secure buildings in the wizarding world, something to rival Hogwarts in terms of protection, but Harry was not planning to use it in the coming war, knowing the war will be fought here at Hogwarts. There was a fighting style which could be effective if he had to face a group of wizards alone. The Peverell magic was the magic of mages. It contained some very ancient magics such as mage sight, battling skills for a mage against a large group of enemies, spells to cause lightning, spells to lay waste to enemies, and spells to make the elements do his bidding. He had an inkling that the mystics knew of these magics because Harsh had talked to him about the mages of old, what they could do, and their abilities. He had also shared many memories of his mage ancestors in battles, and Harry had learned those. He transfigured a block of wood into a large ornate table like the one Dumbledore had in his office and engraved a rune on the underside, making it permanent, and then similarly made a chair for himself. He produced the pensieve that Harsh had given him and placed it on the table with the caskets of memories he had received from the mystics. He had decided to leave them here in the chamber where no one would be able to see them. He started watching a memory of old from Harsh which showed Ignotus Peverell in battle. The mage was facing what looked like 100 warriors, and he raised his wand. It was a large wand, probably 14 inches of aldar wood and engraved with runes. Ignotus raised the wand to the heavens and chanted. A few seconds later, it started raining fire from the sky, burning all his enemies to cinders. There was Harsh beside him chanting the same, and together they annihilated the enemies before them in seconds. While it was a great spell, Harry felt that it would not be useful in the battles which he may face. There would be friends and foes involved together, and it was hard to differentiate between them to kill only his enemies. There was another spell in another battle which Ignotus was using, and it caused a river to erupt and wash away his enemies. He supposed he could use it at the Black Lake to drown his enemies. There was another which brought a storm, and while his enemy was distracted, he put them to the sword. Harsh had shared a lot of memories of the fighting style he had witnessed aboard the Marichika, and Harry had started to try to copy it. It was a fascinating piece of wand waving, foot movement, and spell casting. Harry was sure that he could learn it soon, and with his ability to cast with both hands, this would be even more deadly. He started practicing this form of combat for some time before he felt the urge to practice his animagus transformation. He had been doing this when he got the time, but had not done that since he had returned to Hogwarts. He disappeared in thin air and appeared in the Forbidden Forest. He changed into his animagus form and started running around on all fours, and even scared a lot of creatures in the forest. He was reveling in the feeling of running in his partial animagus transformation and came to face a wild boar. The boar looked at him warily, getting ready to charge, and Harry felt the urge to attack the other animal and kill it. He threw back his head and gave a mighty roar. The roar was so loud that birds from nearby trees took flight out of fright. It was then he realized that he had roared. The boar had already run away after hearing his roar, and he transformed back before he reappeared in the chamber and conjured a mirror. He transformed and waited until he was sure that his transformation was complete, then looked into the mirror to find the snow leopard looking back at him. He grinned and the leopard's jaw spread in what he was sure was a grin or something like it. Transforming back, he whooped in joy. He had done it. As he left, he warded the entrance with a repellent ward, a proximity ward, a notice me not ward, and a ward to attack anyone who tried to detect it. He had read about some blood magics in the Potter Grimoire, and one of them was about a ward which worked on your blood. That is, the ward would only allow access to those whose blood was keyed in it. He cast one such ward below all wards and left feeling content. Sometime during the lesson, he had laid rather very nastic hexes and jinxes at the bathroom entrance of the chamber so that no one would stumble into it by mistake. As he entered the common room, he was waylaid by Fred and George, who started bowing to him. "Prank Mage Peverell, you have outdone yourself," Fred said. "We know you did it to the snakes this morning," George said. "But we did not see you hexing them," Fred added. "Which makes us think," George said. "They spoke together, that you had entered the Serpent's Pit." Harry chortled, "Minions, I am not giving my secret to you." They both huffed at him, but he went to his room and slept peacefully. The next morning, Harry woke up, bright-eyed, about an hour before dawn. He started pelting his dorm mates with stingers. After being thoroughly peppered, the boys rose, growling out their vows to tear apart the one who had disturbed their slumber. They found Harold Peverell with his wand raised and smirking at them. Ron grumbled, "What is the meaning of this, Harry?" Harry beamed at him. "Good morning, Ron. I just wanted all of you to enjoy this beautiful morning with me. Won't all of you fine blokes join me for some fresh air and exercise?" Seamus asked him, "Are you barking mad, mate? It is not even dawn yet." Dean, who had rolled over and tried to get back to sleep, found himself being hoisted by his ankle and yelped. Harry turned to them and said sternly, "I want you all to be ready to go running and come meet me down at the lake in 10 minutes. You fail and you will find yourself hanging upside down from the highest window of the Gryffindor Tower." He released Dean, who crumpled onto his bed. Harry disappeared to the 7th year dorms. A moment later, he ran out, being pursued by Lee Jordan. The 7th year had his dreadlocks replaced with a blonde poofy hairstyle, his eyebrows were thick enough for birds to nest in them, his beard had grown so long that he had to wrap it around himself so that he would not trip over it, and he was wearing the very latest in the way of an elegant evening gown. Fred and George followed Lee, howling with laughter, while Lee was yelling, "Come back here and undo this, Peverell." 10 minutes later, the boys from the 5th year dorm, still bleary-eyed, reached the Black Lake and started running behind Harry, who was going at a brisk pace. Ron and Neville, who had been training all summer under Moody's supervision, were making a good go of it. Dean and Seamus, however, needed some more encouragement. Harry pulled out his wand and peppered them with more stingers. "Get your rear in gear. Grandmother Augusta can run faster than that." Properly motivated, Dean and Seamus started making an honest effort. After 2 laps, Dean and Seamus were all in. Harry sent them shambling back to the tower. Ron and Neville lingered. Harry dived into the lake and started swimming, accompanied by the giant squid. Neville joined him after some time, but Ron remained at the banks, not willing to risk himself to the perils of Black Lake. After an hour more of swimming and other exercises, Ron headed back up to the tower to catch up on his sleep. Neville trod off to the greenhouses. Vikram joined Harry. They practiced dodging and casting for some time before Harry took his leave of the defense instructor. He strode into the great hall, eyeing the Ravenclaw table with interest. After making sure that there were no ghosts around or worse peeves, he pulled out his wand and cast some extremely complicated spells across the entire length of the table and returned to the Gryffindor Tower feeling satisfied. This prank of his would be remembered in the school for years to come, much like when he had come to the school at the start of 2nd year with Ron in the Flying Ford Anglia. As had become the norm, he went to collect Susan from the Hufflepuff common room. He found Hannah already there. As she saw him, she asked frantically, "Did Luna really say that I fancy Neville?" Harry wanted to laugh at the look on her face, but, preferring to keep his limbs intact, he chose the way Luna said it. "She said that you think he is delicious and he does not pay any attention to you." Hannah blushed so hard that it looked as if she wanted to be anywhere but not there and muttered, "Oh Merlin, what must he think of me?" Harry said to her kindly, "Neville is a good bloke but a bit innocent." He needs someone like you who would be possessive of him and keep him grounded. Just give him time and he will come around. Sage advice, if I ever heard it, said Susan, who had just emerged. So what spectacle can we expect today, Lord Peverell? She had started to address him as Lord Peverell when she was trying to make light of the situation or being sarcastic. Harry grinned at her. All in a day's work, my lady. He offered his arm to her, which she accepted willingly. Like every morning, he escorted her and Hannah to the Gryffindor table. Others soon joined them. As they came to the table, they were keeping an eye on Harry. It was clear that they were all wary of him. Hermione, who had noted this, asked Ron, "Did you boys fight again?" It was Seamus who answered while wincing. This one, pointing to Harry, became a drill sergeant today. Peppered us with stingers in the morning and woke us all up. Then he left, giving us warning that we better be at the Black Lake in 10 minutes unless we wanted him to come after us again. Made us run 2 laps around the bloody lake. Hermione turned on Harry. And why didn't you holler for me and Ginny, or Susan, to join on the run? He looked at her innocently. You expect me to enter the girls' dormitories? Susan snorted. So the mighty Harold Peverell cannot send us a speaking Patronus? He mock protested. And raise all the girls in your dormitories? That's more than my life is worth, Miss Bones. They kept bantering back and forth all during the breakfast until he was sure that all the students were in the great hall. It was all too peaceful when suddenly there was a mighty groaning sound and the Ravenclaw table grew legs and with great effort started walking out of the great hall, freaking everyone out. A few students tried to follow it, some tried to undo the charm, and some tried to climb atop it, but all in vain. McGonagall tried to undo the animation a few times, but when it became clear that it required more power, Dumbledore joined her and together they were able to stop it from walking out of the castle. This had caused a huge mess in the great hall with food strewn all around, goblets broken as they fell on the floor, and a few students had been taken aback and were in hysterics, but there were many of them who were laughing, clutching their stomach. Harry kept indulging himself in breakfast, not even looking up, but his mental shields were up. Mercifully no one tried to invade his mind in the quest of truth. When he looked up, his friends were giving him looks, incredulity. Glare. He could not understand and so paid no attention to it. He found McGonagall looking at him sharply and had to work really hard to not laugh, knowing that would give up the secret. He looked at the timetable and smirked. They had double transfiguration today, with the clause followed by history of magic attended by all houses together. As they arrived in the transfiguration classroom, he inaudibly and wandlessly cast an advanced version of the Homnum Revelio spell, which could reveal if there was anyone, man or animal, in a room. The results told him that a small animal was hiding behind the door. He mentally smirked. As the other students were entering and he was sure that McGonagall was hiding there, he entered at a run. As he was at the doorway, he somersaulted through the air and could see a blue-colored spell flying through the spot where he would have been if he had entered without looking. He recognized the spell as Animagus, revealing spell incanted as Animagus Revelio, and made the correct guess that perhaps McGonagall had some inkling of the fact that he was an animagus. None of the other students had noticed the spell but saw him somersaulting through the air and waited to see him punished, but McGonagall smirked knowingly at him and reached her table. She started addressing the students. Today you shall be practicing the switching spell, in which you will be paired together and switch one object with another. She produced a box of wands and dumped it on her table and continued, each of you pick up a wand. None of these have a core, so they are useless. While you are working in pairs, one of you will switch the wand in your opponent's hand with another object of their choosing, and then it will be another's turn. She produced a list and started calling out names: Harold Peverell with Padma Patil, Hermione Granger with Stephen Cornfoot, Ronald Weasley with Mandy Brocklehurst, Neville Longbottom with Lisa Turpin, Seamus Finnegan with Sue Lee, Dean Thomas with Isabel McDougall, Anthony Goldstein with Faye Dunbar, Michael Corner with Lavender Brown, Terry Boot with Parvati Patil, and Elia Runcorn with Oliver Rivers. As they started to practice, Harry had an easy time against Padma because her aim was off. Her incantation was perfect, her wand movements were precise, but her aim was off by a few inches. After a few tries, he realized that she would not be able to do it. Then he told her, "Why don't we take a seat and talk about whatever problem you may be facing?" She reluctantly agreed. The first thing she asked stunned him. "So Harry, how was Takeshila? He was wordlessly looking at her but then recalled that she was a seer. He decided to tread cautiously around her. Takeshila was good but I did not know that you were keeping tabs on me, Padma. She grinned. Of course not. We were visiting our great-grandfather who teaches there and we happened to hear from him. In that moment, he realized who would have told Shravya Vahan about his adventures. He asked her, so, Shravya Vahan is your great-grandfather? She shook her head. No. But now let us talk about the switching spell and why I can't do it right. Harry told her to cast and watched her wand movement and realized she was waving her wand a little too much which caused the aim to go awry and corrected her accordingly. In a couple of tries, she was able to switch the wand in his hand with a rope that McGonagall had given them. When it was Harry's turn, he casually flicked his wand and her fake wand was replaced with a snake. She yelped and threw the snake away towards McGonagall. McGonagall sternly looked at her. What was that, Miss Potter? She stammered. Professor. Harry switched my fake wand with a snake. The professor picked up the piece of rope and looked at it casually. To me it looks like an innocuous piece of rope which I had given to you to practice with. Harry was employing occlumency and kept his face impassive but he realized that if he did not put an end to his pranking spree, he would start losing points. The rest of the lesson went quietly but he was again reminded that his year mates needed to be taught. When he arrived for lunch, the twins were there at the table. They sat on either side of him and George said, Harry mate, we have realized. Fred added, that we can spend the whole week pranking. They both said, we would never get you. Fred passed him a little pouch of galleons. Mate, here are the 100 galleons we promised. Grinning, he pocketed the pouch. The class after lunch was History of Magic which was highly anticipated by the students. Professor Hughes had decided that all the students of 5th year would take her classes together. As such, all the 4 houses had turned up for the class. Harry was curious about it and wanted to see her reasoning for this exclusive arrangement. As they entered the old classroom which was used by Professor Binns earlier, they found the room had been transformed. For starters, the lighting was better than it used to be. For another, the blackboard looked to have been replaced and all the benches and desks which had been scribbled upon in the previous years had been replaced by more sophisticated furniture. The walls were covered with tapestries of important wizarding events, portraits of important wars and there was a dedicated frame where the most important events of history were shown. As they looked around in awe and took their seats around the room, Professor Martha Hughes strode into the room and with a flick of her wand, the curtains over the windows closed and another tap made the projector start. She started addressing the students. I have had a meeting with the Department of Education after my appointment had been confirmed. I told them that I was not going to teach Goblin Revolts all over again and again to students and gave a detailed description of my course content to them. Suffice to say that under the new administration, Griselda Marchbanks, Elder of the Wizengamot and Governor of the Wizarding Examination Authority approved my request. Since it was late and the book lists could not be sent to you in time, I took the liberty of ordering the books for all of you. She distributed the copies of the book and as was expected, Hermione was feverishly turning the pages trying to take it all in. Professor Hughes started again. I understand that you may not be as advanced as the book requires but I will teach you all sufficiently to obtain your owl and go on to Newt if you so choose. Harry risked a look around and found that not one of the students had gone to sleep. Perhaps it was a first for the class. Hughes was saying, as I know, Professor Binns told you all about the history of Wizarding Britain, the formation of the Wizards' Council and subsequently the Wizengamot including the Goblin Rebellion. I have divided it in 5 parts with the first being history of magic in general during the ancient time i.e. before or around Merlin. Second years will be taught about the formation of the Wizarding Council, the International Statute of Secrecy, the establishment of Gringotts, the witch hunting in the Middle Ages. The third-year curriculum will be focused on the Goblin Revolts, the ban on experimental breeding and a few other prominent events of the 16th and 17th centuries. The fourth year will be taught about the modern history. In the 5th year, you would study history of magic in which you will be taught about the rise and fall of Dark Lords throughout history. It was Oliver Rivers who asked the question everyone wanted to. Professor, why do we need to study about the Dark Lords, their rise and fall? She looked around the class and found everyone was hanging on her words. In all these centuries, we have faced a lot of Dark Lords who had their own agenda of world domination and used petty excuses to amass an army of fanatics behind them. Whichever Dark Lord you talk about, they cared more about their personal gain than the objective they sought to achieve. Even the last Dark Lord had his own agenda and the wizarding sheeple followed him blindly. Malfoy rose and sneered. They were Imperio used. She shot a stinging hex at him and icily said to him, "None of you are allowed to speak while I am teaching in the class. Next time I find one of you speaking out of turn, I will hang you upside down from the ramparts of the castle." I and everyone here know just how Imperio used they were. Harry had to smirk at this. Professor Hughes was doing something that he had planned to do anyhow. She was opening the mind of those who would be future leaders of the wizarding world towards the folly of wizard kind, its stupidity, and she was not afraid to call out those who had been Death Eaters, but he also feared that she was painting a huge target on her back. He would have to think about it later. This was the first time that students had not been sleepy after leaving the history of magic classes, and Hermione was perkier than others. This was the best history of magic lesson that I have had like ever. While Professor Binns knew history, he did not teach us half of those things. Everyone shared her sentiment, but no one chose to speak, letting her keep talking. The truth was that this lesson was the best that they had. Harry listened to everything that she said, but his mind was on something else. Hermione went to the library and Ron went with her while Neville followed him to the Gryffindor Tower. As they were nearing it, nearly headless Nick drifted up to them. "I would not go that way if I were you. Peeves is waiting to topple the bust of Pericles on the next person who happens to go that way." Harry decided to have a little fun with the poltergeist. He and Neville were almost upon the place where Peeves was lying in wait, and before he could notice them, Harry shot a feather-light charm at the bust and then casually walked forward. A second later the bust was going to fall on them and they both caught it and hefted it easily as if it were made of parchment. After securely placing it on the floor, Harry turned to the poltergeist. "Peeves, prank anyone you want, but do not jeopardize their lives or I will be forced to take action against you." Peeves blew a raspberry at them and cackled, "Potty potty Potter." Harry sighed and pulling his wand, he waved it in an intricate motion while incanting under his breath, and phantom chains appeared in the air with which he tied the poltergeist. Peeves tried to disappear, to vanish the chains or otherwise escape from it, but nothing worked. He started bawling, "Potty not fun. Potty not like Peevesy's little joke." Harry had to laugh at his antics and he turned to the poltergeist. "Promise not to put anyone's life in mortal danger and I will free you, otherwise no one can free you from these chains." Peeves eagerly nodded. Harry flicked his wand and the chains disappeared. Peeves ran from him as if he was being chased by a pack of rabid animals. Neville was looking at the display but chose not to say anything, knowing Harry would not tell anything to him. The next morning. Harry woke up early the next morning. Just like the morning before, he started peppering his classmates with stingers. As they grumbled, he gruffly ordered them to be at the lake in 10 minutes and left. As they arrived at the lake, Harry was there already halfway through his first lap and they joined him. This morning when Dean and Seamus wanted to return to the dorm, Harry stopped them and then with some appreciation from him, "Red stingers," the boys started doing push-ups. After they could do no more and left, Harry finished his other exercises including swimming and was returning when he found Daphne Greengrass out of the castle. Surprised, he asked her, "Miss Greengrass, what brings you here at this hour of the morning?" She shrugged. "I woke up early and found that the morning was too beautiful to miss. I came out for a walk. Care to walk with me?" Since Harry had no other work at that moment, he joined her. Harry asked her what had been on his mind for a long time. "Miss Greengrass, why did you sneak into the hospital wing that night?" Daphne inwardly blushed but kept her facial expressions vacant. "First of all, call me Daphne. I wish to be your friend and you calling me Miss Greengrass makes me sound like a stranger. To answer your question, I was intrigued by you since I was a child. Something which I guess happened with everyone who was of our age. I grew up reading about the boy who lived and there was a book series about your adventures, something that became the favorite bedtime story books for all of us. I knew that you would attend Hogwarts with us and fervently prayed that we would be in the same house. Then you arrived at Hogwarts wearing rags, glasses connected with tape, malnourished and too small for your age. It was like a jolt of reality to all of us. I lost interest, but I still wanted to see what kind of person you are. You know, there were so many stories and rumors about you that it was hard to find the truth among them. When I saw you sitting on the stool under the sorting hat, I wanted to know Harry Potter, the orphan who had lived away from the wizarding world and not the boy who lived who was a stuff of fantasy. Harry had been listening intently and was still confused. It still does not explain why you would sneak into the hospital wing. She smirked. Think about it, Peverell. In your first year, you rejected the friendship of Draco Malfoy, who was an important student because of his father and family wealth. No one in the house wanted to cross him. While the Greengrass family is powerful in its own right, we do not usually go looking for trouble. I may be in Slytherin, but I have never been actively involved in house politics, and Malfoy was in the thick of it. So you reject his friendship, then you get on the Quidditch team in your first year, breaking a century-old record. Malfoy tries to get you in trouble, but it just backfires on him. Then at the end of the year, Slytherin stands to win the House Cup and Dumbledore gives last-minute points to the Golden Trio. Harry choked. Golden, what? She smirked. Golden Trio. That is what people called you three. Anyway, you and your friends earned those last-minute points, and Gryffindor trumps Slytherin by 10 points to win the House Cup for whatever reason. Then the second year, you come to the school in a flying car, which is still talked about, and you do not get expelled for it. Petrifications start to happen, and Malfoy cannot stomach that you are being given credit for something you are not. Then at the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, you fly circles around him in that match with a broken arm, and Malfoy becomes unbearable. I had wanted to become your friend in the second year, but the way the entire school lined up against you, I could not approach you. Third year, you have a mass murderer after you, and then Malfoy gets injured by the hippogriff. He continues to be a git to you, and throughout the year, you keep getting better. Your broom gets destroyed and is replaced by the best broom out there, something that gets his dander up. The entire house is trying to sabotage you and ruin the chances of Gryffindor for the Quidditch Cup, so I don't think that any of your friends would have appreciated a snake trying to talk to you or become your friend. Then you already know of the debacle that was fourth year. However, at the end of the year I realized that we should do what we want to. I wanted to be your friend, and I was worried after I overheard your friends talking about you being in a magical coma, so I had to enter the hospital wing to see that you were alright. Harry said nothing for a long time, considering all that she said, and finally turned to her. I understand your reasons. Now tell me, Daphne, what is the current situation in the Serpent's Pit like? She raised an eyebrow at him. And why does that interest you, Harry? He shrugged. I want to cut off Voldemort's, she shuddered, support base. Most of the house would stand behind him because they have no option. I have met some very interesting people over the summer who taught me that we must not divide people by branding them. Just because you are wearing green and silver does not make one evil any more than wearing red and gold makes one good. It is our choices and the kind of person we are that decides so. I want friends in the Serpent's Pit who would stand with me when we are fighting for the future of the wizarding world. She nodded. That is one of the reasons that I wanted you to come with me on the Hogsmeade weekend. He smirked. What is the fun in that? If we are making a statement by our actions, then by all means, you and your friends are welcome for dinner at the Gryffindor house table tonight. You will be well received. However, before you do that, please be assured that no harm would come to you for it. She nodded, and as Harry cast the Tempest charm, checking the time, he cursed himself. Got to run. Daphne, you're a crazy witch, is going to flay me alive. He took off at a run while she leisurely strolled back to the dungeons to find Tracy sitting on her bed, her face lit in anticipation. He ran all the way up the Gryffindor tower and moved like lightning, performing his chores. When he used the map to locate Susan, he saw that she was already in the Great Hall. Going down went a lot faster than going up. When he strode into the Great Hall minutes later, he found Susan and Hannah, sitting at the Gryffindor table, talking with his friends. As he was eating and breakfast was near completion, Neville asked him, Harry, are you all right? Harry cocked an eyebrow at him. Why do you ask, mate? Ron answered, we have become quite used to seeing some spectacular prank in the Great Hall at breakfast, so we were expecting something, big. Harry scowled. Have I ever indicated that I did any of those things? Nobody said anything after that. However, Harry decided to let them know of their new guests at the dinner table that evening after the classes. He whispered to them, "Guys, meet me on the right side corridor on the third floor where we met Fluffy in our first year, after class. There are things that we need to discuss." Everyone nodded, except Susan and Hannah, who had no idea who Fluffy was. They decided to tell the others when the time came. Luckily, they had single period charms with the claws and single period defense with the lions thereafter. In charms that morning, Professor Flitwick asked them to practice Incendio for half an hour. Harry did it fluently for a few minutes before Flitwick signaled him out and had him cast all the charms that they had learned and then excused him after an hour. Since he had an hour to kill, he helped his other housemates to cast properly. Defense lesson was next and the class had not even taken out their books this time. They were eagerly waiting for the defense instructor, who strode into the class and led them to the practice range that he had set up. As the class made themselves comfortable, he started addressing them. "As I found out last class that most of you have no formal training in defending yourself, I have decided to teach you all the art of shielding today. Shielding comes handy in a duel, as you all would agree. However, there are too many things about shielding that you must know. If your shield is not backed up by all your power, you would need to spend more energy in erecting shield after shield, as the basic shields that you know would not be able to hold against spells cast by a wizard more powerful than you. Who will volunteer for this lesson?" A lot of hands went up and the defense professor called out, "Harold Peverell and Ernie Macmillan." As they both took their positions, he gave his instructions. "Mr. Macmillan will cast the most dangerous spell that he knows and Mr. Peverell will shield it. Likewise, after Mr. Macmillan is able to shatter Mr. Peverell's shield, then Mr. Peverell will cast." Harry stood lazily with his wand at his side. Macmillan raised his wand and yelled, "Reducto." And the Reducto curse traveled towards him. A split second before it could impact, Harry flicked his wand and whispered under his breath, "Protega." And a solid Protega was in front of him, rendering the Reducto ineffective. Ernie started casting the Reducto with abandon, but he was not able to pierce his shield. After about 20 tries, Vikram told them to stop and instructed Harry to cast. Macmillan raised a shield before Harry could cast and Harry had to smile. The defense instructor had not forbidden using shield-piercing hexes and Harry sent an overpowered shield-piercing hex which shattered Ernie's shield. Harry called out to him, "Raise one again, Ernie." Ernie again raised a shield and this time Harry sent an overpowered bombarda which blasted his shield apart. With a flick of his hand, Harry's wand went back into his arm holster. Vikram was addressing the students. "As you all saw, Mr. Peverell, who was more powerful in terms of raw power, sent an overpowered bombarda and Mr. Macmillan's shield could not stand against one of them. This is a limitation to the basic shields, but they would hold against an average wizard nonetheless." He called Ronald and Justin and told them to cast at each other and their shields held against each other, although Ronald looked more experienced and his endurance was substantially higher. After demonstrating his point, Vikram set them to practice the shield charm amongst themselves, arranging them in pairs. He paired them as he liked irrespective of houses and pitted Neville against Harry, whispering, "The way I see it, only you two can stand against each other to any extent and the lesson would have some meaning for you, otherwise it would have been a lesson wasted." Harry and Neville practiced shielding, which was useless anyhow since Harry preferred to dodge or sidestep more than shield and Neville too was inclined in that direction. Still, they obediently practiced the shield charm so as not to make others suspicious or resentful that they considered it beneath them. Neville was powerful, but he was not putting his whole power behind his spells, while Harry was using high-powered spells just to check Neville's endurance. He was able to stand against Harry for a long time with his shield being shattered after 20 or so spells, while Harry was able to keep his shield erected longer. But he noticed that Neville was starting to put more power behind his shields every time. After an hour they were all tired and Vikram dismissed them with a reading assignment to be completed before the next class. While he never allowed a book in class, he was not averse to his students studying between classes. Daphne's point of view. When Daphne returned to her dormitory, Tracy was waiting for her. As soon as she saw Daphne, she said with mock sternness, "Spill." Daphne feigned innocence. "What are you talking about, Tracy?" Tracy glared at her. "I am not an idiot, Daph. You never wake up this early. As it is, I saw you getting ready as dawn was breaking and I followed you out of here. I saw you meeting Peveril on the grounds, and as I did not want to disturb your meeting, I returned. Now tell me all the juicy details. Daphne sighed. It was nothing juicy at all. He just asked about why I had sneaked into the hospital wing in June and asked what the political scenario in the snake pit is like. Oh, he also invited me and my friends to Gryffindor table for dinner this evening, something about making a political statement. So, I guess we are going to brave eating with the lions this evening. After that, the day had been pretty ordinary and she eagerly waited for the evening. Third floor. Harry led his friends to the third floor corridor, and as he led them through the door behind which Fluffy had been, he pulled out his wand and cast some wards over the door and then locked the door with a flick of his wand. For good measure, he stunned the portraits in that room. He conjured a seat for Susan and himself and sat while the others kept standing looking at him. After a few moments, he said, "Are you guys sure you want to remain standing? We might be here for a while." Hermione pointed out the obvious. There are no other chairs here, Harry. Are we supposed to sit on the floor? Harry looked at Ron and Neville incredulously. Are you both wizards or not? Where is your Gryffindor chivalry? Your ladies are standing and you blokes cannot conjure chairs for them. Hermione and Susan swatted him on the back of the head at the same time, while Ron fumbled with his wand and Neville just stood there, blushing like idiots. After a few seconds, the two boys had conjured 4 chairs and the meeting began. Harry looked each one in the eye. This is a meeting about the upcoming war and forging alliances with students in the school. As you all know, Voldemort, only Hannah shuddered, is recruiting people while the general wizarding population does not believe that he is back. Even if Minister Longbottom has started making changes in the ministry and Madame Bones is doing her best to prepare the Aurors, we know that they will outnumber us. As such, in the event that Hogwarts is invaded, we will be hard-pressed to defend ourselves from any such attack. I am willing to teach basic defense to students so that they are able to defend themselves and their friends if the need arises. I will be looking for allies in every house, and while I can be sure of support from 3 houses, it is the House of Slytherin which worries me most. The house is not entirely evil and not entirely good but divided. While many of them are children of the dark families, but even some of those do not wish to be forced into the service of the dark side. Some of them are from neutral families, and as such, it is my intention to recruit them to stand against Voldemort and be our eyes and ears in the Serpent's Pit. To that effect, I have asked Daphne Greengrass with her friend to join us at the Gryffindor table for dinner this evening, and I expect none of you will have any issue with it. He noticed everyone's expressions. As he had expected, Ronald was frowning and perhaps he would blow his lid over it. Hermione was thinking about the ramifications of such an alliance and perhaps was leaning towards his decision. Neville was sitting relaxed, and Harry knew that he understood the reasons for this decision and was supporting Harry. Hannah was likewise silent and not saying anything, but he could not decipher Susan's emotions: anger, jealousy, or scared. Susan was inwardly fuming. She was not oblivious to what happened around her, and she had noticed the looks that Greengrass gave to Harry when she thought no one was looking. Susan did not have one iota of doubt in her mind that Daphne had set her sights on Harry. She understood the need to align the snakes with them, but it did not mean that she had to like it. However, as Amelia had drummed it into her, sometimes one had to work with those they didn't normally liked. She would watch Daphne, and if she felt that the other girl was making a move on her Harry, she would assert her claim. Perhaps the time was not far off when she would have to tell Harold Peverell that he was hers and no one else could lay a claim on him. Ronald did not say anything despite wanting to remind everyone that Slytherins were all Death Eaters. Since his family was again sitting upon the Wizengamot and he had found a couple of Slytherins in his family tree, he had realized that they were not all bad. It was a hard egg to swallow, but he had to concede that not all of them were evil. Now, with a war coming, they would need friends, and maybe with the initiative Harry was willing to take, they would be able to form some alliance in the Serpent's Pit. He decided to just sit and watch for now. Harry dismissed the meeting soon after that when he realized that none of his friends were going to object. They all proceeded to lunch in the Great Hall. They might not have realized it, but they had just conducted the first meeting of the new order which would rise to fight against Voldemort and eventually bring him down. As they were getting to the Great Hall for lunch, Harry sighed, realizing that today was Friday, which meant that Quidditch trials were this evening, something that he had sorely missed for the last year. At dinner that evening, Harry sat at the end of the table farthest away from the staff table waiting for Daphne and her friends. Susan sat on his right, Neville on his left with Hannah on Neville's right and Hermione and Ron sat across from him. Daphne entered as dinner was just getting started and made a beeline for the Gryffindor table. Hermione and Ron shifted 2 spaces down the table and Daphne and Tracy sat in the vacated seats. Harry turned to Daphne. Daphne, let me make the introductions. This is Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley scion of the House of Weasley, Neville Longbottom heir of House Longbottom, Hannah Abbott heiress of House Abbott and Susan Bones heiress of House Bones. Everyone, this is Daphne Greengrass, heiress of House Greengrass, and the charming lady accompanying her is Tracy Davis, heiress of House Davis. As the introductions were being exchanged, Fred and George approached them. Fred said, and perhaps we should introduce ourselves seeing Ickle Harrykins does not feel the need to do so. George added, we are Gred and Fjorge, pranksters extraordinaire. They together said, at your service. Fred turned to Daphne, did we not try to change your hair color in your second year? George finished, and you reversed it on us. Tracy laughed while Harry scowled at them, minions, leave us. The twins mock bowed and went to sit with their friends. Harry realized that everyone in the Great Hall, including the professors, were looking at them intently. Perhaps it was the first time that a snake sat with the lions. Before they could proceed further, Malfoy, who had entered the Great Hall, interrupted, what do you think you are doing here, Greengrass? This is not the Slytherin table. Harry replied to him coldly, and where is it written, cousin, that one can only eat at their house table? The Hogwarts Charter states clearly that students can sit at other tables during meal times except for the welcoming and leaving feast, including any other feast which may occur during the year. Malfoy turned to him while his hand was sliding towards his wand in his robes. I was not talking to you, Peverell. As he pulled his wand out, he found 5 wands trained on him and his lackeys while Harry just sat there smirking. Before the situation could escalate any further, Professor McGonagall intervened. What is happening here? Is there a problem, Mr. Peverell? Harry shook his head. No problem, Professor. Just Draco Malfoy was trying to pull his wand on us. McGonagall turned to Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, if you ever try that again, I will be forced to put you into detention. She turned to the others. The same goes for all of you. Dinner was passing peacefully when Harry found a little Ravenclaw standing near their table and glaring at Daphne. He cautiously asked her, is there any problem, miss? The girl gave Daphne a cross look. Daphne, have you told Lord Peverell about your little sister? She turned to Harry. Hello, Lord Peverell. I am Astoria Greengrass, younger daughter of House Greengrass. He replied kindly. So Miss Greengrass, why were you glaring at your sister like you want to have some words with her? Astoria grinned. That is between me and her. I just wanted to make your acquaintance, Lord Peverell. I will see you later. Harry asked Daphne, is she always like this? Daphne replied, pretty much. Tracy was inwardly smirking at what Astoria would do to her sister for keeping things from her. The dinner was spent with them talking about things in general and nothing of substance was discussed. The dinner, though, had sent a message to the Great Hall. Harry Potter was ready to make new friends, even in the Serpent's Pit, and Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were under his protection. The Quidditch pitch. Harry was on the Quidditch pitch, dressed in his Quidditch robes, waiting for the trials to start. He was standing on one side with his broom in one hand. Angelina called to the crowd assembled, please form lines. Those who are here for the trials of beaters get in one line, those for chasers in another, and those for keepers in a third line. After they had lined up, she called Harry forward. I am going to call the chasers, and it is your duty to unseat them up there with the twins assisting you at times. He nodded, satisfied with being given some work. He took to the sky and was followed by Fred, and as the trials started, he started hitting bludgers towards those taking the tests. In the first wave, all were unseated almost the moment they began. He kept hitting the bludger too hard and did not realize his mistake until he knocked Dean Thomas off of his broom when the other boy was about 10 feet off the ground. Dean did not suffer any injuries, but it was evident that he would not be participating in the trial anymore. Whenever his bludger connected with anyone, it gave them bruised ribs. So at the end of the chaser trial, there were at least 10 with bruised ribs, 2 crashed shooting stars, and some very disgruntled looking lions. In the trial for beaters, he sat on the sidelines and watched while others tried. The newly elected chasers Ginny Weasley and Demelza Robbins were trying to score on the hoops while they tried to bring them down. Ginny flew beautifully, flowing like water in the air and dodged everything that was sent at her by the beaters. Watching her fly, Harry made a mental note to order a Nimbus 2001 in advance for her birthday. The way she was performing, she needed her own broom. Finally, two beaters were able to stop the chasers from scoring, and they were Faye Dunbar and Jack Sloper. The keeper trial had been hard, but at last Ronald Weasley had made the cut after he demonstrated that he came from a family of talented Quidditch players. This new Ron had intrigued him a lot since he was more confident now and was more tolerant of views opposite than to his own. The only similarity that remained was that he could not help but put his foot in his mouth from time to time. He had been impressive with his feat, perhaps owning a Nimbus 2001 and being an accomplished wizard had made the changes to him. After being selected, they had a team practice, just to see how well they were playing with each other. The training had been invigorating, especially after 2 months of being away from his broom. While others practiced, he had waltzed around the pitch on his broom, practicing all the moves that he knew: the sloth grip roll, the barrel roll, the Wronski feint, and a few others that he had learned. He wanted to let go of his broom or perform the stunts he had learned aboard the Marichica, but he saved them for later, perhaps during a match. When the other Gryffindors headed back to their tower, Harry left under his cloak for the Chamber of Secrets to practice his spell casting. Pundarikash was already at the entrance of the chamber waiting for him. As they entered, they started practicing spell casting for an hour, during which he tried all the spells that he had learned or had marked for his use. The mystic was efficient in helping him in any way possible. He was grateful to Pundarikash for fortifying the walls to withstand any backlash, knowing that his spells otherwise would have collapsed the room easily. He conjured dummies and jeweled with them, which would keep raining hexes on him and forced him to dodge. After some time, as they were about to leave the chamber, Harry produced a camera. He had procured one during the last month, and handed it to Pundarikash. "Will you take some pictures for me?" As the mystic agreed, he transformed, and the mystic's expression made him grin. The mystic captured some images of his animagus form, and then Harry transformed back. He said to the mystic, "Please have them developed and send them to Ambar with a request to register my animagus form from India with the ICW so that no one can find out about it easily." He also produced a stack of letters which he handed to the mystic, and they left the chamber thereafter. Harry decided to take the route to Gryffindor Tower in his snow leopard form. Since he knew his way around the castle, there was no fear that someone would find him. He regally stalked through the shadows to the tower until he ran into her. Luna Lovegood was roaming the corridors barefooted, and her radishy earrings were missing too. It looked like she was looking for those creatures that she had talked about or something, but Harry could not understand why she would be roaming around with her feet bare. As she saw the snow leopard, she perked up and came to him to pat his head. Harry gave a low growl which she mostly ignored and kept petting him for some time before she said, "Good boy, Blizz," and went skipping away. Flummoxed, Harry returned to the tower after transforming back to his human form in an abandoned corridor. Serpent's Pit. As Daphne and Tracy returned to the Serpent's Pit that night, Draco Malfoy was waiting for her with a few friends of his. As they entered, Draco sneered, "Greengrass, are you trying to betray Slytherin House?" Daphne calmly answered, "Do you have anything to prove your allegations, Malfoy?" Draco answered, albeit calmly, "You are befriending Harold Peverell, who is the enemy of Slytherin House. Are you planning to sell us out to him?" Daphne inwardly sighed. Malfoy would remain an imbecile as he always was. Outwardly she adopted the Ice Queen mask and said icily to him, "Draco Malfoy, while you may think of yourself as his nemesis, you are no more than a fly to him which he can swat anytime. However, he is not an enemy of Slytherin House, and he has never antagonized any of us except when we gave him trouble." Draco shouted, "He is the public enemy of the Dark Lord, and the Slytherins have always supported him." Daphne still calmly said, "Since when does your Dark Lord have a claim to Slytherin House? Does anyone even know of his ancestry? I am sure no one names their children as Lord, and certainly no family ever has been called Voldemort." Everyone gasped or shuddered. "So unless you know of his ancestry, please explain to me why we would owe allegiance to him." I distinctly remember that House Greengrass has never done fealty to him, unlike some who left his service when he was vanquished by a toddler. Draco's face went purple. Don't you dare to speak against my family like that, Greengrass. House of Malfoy is one of the most important houses. She thought that it was high time that Malfoy was put in his place. She retorted, House of Greengrass is an ancient and most noble house descended from the reverend House of Lefay. We are some of the original families left from the Age of War mages, unlike yours, which fled from France as refugees and may not ever return on pain of death. Draco drew his wand and was immediately disarmed by one of the older Slytherin prefects. There will be no dueling in the house. If you want to challenge her, then do it the proper way. After that, the students went their way while Everly, Jugson and Dryden approached her. Jugson curtsied before her. Heiress Greengrass, can we have a word? She nodded and Dryden cast a privacy charm around them. Everly started. Greengrass, as you well know, the houses of Dryden, Everly and Jugson are vassals of House Black. With Harold Peverell becoming the Lord of Black, our loyalties are with him as being our liege lord. We need a way to get into contact with him. As you are his friend, would you introduce us? Daphne contemplated this for a second and then asked, so, you want to change your loyalties to him? Do your families know about your changed allegiance? How can I be sure that you are not planning to capture him or harm him? Jugson replied, we know there are questions that will be asked, however, we are willing to answer all of these questions if he will listen to us. She nodded. I will relay a word to him about it, but it is entirely his choice to agree to your proposal or reject it. Headmaster's office. This morning Harry woke and found that Neville and Ron were already awake with their wands in their hands and welts on their arms. He asked Ron, what are you both doing up this early? Ron scowled. We thought that we would pay you back for all the stingers you peppered us with and woke up half an hour ago, but none of our spells have reached you no matter what we did. Harry laughed. That would be because I have shielding wards around my bed. He had been summoned to the headmaster's office as he had reached the Great Hall for breakfast, and as he entered, the headmaster asked him enthusiastically, had a good week, Harry? He grinned widely. It was probably the best yet, headmaster. For once no one in the castle is trying to kill me or conspire against me. Dumbledore chuckled. Let's not jinx it then. I am sure with the pranks in your classes you are having a fantastic week already. Now Harry my boy, I have called you here to talk to you about going to Gringotts. It is imperative that we do not waste more time and retrieve it. Harry nodded. I am of the same opinion, sir. How are we going to Gringotts? The headmaster looked at him incredulously. You can apparate in and out of the castle, you can ride a hippogriff, and you are asking me. Harry nodded. All true, headmaster, but we have to maintain appearances. I am sure Tom's spies are trying to watch everything that we are doing. Wizarding Britain is already preparing for a war, and I fear that is enough to make him wary of everyone. You are without doubt the wizard he fears the most, while he wants to kill me due to the prophecy. Albus nodded. So what do you propose? Harry said. Let's go to Gringotts and then we will decide, Professor. Dumbledore whistled and Fawkes soared into the air, trilling. Dumbledore and Harry caught hold of his tail feathers, and a second later, they were standing outside Gringotts. Harry walked into the bank and to a teller. I am here to see Griphook. The goblin immediately took them to Griphook's office, where the goblin received them. Lord Peverell, Chief Warlock Dumbledore. Harry addressed the goblin. Griphook, what is the status of the catapults? Are they ready to be taken to Hogwarts? The goblin nodded. Lord Peverell, the catapults have been assembled as you had wished and are ready to be taken to Hogwarts. Do you have people with you who can efficiently operate them, or you need to hire some goblins for the task? He smirked. No, Griphook. I have some people who will operate it, but I want you to include the manual for operating the machines. Now as to the next business, I am here for the chalice. Have you realized what it is? The goblin nodded. We know what it is. If we did not understand the severity of the situation, I would have penalized the Lestranges for it, however doing that now would put them on alert. Harry nodded. Let us not tarry then, account manager Griphook. Please fetch the chalice to me. Griphook pushed a button on his desk and a young goblin entered. Griphook barked orders to him and turned to Harry. While we wait for the chalice, is there any other business you would like to have taken care of? Harry smirked. As a matter of fact, there is. What happened to those suits of armor I commissioned to be made out of the basilisk's skin? The goblin replied, They are ready as you had instructed Lord Potter. Since they are made from the skin of a magical beast, there is not much we could do with it, but we have added altering charms which would make it fit the body of those who wear them. Would you like to take them with you, or do you want us to send them to the recipients? He mulled this over for a minute. Then he pulled a piece of parchment from his robe along with a quill and wrote a list of names. He handed the list to Griphook. I want to send the suits of armor to these people on the list, and I want 24 more suits of the basilisk skin, for which I will send you another list of recipients soon. The goblin took the list, and at that moment, the young goblin returned clutching a box in his hands and handed it to Harry. Harry pulled out his wand and opened the box with a spell. Inside was a beautiful golden cup engraved with the Hufflepuff badger. Harry could feel the evil coming from it. He gingerly handed the box to Dumbledore. He cast a spell or two at it and declared, This is indeed a Horcrux. Now we are a step closer towards vanquishing Tom. As they were leaving Gringotts, Harry heard someone call him, Ari. He turned to find a silver-haired, blue-eyed witch gliding towards him. She hugged him lightly and pecked him on both cheeks. Ari, how are you? Harry smiled at her. I am good, Miss Delacour. How are you? How come you are in Wizarding Britain? She enthusiastically replied, I joined, to improve my English. Bill, has been, helping me. She then turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, how are you? Dumbledore smiled at her. I am fine, Miss Delacour. Harry took their leave with a nudge from Dumbledore, and they took the flow from the lobby of Gringotts to the chambers assigned to house Peverell in the Wizengamot. Once in the ministry, Harry liberally employed charms on himself, changing his appearance with his hair turning to blonde, his cheekbones high, his eyes steel gray. Thus disguised, he followed Dumbledore to the lowest level of the ministry. He could see visual distortion of the Order Guard lurking under a disillusionment spell outside the Department of Mysteries and passed him nonchalantly. When they entered the department, Croaker met them just inside of the entrance, Lord Peverell, Chief Warlock. Harry nodded to him while Dumbledore opened the conversation. Old friend, we are here for the prophecy. Algernon led them to the Hall of Prophecy, and Harry stumbled as he entered the hall. The ambient magic in the hall was overwhelming. Croaker led them to a shelf and pointed Harry towards a prophecy orb. Pick that one, Lord Peverell. Harry looked at the orb, which had a slip attached to it. Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, June 1980. As Harry picked up the prophecy, Croaker erected a privacy ward around them. While they watched, the Chief Unspeakable brandished his wand and a replica of the orb was replaced on the shelf. Harry gave him questioning looks, and the Chief Unspeakable shrugged. We are laying down a trap for him to come. Whenever we are ready to bring him into the open, spread the word that you are coming to pick up the orb, and when he comes he will be walking into an ambush. Harry openly smirked. It is a good plan. We will have to do it soon. Dumbledore directed his attention to the orb. Now would be as good a time as any to listen to what the prophecy says, Harry. Tap your wand to it. Harry pulled his wand and tapped the orb, and Sybil Trelawney's voice started emanating from it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry did not say anything for a few minutes, but sat in contemplation and then started. So it means that I will have to kill him if I am to live. Are you sure it does not apply to anyone other than me? Dumbledore said gravely. I believe so, my boy. Your parents had defied Voldemort 3 times. You were born at the end of the 7th month, and he marked you as his equal when he gave you that scar. The only other possibility was Mr. Longbottom, but you are the one in the prophecy since he chose you. And I do not believe it will end without you killing Tom once and for all. Harry nodded. Headmaster, since we have removed the orb now, we can remove the Order Guard from the prophecy. The unspeakable security should be enough to keep him deluded that the real thing is still here. Dumbledore nodded, and they took a flow to the Black Townhouse from Croaker's office, where Sirius met him in the entrance hall. As he saw Harry, he said agitatedly, Pup, there are some people who say that they are your friends and are here at your invitation. Harry nodded. some associates of mine I called to help me. Himbot and two other mystics were sitting in the entry hall, and Harry this time saluted him, Dharma Rahman. As the mystics returned the gesture, Harry leveled his wand at them. How did Guruji take the masks off those freeloaders? The mystic smirked. He melted the masks off their faces. Harry sent his wand back into the holster and sat with the mystics for lunch while Dumbledore brought him up to date on what the order was doing. He started with the ministry, telling how the ministry was better functioning now, how the revamped administration had won the confidence of the public, increased Auror patrols, sightings of Aurors in Diagon Alley and other places of prominent importance gave them a sense of security, how Frank had ordered Nocturne Alley to be raided. When they came to the subject of Nocturne Alley raids, Harry jokingly said, "Damn, it will be bad for business since House Black owns most of the shops down there. Guess I will have to find some honest business owners then." Everyone chuckled at his statement. As they were done with lunch, Harry presented the Hufflepuff cup to the mystics, telling them to get it exorcised and then return it to him at school. Hogwarts. Harry returned to the castle an hour before dawn on Monday morning. He used a portkey which Dumbledore had prepared and provided to him. The destination point was near Hagrid's shack, where he found Black Storm grazing and hunting wild rabbits. He spent some time with the hippogriff before he returned to the dorm to see what the situation was. He found his dorm mates still sleeping and huffed out his disappointment. What? He thought. Just because I'm away for the weekend, they think they can slack off. Harry quickly realized that he needed to teach them what happens when they let their guard down. So be it. How many times did it take for Harsh and Vari to finally get it through to Harry anyway? After making some arrangements, Harry made his way to the lake to start his workout. 2 hours later, Harry returned from his morning workout refreshed and invigorated. As he entered the common room, he found Hermione, sitting in her favorite chair in front of the big fireplace, reading a book. Spotting her there, he asked Hermione innocently, "Good morning, Hermione. Have you seen Ron this morning?" She placed her finger in the book, then looked up from her reading. "Good morning, Harry." Then frowning, "No, I haven't seen Ron at all today. I thought about going up there to wake him up, but then I remembered that I had this book to read and it just slipped my mind. I thought he would get my attention when he finally does decide to get up." Harry adopted a most serious expression. "Then let us go and find what the boys are doing." While he talked, he had his hands behind him waving and undoing the spells he had cast before his morning workout. The two of them climbed to the top of the boys' dormitories, where the fifth years slept. They found the boys, still in their beds, looking rather grumpy. Ron bellowed, "Harry, what have you done?" Harry answered, Let me see. 5 laps around the lake, 3 laps swimming across the lake, about 100 push-ups, 40 or so Russian push-ups and some dueling practice with Professor Vikram." "Why do you ask?" Neville, who had been gritting his teeth, seethed. "You know what you have done, Harry. You charmed us to keep sticking to our beds and placed some wards on this dorm so we could call no one to our help." Harry scowled. "I would thank you to not tarnish my reputation, Neville. I have done no such thing." Dean bawled. "Then explain why we could not leave our beds." Harry cheekily replied, "Maybe because you could not be bothered to get up and now you are making excuses for your lazy self." Harry's taunting was more than Seamus could bear. Without thinking about how he had been trying to get out of bed for more than an hour now, he lunged at Harry and to his surprise found himself out of bed, standing on the floor. Harry glared around the room. "So, you all were saying?" Hermione turned to Ron tersely. "Honestly, Ronald. Do not make excuses for your laziness." Harry, with a big grin, went to bathe and change into his school robes before going to pick up Susan and go down to breakfast. As he emerged from the bathroom, Ron confronted him. "Mate, this was not right," he growled. Harry shrugged. "You are all responsible for this. You know how perilous the times are and yet you guys are sleeping in, oblivious to all danger and responsibility. You might think that Hogwarts is safe, but it won't be for long and we have to be ready to defend it when the time comes. You people are not in prime condition. You won't last in a fight." He turned to Dean and Seamus. "You two. You can't even run 2 laps around the lake. How can you expect to duel and survive? How would you do that?" He turned to Neville and Ron. You have both been training this summer under Mad Eye Moody, and yet here we are. You have not even taken his mantra to your heart. Constant vigilance. What happened to keeping an eye on everything around you? You had the very best training available, and now you are squandering it all by not practicing. After he finished laying into them, he left the Gryffindor Tower for the Badger's Hole, where Susan was waiting for him. Susan mock glared at him. Where were you, Peverell? I tried to find you on Saturday, but you never returned from Dumbledore's office. In the evening, one of your friends told me that you had left for London. You didn't even have the decency to tell me. Harry sighed. Susan, can we talk about it later? I just had a fight with the fifth-year Gryffindor boys, and I would rather not have another one. Her tone changed immediately to concern. Why did you guys fight? He whispered. I'll tell you all about it later, just not here. Third floor after class. Hannah emerged at that moment and asked him, Where is Neville? Harry raised an eyebrow at her. I did not know that he was joining me here. Susan grinned. Well, yesterday, Neville found some of his Gryffindor courage and asked her if they could become friends, you know. Like I want to know you better, and would you go to Hogsmeade weekend with me type friends. Harry smiled knowingly. Oh. That is news indeed. I guess Longbottom found the lion in him. Offering his arm to her, he escorted her to the Great Hall. When they arrived in the Great Hall, they found the other boys already there. They were grumpily eating breakfast while Hermione was tersely glaring at Ron. Harry asked her, Everything all right, Hermione? She tersely said, Ron told me about your fight and I was just telling him that you were right. Harry inwardly sighed. If his friends were going to fight among themselves, he would rather have let them sleep. Since classes were starting soon, he whispered to them, Meet me at the right wing, third floor, after classes. We need to resolve this. The first class was Transfigurations. Professor McGonagall again gave them Transfigurations to do and explained how they could work in a fight. Today she was starting to teach them the Inanimatus Conjurus spell, which was a spell to conjure inanimate artifacts, which was easy for the four because they had spent the summer doing it. She set them to conjure wooden blocks and they all sat doing it. With the first flick of his wand, Harry produced a heavy block of wood which was evenly cubical in shape. He then proceeded to vanish it and then conjured it again. After he got bored of conjuring the same wooden block each time, he conjured a large block of solid stone. He then turned it into a dog and animated it to run around the room on all fours. Everyone looked at the transfiguration in awe, knowing that was something that was taught at Newt level. Even then, not every witch or wizard was powerful enough to make it work like he did. Since the period was double transfigurations, at the end of the first period, the professor gave them objects to turn into opera glasses. That was something which was part of the normal curriculum. Before she dismissed the class, she assigned them a 2-foot parchment essay on the Inanimatus Conjurus spell and its uses. Harry groaned inwardly, thinking of having to write a 2-foot parchment, but then Professor McGonagall also had to ensure that her students were able to obtain the desired owls. They proceeded to lunch and things were beginning to change after they had time to cool down. Dean and Seamus approached him. Harry, you are right. Starting tomorrow we will be there at the Black Lake before dawn. Harry nodded. I'm glad to hear it, mates. Then, turning to Seamus with a grin, Seamus, you are good at blowing things up. How would you like a special assignment? Seamus eagerly asked. What is it? Harry grinned. How would you like to blast things? Charms class with the snakes was likewise easy. Professor Flitwick asked them to practice things they had learned already in the previous years, since anything could come up during the owl exam. After getting bored of practice, Harry spent the rest of the period helping his friends. As they were leaving, he also assigned them 2 feet of parchment on the Impedimenta Jinx and its uses. Third floor. The 6 of them arrived at the 3rd floor and Harry started the meeting. Guys, when I arrived in our dorm this morning, I was really upset that not one of you had bothered to get out of bed. Now, I am sorry that I overreacted, but, you know what is at stake and you must start taking on some responsibility. There is a war brewing. I can't fight Tom Riddle and all of his supporters by myself. If Master Orr Moody were here, he would make all of you run 10 laps around the lake for insubordination. Like it or not, there is going to be some fighting. You are going to be in the thick of it. It is on you to do everything you can to prepare for it. Hermione asked him, Harry, do you really think Dumbledore would let us fight? You may be an accomplished master, but we are still school kids. We cannot hold our own against one of the members of his inner circle. Harry scoffed, Hermione, you are a most capable witch. You have both knowledge and the power to use it. To answer your other question, Dumbledore would never deliberately put any of us, his students, in harm's way. But, he is also wise enough to know that the unexpected is what happens in war. If any of us or all of us should find ourselves in danger, it is better to be prepared to fight than it is to be helpless. I agree 100% with Dumbledore, we do not want anyone to perish for lack of skill. We will meet again here tomorrow, for I have some news. Herbology was the last class of the day. Professor Sprout worked them hard as they reviewed all the plants which they had learned about in the past 4 years. As the students were cleaning up and preparing to go, Professor Sprout quietly asked Harry to stay after class. While everyone else headed back to their common rooms to get a start on today's essay assignments, Harry made his excuses and trundled off to a separate greenhouse with the professor. On the way, she explained to Harry how she wanted to observe him as he looked after the special plants that he had brought back from India. She explained that tending those plants without a partner was far too dangerous and nobody else at the school could help her. They took turns, tending the plants while the other stood back and watched. It did not take long, but dragon hide gloves, protective goggles, earmuffs and extreme care were all required. Great Hall. As Harry sat for dinner in the Great Hall, Hedwig flew down to him. He knew that Sirius would not send a letter when he could just talk through the mirrors, and the same went for Remus. There was no other person that he could think of who would send him a message with his owl, considering that all of his friends were with him. Before he took the letter, he cast a detection spell to make sure that it was not jinxed. Satisfied that the letter was just a letter, he took it from Hedwig and opened it to read. Harry, on Friday, I was approached by the heirs of houses of Dryden, Everley and Jugson, asking for an audience with Lord Black. They are vassals of House Black and want to acknowledge their new liege lord. While I do not know of their motives yet, I suspect that they are not willing to join the service of he who must not be named. I did not make any promises to them, but assured them that I would send word to you and you will do as you see fit. They could be of use to you in bringing a number of seventh years to your side in the upcoming conflict. Daphne Isabella Greengrass. Harry pocketed the letter, thinking of a way to send word to those three without anyone else knowing. But, that would have to wait till later in the week, because with the full moon coming up in 2 days, he was needed at the country estate with Remus. He knew Sirius was planning to join the werewolf and keep him company, and perhaps Harry could also do it and see the effects of his potion for himself. The next morning, he got up and found the other boys were already up. He asked them, surprised, "Did I wake up late?" Ron shrugged. "No, Harry. We realized that we should be readying ourselves. We had this false sense of security. With these castle walls, Dumbledore and you, it's hard to believe that Tom or his followers could ever get at us. But, it was Hermione that pointed out, you and Dumbledore can't be everywhere all the time. So if it ever comes down to us stopping them, we had better be ready." I had to agree with her. Harry smirked. "Looks like you had some sort of awakening this summer. Come to think of it, you have not been fighting with Hermione at all. I remember how the two of you bickered over the smallest things. What is the matter, Ron?" Neville snickered. "Our keeper has a thing for the bookworm." Harry looked at Ron incredulously. "Is that true? If it is, then you have another prank coming your way for hiding this from me." Dean growled. "If we are done being mushy, can we go down to the lake? I have to catch up on my sleep later, you know." Harry led them to the common room where Hermione and Ginny were waiting for them. Collecting them, he went out and started running around the lake, followed by them. After 2 laps, they started doing push-ups while he jumped in the lake, followed by Neville. After they were done running, Dean and Seamus went back to the tower while Hermione, Ginny, Neville and Ron started spell casting. Potions class. The Slytherins and Gryffindors arrived for potions class and quickly found their assigned partners and seats. Snape called for homework and the students who had assignments quickly produced their scrolls and held them up along with the dunderheads who had failed to produce their summer assignments last class. With a deft flick of his wand, the professor summoned the scrolls and they arranged themselves into a neat pile on his desk. With the next flick of his wand, he distributed the marked scrolls from the previous class. Harry didn't even look at his scroll. He just put it in his bag and started setting up his equipment for today's work. Before he put today's instructions on the board, Snape addressed the class. The grades on these papers should give you a good idea of the grades you would receive if you submitted it for your OWL work. I was able to award a few O's and a handful of E's, there were a few T's, he said while giving Neville and Harry a significant look. As I have said, he continued, I will only accept students who achieve an O on their OWL exam into minute classes, and that will close many doors to the rest of you dunderheads. Malfoy snickered with glee. Some people have got T. I wonder who they might be. His speech done, Snape tapped the blackboard where the instructions for today's potion appeared. To Harry's surprise, it was the draft of peace again. Snape sneered at the class. Now let's see how many of you dunderheads can get it right this time. Harry produced a piece of parchment from his bag and with a tap of his wand, copied the blackboard instructions. He compared the instructions with what he remembered from the previous class and found that the amount of moonstone was off and this would spoil the potion. Quickly, he raised his hand ostensibly to draw Snape's attention to him while anodily drawing a privacy ward which included only himself and the professor. Snape recognized the hand and asked tersely, Yes, what is it, Peverell? Harry responded, Professor, we will not be overheard, I have seen to that. The amount of the moonstone in your instructions is incorrect. It will ruin the potion. Is there a reason you did that? Harry had to hand it to the professor. The man was a consummate actor. He continued to sneer and look contemptuous while he spoke. Yes. I did that intentionally. I wish to know where they are sheep, or do they think for themselves? Harry looked around the class. Most of the students were preparing their ingredients. Only Hermione, Ron and Neville had their books out. Harry nodded and took down the privacy ward. A few moments later, Harry had his customary 3 cauldrons heating while he prepared the ingredients for his 3 potions. All the while, Snape hovered over him, asking him questions about the 3 different formulations, what substitutions he had made, what could not be substituted, and how the ingredients interacted. Harry patiently answered each question as he continued to work without missing a beat. After this had been going on for some time, Snape looked up to see that almost all the students were watching him and Harry instead of attending to their work. While Snape continued to sneer and make sarcastic remarks, he seemed genuinely interested in Harry's brewing techniques and insight into the ingredients. Snape directed his attention to the rest of the class. I assume, he began in a tone that suggested detentions for everyone, that you have all discovered a way for your potions to brew themselves. I will be awarding AT to every student who fails to complete their work today. While the professor was distracted, Harry passed a note with the correct amount of moonstone to Daphne. Having read it, she just gave Harry a look that said, that should be obvious, and got back to work. With that, the class got their heads down and started brewing. As class time was running out, there were a total of 7 cauldrons which were emitting the characteristic silver vapor. 4 of those were at the table which Harry shared with Daphne. Hermione, Neville and Ron had also succeeded at making the correction. Although Seamus had managed to get through class without melting his cauldron this time, his potion was emitting the same heavy, gray fumes that were coming from most of the cauldrons in the class. As the students were bottling up their samples, Snape tapped the blackboard again. Your assignment this week is to list all the ingredients of this potion. You will explain the use of each one. You will then research to discover which ingredients can be substituted, which cannot, and the effect of each substitution. While the rest of the class was groaning, Harry was inwardly whooping with joy. Snape had based the homework assignment on his work. While his classmates would have to spend hours with their noses buried in at least 4 different books, Harry just had to copy his notes and hand it in. As they left the class, Hermione started in on him about the homework grades. I got an O, but I feel that I had not done my best work for this assignment. These grades could be the base for our grades in the OWLs. I mean, we have some idea of where we are standing right now so that we know how hard we have to work from this point on to get the grades we need. She was showing no sign of letting up, so Harry interrupted her. Hermione, if you want to know what grade 1 got, just ask. I know you have already asked Neville and Ron's grades. She hesitantly said, if you don't mind, please. Wordlessly, Harry produced the scroll from his bag and handed it to her. On the top in right-hand corner, O was scrawled with a comment, this is the best work that I have seen on this topic. She started reading the essay without even looking where they were going while Ron kept steering her towards the third floor with Harry and Neville. When he reached the third floor, he found that the twins, Ginny, Susan, Hannah and Luna were already there. He did not remember inviting Luna to his circle yet and asked the Ravenclaw, can I help you in any way, Luna? She said in her dreamy sing-song voice, hello Harold Peverell. I was actually looking for Blizz. Hermione asked, who is Blizz? Luna perked up. Oh, it is a snow leopard I saw in the castle a few days ago and the Nargles told me that I would meet him here. She was giving a look to Harry which said that she knew his secret and he had to control his surprise lest others got suspicious. Hermione was saying, Luna, snow leopards are native to the Himalayas and you certainly won't find one wandering in the halls of Hogwarts. Luna just shook her head, you are brilliant but close-minded, Hermione. There is a reason you did not become a Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw drifted away while Harry was pondering how she seemed to know of things which no one knew about. He was sure no one knew about his animagus form or what kind of animal he was, but she knew it. She also knew about him visiting India, something that even his friends did not know. There was something about her that nagged at the back of his mind. He banished the thought out of his mind as he concentrated on the people before him and things that needed to be done. As everyone had conjured their chairs, Harry started, I called this meeting because things may change soon. Last Saturday, we achieved another step towards vanquishing Tom Riddle. I fear that when he realizes what we are doing, he will attack directly instead of hiding and waiting. I would give us 6 months before that happens. Hannah broke in, Tom Riddle. Who is that? Harry explained, the birth name of our adversary is Tom Morvillo Riddle. He is a half-blood, offspring of a squib mother and a muggle father. He took the name Voldemort and cursed it so that people would fear to speak it, adding more fear and mystery to his evil, twisted existence. They all paused in silence while the people who had not already heard this took in the meaning. Then Harry continued, before Tom comes out into the open, there is something that needs to be done. I want you all to find out who will stand with us. Do not ask them openly but try to gauge their loyalty and make note of it. Then there is another issue of our preparations for war. The Ministry has 70 active Aurors. There are another 150 currently training in the Auror Academy. If they are able to complete their training and graduate before hostilities break out, that gives them 220 total. Add to that the survivors of the last war and we have a total of 250 trained, adult wizards at the very most. The other side, according to our most recent intelligence, is about 250 and they are recruiting. His supporters have hoarded a large amount of wealth over the last 14 years and now they are going to squander it all to fund his war. We certainly have financial resources to exceed anything they have, but we will not and cannot recruit people the way he does. Numbers don't tell the whole story either. We have formal training going on and some of the best and most powerful are on our side. And remember that when he fell the last time, nearly all his followers went running for cover like cockroaches when the lights are turned on. They have no backbone. Most of them only serve him because they are terrified. He has about 10 really faithful followers and they are all cooling their heels in Azkaban for now. Minister Longbottom is doing what he can, but until Tom shows his hand, others might not believe us. Last Saturday, the Order devised a plan to lure Tom out into the open and that will change the dynamics of the war. We have at most 6 months ahead of us before Tom Riddle comes out into the open. When that happens, Minister Longbottom will be able to present a motion to give himself emergency powers to act as a general against the opposing forces. We need a force of our own to augment the ministry forces if the need arises. Neville said, you are right Harry, but we are talking about hundreds of students here. Harry shook his head, no. I am not allowing anyone below 5th year to join us. Even so, if Hogwarts is invaded, they will have to evacuate. I won't allow children to fight a war. As for each of you, it is entirely your choice. Susan said to him firmly, we Hufflepuffs are well known for our loyalty. I chose your side ever since the first time I saw you in the Great Hall. Others may leave if they desire, but I am standing by your side. Neville said to him solemnly, You do not even need to ask me about my choice, mate. We are god brothers and our family history goes back about 1,000 years. Where a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow. Ron said, I made a mistake once, I am not making it again. The twins said, Don't think that we are going to desert you, prank mage. The meeting wound up quickly because some people had to get to their next class. This was the first time in ancient runes for Harry and Ron. They strode into the room with Susan and Hermione. The other students looked at them as if they had lost their way. Ron found a seat beside Hermione and Harry, catching a pointed look from Susan, stopped sauntering and walked briskly to an empty seat beside her in the front row. Professor Babbling entered the class and beamed when she saw him. Mr. Peverell, welcome to my class. And to you also, Mr. Weasley. She was teaching them about what they could expect in their classes and he had read ahead for her class. Runes theory was a subject where he had little knowledge, but with his diligent reading he knew he could manage it. She showed them the third language which was taught before all year and he listened attentively, hanging on her every word. The class had been informative, but Professor Babbling was nothing like Pawin. The mystic usually taught him the practical application, only explaining enough theory for Harry to get it right. By contrast, Professor Babbling taught them theory first. She told the beginning principles one usually employed while tending to runes and even had other students explain it. Harry liked that despite knowing his abilities she was not fawning over him but rather giving him time to breathe around other students. She knew her subject and any questions that Harry may have had were answered in the course of the discussion before he could actually ask her anything. She gave them an essay to write about a runic symbol and its uses. Harry wanted to groan. He learned best by doing. Although he was now much better at writing than he ever thought he would be, he still didn't like it much. But, for a student, it was all part of the territory. It was the end of the classes for the day. Harry remembered that today was the day of the full moon. He went to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle admitted him before he could even begin to guess at the password. Dumbledore was sitting in his office behind his desk and asked him worriedly, Harry, is everything all right? Harry calmly replied, Everything is all right, Professor. I came here to ask your permission to leave the castle for the night. Dumbledore asked worriedly, Have you received any news? Harry replied calmly still, No, Professor. It is house business and it requires me to stay overnight. Dumbledore contemplated over this for a minute then said, As long as you plan to return here the first thing in the morning and do not miss your classes, you are free to go. You should know that the goblins have sent a letter that they will be bringing in the catapults this Sunday. I wish to know whether you can smuggle them into the castle without anyone knowing. Harry smirked. I will get to it right now. In fact, you have given me an idea about how to evacuate students in case Hogwarts is invaded. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Would you share your plan with me? Harry shook his head. Not yet, Headmaster. Let me see first if this plan will work. Dorset. The Rosier estates had extensive greenhouses. Between Griphook and Remus, they worked out that this was the best place to grow the alternative to aconite. The plantation was manned entirely by werewolves that Remus had befriended and hired. For the last 20 days, they had worked as an effective team, taking the facilities out of stasis, preparing the growing beds and planting. Already, the sprouts were well above the soil and growing rapidly. For these people, it was the first time they had been able to hold a steady job in spite of being known lycanthropes. They were not only needed but welcome to work here and no one thought badly of them. Since they had come here, life had become better for most of them and they were being given wolfsbane without any cost, which was a welcome relief for all of them. It was there that Remus Lupin had decided to come to stay for the full moon night because he wanted to keep others safe from him. The manor house which Harry had given to him as his steward had a fortified room, but Remus wanted the other werewolves to know that he was no different from the rest of them. Sirius had arrived in the evening to keep his friends company. He was already transformed in his dog form, waiting for Moony to transform. The other werewolves had chosen different parts of the estate for their transformation while Sirius was here. Suddenly the moon emerged from behind the clouds and Moony started to transform. Sure, the transformation was painful, but his friend looked to be in control, unlike when he had turned on Sirius to kill him at the end of Harry's third year. As Moony completed his transformation, he threw his head back and howled at the moon. Before the echoes of Moony's howl died away, there was an answering roar. A roar so mighty that it chilled Sirius to just listen to it. He knew the sound, of course. It was the roar of a member of the cat family. A really big cat, which was among one of those sitting at the top of the food chain. What baffled him was how one could be here. There was no zoo, reserve, or circus nearby that one could have escaped from. Putting his canine senses on alert, he tried to listen for the signs of the approaching predator. Moony was also alert, looking for the predator. Sirius saw a blur approaching them fast, and before he could process what he was seeing, the lightning-fast animal was upon them like a blizzard. It was a magnificent creature with snow-white fur and leopard spots all over its body. It was as big as a Siberian tiger and looked regal with its strong limbs. It started circling both of them cautiously, crouched and ready to pounce. Moony saw the danger and lunged toward the snow leopard. With a swipe of its mighty, claws carefully retracted paw, the cat swatted the werewolf aside, knocking him to the ground. Sirius immediately rushed forward to engage their foe so that Moony would not come to any harm, and the snow leopard jumped, knocking Sirius to the ground. As Sirius fell, it put its heavy paw on the shaggy dog, pinning him down, and gave the roar again, signaling its triumph over him. Moony, who had managed to get to his feet again, started to attack, but the snow leopard just moved out of the way and pinned him down. The werewolf was able to throw him off and stand again, but this time the snow leopard started licking the werewolf, surprising Sirius. As Sirius watched, the werewolf sat down contentedly, letting the snow leopard lick it over and over again. After some time, it approached Sirius and started showing him the same affection. At that moment, Sirius saw the eyes of the leopard and began to grin, or the closest to grin that a dog can do. There was also the smell, which was particular to a person, his son. This was Harold Peverell, who was a freaking animagus. After that, the three of them walked around the property, bumping into each other playfully and sometimes just getting into a scuffle. One thing was sure, however, that the snow leopard Peverell was more powerful than both of them put together, being a top-of-the-chain predator. Merlin's beard. James would be proud that his son had achieved such a spectacular transformation. Black Townhouse. Harry had spent a major part of the night with the Marauders and then returned to the Black Townhouse. Since the Weasleys had moved out to the Manor House and Sirius was staying with Remus, it was just Harry and the house elves. He took a few minutes to tour the place and see how the elves had done. Everywhere he looked there was new paint, new wallpaper, new carpet. The old gas lights had been upgraded to ever-burning globes. The paneling had been refinished. The woodwork and floors had all been refinished. The infestations were gone. In the kitchen, all the cookware was polished and hanging in order. The stone floor had been polished until Harry could see his reflection in it. The old fireplace looked like it was made of freshly hewn granite. Harry called for the elves, Creature, Winky. With two loud cracks, the diminutive servants appeared. Creature and Winky were wearing tea towels with the Black family crest, toga style. The male elf stood stiffly to attention while the female elf made a curtsy. Creature croaked, "What we be doing for Lord Black?" Harry beamed at the two of them. "You have done proud service to the House of Black. I am pleased with the condition of this home. Creature, you will be happy to know that the mission given to you by Regulus has been completed. Your old master can rest in peace, knowing that his sacrifice was not in vain. Winky, I am happy to see that you are looking well. Is life here agreeing with you?" Winky squeaked, meaning no disrespect to Lord Black. Winky is still missing Master Crouch, there being no help for it. But Winky be serving here and be's happy while there be work to be done. Well said, Winky. Your loyalty does you credit. Waving his wand in a complicated gesture, Harry produced two large, beautifully crafted, gold lockets. They bore the Black family crest, engraved on the outside, and were hanging from gold chains. He presented them to the two elves. When Creature opened his locket, there was a picture of Regulus on one side and a picture of Sirius on the other side. When Winky opened hers, it contained a picture of Barty Crouch Sr. on it. Harry said, "I wanted to thank you both and encourage you to keep up the good work." Creature said, Lord Black is most generous. Winky said, "It be's a pleasure to serve Lord Black." Harry dismissed the elves, then called for Dobby. He asked his elf to fetch him a change of clothes. With dawn approaching, he threw a pinch of glittering powder into the kitchen fire and called out, "Gryffindor common room," as he stepped into the emerald green flames. Hogwarts. Harry stepped out of the common room fire and made his way up the stairs to his dormitory. He found his roommates already up and getting dressed for their morning workout. Today's exercises were downright tough. Since the rest of them were taking things more seriously, Harry worked them all the harder. In the time it took the others to run 3 laps, Harry finished 4. They then did crunches and push-ups until their muscles shook with fatigue and refused to give them one more repetition. Susan and Hannah had joined them this morning, and by the time they ended, Hannah was worse for wear, cursing Harry under her breath for making them work so hard. They were all going to feel it. Having worked out to their capacity, they then paired off and practiced dueling. Harry and Neville told them that while shields definitely have their uses, no curse, jinx or charm is ever going to take effect if it can't hit. The two of them demonstrated dodging. They all practiced dodging while their partners tried to zap them with low-powered stingers. When the sun was well up, Harry called a halt to it and they all returned to the castle to get ready for breakfast. The Great Hall. Breakfast was a very subdued affair this morning until Luna drifted over to the table. Everyone quickly put down whatever they had in their hands to avoid any accidents which may happen. She looked at Susan intensely before she started. "Harold, do you know that Susan fancies you?" Harry's mouth fell open while the others were snickering. When Harry could not say anything for a few moments, Luna swatted her hands in the air and by way of explanation said, "You have an infestation of Raxperts around you. They are very tiny so we cannot see them and they make your brain fuzzy." Before Harry could answer her, she drifted away. Others were trying to keep quiet, covering their mouths and making an effort not to laugh, knowing it would turn to full-blown laughter. Harry looked at Susan, who had bent her head and was blushing heavily. Harry tried to speak a few times but he could not find his words. Finally he decided to tackle the issue at a later time. Breakfast was over and next up was care of magical creatures with the Slytherins. This morning as the class arrived, Professor Grubbly Plank banished pieces of parchment to them to read and Harry laughed inwardly. The parchment was about the Yeti, which was part of the course material for this year. She started addressing the class. "Who can tell me about a Yeti?" Harry raised his hand with Hermione and several others. She asked a few students who gave answers as were written in the pamphlet. It seemed that the professor was not happy with what she was told because she kept shaking her head and asking everyone who had raised their hands. Finally she came to Harry. "What can you tell me, Mr. Peverell?" Harry smiled. "Professor, the Yeti are creatures of magic, sentient and are of human intelligence. They are generally about 12 feet tall, having pointed teeth, with thick and coarse snow-white fur all over their bodies. Their hair can be used as cores for wands and their fur keeps them warm even in the coldest temperatures, as well as being excellent camouflage in their native snowy environment. They are generally known to reside in the glaciated and snow-covered regions of the Himalayas and are not found in any other part of the world. They have ape-like faces. Their hands have opposable thumbs like human hands. They are capable of intelligent speech. They are not strictly carnivores either, but rather prefer to eat whatever is available to them. While the ministry classifies them as extremely dangerous magical creatures, and rightly so, they are not dumb beasts. They generally stay away from humans, wizards and muggles alike. Contrary to what this pamphlet says, they are not mindless beasts. They are incorrectly classified as beasts by our ministry, but they are beings and are classified as such by the Ministry of Magic for Barret. Grubbly Plank had been furiously scribbling everything that he was saying, and when he was done, she asked the obvious, "How do you know of them?" Harry told her a half-truth. "Some friends that I made this summer told me about them." She tilted her head to one side. "Oh. Mr. Peverell, the detailed description which you have given us makes me think you might have met one personally." Even Newt Scamander had to copy whatever he was told, or he was able to learn from others. Harry did not answer her, knowing it would invite more questions, and the way the class was looking at him, he feared soon he would be hounded by most of them for information. The Slytherins in the class in particular were giving him curious looks. Grubbly Plank was saying, So, you have all heard the description of the beasts from Mr. Peverell here. I hope you have written it down because what Mr. Peverell told us is the most detailed description I have been able to find. Now I want you all to draw a sketch of the beast from the description. The rest of the lesson, Harry worked on drawing a sketch of Raktakish, the Yeti prince who had given Harry a hair for his wand. When it was complete, he copied the parchment, rolled up one of them in a scroll and sealed it with the seal of House Peverell and placed the sealed copy in his school bag. He handed in the other copy to the Professor Grubbly Plank as his assignment work. Since the rest of the class had not been able to finish the sketch, Grubbly Plank gave them homework to finish the sketch and hand it in the next class. Harry realized that perhaps he had said more than he should have during the class, and he especially did not want to be interrogated by Hermione right now. Having finished and handed in his assignment, he was packed and ready to go when class was dismissed. He took off for the castle at a brisk pace and ignored Hermione trying to get his attention as she called after him. He did not stop or slow down until he was in the defense classroom. When Hermione did catch up to him, she started thundering, "Harold James Peverell, why did you not stop to listen to me? Miss Granger, please remember that this is my classroom and I do not tolerate any interruptions or outbursts as you just did. This is not your common room," Vikram said, who had just walked into the room. Hermione reddened and mumbled her apology to the professor but kept glaring at Harry the entire time while the classroom filled up. Susan sat beside him as if chalking out her territory, and his mind went back to Luna's words this morning. Surely she did not mean what she said. Before his stay in the hospital wing last June, Harry had barely been aware of Susan's existence. Between him mooning over Cho and Ron's interference, he might not have noticed if Susan had attempted to run him over with a Muggle lorry. But, now that Harry thought back, he recalled that Susan had tried to approach him more than once. She had always defended him, even when her fellow Hufflepuffs and her best friend had turned against him. And since last June, she had been requesting his company and spending every minute she could with him. Amelia had taken him in so that he would never have to go back to the Dursleys again. She had also been instrumental in getting Sirius exonerated. He sighed, wishing that he could talk to Rachel. She would have been able to help him understand what to do about this. Professor Vikram had started his lesson. In the last lesson, we found how shielding is important and what are the limitations to a basic shield. While I expect that you all would have practiced it, but I do not attach much hope to it. The students were all looking everywhere except at the professor, as if they could escape his scrutinizing gaze by doing this. He continued, "Today we are going to practice shielding again, however this time you will be facing dummies which would fire high-powered hexes at you to test your endurance. Remember one lesson though, the one who would remain standing is the one who would survive a duel." In the practice range, they all started shielding dutifully, and it was good practice for all of them. This year, the defense lessons were the best out of all 5 years for the single reason that the teacher was highly competent and was taking special interest in teaching each of them how to correct their aim, to cast or shield more effectively. As the lessons ended, Hermione cornered Harry. "Harry, where did you meet a Yeti?" He innocently replied, "I already said that I was told about them by my friends. Besides, there was very little detail beyond what is generally known, if you know where to look." Hermione knew it would not be a good idea to pressure him until he caved in because he had started to keep secrets and was very possessive of them. Lunch. The Great Hall. Lunch was a normal affair until Harry saw Hedwig flying straight to him. She landed in front of him and Harry immediately offered her some bacon lest she decided to chastise him. She took the bacon, then dipped her beak in his pumpkin juice while she waited for him to take the letter and then flew off to the Ollery. The letter was from Sirius. "Pup, I know that the snow leopard was you. I did not recognize you sooner because you frightened Moony and me. We were too busy saving our own hides to recognize your scent right away. Once I saw those emerald orbs I knew it was you. I know you have no class after lunch, so it's time to use the old invisibility cloak and the map to release the marauder inside you. We are waiting for you in the shack for an important ceremony, the naming ceremony of the snow leopard this evening. Love, Padfoot." After lunch, Susan, Hermione and Hannah went to arithmancy while Ron dragged Harry off to the library. They used the rest of the day to finish all the homework that they had been assigned. In the evening, Harry lost Ron as usual. This time, instead of going to the Chamber of Secrets to practice his family magics, he donned the invisibility cloak and went out into the grounds and towards the Whomping Willow so that he could go to the Shrieking Shack. He fired a light stunner at the knothole and the restless motion of the tree ceased. With the invisibility cloak safely stowed in his robes, he transformed into his snow leopard form and stalked through the opening under the tree. It was not that he did not trust his friends. He just wanted to keep this to himself for now. Shrieking Shack. As the great cat, his heightened sense of smell told him that Padfoot and Remus were there in the shack. He stalked forward soundlessly. When his head appeared through the doorway, Padfoot leapt from behind the door on him and started head-butting him playfully. Remus broke up the silliness by firing a stinger at Harry's hindquarters. The two of them resumed their human forms. Remus mock glared at him. You achieved such a transformation and you kept it a secret from us, Prongslet. Harry grinned. Says the blokes who kept the same secret for near 17 years. Sirius hugged him warmly. I am proud, Harry. Proud that you have become such a fine animagus and you achieved it before we did. How long have you been working on it, anyhow? Harry casually replied. Only for 2 months, Padfoot. Sirius was amazed. 2. How can you finish it in 2 months? I do not remember a lightning storm occurring in the last 6 months at least, and that is important for one to become animagus. Harry openly smirked at the both of them. It happens when one knows such resourceful friends as I do. They have their own version of the transformation which is hard and tough but short and effective. I did not have to wait for the storm or any of the other things. It's all magic. Remus, who had listened to everything, jovially said, Okay, enough talk. Now it is time to name the snow leopard. Sirius said, Last night I saw you as a white blur. Just like a white blizzard, moving like lightning and striking before I could think of ways to defend myself. Remus agreed. So, let's name him Blizz. Harry's mind was in overdrive with the name Luna had casually given him. How could she know that the Marauders would choose this name? As far as Harry knew, she had no contact with the Marauders or even knew about them. He was sure he was missing some important detail which was at the back of his mind and yet could not connect it. After the naming ceremony was over, Harry asked Remus, How did the trials go this month, Moony? Remus smiled appreciatively. They went well. None of the test subjects complained about any of the usual side effects which occurred due to aconite poisoning. I do believe that this potion will put Wolfsbane off the market for the sole reason that it is not using aconite. The fact that it is available at half the price of Wolfsbane will fill your coffers faster than you could imagine. Harry shook his head. Remus, this was never about money. I already have more than I will ever need. No, this is about helping you and others with the same affliction to live healthy and full lives. I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am that it is working. When we go to market with the ICW approved product, it will help hundreds who have been shunned or had to live as monsters because they could not afford the cost or the side effects of the old potion. I suppose that my next research project would be to look for a cure so that they will no longer require a treatment of any sort. After that, the meeting did not go much longer. When Harry emerged from the opening under the Whomping Willow, he touched the knothole and donned his invisibility cloak once more. As he was walking back to the castle, he spotted Hermione, looking about and entering into the broom shed. His curiosity piqued, Harry took up a position where he could watch the door of the broom shed and waited to see what happened next. After about 10 minutes, Hermione emerged, straightening her clothes and blushing. She produced a brush from inside her robes and started trying to straighten out her hair, which appeared to be more bushy than usual. A few minutes later, Ron emerged from the broom shed, grinning like an idiot. Harry thought that if it had been Fred or George who discovered this, they would take the mickey out of Ron without mercy. But this was Harry and he decided that he would keep it to himself, for now. Looking around carefully, Harry found no one else around. He started to fly towards Gryffindor Tower. He was getting better at propelling himself forward, but he was still nowhere near as fast as he would like to be. He arrived at the level of the 3rd floor window and it took another 4 minutes and an extraordinary effort to levitate to the 7th floor window. At one point during the flight, Peeves came drifting by. From the concealment of his cloak, Harry said, "Boo!" in his ear and the poltergeist fled. Perhaps nobody had ever frightened Peeves like that before. Saturday. The rest of the week was pretty ordinary. The date of the next Hogsmeade weekend was announced, which was Saturday next week. This morning, Harry ditched his friends and found Vikram. Using the Marauder's map, the two of them explored the 7 secret passages out of Hogwarts. They were working out a plan for the rapid evacuation of Hogwarts if the need ever came up. There was one on the 4th floor behind a mirror which Fred and George had reported as being caved in. They started by investigating the one which was located on the 1st floor near the Great Staircase. There was a section of the wall which was covered with a portrait of warlocks engaged in battle while being on horseback. One had to tap the horse's tail with his wand and the portrait would swing sideways and reveal a doorway. The doorway was large enough for 4 grown-ups to enter at once and led them to the edge of the Hogwarts ward line in Hogsmeade. The 3 broomsticks inn was only a stone's throw away from where they had exited. The second one was from the dungeons in the rightmost wing of the castle, which was the farthest away from the main school. In a room which perhaps had not been frequented for a long time, there were a lot of portraits or paintings which looked grumpy, likely because they had been left here to rot. One of the portraits told him how to access the secret passage from this room. There was a trapdoor in the middle of the room which was hidden and could be revealed with the Verdimillious Jinx. Once visible, they would have to open the trapdoor by giving a password, Rowena. The passageway could take 3 at once and opened at the edge of the Forbidden Forest near the caves where Sirius had taken refuge once. The third passageway was on the 2nd floor where there was a statue of a unicorn. Twisting the unicorn's horn would cause it to slide aside and stairs were visible. This one led to a small hill outside of Hogsmeade which was at a pretty good distance from the village. The 4th one was the way behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy which exited near the cottage on the hill. The 5th way was the way on the 4th floor behind a mirror. It had been pretty spacious but it was caved in. Harry and Vikram went into the passage and found the cave in easily. They found that the roof was not entirely caved in. The mystic cast some detection spells and then turned to Harry. We can repair this way and put it to use again, but before we do that we will have to use a number of runes to fortify the structure so it does not fall on anyone. Since it is spacious, it can be used for a number of purposes. Harry wholeheartedly agreed and they started casting spells at the debris, clearing it away or transforming it. A few minutes later, when they were done, there was an archway where the debris had been. When they exited the passage through the mirror, Harry put a spell on it so it would open only on giving a password, and for now, he set the password Gandabaranda. They went to inspect the 6th secret passage which was situated on the 5th floor under the statue of the one-eyed crone. One had to tap its hump with their wand and give the password Descendium and the hump would open. The entrance was so tiny that only a thin student could pass through, like Harry used to be during his 3rd year. He said to the mystic, "This way is a bust. Only a runt like I used to be can pass through it." The mystic chuckled wholeheartedly. "I agree, but let's see if we can do something about it." The mystic tapped the hump and it opened. Then he transformed the statue into a slide which ended in the secret passage beneath it, making Harry grin. The 7th way was the passage to the Shrieking Shack from under the Whomping Willow. Since Harry already knew its condition, they did not bother to check it. Headmaster's office. Harry was sitting across from Dumbledore, who was sitting on his favorite chair, and his eyes were twinkling as always with a bowl full of lemo drop candies in front of him. He asked Harry, "My boy, what brings you here this evening?" Harry answered, "Headmaster, I spent most of today exploring the secret passages in and out of Hogwarts. There are 7 of them. With Professor Vikram, we repaired the one on the 4th floor and secured the mirror with a password. The one under the Whomping Willow is rendered unsafe because of the tree. The one accessed through the witch's hump on the 3rd floor is only big enough to accommodate a tiny witch or wizard. The other 5, including the one we repaired, can be used to move massive numbers at a time. I want you to make port keys to be used by a large group of people, preferably 8 to 10 people, and if Hogwarts is invaded, we can divide the students in groups, handing a port key to them which they can activate once they are out of the ward lines. I would recommend placing a person at the end of each passage with the port keys who would divide them into groups and hand port keys to them. Of course, Each port key would transport them to a different safe house, so that if a port key is compromised, it will not take the enemy to a place where students have taken refuge. There they can be looked after by people we will have standing by. From the safe houses, the students can travel to their final destinations by flow powder or other arrangements can be made as needed. Dumbledore proudly said, "This is a good plan, my boy. Now what about the catapults? Have you found someone to operate them?" Harry shook his head, "Not yet. I am still trying to gauge the interest of students and take stock of their loyalties. When I have found some reliable people, I will introduce them to the catapults and teach them to use them. Tomorrow we have to smuggle the goblins into the school with the catapults and assemble them. Please send port keys to Griphook with Fox set to go off at the time of dawn breaking and the destination being the ramparts of the castle. There are not many students who will be awake at that hour." Dumbledore nodded. "I will send the port keys to Griphook tonight." Lion's Den. When Harry returned to the common room, Hermione and Ron were sitting in the common room near the fireplace, talking in soft whispers. For once, he thought that he should leave them alone, but then realized these last few days he had distanced himself from others. He hated to do it, but he took a chair near both of them and asked, "What is it you two are discussing in such hushed whispers?" Hermione asked, "Where have you been? We have not seen you for the last few days in the common room in the evenings. You return when it is late and then you are up before dawn and gone." He shrugged. "Sorry, Hermione, but I cannot disclose my family magics to you. I am practicing my family spells in the evening." Ron asked, "Where do you practice? We have not seen you in any of the rooms of the castle." Harry said, "I cannot tell you that, Ron. If I did, what else is there that I can keep secret? It is sufficient to say that only I can access that place." Before they could ask anything else, he asked, "Where is Neville?" Hermione scowled. "Like you, he disappears in the evenings. We don't know where he goes either. He told us once that he was working in the greenhouses, but when we went looking for him, we found that Professor Sprout locks all the greenhouses in the evening and does not open them again until dawn. So, we know that he could not possibly be there." Harry thought about where Neville might have gone. Then a certain chance meeting with the said boy in the headmaster's office came to mind. Perhaps Dumbledore was teaching him. He would have to discover for himself just what Neville was learning. Harry had yet another thing to do. He had to find some new friends in Ravenclaw and include some of them in his circle. He knew Cho, Luna and Padma, but none of them were really his close friends. Other than that, he really didn't know any of them. There was a lot of work to do there. Sunday morning. This morning Harry woke up and found that none of his friends had got up yet. As they were installing the catapults today, he decided to let them sleep. He got up and shouldering his broom he left the tower. When he reached the top of the astronomy tower, he mounted his broom and kicked off into the air. He streaked off toward the battlements. The battlements were the outer walls of the grounds, so they were quite formidable. According to Hogwarts, a history, which Harry had actually bothered to read, they had been built and reinforced by magic. They were also extensively charmed with anti-intrusion wards and detection wards. Not only would someone attempting to enter over the walls be repelled, they would also be immediately detected. He headed to the top where no students would go, nor did they fly at this height on their brooms during Quidditch lessons. With his broom miniaturized and stowed, he began running along the top of the wall. He heard a soft pop, and in the next instant, he was facing where the sound had come from with his Ganda Berenda wand ready in his hand. He pocketed his wand, sighing in relief when he found it was only Dumbledore and Neville. Neville grinned at him. "Hi, Harry." Harry raised an inquisitive eyebrow at Dumbledore, who said offhandedly, "As Mr. Longbottom is my apprentice, he is entitled to know of what I am doing. Besides, if we have more brains to think about a problem, we can have as many solutions." Harry nodded, understanding the logic behind his statement. As they waited for some time more, Harry had to ask Dumbledore, "Do you know why they did not come at dawn as scheduled, Headmaster?" Dumbledore shrugged. "They sent a missive with Fox that they would come sometime after dawn." Harry sighed. "Is there a reason that you chose not to share that detail with me?" Dumbledore smiled. "Because I wanted to ask the honor of a duel with you." Harry bowed formally. With a grin, "As you wish, headmaster," and his wand was in his hand again. This was an opportunity too good to be true. Dueling Dumbledore was something that would be as exciting as dueling with Vari. He and Dumbledore took their stance and started circling each other. Suddenly Dumbledore shot a stinger at him which he sidestepped. Harry shot a stinger at the Grand Sorcerer in return which he swatted away. Harry started casting inaudibly, sending a barrage of the more lethal spells that he had learned in Sanskrit at the headmaster. Dumbledore was still pretty agile for an old guy, but he decided to try and shield instead. With glee, Harry shattered the shields with overpowered hexes as soon as the headmaster raised them. Dumbledore sent his own spells at him which he sidestepped or dodged. With the fluency and flexibility that Harry had, it was unlikely that Dumbledore's spells would catch him unaware. Dumbledore sent the fire whip at him which he countered with one of his own. The main difference between them was the speed of casting. Harry was casting at twice the speed of the headmaster while the headmaster was using his spells creatively. The headmaster cast the green sparks spell at him as a distraction. Harry used the pitch black darkness spell, rendering it ineffective, and had almost stunned the headmaster, but his phoenix flashed in front of him. In that moment, Dumbledore forced Harry to jump aside to avoid his sickly looking pink-colored curse. Once the headmaster sent a reductor at him, but Harry made no attempt to step out of its way. However, at the last possible moment, he vanished. Dumbledore looked around attentively but could not locate him. Harry appeared in midair just above the headmaster and sent a bone breaker at him. But Fawkes jumped in between them again and took the brunt of the attack. Dumbledore sent an arrow at him. Harry conjured a brick in its path and stopped it. He sent the arrow back where it came from with a flick of his wand. Dumbledore started to transfigure the arrow into an animal, but before he could animate it, Harry cast Confringo at him, which was taken by the newly transformed animal. Harry started running in circles around the headmaster while casting at him with wand and without wand. He was a blur, so neither Neville nor Dumbledore could figure out that he was casting with a wand and a hand. Dumbledore was having trouble defending from such rapid casting and erected a wall around him, making the same mistake that McGonagall had made. Harry animated the wall to grow hands and grab Dumbledore and pin him down. Dumbledore disappeared out of the holds of the wall, undoing his jinx. Harry kept his wand out and was looking alertly in all directions when suddenly Fawkes flashed in front of him and a stunner collapsed him. Dumbledore enervated him and said brightly, "My boy. That was the best duel I have had in years. I was expecting more from you, but seeing the constraints of time, we will have to make do. It has been a long time indeed since we saw someone giving you a hard time, Albus Dumbledore," said a regal voice, and they turned to find Ragnarok, the king of goblins, with a group of them. "Greetings, King Ragnarok," Harry greeted him. "May your gold flow forever." Ragnarok returned, "May your enemies bleed under your sword, Lord Peverell." Dumbledore said to him, "I did not know that it was such an important task that you would come in person, Ragnarok." The goblin said nonchalantly, "Since Harold Peverell has made us his allies, I thought I should come and see that these are installed properly." In the next hour, they prepared hard points on the ramparts that would allow the catapults to be pivoted and aimed. They then assembled the giant slayers and mounted them. With their work done, they made the catapults invisible for the time being. The next week, Neville's POV. The duel on the top of the battlements of the castle had been eye-opening for Neville. The way Harry was fighting with Dumbledore was thrilling to watch. The way he had sidestepped all his spells had left him amazed. The headmaster was one very accomplished wizard, and yet Harry was able to fight with him toe-to-toe. There was the way Harry had run circles around Dumbledore, and his speed was blinding. He also realized that Harry was casting at such a pace that it did not seem humanly possible. His spells were inaudible, and many of those were spells that he had not seen before. He had a fleeting suspicion that Harry had been casting inaudibly, something that Neville had learned to do, but he was having a hard time doing it with complicated spells. He also realized that the way he fought with Moody during the summer was just a warm-up for him, because if he had fought with the old or the way he had fought with Dumbledore, Moody would not have been able to stand up to him. His own training with Dumbledore was easy. The headmaster had taught him how to detect wards and how to destroy them. Dumbledore warned him that destroying wards took a great deal of energy unless someone used rune stones with the counter wards to negate the ward stones. He had explained to Neville that in every ward, there was a central ward stone generally situated in a ward chamber, while there were ward stones at the property lines which kept the wards rooted at those points. For someone to kill a ward, he just had to append one of those stones and destroy them with a rune stone in turn. The reason that trees were planted in a circle around a property was that ward stones were generally buried under the trees. The roots would push the ward stones deep into the ground and keep them tangled, immovable and hidden. This worked well for large properties such as country manors and castles. Another ward scheme had rune stones in a central chamber. There were no peripheral ward stones, and the ward scheme could only be disrupted from the central chamber. These wards were simpler and nearly invulnerable, but they took far too much energy to be used for larger properties. This type of ward scheme could also be used to make a property unplottable. Neville had also started to learn how to feel magic. Dumbledore had taught him that all magic leaves traces. Much trickier than detecting magic was learning to detect and discriminate between individual magical signatures. It was a reliable way to identify people. There were several ways for wizards and witches to change their appearance, including Polyjuice Potion, but no way to alter their magical signature. Dumbledore was also teaching Neville how to control the amount of power he put into his spells while dueling. It was a useful deception to appear to be a wizard of ordinary power and conserve his strength in many situations. The last week had been pretty ordinary. One thing that Neville had noticed was that the defense instructors seemed very closely acquainted with Harry and his capabilities. That was something that even Neville and Harry's other closest friends did not know. Then there were the rumors, floating about the school during the last week, about the details of Harry's powers. Students were beginning to realize that perhaps Harold Peverell had become something more than the runty, underfed, docile guy he had been in previous years. The number of students who accompanied them on the pre-dawn workouts had also increased. At last count, there were 15 of them, and some of them were the girls: Susan, Hermione, Ginny, Hannah, and somehow, Luna. The Slytherins had come over to meet them at the Gryffindor table twice during the week. Malfoy was infuriated, seeming to take this as a personal insult, but Malfoy was quickly becoming irrelevant in the school. The rest of the Slytherins ignored his ranting and simply brushed him aside. Harry had also gained 3 allies who were scions of dark families during the week in a meeting which had taken place in a room in the dungeons which Neville had not seen before. The room was very old, full of broken furniture and old discarded portraits. Harry had not taken anyone else with him except Neville, saying that he planned to introduce them to others at the right time. Flashback starts. Harry and Neville were already waiting in the room when the 3 entered, followed by Daphne Greengrass. The 3 of them sat on their haunches and bowed their heads, saying, "Lord Black." Harry signaled them to stand and said, "Eris Greengrass intimated to me that you were seeking an audience with me." Jugson said, "Lord Black, we desire to acknowledge our new liege lord and ask a boon of you." Harry replied, "Say your wish, and if it is in my power, I will grant it." Everly said, "Lord Black, as you know, our families have sworn fealty to the Dark Lord, and as such they are bound by magic to serve him. But they have left our choice to us. We know of the motives of that megalomaniac and the extent to which he is ready to go to achieve his desires. He does not care for blood but only his dreams of world domination. He even kills his own followers if they dare to take a stand against him. We ask you to accept us as vassals of the House of Black as is right and proper." Harry thought for a second and then said, "Do you all vow to serve the interests of your liege lord as he would do for you?" They replied, "We so vow." He further asked, "Will you do your lord's bidding in return for his protection?" They said, "We will." He proclaimed, "Then rise as vassals of House Black. The house will serve and protect you as you will for this house. However, if you betray your liege lord in any way, may Mother Magic smite you for your folly." These young men were all from pure-blood wizarding families. Harry found to his delight that they all had formidable mind shields and well-organized mindscapes. They were well suited for work inside Slytherin House without fear of being discovered. As they were accepted, Harry gave them some instructions to prod other members of the house without overtly appearing to be serving him and to bring those to his side who could be swayed. He also accepted Jugson's request to protect his father from persecution at the hands of the ministry. This was conditional provided that his father did not indulge in muggle baiting, fighting against the ministry or commit any such crime as would be punishable by death. Flashback ends. Today was the Hogsmeade weekend and Harry had sent word around to many people of other houses to meet him in the Hog's Head. Neville knew the agenda of the meeting was to talk about the oncoming war and to recruit the students on his side in case Hogwarts was attacked. Neville had sent word to his parents about this plan and Frank had agreed that students should at least be able to protect themselves. The defense instructor was very good, perhaps the best in years, but 2 classes a week was not enough time to teach them properly. Neville himself had talked to a couple of them and they had agreed that it would be at least worth it to hear what Harry had to say. There was one thing that Harry had flatly refused to do. He would not teach students below 3rd year. He said that they were too young and they would do better with the defense instructor teaching them. Neville had yet to see the defense instructor teach a theoretical class. His approach was in fact celebrated by others. He had overheard Professors Sprout and Septima Vector talking about how the practical applications in the subject were helpful in teaching students to be more agile. The wizarding etiquette classes, which were optional from the 2nd year up, were also attended by many of the students. Professor Cassandra Lester was very patient and taught about the wizarding world, its customs and traditions to students while she encouraged them to ask questions. All in all, this was the best year yet. London. The Mystics had decided to postpone exorcising the chalice of the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul for now. They knew that besides the snake, there was one more Horcrux out there. Taking immediate action on the cup just might alert Tom Riddle that they were on to him, causing him to take extraordinary measures to remove or protect his remaining Horcrux. They decided to wait until they could locate and secure the last one and exorcise the 2 at once at a time of their own choosing. It was Dumbledore who had deduced that the Great Snake was the 6th Horcrux, Harry being the 7th and the one that Tom did not intend to make. There was little chance that Tom would attempt to make yet another one. The last unintentional one stripped him of his power and his body. Trying again would likely damage him beyond the point of no return, not dead but not alive either and powerless. The Mystics had been warned against taking too direct a hand in the upcoming war by their seer. As it turned out, they were already stretched thin. There seemed to be an outbreak of small-time Dark Lords in Africa and the Mystics were actively engaged in putting them down. Add to that the fact that Harry was the child of the prophecy and they knew better than to tamper with fate. They had already extended a helping hand by training and healing Harry. They could lend aid by exorcising the Horcruxes and occasional assistance when asked, but that was it. Ministry of Magic. Frank Longbottom had been meeting regularly with Croaker, Moody and Amelia, talking about the preparations for the war and security measures which could be implemented in the ministry to prevent Death Eaters from entering. They knew that there were marked Death Eaters among the ministry employees. They had all been relegated to positions where their decisions could not have far-reaching consequences. Their access to information was also restricted so that they could not learn or divulge sensitive information. There were a few reasons that Minister Longbottom had not acted to oust, arrest or quietly disappear the Death Eaters. He did not want to tip his hand that he knew Tom Riddle was back. As long as they were trying to remain undetected, they were not actively breaking any laws. Their actions and movements were a reliable indicator of what Riddle was up to. Certain random and subtle legilimency could be very revealing of what the other side was up to. And finally, it was good to have a ready supply of guinea pigs to determine how well the anti-dark mark wards worked when the time came to test them. Additionally, even though the light side with their neutral allies now held the majority of the votes on the Wizengamot, the backlash from moving openly against the Death Eaters now would create friction and noise that would not do anyone any good. For now, letting Riddle's lackeys had the false impression that they were unknown and undetected worked to the advantage of the light side. Letting the oblivious fools who had not realized what was really going on believe what they will would just make harsh reality that much more shocking when the truth is revealed. Besides, those fools were no loss to the light side. They would not be any good in a fight anyway. They had what they wanted for now. They had appointed Moody as the head of the Aurors. Scrimgeour was reassigned to head of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol and he had been given a free hand to subdue any dark activities which might be happening. Scrimgeour didn't grumble too much. He was happy to be back in the field with his boys as he liked to call them. He had been a ferocious Auror in the last war and if there was a war again, he sure was not going to stay behind a desk. For that matter, Moody was not sitting behind a desk either. The veteran Auror was the toughest taskmaster the recruits could have. From their very first class, he had started berating them for everything from their physique to spell casting. Whenever anyone tried to grumble, he would boast of his former protégés who had won much renown with a wand in the past. The likes of James Potter, Sirius Black, Amelia Bones herself, Rufus Scrimgeour, Gawain Robards, Frank and Alice Longbottom were just some of the more famous ones. His day would start with making them all run for 30 minutes, then he would have dummies hexing them with bone breakers. There was not a day that some Aurors did not have a broken bone. In fact, Street Mungos had posted a team of 2 healers and 4 trainee healers on permanent duty to the Aurors just to deal with training injuries. Of course, for magic healing, simple broken bones were hardly a debilitating injury. No sooner were the trainees healed of their injuries that they were put straight back to work. No, not on the practice range. That was for trainees who had managed to dodge or shield and remain unhurt. For the rest of the day, the healed recruits had to make the walk of shame to the Auror bullpen, where there was lots of hard, humiliating, physical labor, no magic allowed, to help them to remember to dodge next time. Lunches were huge. Nobody could work that hard and not want to eat a hippogriff. The afternoons were spent dueling, practicing casting and aiming of spells, or working on infiltration. When Moody joined in for the dueling, he was relentless. He had managed to get the new leg to work as well as his own leg had ever worked, and he had his dodge back. When each trainee was bested in turn, he taunted them that he knew a 15-year-old that could duel better than them. The group was sharp and dedicated. They were improving fast, but there was so little time and so far to go. By the end of the day, every single trainee was sore, mentally and physically exhausted, or Moody just didn't feel like he had accomplished anything that day. One morning Frank was meeting with Amelia, Moody and Croaker to discuss something that was urgent. Croaker opened the meeting. 2 weeks ago, Harold Peverell came to the Hall of Prophecy with Albus Dumbledore to pick up a prophecy which concerns him and Tom Riddle. While they were there, we came up with a plan to lure Tom Riddle into the ministry by leaking news to his followers that Harold Peverell is picking up the prophecy at a time of our choosing. When he comes, we will be ready for him. Part of our preparations will be to devise wards that will only affect those who have been branded with the dark mark, making it burn with ferocious heat and preventing them from apparating out. Our forces will be carefully concealed, waiting in ambush. Their orders will be to arrest and disable anyone who surrenders immediately and kill the rest. This plan should take a significant number of his most faithful followers out of commission in a single action, perhaps even arresting Tom himself. Frank nodded. That sounds like a great plan. What will we do with the prisoners? We cannot risk keeping them in Azkaban while the Dementors are guarding the place. Those foul creatures will defect and join Tom Riddle the moment he shows his face there. We don't want to hand his most faithful followers straight back to him. Dismissing the Dementors is no solution. They will just join him all the sooner. Increasing the guard is no solution either. They will just be killed when the inevitable breakout happens and the Dementors revolt. Moody spoke up. I understand that there are a number of his most faithful minions there now. I ought to know, having put most of them there myself. Could we not thwart his plan by removing and hiding or executing those prisoners? It was Amelia who answered. Yes, we could do that and deprive Riddle of no less than 10 of his favorite lieutenants, but there is a problem. They are all scions of noble houses, and if anyone ever got wind that they had been executed without due process, we would have a riot on our hands. What's more is we would likely push a few more families to the other side. Not all, said Frank. The Mad Witch Bellatrix Nameless has been disavowed by the new Lord Black. There is one we could eliminate with impunity. Not quite, said Amelia. She is still the sister of Narcissa Malfoy née Black, and it would be noticed. Moody blustered. Let's lay a trap then. When he raids the prison, we'll blow the whole thing up and eliminate the whole bunch of them. It's nothing less than what they deserve. Frank said. We can't do that either. For one thing, there are several inmates there who are guilty of lesser offenses who will see the light of day again. For another, that would not even injure the Dementors or kill Riddle. Sorry, but we are just going to have to allow the breakout to happen. Amelia said with firm resolve. From now we will try those we have captured and record their crimes. If we are certain that they do deserve only death, we will throw them through the veil. It has been used in the past as a method of execution and we will use it again. For those who do not deserve the punishment of death, we will send them to prisons of other countries in secret where they will serve out their sentences. Moody growled. Talking about the veil, what happened to the scum who had impersonated me? It was Croaker who answered. He flew through the veil, Alistair. Alistair grinned and the scars on his face contorted into a hideous expression. All the Death Eater scum deserve to be thrown through the veil for what they have done. Frank turned to Amelia. Who was it? She smirked. It was Barty Crouch Jr. He had been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for the crimes he committed as a Death Eater. Then his father faked his death and rescued him from the prison. Since he was already declared dead and the general wizarding world did not know about it, I did not see any reason to try him again. Frank nodded. Right, but we are not doing that with anyone who is not proven guilty. Moody turned to them. What do we do about the ambush we're planning for the Hall of Prophecy? I assume that Peverell will be involved. Frank grinned. I liked the lad from the moment I saw him. Yes, he will be involved. In fact, he will be leading and coordinating the attack. When he decides to ambush Voldemort, we will provide oars to help him. Your task, Moody, is to select a bunch of them who are battle-hardened warriors and train them for ambush without letting them know any of the specifics. We will give Riddle and his followers a mighty blow indeed. Alistair gave a maniacal smirk. That is the best plan I have heard. Will I be leading them? Frank said. No, Alistair. As I said, Peverell will be leading this attack. You are the most battle-hardened and experienced Auror we have. You will be his second in command and advisor. I will personally be third in command and taking orders from him. I would have led the charge myself but for two things. I have been out of circulation a long time and I'm still not 100% fit and I am not the child of the prophecy. However, I have escaped Riddle's clutches 3 times already and I'm ready to make it 4. I'll be joining you and your trainees whenever I can get away from my desk. Amelia, you will be forming a perimeter with your regular forces to round up anyone who manages to escape the primary ambush and tries to make a run for it. Amelia shook her head while laughing. It was good to have people around who loved to lead from the front. Since then, Frank and Alice regularly turned up in the Auror floor of the ministry, training hard like the older days when they were the Star Aurors. Alice had in fact applied for her old job again and Moody had told her that the day she went through the ringer without a scratch, she would be back on the team. Till that time, she was made to sit behind a desk and look after the recruits as well as the younger Aurors. Hogwarts. This was a Hogsmeade weekend which was a relief to the students from the grueling weeks of school. This year was special for all of them because of the initiatives taken by Dumbledore. He had procured the services of teachers who knew their subject like the back of their hand. While any teacher would have been an improvement over Professor Binns, who was a ghost, Professor Martha Hughes was simply the best. She certainly knew her subject. But that was not all. She also engaged the students. She largely taught by encouraging the students to share what they had learned from their reading and only made subtle corrections when the discussion started to wander too far off topic. The students were excited about being in her class and her style of teaching encouraged the students to do their reading so that they could participate in the class. When the professor spoke, the students listened. She was passionate about her subject and she never sugar-coated the truth. She made her feelings clear regarding the mindless fools who followed Dark Lords and shared many grisly tales about the unfortunate demises of those minions, often at the hands of the very ones they served. She had introduced new history books to each class, pointing out that the standard text by Bathilda Bagshot was in serious need of editing. She had no patience for Death Eater's kids either. If they had any ideas that they could intimidate her or gain special privileges because of their position, she quickly set them straight. In her short time at the school, she had given detentions to almost half of the Slytherin house and many students from the other houses. Her detentions weren't meaningless tasks such as writing lines, cleaning the potions lab or her office, etc. No, she sent most of those she punished to Professor Sprout, who generally made them work in the greenhouses to gather ingredient for potions. If she felt that they required stronger correction, they were sent to Filch, who worked them as he saw fit. Very few students were willing to incur her wrath once it was clear that she had no favorites and made no exceptions. She also loved giving homework. Every lesson ended with reams of parchment to be turned in. The students felt that the way she was going, history of magic will be indeed a hard owl to pass this year. The wizarding etiquette professor was a different matter altogether. She never set homework in the form of written assignments. She did, however, expect that the students would apply what they had learned whether they were in or out of class. She did not put much emphasis on blood purity, nor did she allow anyone to use being Muggle born as an excuse for ignorance. When she told them about each custom or tradition, she also told of the reason why each one came to be. If some student contested her views, she would engage them in a healthy debate and get her point across. If she did not like a practice or felt that it was outdated, she did not teach it to them at all. Then there was Professor Vikram, the new defense teacher. He worked the students hard and minor injuries were common in his class. Even so, he never lost patience with any student. When someone had trouble getting it right, instead of belittling and berating them in front of their classmates, he took the time to deepen their understanding until they could get it right. He was quick with both smiles and praise every time a student showed improvement, and he was equally quick to correct a student and give them push-ups if they failed to give him their very best. On the rare occasions when a student asked what the use of a thing was, he quickly arranged a demonstration that left the student with no doubts. He never taught a theoretical class. He demonstrated everything he wanted to teach to them. He also gave them homework every now and then to submit an essay about a topic and graded them impartially. The way he was teaching, it was clear that this year there would be a record number of E or O grades from the Owls and Newts. There was also a rumor that he was mentoring Harold Peverell. There were some eyewitnesses who had seen Harry and the professor practicing in the early morning light out by the lake. The defense instructor was liked by every student in the castle. If rumors were to be believed, the astronomy witch Aurora Sinistra was quite taken with him. Although he was always polite to everyone, he did nothing to encourage her. This year was also the year of pranks. Of course, there were the Weasley twins. Some of it was that they demonstrated their new products which they were selling through their mail-order service. They also pranked people who richly deserved it and a few people who just presented a target that they could not resist. Then there were the pranks for which nobody took credit. There was that amazing transformation of Snape into the giant bat. Fred and George had to admit that it was a good look for the potions master and suggested that he should keep it. Snape gave them a week of cleaning the dungeons for their suggestion. There was the Ravenclaw table getting up and walking out of the Great Hall. Even McGonagall could not stop that one by herself. The students were still talking about those stunts. All students of third year and above were going to the village today. The excitement was palpable. Harry was waiting for Susan in the entrance chamber just on the side of the Great Hall with Neville. Ron and Hermione were already off to the village and he promised to join them in the Hog's Head at 1. As he was waiting, someone entered the entrance chamber behind him and called, "So Peverell, I have not received your answer yet." He turned to see Daphne Greengrass standing there with her friend Tracy Davis. He had been avoiding the issue of the Hogsmeade visit for days because he felt that Susan would hex him for it. Besides, in the last week Susan practically spent every spare moment around him as if she was trying to make a point to someone. He had already sent a letter to Daphne during the past week about the meeting that they had scheduled today and asked her to bring some of her friends who would be agreeable to ally with him. He turned to Daphne. "Please forgive my failure to answer, Daphne. Although I would be honored to be your escort today and I do not wish to give you any cause for offense, Susan has laid claim to my company and I would rather face Voldemort and all of his minions than an enraged witch." Tracy snorted. "And I thought you were a Gryffindor through and through." Harry mock protested. "I will have you know, Ms. Davis, that I have many Slytherins, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs on my family tree. The Sorting Hat itself wanted to place me in Slytherin. I might have gone along with that choice, but having already met Malfoy, I was not willing to associate with him for the next 7 years. I chose Gryffindor." Daphne was looking at him with her mouth open in an O while Tracy was laughing. "This is rich. Imagine what Malfoy would have done if you were in Slytherin. He would have burst an artery over this." Neville, who had been quiet during this time, said, "Imagine what Ron would have been like. He would not have even tried to be your friend." While I am sure that would have been a world-changing event, it is time for us to go to Hogsmeade, said Susan, who had just entered the entrance chamber with Hannah. Harry turned to Daphne. We will all meet up at the Hog's Head at 1 o'clock. Hogsmeade. When they reached Hogsmeade, Neville and Hannah decided to go separate ways from Harry and Susan. They confirmed that they would be at the Hog's Head at 1 and went off towards tomes and scrolls to replenish their writing supplies. Harry and Susan ventured into the apothecary to buy some of his potion ingredients. When he tried to pay, the proprietor refused to take any payment, telling him that as the landlord of the premises, he was entitled to take anything away with him and it would be deducted from the rent. Harry said that such an arrangement would be convenient for him if he were ever short of funds, but it was just too big a headache for the account manager and it was not necessary. He thanked the shopkeeper and paid the bill anyway. As they left the shop, Susan asked him what the shopkeeper meant, and Harry told her that the apothecary was built on land which had been in the Black family for generations. As such, they paid rent to house Black. In fact, many businesses in the Wizarding Village were built on land owned by his houses. The next stop was Honeydukes, where they ran into the Marauders and Tonks, who were visiting the village reminiscing over the old days. To Harry it looked more like they were there to buy tons of chocolate for the werewolf who loved it. He noticed that Tonks was sitting very close to Remus and trying to get his attention more and more. She left soon after they had arrived and Harry saw her tripping over nothing. He remembered that she was a metamorphagus, the first to be born in the House of Black in 3 centuries, and perhaps had problems with keeping her balance. He had something which could help her, but that would have to wait. Sirius took the 3 of them to a private room in the 3 broomsticks and ordered lunch for them. Madame Rosmerta was elated to see the Marauders in her inn. She fawned over them like they were her favorite children. Sirius was openly flirting with the witch, making her blush. Harry was thinking about the meeting later in the day and what he would say to the people who would gather to hear to him. Pup, what have you been doing in the castle these past weeks? Did you prank someone? Sirius's voice brought him out of his reverie after they were in the private room. Before he could answer, Susan had beat him to it. He has become an absolute terror. He started the first day and has not stopped ever since. Then she proceeded to tell them in detail about his pranks, and by the time she was done, the Marauders were laughing while holding their stomachs. After some time, Harry told the Marauders about the meeting later in the day. They were hesitant about students being taught, but Sirius agreed that they needed to be prepared for more than stunners and disarming spells. They scoffed at his choice of a meeting place, saying that it was far too easy to be overheard in the Hog's Head. They assured him that they would talk to the barman and make sure that there were no eavesdroppers nearby. As it was, they wanted to attend the meeting and see what he would say to the students. As it neared 1 o'clock, Harry accompanied Susan to the inn. The inn was a lot cleaner than the descriptions he had heard from Hagrid and a few others in the last 4 years. The barman had electric blue eyes, was gruff-looking and reminded Harry of someone, but he could not place who. There were around 50 chairs which had been set up in neat rows. There were a few chairs set up facing the rest, which Harry assumed were for him and his closest friends. The barman told him in an undertone that everything had been arranged and whatever anyone ordered would be on his tab. Harry understood that Sirius had hosted this on behalf of the House of Black, something that a lord would do when he invites people to a meeting. With a wave of his wand, he made the setting more informal by arranging the chairs into a circle. He cast a few detection spells and found that anti-portkey, anti-apparition, anti-eavesdropping charms had been placed on the inn, and anyone who was not invited would not be able to listen to them. A few minutes later, students started walking in. Hermione came in first with Ronald. They sat to Harry's left. Next came Neville and Hannah, who sat to Susan's right. While they were still getting settled, Daphne and Tracy came in with a party of Slytherins. Lily Moon, Adrian Pusey, a 7th year chaser on the Slytherin Quidditch team, the Bletchley brothers, Amrish Gupta, Trupti Kadam, Terence Higgs. Harry had sent him a message to meet in his capacity of Lord Black, Camille Duvant and Nerys Orpington. Ernie came with a number of Hufflepuff students from 4th year or above, as Harry had expressly said that he would not meet anyone below 4th year. The Ravenclaws came as a block with Cho in the lead with her friend Marietta Edgecombe. Harry had heard her name from someone he could not remember, a couple of other girls from her year, Luna Lovegood, Michael Corner with Ginevra Weasley, Anthony Goldstein, Isabel McDougall, Lisa Turpin, and Mandy Brocklehurst among those he knew or could recognize on sight. The Gryffindors came in large numbers with the twins in the lead, followed by the Quidditch team. Colin Creevey came with a number of fourth years: Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Lavender Brown, Faye Dunbar, the Pottle twins, Sakura Akagi, Fiona Belmont, Kajal Bhatt, Pete Balsall, Sally Birchgrove, Andrew Cleverley, and a few others he could not recognize by name. As they were all seated and butterbeer was distributed to them, Harry stood up. "Thank you all for accepting my invitation and coming today. Before we go any further, I would like to have some idea of what you expect to hear at this meeting or what you would like to know." One of the claws said, "We would like to hear what you have to say regarding these rumors that you know who is back. There were a number of nasty articles about you in the paper. We want to hear your side of the story." Harry responded, "I'm not going to share all the details of what happened on the night of the third task here. What I will say is that I lost a good friend that night. His only crime was that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time and he was murdered for it." One of the puffs sneered, "Why did you call us here then?" Harry recognized Zacharias Smith, who had some grudge against him for some reason. He addressed the boy, "I am here to talk to you all about the war which is coming, Smith. If you are not willing to listen, then you are welcome to leave. I will not hold it against any of you if you are not willing to listen to what I have to say." The said boy huffed but said nothing, and Harry continued, "To fill you all in, Voldemort," most of the students gave an involuntary shudder or cringed, "returned that night after a ghastly ritual which was a nightmare. I escaped after dueling him and suffering torture at his hands in the form of the Cruciatus curse. I had some luck on my side and I escaped from there. Since then, Voldemort has been in hiding, augmenting his forces and planning an assault on the wizarding world in the days to come. How he came back is something I do not know, but his being back is bad news for the wizarding world in general. When he comes out into the open, we will be in a tight spot because we are not prepared to deal with the situation. The ministry has recently started to recruit more Aurors, but the Aurors cannot be in all places at all times. Even if the new recruits finish their training before open hostilities break out, there still won't be enough of them to both give battle to Voldemort and his forces and stand guard everywhere. If they decide to come after us, we must be prepared to defend ourselves. The defense professor this year is teaching us some things which would help us, but the bitter truth is that we should have learned these things over the last 4 years. Our Newts and Owls results in the subject from the last few years would clearly show how badly we are doing in this area. With Professor Vikram, I am sure that there will be better results this year, but we are still far behind if it comes down to survival. All those who lost family members in the last war know how capable Voldemort and his Death Eaters were. We will not be able to outsmart them with only stunners and disarming spells." One of the Slytherins said, "What are you proposing we should do, Peverell? Fight with him openly?" Before Harry could reply, Ron was out of his chair, ranting, "What are they doing here? Are we going to invite all the snakes in it? They would sell us out to Voldemort first chance they get." Ron had been feeling resentful with Daphne coming over to meet them time and again and had kept his peace barely. But, seeing so many of them here and at Harry's request was just more than Ron could stand. Harry sternly said to him, "Ronald, you need to stop judging people you don't even know. Every person in this room is here because they are willing to take a chance and throw their lot in with us. I don't care what colors they wear. The fact that they are here says everything about them that I need to know. If they are willing to trust me, I will trust them. Now, get your foot out of your mouth and sit down." This statement was of value to the Slytherins because it meant that he trusted them and had not invited them on a whim. He may not have realized it, but he had won a few supporters to him in that moment in the Serpent's Pit. Ron sat down, his cheeks and ears red. Harry continued, "Heir du Vant, we will not ever deliberately seek battle with Voldemort or any of his followers. We are students, not soldiers. What I propose is that if the fight comes to us, we have several unpleasant surprises ready for them. We will train in a wide variety of non-lethal but dangerous spells. We will drill in shielding, dodging, aiming and creative use of spells so that we will not be a bunch of helpless sheep if we ever need to defend ourselves. I know this for a fact that no one here would join Voldemort on pain of death. As such, we need to be ready if the war comes to our doorstep. He turned to the others again. So what I am offering is to teach you all to fight with spells other than stunners and disarming spells so that you would be better prepared if you were to face a Death Eater. Hermione stood. For those who are interested in joining, we have a parchment here which everyone needs to sign. This is to keep a record of everyone who was present at this meeting. Harry had been briefed about the parchment by Hermione the night before. He knew it was jinxed to curse someone who blabbed about their activities to someone who was branded with the dark mark. But he had talked with her and they had charmed the parchment in such a way that no one even could divulge their secrets even under coercion or under the effects of Veritaserum. However, they allowed the hex to remain for those who would voluntarily betray their secrets to Tom or his followers. Everyone shuffled about nervously unsure about whether to commit, but Harry dispelled their nervousness. To put you all at ease, I will be the first to sign this parchment. If any one of you does not want to get involved in it, you are still free to go. A Ravenclaw stood. And what makes you better prepared than us? What is there to prove that you can teach us things that we would not learn from our regular classes? Before Harry could answer, Neville spoke. His performance in defense is sufficient to tell us that he is better than us and can teach us. His feats for the last 4 years would put you to shame, Carmichael. Another of the Ravenclaws whom Harry identified as Shruti Dev said, and what are those feats, Longbottom? Hermione answered, first year, he fought with a troll in the bathroom on the 3rd floor to save me from being killed. Everybody started muttering as everyone who had been in school that year had seen Professor Quirrell come running into the Great Hall and then fainting after he had informed the headmaster, troll in the dungeons. Before anybody could comment though, Ron added, then he fought with Quirrell who had Voldemort living on the back of his head to save the Sorcerer's Stone. One of the gathered students exclaimed, that was why he used to wear that turban. Another said, that's why Dumbledore gave you people all those points at the end of the year. One of the Slytherins exclaimed, Dumbledore was keeping such a dangerous artifact in the school. Was he trying to get us all killed? The twins said, damn. We had charmed snowballs to hit him on the back of the head. Everyone laughed at their statement, and after a few moments when the laughter subsided, Terry Boot asked, what more did Peverell do? This time Ginny answered, he killed the monster of Slytherin, which was a 1,000-year-old basilisk. That was what lived in the Chamber of Secrets. That was what petrified Mrs. Norris, all those students, and even nearly headless Nick. He rescued me from the Chamber of Secrets by killing Voldemort, again. He was trying to use my life force to return to a body again. Neville added, he killed it with the sword of Gryffindor. One of the portraits in Dumbledore's office told me. The exclamations were louder this time with, there was a freaking basilisk in the school. 2. You found the Chamber of Secrets. 2. How did you find the sword of Gryffindor? The claims all sounded pretty wild, but now everyone in the room knew just how much of the rumors were true. When the exclamations quieted down, Neville picked up where they had left off. In his 3rd year, he learned the Patronus charm, which not many adult wizards can do. At the end of 3rd year, he conjured one powerful enough to repel about 100 Dementors and save himself and his godfather. Nerys Orpington scoffed, pull the other one, Longbottom. No 3rd year can conjure a Patronus. Hermione retorted this time, I was there with him when he repelled the Dementors and saved himself and Sirius Black from being key. Ed. Lee Jordan whistled, that is some cool magic, Harry. Susan, who had been sitting quietly, turned to the others, then there was the Triwizard Tournament last year. You all saw him summon his broom all the way from his dorm and outfly a dragon in the first task. Not only did he do it with style, he also beat everyone else's time. In the second task, he rescued his own hostage and the French champion's hostage too. He would have rescued all the hostages if the other champions had not shown up. Then there was the third task. Who knows how many monsters he defeated in that maze. And finally, he escaped from Voldemort, grievously injured, but still alive. Harry had been sitting, listening quietly to everything the others said. He stood and raised his hand to request quiet before he began again. I know it all sounds pretty fantastic when it's said that way, but it is scary when you are in it and you realize that you can lose your life the next moment. It is the fear and our determination that often helps us to get through. I want you to know that I did not do it all myself. I always had lots of help and luck. Hermione, Ron and Professor Lupin all helped me to train and research. Even the headmaster dropped a few clues that helped me to survive, and that's part of the point I'm trying to make here. We are much stronger if we stick together and help each other. It's not all about me any more than it is all about any one of you. Zacharias Smith said, "Are you trying to avoid showing us some of the stuff that you did, Peverell?" Harry wanted to hex the boy but kept his cool. "Smith, I am not trying to avoid anything, but whatever I did was not my work alone. I had friends with me who helped me a lot, and things sort of happened the way I anticipated them. It is true that I learned a lot of magic along the way, but it was not my skill alone. I had been lucky then." Smith sneered. "Why did your luck favor you and not Cedric?" Harry said gravely, "That's a fair question, Smith. That night in the graveyard, Cedric was killed because Voldemort had no use for him. He was killed just for being there. I was not killed right away because Voldemort wanted to use my blood as part of the ritual to return to his body. When he was done with that, he still did not kill me. Voldemort wanted to lord his power over me. He had something to prove about how he could toy with then destroy the boy who lived. Killing me while I lay there, tied to the headstone of his dead father and helpless, was not good enough for him. So once he had his Death Eaters gathered about him, he had his servant return my wand and forced me to duel him, but it did not go exactly the way he planned. Thanks to the Moody's imposter, I was able to resist the Imperious curse. When he engaged me properly, something happened with our wands which he did not expect. In the distraction which that caused, I was able to flee for my life. It wasn't easy to see Cedric die the way he did. It was like a nightmare that I can't wake up from. It is no comfort knowing that the only reason I'm not just as dead as he is was because Voldemort wanted to taunt me before killing me. That is what happened. You can believe me or walk away. I won't blame you either way." Neville, who had stayed silent all this while, turned to Zacharias. "If you have any doubts still, Smith, you are free to leave. In fact, among you people, if someone thinks that Harry is lying or you do not want to join us, you are free to leave. He will not be telling you anything more about that night or going to demonstrate something just to appease your curiosity." Zacharias left the inn. Harry decided to deal with him later. He had an interesting experiment in mind magic to perform on the boy. As the Hufflepuff left, Hermione produced the parchment and a quill. Harry took the quill and with a deliberate flourish, wrote his name in the first spot. In turn, Susan, Neville, Ron, Hermione and then Hannah all signed in turn. Without exception, the rest of the students all came to the front and took their turn to sign. With all the signatures collected, Hermione furled the parchment and stowed it into her bag. They had decided to let it look like Hermione was in charge of the parchment, that it had been her who put the charms on it. In reality, Harry had done it. He had been quite inventive to include charms to prevent anyone from speaking about what they were being taught to anyone who had any hostile intention towards him. It was a very hard and obscure charm from Ashala's memories which made it possible. The parchment had 50 names on it. Harry considered that an achievement, considering that there were many students who belonged to the dark families and would follow Voldemort. He would have to make do with the 50 of them for now. Harry turned to the others. "Now there are a few rules which you must know. The first rule is to keep it quiet. You are not to discuss what we do with anyone who has not signed this parchment. Anything that I teach you, this meeting and all other meetings are strictly confidential. What we learn here may help you with your academics, but the main purpose is to help you survive a potential encounter with Death Eaters. The second rule is recruitment. None of you recruit. If you come across someone that you feel should be part of this group, let me know. If I am satisfied that they are not trying to infiltrate to give away our secrets, I will admit them to the group. You, however, are to say nothing. Confirm nothing. Deny nothing. If asked, a blank stare is the best response. We will not admit anyone below 4th year. They are simply too young. They will be better off learning from our defense teacher. Finally, we will be meeting twice a week once I have found a place to practice. You will all be contacted when this is done." After that, the meeting did not last long. They sorted out little details such as the meetings should not clash with Quidditch team practice for any house and other such matters. Harry reminded them that he would inform them when he found a place to hold their meetings. If they were to have any chance of keeping what they were doing quiet, they could not practice out in the open. As they all were leaving, Harry asked Terence to stay back. When the inn was empty, he turned to Terence. I have some questions to ask of you, Higgs, before I can offer any choice to you. Higgs nodded. Yes, Lord Black. Harry asked him, is your family supporting Dark Lord Voldemort? Have they returned to his service since he was back? Do they expect you to go into service? Are you branded? Higgs started telling. Lord Black, the Dark Lord sent his minions to the Higgs family home a week after he was reborn. My father renewed his loyalty to him, though it is not clear whether out of fear or faith in him. My father asked me to join his service as soon as I graduate. He said something about keeping some followers unmarked so that they can be used to infiltrate the ministry, etc., in case they adopt security measures specific to the Dark Mark. My father plans for me to be one such follower, but I do not want to join the charlatan. As he was speaking, Harry had been reading his mind. He could see that the boy had mind shields, but they were down. He read his mind easily. Harry found that he was speaking the truth. Harry started addressing him. I will offer you protection against Voldemort and his followers and grant you asylum in case you are estranged from your family. However, for now I wish for you to remain in the Serpent's Pit, acting as if you hate me with every fiber of your being, flushing out those who are loyal to Voldemort. When you graduate, I will give you a job and a safe house if the war is not already over by then. Higgs left happily. The Marauders came down from the upper floor where they had been sitting, listening to everything that was being said in the meeting. They commended him for the successful meeting before taking their leave. As others had some last-minute shopping to finish, Harry and Susan started to walk towards the Three Broomsticks by themselves. Since the rules said that they could stay out on a weekend until 10 p.m., he and Susan had decided to make the most of it by themselves and were going to a dinner in the Three Broomsticks. On their way, Susan asked him, have you thought about life after the war is over, Harry? Harry thought for a moment before replying, not really. When I was small, all I thought was that some long-lost family member would come and rescue me from the Muggles. The 10 years of my life I stayed with them were spent living worse than a house elf. On my 11th birthday, Hagrid came to rescue me from a rock in the sea where Vernon had taken us to outrun wizards and post owls so that I would not get my Hogwarts letter. Hagrid broke down the front door, gave a pigtail to Dudley, tied Vernon's rifle in knots and then told me, a wizard, Harry. Susan chuckled here. Since then, every year I have faced Voldemort in addition to the school trying to besmirch my name. So, I guess I never figured out what I would do after I was over the threat of Voldemort. Susan had been listening intently. This was the first time that he talked about his life before Hogwarts and was allowing her to see Harry Potter, the orphan who had come to Hogwarts, underfed and skinny. She also had a suspicion that he might not have told his story to anyone before this and wanted him to go on, but perhaps he had finished for today. They had arrived at the Three Broomsticks and Rosmerta gave them a private booth around which Harry put his own wards to make them impenetrable. As they sat, Susan picked up where he had stopped. So in 4 years, you never thought about a career you might want to take? He gave her a lopsided grin, one which made her stomach flutter. Actually, last year, the imposter Moody gave me the idea of being an Auror. My mom and dad were both Aurors, my godmother is an Auror, and I could still do that, but I have so many other options now. I don't even need to work. I already have all the money I could ever need, and thanks to the goblins at Gringotts, that is only likely to get better. Even so, I am interested in brooms. I already own a good chunk of the company that makes the firebolt. Another way I could go is into potion research full-time. She grinned. Imagine what would happen if sometime after you have killed Voldemort, Harold Peverell, the boy who conquered, appeared for recruitment by the Aurors. Perhaps they would put you in charge of the whole force directly. There is no Auror there right now who can fight you and expect to win. Even Auntie told me the other day that with the way you use your spells, the most seasoned veterans would not last against you for more than 5 minutes. Harry blushed a little at the praise. That was the moment that Rosmerta chose to appear carrying their food. He cheerfully let the moment pass. They resumed their conversation once the food was laid out and Madame Rosmerta had left the booth again. Harry asked her, what careers have you thought about for yourself, Sue? She blushed a little when he called her Sue but controlled herself and answered, I have thought about it a lot and I would like to go into magical research in the Department of Mysteries. They are always trying new things there. I wanted to be a healer when I was younger, but I do not think that a person with blood on their hands would be a good healer. We will all get our hands bloody in this war. Harry inwardly said to himself, you need to meet Charik then. By the time they finished dinner and emerged from the three broomsticks, the moon and the stars were filling the sky. When they started walking back to the castle, they realized that all the others were already gone and that they were the last students remaining in the town. With a twinkle in her eye, Susan said, it is getting quite late, Harry. If you were any kind of a gentleman, you would have arranged transportation so that I don't have to drag my weary bones all the way back to Hogwarts. Harry, rising to the occasion, gave Susan a formal bow and said, far be it from Lord Peverell to disappoint such a fine lady. He pulled on his familiar bond with Black Storm. A minute later, a darker blackness against the starry sky descended, and with the whooshing of his mighty wings, the hippogriff landed in front of them. Since Susan took care of magical creatures with the Ravenclaws, she had not met Black Storm yet. She was reluctant at first, but once Harry introduced them, she warmed right up to the magnificent creature. In another minute, Harry had the tack on Black Storm and they were mounted with Susan hanging on tightly around Harry's waist. She snuggled up close to him, making his heartbeat flutter. He would have taken her for a flight all the way around the school and grounds so that he could stretch out the time with her. But they were dangerously close to being overdue, and Dumbledore might get nervous and send out a search party. That would be just too embarrassing, so he made a beeline for the front gates of the school. The hippogriff took a few galloping strides as he spread his wings and launched itself into the air. The two teens whooped with joy as they all became airborne. But the ride only took a few minutes before they were landing at their destination. They leapt down from their mount. With a wave of his wand, the tack disappeared back into the pocket in Harry's robes. They thanked Black Storm for the ride and he flew off to his stall by Hagrid's hut to bed down for the night. As he escorted Susan to the Badger's hole, she snuggled up close to him, holding his hand, their fingers intertwined with each other. A few people they met along the way whistled at them. Harry resolutely avoided eye contact with them. As she was about to go into the Badger's hole, she pulled him close to her and reached up to give him a peck on his cheek. She entered the fake barrel before he could say anything. The next day, he had blushed every time that he thought about the peck on his cheek. He had some feelings for Susan, but he was still not sure about them. There was no one he could ask for advice. If he asked Sirius, the Marauder would just have fun at his expense. He didn't expect much better from Remus either. The only one whose advice he felt he could trust was Alice, but he still felt awkward about approaching her with the questions that were on his mind. Amelia was Susan's aunt and maybe a bit biased. He did not even want to think about what Mrs. Weasley's reaction would be if he tried to talk with her about it. The only one he was comfortable talking to was Rachel, and she was half a world away. Harry had also been on the lookout for Zacharias Smith since breakfast. He was constantly looking for a way to corner him. The opportunity came for him when the classes were over for the day and the Hufflepuff was going to the Quidditch pitch for flying practice. When they entered the stadium, Harry wandlessly stunned him, then dragged the boy to the Hufflepuff dressing room and enervated him. As the boy came to his senses, he started shouting, Peverell, I will have you expelled for attacking me. Harry sighed. There was no way to have a civilized conversation with the Puff. He petrified the boy, entered his mind space and started sifting through his memories. There had been a blood feud between House Potter and House Smith in the past. The fighting did not end until the Lord Smith died and the Dowager Lady Smith had gone to Lord Potter as a supplicant asking him to end the blood feud. The feud had tarnished the reputation of the Smiths, who boasted of having been descended from Helga Hufflepuff. The boy had been taught about the feud. He had been indoctrinated to blame the Potters for their tarnished reputation and to hate them. Harry had no recollection of this feud, and Smith's own memory of it was thoroughly secondhand, biased and sketchy at best. Harry had no hope of learning the truth of it from this source. It didn't seem very important to his father either. If it was, he would have mentioned it during Harry's time in Limbo. Harry carefully started casting the spell to lock the memories of the meeting at the Hog's Head and Harry's ruthless rifling of his memories. Harsh had told him that this was a delicate version of the Fidelius which was used to lock memories of a person, and the memories so locked could be undone only by the caster. The mystics had locked Voldemort's memories this way since an obliviate charm could be undone by a skilled legilimens. He planted fake memories of his being in the Three Broomsticks the whole day enjoying the weekend. He also wiped the memories of his being attacked by Harry and the memory spell performed on him. The boy would not remember the meeting and others would not be able to talk to him about the meeting or what they had learnt in the sessions with Harry due to the charms on the parchment. A week later. For the last week, the morning exercise routine for his friends continued, with some more people joining him on the run after they had found that the physical exercises helped their casting. There were around 25 students this morning with a number of the Slytherins. Harry had another worry on his mind for better part of last week. That being working out a way he could communicate with everyone to tell them about the meeting times or alert him if they were in trouble. There was an easy answer to his question which came in the form of the Protean charm. Hermione offered to do it on some fake galleons, but Harry pointed out that it would be too easy to get such a thing mixed up with their real money and spend it by mistake. They needed something better than a fake galleon. Then Harry remembered how he used to carry his wand around in his pocket before this year and how dangerous that was. The answer to his predicament came to him. The answer was wand holsters, and he just happened to own a large part of a company that made them. With a few seconds on the mirror to Remus, his steward had instructions to obtain 100 Auror-grade wand holsters and send them to Harry with Dobby. The next day, Dobby popped into the fifth-year boys' dorm as Harry was getting ready to go out for his morning workout. Later that day, Hermione and Harry worked together to cast the charms on the premium holsters. Not only were they capable of two-way communication, Harry's wand holster could be used to determine the location and well-being of the wearer of any other holster. Then the holsters were glamored to look perfectly ordinary to anyone but the person that they were keyed to. Each time that the holster had a new message, it would heat up to alert the wearer. With the devices prepared, Neville and Hannah delivered them to the intended recipients in 3 houses while Daphne took it upon her to deliver it to Slytherins. Harry was careful not to be seen to do anything directly and kept his involvement behind the scenes. His next challenge was to find a place to meet and practice. The mystic was not forthcoming on this subject. He would have to find it another way. He would have to find someone who knew every inch of the castle. He racked his brain for the better part of a week on this problem. Fred and George had explored the castle extensively, but they only knew what the Marauder's map showed, and Harry knew the place he was looking for was not on that map. Even Dumbledore admitted that in his over 70 years at Hogwarts, student, teacher and headmaster, that he did not know everything about the school. Hermione, having memorized Hogwarts a history, said that there was a hint about a room that answered to specific needs, but that was all. He finally got a break when he asked Professor Flitwick about it. The charms master had enthusiastically told him that except for the elves, no one knew every inch of the castle. With that clue, he took Susan to a dinner date in the kitchens. This was a clever cover for his true intention, that being to have a meeting with the elves. Flashback starts. When Susan and Harry entered the kitchen together, many elves approached them bowing and asking what they could do for them. Harry asked them if they would put on a private lunch for the two of them. A moment later, the elves lead them to a beautifully spread table for two off to one side of the kitchen. The table was laid out with linens in Gryffindor colors and set with golden dinnerware and flatware. The goblets were of the finest silver crystal with the Hogwarts crest etched into them. The scene was lit with smokeless candles. Harry walked around to Susan's side of the table and held her chair out for her. Once he too was seated, an older male elf, with all the airs of a maitre d' at a 5-star restaurant, came to their table and asked, "What Master Peverell be liking?" Harry looked at Susan and asked her choice by raising an eyebrow at her, but she shrugged. Harry asked the elf to bring them the lunch which was being served to the rest of the school, and treacle tart, his favorite dessert. While food arrived, Susan asked him, "That day in Hogsmeade I wanted to ask you so many questions, but there was not enough time." Harry smiled. "You can ask those questions now, Sue. I will answer them if I can." She asked the most important, in his opinion, question: "What is your desire?" He put down his fork and sat still for a few moments before replying. During my first year here, I came across the Mirror of Arised. It is a magical artifact which shows one their heart's desire. What I saw was me with all my family behind me. It was the first time that I saw my parents. My deepest desire is to have a family to call my own. While Uncle Frank and Aunt Alice consider me as good as their own child, Gran Augusta dotes on me as a loving grandmother. Aunt Amelia and you consider me as your family, and Mrs. Weasley mothers me a bit too much for my comfort sometimes. I crave a family above all things. She asked further, and have you given any more thought about what will you do when you graduate from here? He smiled. I have so many avenues open to me. I would love to take up enchanting to make racing brooms, or I could delve into research in potions or something like that. Then there can be times when I will be called upon to fight, and I will fight then. Susan listened to his options and pondered them for a long time before she spoke. Looks like you have a lot of options to choose from, but do not worry. We will figure it out together. He remembered something that he had to ask. Sue, what is your desire? She blushed a little. My desire is to have a family and live in peace without people bothering us all the time. As the lunch was winding up, Harry called an elf. Little elf, can you answer a question for me? The elf nodded its head vigorously. What be master asking for? Harry asked. I am looking for a place where I can practice defensive magic with my peers. The place needs to be big enough. We also need to make sure that no unwelcome observers ever find the place or learn what we are doing there. The elf was jumping up and down with glee. Tippy be knowing a place, Master Peverell. There be a room on 7th floor near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. The room be big enough to become anything and not found unless in need. Harry excitedly asked, and what is the room called? The come and go room, sir, also known as the room of requirement, the elf replied. Harry asked about how to open the room and access it. When the elf had answered all of his questions, they left through the fruit bowl painting and headed off to their classes, hoping to go unobserved. If anyone learned about their date, it would cover the real reason for their visit to the kitchen, but Harry would never have another peaceful day again. Flashback ends. That evening, Harry had taken Vikram along, promising Susan to take her when he could ascertain that the room was not dangerous, and they reached the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy teaching ballet to trolls. The wall opposite to the painting was bare. Harry walked in front of the wall 3 times, wishing, I need a place to practice magic where no one can find us. As he finished his 3rd pass, a door emerged out of the plain wall. It was very ornately decorated, and as he opened it, he gasped. Despite having seen some very bizarre creatures during his travels and even Mother Magic herself, the room surprised him. It was a huge room which had many practice ranges around it with dummies programmed to cast or defend as needed. There was a table full of dark detectors like a sneakoscope, probity probes, and a faux glass. Near the table were huge shelves bulging with ancient tomes. As he was trying to take in everything that the room had to offer, the mystic said, Rowena outdid herself. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Are you also as ancient as Guruji? I thought you hardly look a day above 45. The mystic snorted. I am a child if you compare me to Guruji, Harry. I am only 80 years old. Guruji told me the story of this room. It was designed by Rowena Ravenclaw with significant input from Helga. Slytherin had his Chamber of Secrets, Godric enchanted the Sorting Hat, and Rowena designed the headmaster's office. This room was designed by Rowena and Helga. The only thing to be careful of is that this room will answer to anyone irrespective of whether they have good intentions or bad. It has infinite uses and can fulfill almost any needs. There are a few limitations. One of the major limitations is that it cannot violate the laws of magic, like producing food from thin air. Harry nodded. Still, this room will be of great use to us. I can teach the students here. At times I can use it for my own purposes. The mystic nodded. I agree, however, I would advise you to use the path behind the mirror for other meetings with your friends, since anyone can walk into this room anytime, increasing the potential risks of eavesdropping. The classes had been the same for the last week. McGonagall gave them complex transfigurations which Harry could do with ease. She had stopped comparing him to the other students because it just made the rest of the students look too disappointing with their progress. She of course knew that none of them had been subjected to the same grueling exercises as him, however at times she could help but compare this Harry to what she had seen in previous years. Before this he had turned in mediocre essays that would barely scrape an A, and now he was writing essays that were detailed, insightful and to the point. There were no crossings out, and instead of the blotchy chicken scratch of former years, he wrote in a smooth, flowing script with little illustrations around the capitals at the beginning of each paragraph. He seemed to always have just enough material to fill each assignment without exceeding the parchment length. There were definite gaps in his theory, which is why he was not getting O all the time, but at the rate he was going, it would not be long before he would be at the top of the class there too. When she teamed him with other students, he was always better than them at casting. He usually spent his time quietly and patiently helping his partner to correct their casting and their aim. There was also the suspicion that he was an animagus, but she had not been able to prove that. She had tried to hit him with the animagus revealing spell and he had dodged it rather spectacularly. She did not try it again because Harry was alerted to her intention and he never let his guard down. Flitwick was a bit disappointed with Harold Peverell because he did not make himself stand out like he did in his other classes. True that he was able to finish whatever Phileas assigned him to do rather quickly, but he had not shown any extraordinary skill. He had expected the boy to be showing a grand display of charms by now. He had a fleeting suspicion that he was behind all the pranks of which the twins had been innocent but could not prove it. Even if it were true, none of them were charms but pure transfiguration. He chose to wait for a time when Harold Peverell would show his skills. With Voldemort back and the wizarding world readying itself for war, that day would not be far away. Phileas also had received a letter from his kin at Gringotts asking him to offer any assistance that he could to Harold Peverell. The goblins were in charge of the money of the wizarding world. When they saw that money was leaving the vaults of families who were known Death Eaters, more often than usual, it meant that war was not far away. He had also been told of the preparations being made by Harold Peverell. He was making preparations to clothe an army in the best armor that he could find, made from basilisk skin. His steward was also visiting the bank more often. They were in talks to purchase a potion-making company involved in the business of making wolfsbane potion and going through financial crisis. Perhaps Harold Peverell was trying to bring the werewolves to his side in the war with promises of free wolfsbane. Severus Snape was having a difficult year. He had wasted 2 lessons with the first-year dunderheads. Instead of humiliating them and throwing them into potion brewing from a cold start, he took the time to teach them the importance of weighing out ingredients precisely, using clean equipment and the properties of the ingredients. He had never done that in the previous years and he had seen the results for himself. This first-year class was perhaps the best he had seen since he started teaching the subject. More than half of them were brewing nearly perfect potions by their 3rd lesson. Those who failed tested his patience, but he gritted his teeth and restrained himself from pulling his hair at their slightest mistakes. It had made a remarkable improvement in his class. Students were actually smiling. Some of them even asked questions. The dunderheads. The 5th-year class was the most difficult of the lot because he had to remember to sneer at the students every now and then even though he really did not want to. Harold Peverell had become quite the potioneer. He always brewed 3 potions at a time. What was more interesting were the potions with his own alterations. Even with Snape's formidable potions knowledge, he was hard-pressed to understand all of the alterations Harry was making to his custom brews. Without realizing it, he had begun to look forward to his 5th-year classes and seeing what Harry would do next. He considered setting Harry to try and brew Felix Felicis for extra credit, but that would be long wait since Felix took more than 6 months to brew. Neville Longbottom was also in the class and Severus could not say anything to him. The lad worked quietly at his table brewing perfect potions class after class. Severus knew that he was green thumb, meaning he knew his plants thoroughly, so his prowess in brewing was not unexpected either. Severus could gauge someone's power and Longbottom terrified him. He knew that Harold Peverell was powerful like the Dark Lord, but Longbottom was no slouch either. With the training that the boy had gone through this summer, he had become a force unto himself. Severus had also been stunned when Longbottom's parents had made an appearance in the wizarding world after 14 years of incapacitation. He had been embarrassed by Alice for being a bully to her son when she had been nothing but kind to him. Frank had not chastised him but rather reminded him of the times that he had warned him about some prank of the marauders which would have been too humiliating or caused some real injury. He wanted the war to be over as soon as possible because he was ready to turn in his resignation and go into retirement. He had enough of the wizarding world and its troubles for one lifetime. Grubbly Plank was having the best time of her tenure at Hogwarts this year. She had taken the class for part of the last year, but that time, the students were not showing any interest in the subject. This year, the students were interested in the creatures that she had to show to them. The information that she had received on the Yeti was a goldmine. There was a real dearth of first-hand accounts with that creature. It seemed that they are not seen unless they want to be, and those occasions were both rare and long ago. Just about all the information available on them was folklore, myth, and endlessly regurgitated old accounts, at best sketchy general characteristics, and none of it reliable. It seemed that Harry Peverels was both a keen observer and that he had a first-hand encounter. She wanted to know more about these remarkable creatures, but he was not saying anything more. She had been impressed when she saw his bonded hippogriff. Judging by hippogriffs she had seen and known before, this one was a king of his kind. Aurora Sinistra had a life which was untouched by the goings-on of the wizarding world. She taught astronomy, and it was a boring subject if you ask a student. The best thing to happen this year was the defense instructor who had come to teach at the castle. He was polite and cheerful at all times, but he was either completely oblivious to her interest in him or he was simply not interested in her. Whatever the reason, he had not done anything to encourage her advances. Serpent's Pit. The Serpent's Pit was changing. In the previous war, the snakes had stood together behind the Dark Lord with the exception of a couple of stragglers who had stayed on the sidelines. All of the Dark Lord's hype about pure blood superiority and how the wizard's rightful place was to rule over the Muggles had appealed to the ambitious and exclusive Slytherins, and they followed him in droves. This time around, however, there was no face to lead them. The Dark Lord had chosen to remain in the shadows. Then there was that history professor. She did not spare any details when it came to teaching about the massive losses suffered by all the wizarding families. This Dark Lord and all others like him did not care about pure-blood wizards or anyone else for that matter. Anyone who stood in the way of his plans was branded a blood traitor and marked for death. Then there was the money. So much of history in the present was determined by the flow of gold. In the last war, the houses of Rosier and Black had brought not only numbers of powerful recruits and allies but also gold and lots of it. The Lord of Rosier, Evan Rosier, was in his inner circle and had wealth to splurge on his conquests. The House of Black had given him Bellatrix, Regulus, Lucius. He had been inducted by Bellatrix, and they brought the might of the Black wealth with them. With the wands offered in his service and the mountain of wealth, the Dark Lord had been paying his recruits for their services, but this time, the wealth of the Blacks and Rosier were with Harold Peverell, who was the lord of both the houses. The Dark also had lost a lot of his followers in the last war, whose heirs otherwise would have walked the halls of Hogwarts and become a part of his army. The Knots had lost 3 sons in the war at the hands of the Aurors, with 2 of them being killed by Moody himself. Evan Rosier had been killed hairless by Moody. Regulus had been killed sometime during the war, but no one knew about it, and Bellatrix was cooling her heels in Azkaban. The Lestranges were practically extinct because their last 2 scions had been in the care of the Dementors too long to have any hope of siring new heirs. This time, there was no Black in the Serpent's Pit. The House of Knot had one heir who, from the looks of it, was not at all interested in house politics. The House of Parkinson had a sorry excuse of an heiress in the form of Pansy Parkinson, who was good at nothing but following Malfoy like a lost puppy. Bulstrode was nearly a troll by her stature, but sadly seemed to have about the same magical aptitude as one. Crabbe and Goyle, for all their bulk, seemed to share one brain cell between them. The 6th and 7th year students did not care about amassing power in the Serpent's Pit at all. They were deeply immersed in their newt studies, and being so close to graduation, they could enter into the Dark Lord's service for real once they were out of there, instead of playing at politics with school children. The only one who could have been a serious contender was Draco Malfoy. Previously, with his posse, being the heir of Black and with his father's wealth behind him, he had been directing things in the Snake Pit. But, No more. The Death Eaters knew that his father had nearly outlived his usefulness. Potter or Peverell or whatever he was calling himself this week, had taken the airship away from him. The vassals of the houses of Black and Rosier had also withdrawn their support, and that left Draco with his 4 idiotic minions, no vassals and a long history of bullying to his disadvantage. Not only had he become irrelevant, none of the other snakes even liked him. What's more, the way things were going for his father, the Dark Lord would discard him soon too. He was not sentimental about disposing of tools that were no longer useful. The only one who seemed to be amassing power was Daphne Greengrass, who was consolidating power quickly in the pit. It was a known fact that she was Harold Peverell's friend. Although the heiress of Greengrass was more than capable of looking after herself, people had learned quickly since term started that Lord Peverell was someone you crossed at your own peril. For that reason no one attempted to start a feud with her. Malfoy seethed daily about Daphne becoming a friend of Harold Peverell, but his rants were not heard. They were all waiting for him to cross one line too many and watch Peverell use him as a whetstone and maybe teach the arrogant whelp some manners. Things were changing and the house was dividing itself in two camps: Dark Lord or Harold Peverell. With the pros weighing heavily in Peverell's favor, it was not hard to understand why the children of the neutral families and those who were disenchanted with the Dark Lord were looking to the boy who lived. The Room of Requirement. Harry had sent a message via his wand holster to the students about the time and place for the meeting. He was waiting for them to arrive on the 7th floor. Vikram was standing by under his own cloak of invisibility. As each group of students approached the 7th floor, Harry made a great show of waving his wand and using some arcane spells while Vikram walked back and forth the required 3 passes to summon the room under his invisibility cloak, and the door appeared. This was to lead the students to believe that the doors were opened by some complex incantations instead of the simple way of walking past it 3 times while wishing for a place to practice. He of course planned to tell his friends the way to access the room. The charade was to prevent others from bringing children of Death Eaters to the practice room. The first group of students arrived, consisting of Susan, Neville, Hermione, Ronald and Hannah. After Harry had them safely inside of the room, he told them how it was really done. Once they all had a chance to look around, Hermione, as he had expected, gave a cry of enthusiasm and said gleefully, "Oh Harry, this is the perfect place. There are dummies we can practice with in the books. There are so many of them that we can learn new hexes and jinxes from them and practice here. I would bet that the room is fortified to withstand magical discharge from all our spell casting. How did you find it? What is the room called?" Others were watching her with amusement. Grinning, Harry had to shake her by her shoulder. "Hermione, breathe. Take a breath between sentences, will you? As everyone will have similar questions, I would rather wait until we are all here and explain all of that once. In the meantime, have a look around. I'm sure that there are several books there which would interest you." Harry went back out into the hall and put on the same show for each group of students as they arrived. When a quick head count told him that everyone was there, he re-entered the room with the last group and Vikram, under his cloak behind him. He came into the room and was greeted by quite a buzz and a barrage of questions. "What is this room? How did you find it? How come nobody ever told me about this place? Where did all this stuff come from?" Harry stood to address them and signaled for silence. "Welcome to the Room of Requirement. I don't know everything about this room. What I do know is that it accommodates the needs of the person or people who use it. We will meet here twice a week to practice spell casting." He deliberately did not share what he knew about the room's history. That would have led to more questions that he did not want to answer. He knew of no books which said anything about the room in general, much less where it was or who designed it. As they were all gathered, Hermione stood. "We are all here to learn some magic that they don't teach us in class." She was cut off mid-sentence by Duvant, who said, "Are you going to teach us? We thought Peverell would be the one to teach." Hermione was flushed. "Yes, he will be teaching us." One of the Ravenclaws said, "Then let him speak, Granger. Or are you his spokesperson?" Harry stood and said sternly to them, "I have agreed to teach you all. We will be practicing dueling and people will get hurt. For that reason, I insist that you show respect for each other at all times. There is no place for hot heads in this room. You can start by showing respect for Hermione." She has an exhaustive repertoire of spells and she knows how to cast them all perfectly. You would do well to listen to her. He then motioned to Hermione and sat down. She started speaking again. Our first order of business is to elect a leader for our group. Cho said. Who else other than Harry? There is no one who can lead us better than him. All others murmured assent to the proposal and it was decided. Then Hermione said, we need to decide a name for our group. Are there any suggestions? When no one spoke for a few moments, Harry asked, what? None of you has a suggestion. One or two of them mumbled something but Harry could not make any of it out clearly. He waited for some time before Daphne voiced a suggestion. We should have a name which has no meaning to anyone who is not in this room. We also should not have a name that makes the purpose of this group obvious, nor should we use any name which would indicate that we are affiliated with either of the leaders from the last war, Albus Dumbledore or you know who. I think that it is pretty clear that we all despise you know who. But, neither do we want to show our unconditional support for our headmaster. There are many who say that he was too slow to act against Grindelwald and that his refusal to use deadly measures in the last war resulted in countless needless deaths. While we may value him as an ally, he is not the man to lead us. We are not soldiers, but students who are just trying to survive in difficult times. Our leader is Harold Peverell. Our name should have something to do with him and say that we are a third faction, independent of the rest. Luna Lovegood was the next to speak. How about Children of Magic? Magic is mother after all. Harry said. That's a great suggestion, Luna. Sorry to say that I think it is too inclusive. We just want this name to apply to us, here, in this room. Finally, one of the Indian students from Ravenclaw said, there are many magical creatures in the wizarding world. We could choose one like Dumbledore chose the Order of the Phoenix. We would look at Harry's characteristics, his magical gifts, etc. to determine the best name. I will start. We know he is a Parseltongue and we could use a snake or a serpent as he has slain a basilisk. We know that he has become fast as a cat and his magical prowess is being talked about, so that is also something we can consider. Luna's countenance brightened. How about the Order of the Snow Leopard? They are quick, stealthy, vicious and top predators. That would mean nothing to anyone else. Hermione huffed. What is with your fascination with snow leopards anyway? Not that it is a bad name, but they are not native to England. They are found in the Himalayas. What do we have to do with them? Luna looked at Harry curiously. Oh, Harold Peverell knows why I am fascinated with them. The phoenix is also found in the Himalayas and Dumbledore has bonded with one and named his order after it. Susan broke up the debate. Let's keep the snow leopard for consideration. What other names would we like to consider? I would like to get on to some practice today. We all have classes tomorrow. Harry could not believe that choosing a name could be so onerous, but having gone through the dilemma when he was naming Black Storm, he could understand the struggle. Ronald spoke at last. What about Defense Association? Hermione turned him down. We are not doing a club recognized by the school but organizing it for our own training. Tracy Davis, who had not said a word in the entire meeting, finally spoke up. So does anyone else have a name to put forward, or we are going to wind up without even a name? Daphne spoke. I propose Peverell's Defense League, or PDL for short. Alternative name can be Personal Defense League. People grumbled over it and debated too. In the end, it came down to the Order of the Snow Leopard or Peverell's Defense League. With only two clear choices, Hermione called for a vote and it came down in favor of the Order of the Snow Leopard. The name sounded exciting, much like the noble knightly orders of old. With a flourish, Hermione added the name of the group to the top of the parchment. Harry found Luna looking at him curiously. He took a moment to study the bronze trim on her clothes, signifying she was a Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. That reminded him what connection he had been missing. She was the one Harsh was hinting at. Luna Lovegood was the third seer at Hogwarts. With the name decided, Harry addressed them. As I have seen in the first defense class this year, most of us are far behind where we would be if we had studied under the tutelage of competent teachers regularly for the last 4 years. So I would start by assessing where you stand in terms of casting and magical prowess before I can start teaching. Let's see you all perform the Expelliarmus, Jinx. One of the claws said. What are we, firsties? Do you think that we can't even perform Expelliarmus? How can a simple Expelliarmus help us survive? Harry addressed the boy directly. If you think that Expelliarmus is old hat, how about you give them a demonstration, Stuart? You can use Expelliarmus and try to disarm me. I won't even try to shield or dodge. Harry took the boy to a practice range and asked others to stay back because if the curse went astray, it could harm someone. The boy shot the Expelliarmus but it passed inches away from his hand. Harry smirked at the boy. Stuart, your aim was off by inches. If I were a Death Eater, you would be dead already. The boy bowed his head and whispered, I am sorry, Harold. Harry put his wand away and turned to others. We have 71 people here and I know for a fact that Susan Bones, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Ronald Weasley, Ginevra Weasley and our extraordinary twins have no trouble in casting most of the spells and jinxes that we will practice here. So that leaves 63 of you to be divided into groups. Divide yourselves into 7 groups of 9 people each and they will be looking after your casting and correcting whatever faults are there. I will be roaming around and paying attention to everyone and if it looks like someone needs my personal attention, I will give it to them. Soon groups were formed and Harry assigned each to a person and told them to supervise people or help them. The room was echoing with shouts of Expelliarmus, however there were many who were not successful with their aim and their spells were going awry and hitting objects instead. Harry kept his wand in his holster and prowled the room correcting those who needed his direct assistance. Daphne was a witch who was good with a wand and had no trouble in practicing disarming Tracy who by the looks of it was enjoying it. This year was good for Daphne but she was still far from what she wanted to achieve. She wanted Harold Peverell for herself but it looked like Bones had beaten her to it. Whenever she looked, Susan was always latched onto his arm and not giving Daphne any chance to be alone with him for a minute or more. She realized that these classes could be the time that she was looking for considering Bones could not object to it. Harry was dealing with a group of 4th-year lions at the moment and she hollered for him. Peverell, I can't seem to get it right. My spell is missing her. Harry arrived very jovial. What is the problem, Daphne? Why can't you disarm her? Daphne wailed. I am getting the incantation right, wand movement right but my spell is missing her by inches. Harry told her to cast and watched her closely. As she had cast and the spell missed again by a few inches. He took her arm and said, now cast, while he guided the wand movements. Tracis' wand flew through the air to his outstretched hand. The feeling was indescribable for her. He had grasped her hand softly yet firmly and she could feel calluses from his palm on her skin. His hands were a little rough like he performed a lot of physical labor with them. There was also a scent about him which smelled like fresh cut grass and a cauldron bubbling. His hair was starting to grow bigger than she had seen and it gave him a rugged yet handsome look. The fact that he had grown taller and bulked up a lot didn't hurt either. The emerald orbs were glowing with power and she shivered slightly just looking at them. She felt weakness in her legs and hoped they would not give up and embarrass her. She remembered how mortified she had been when her father had asked her about the interesting comment that he had made while Lord Greengrass was visiting him and other leaders of the Great Alliance to give his support to Lord Frank Longbottom. Flashback starts. As they had returned to Greengrass Manor, they had seen Astoria and Roxanne sitting in the parlor and reading the Evening Prophet which carried the details of the Wizengamot session of that day. Daphne wanted to escape to her room but a pointed look from Cyrus and she had taken a seat across from her family on one of the chairs. Cyrus asked a little loudly for the benefit of his wife and younger daughter, so Daphne, did you forget to tell or willingly omit mentioning that you had sneaked into the hospital wing to see Harold Peverell at the end of your last year? Astoria looked up sharply and shouted, what? You sneaked into the hospital wing to see him and you have been telling me all these years to stay clear of the boy who lived. Astoria had been to her grandparents' place since the holidays had started so she knew nothing of the developments which had happened. She had been willing to meet Harry Potter due to her fascination with the fictional character of the children's story books. Daphne had told her that it was a bad idea because the Slytherins would not take kindly to what they perceived as fraternizing with the enemy. Astoria was a Ravenclaw and her parents were neutrals. They still thought it would have damaged their position if their children were seen mingling with the Champion of Light. Roxanne was smirking and turned to Daphne. I knew that you had fascination for the boy, but I did not know that it went as far as you sneaking into the hospital wing to see him sleep. Exactly how long have you known him anyway? Astoria nearly shouted. You like him. That is why you tried to stop me from seeing him. Cyrus turned to his youngest with mirth-filled eyes. Astoria, now is not the time. You can rant and vent your anger later, but right now we need to discuss some important house business. Flashback ends. Daphne. Daphne. Harry's voice brought her out of her reverie, and she found that she had inadvertently clutched his wrist while Tracy was snickering, perhaps controlling herself from laughing hard. She found that others too were starting to look in their direction, and she let go of his wrist instantly. Harry asked her confusedly, "What just happened? Are you all right?" She genially smiled. "I am all right, Harry. It's just that my mind wandered off somewhere else." Harry shrugged. "You have no problem with your casting. Only you are not aiming it properly. Expelliarmus is cast at the other person's hand because it disarms them. So if you were to cast it at someplace else like the forehead, it would not work in that case." He asked her to try again, and reluctantly she had to cast it right because there was no reason for her to pretend to fumble or miss. Afterwards, Harry attended to many other students, helping them to correct their casting. When finally he was satisfied that they were able to cast it correctly, he divided them into pairs and told them to take turns trying to disarm each other. Susan had paired up with Hannah to teach her to cast the disarming spell. Neville was left without a partner to practice with, and he paired with Harry. Harry let Neville cast first and let his wand fly out of his hand every time. Wands did not change allegiances in friendly practice. After about 30 or so tries, he started casting the disarming spell at Neville. Neville allowed Harry to disarm him a few times before he tried to pull his old trick on Harry. As Harry sent his disarming spell at him, Neville tossed his wand into the air. However, before he could catch it, Harry had cast the summoning spell and Neville's wand floated to his hand. Neville's wand was powerful but did not sit right in his hand, perhaps not being compatible with him. They had practiced for 2 hours straight before Vikram nudged him from under the cloak and told him to dismiss the students because it was going to be curfew time soon. Harry started sending them out in groups to their houses. As each group passed the great stairs, he could feel his proximity ward's chime telling him that the group had passed through there. He had placed the wards so that he would know if someone walked upon them during their session. If someone did, Vikram would send them away. 2 days later, Daphne was irritated and ready to hex Tracy into oblivion. Tracy had been ribbing her about deliberately aiming poorly to get Harry's attention. She even vehemently asserted that Daphne should just drag him into a broom closet and snog his brains out. He would do the rest by himself. Daphne was getting ready to go to the Great Hall for breakfast. She had overslept this morning and was now running late with the fear of being late to her first class of the day. She knew it was a bad idea to arrive late to Professor McGonagall's class because she was a stern teacher who never cut anyone some slack. What surprised her was that Tracy had left her behind this morning and did not even wake her up. She was rushing to the Great Hall when, in her haste, she nearly ran into Malfoy, who was leaving with his lackeys. He growled, "Keep your foul presence away from me, blood traitor." Daphne stiffened and snapped back, "You have the gall to call me a blood traitor, when your family is nothing but fugitives from France." She left him there seething in anger and proceeded to the Slytherin table. She heard a loud bang behind her and whirled around to find Malfoy on the floor clutching his ribs while Pansy was holding his head in her lap looking concerned. Standing at the entrance of the Great Hall was Harold Peverell with his wand drawn, eyes burning with rage and his magic oozing out of him, forming a gray aura around him. He pulled Malfoy up by the front of his shirt with one hand and growled, "I warned you, Draco. Did you not understand that she is under the protection of House Peverell and House Black?" "Peverell," bellowed Severus, "that will be 20 points off Gryffindor and a week of detentions with me in the dungeons." "Severus," Dumbledore cut in, "I will meet with you, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Peverell and Professor McGonagall in my office immediately." Without so much as a glance backward to confirm that his order was being followed, he swept off and up the stairs to the second floor. Not even a minute passed before they were all assembled in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore began the discussion. "I expect you know why you are all here. I will not contradict or undermine a member of my staff in front of the students. This called for a private meeting. Mr. Peverell was only defending one who was under the protection of his house and did not attack Mr. Malfoy first. It was Mr. Malfoy who pulled the wand first when Miss Greengrass's back was turned. There will be no deduction of points or detention for Mr. Peverell. McGonagall added, agreed. In fact, for his display of chivalry and righteousness, I award 20 points to Gryffindor. Harry, however, was not done. He turned to the headmaster. Headmaster, I understand that Mr. Malfoy is a student and as such, you are ultimately responsible for any discipline he receives for his actions while under your care. He has violated a direct order from the Lord of his house and I ask permission to deal with him as I see fit. Dumbledore had a very unusual situation on his hands. It had almost never occurred in the history of the school that a lord was a student there, and it was unprecedented that a scion or vassal of a house had become subject to discipline for violation of a direct order from his or her lord while at the school. Dumbledore knew that he had no right to interfere in this business, and he suspected that Lord Peverell knew it too. He was just being polite, asking permission first. He thought to delay the inevitable. Mr. Peverell, this is a school and classes are going to start in a few minutes. This is a task which requires time and deliberation before you decide to punish someone for their insubordination to their lord. I beseech you to deal with it later. Malfoy was seething with rage by now. Watching Potter and Dumbledore decide not if, but rather when he would be punished was more than he was willing to let stand. Peverell, I challenge you to a duel on your honor, he bellowed for everyone in the room to hear. Some of the portraits glared at Malfoy. Some of them exclaimed their disbelief of the arrogance of the boy. Dumbledore hung his head. Very well, Mr. Malfoy has challenged Mr. Peverell to a duel on his honor. Such duels are not common practice anymore, much less between students, but according to ancient laws no one can interfere to stop this. Mr. Peverell, do you accept the challenge? Harry was inwardly smirking. He had got what he was waiting for. This duel would take away whatever support was left for the ferret in the serpent's pit and tilt more snakes on his side, or his fear would keep them neutral. He straightened and said regally, I accept the challenge, headmaster. As this is your house, I ask you to decide the terms and conditions for the duel. Dumbledore sighed. The duel will take place this evening after dinner in the Great Hall, and there will be only non-lethal spells used. Anyone who uses a lethal spell will be expelled from Hogwarts without being given a chance to make his case as to why he should not be expelled. If Mr. Peverell wins, Mr. Malfoy will have to apologize before the entire school. If Mr. Malfoy wins, Lord Peverell will forfeit the right to invoke any punishment for this incident. Gentlemen, are we agreed? Harry gave the headmaster a formal bow and replied, I accept your terms, headmaster. Malfoy tried to give Harry a look that said, You're dead meat, Peverell, and failed miserably, then said, I accept your terms, headmaster. Honor being satisfied for now and being 40 points up for his house, Harry dashed off to finish breakfast. When he arrived back at the Gryffindor table, he found Daphne already sitting there. She took one of his hands in her hands and said earnestly, The House of Greengrass is indebted to you for saving me, Lord Peverell. Harry waved her off. I did exactly what honor and my position as Lord Black demanded of me. If I had allowed him to curse you after publicly stating that you are under my protection, just think how that would have looked. And if that foul git or any of his goons try something like that again, they will get more of the same. That is a promise. Put the word out. Malfoy has challenged me to a duel. For educational purposes, I shall use him as a whetstone after dinner, here in the Great Hall this evening. Susan saw Daphne's attempt to try to reach out to Harry and fumed but said nothing. There was nothing that she could say without causing more troubles, and with a duel to worry about, she did not want to burden Harry with any more bad news. Hermione spoke up. A duel, Harry? Are you out of your mind? Dumbledore will expel you. Harry cut her off. Don't worry about it, Hermione. He has approved and he will be present to witness it. The look on Hermione's face was worth a million galleons, so Harry whipped out his camera and took a picture of it. The Great Hall was emptying out, so the group headed for class. Classes were buzzing with excitement that day about the upcoming duel. Harry could hardly wait for the evening. He thought long and hard about how the perfect object lesson should look. Malfoy's father was bound to be there as well as the children of some of the Death Eaters. He did not want to show off too much of his abilities. They would be sure to report back to Riddle with everything they saw. To deliberately dumb down his power, he decided to use the new Holly and Phoenix feather wand that Dumbledore had made for him while he was in the hospital last year. The thing felt foreign, like a dead piece of wood to him, but he would make it serve. He had also decided that Malfoy would never get a chance to land a single spell. He had called the Marauders on the mirrors and told them about the duel. Sirius looked extremely angry but agreed that he would let Harry deal with the situation as he saw fit. He also promised that he and Moony would be there for him. Draco had been taken aside by Snape to a classroom in the dungeons where Snape thoroughly chastised him for his stupidity. Snape, who knew that his godson was an idiot, gritted his teeth. "Tell me, Draco, why did you try to attack Miss Greengrass? Did you even bother to consider the repercussions of this act? You knew full well that she was under Peverell's protection and that he is the Lord of House Black, and you still tried to attack her. No one, not me, not even Dumbledore, can shield you from the consequences for disobeying your lord. She is heiress of an ancient and most noble house while you are heir of an ancient and noble house. Her father has gained significant power in the Wizengamot in the last session, and he can brew a storm of trouble for your father." Then, instead of even attempting to apologize for your ill-considered action and taking the humiliation you had coming to you, you challenged Harold James Peverell to a duel. Do you not understand the significance of him taking that name? The Peverells were war mages, the likes of which have not been seen in Wizarding Britain for 1,000 years. He has access to all their magic. The odds of you winning this duel are laughable, Draco, but I am not laughing, he finished in his very low and slow drawl. Draco had realized the folly of his actions by now but was not ready to accept it. He ranted to Severus, the only person who still listened to him. Greengrass had it coming. She has been fraternizing with the enemy. She is also sullying the name of the Slytherin house by making people turn to Potter's side. Besides, I am a Malfoy, which means no one can do anything to me. Peverell cannot best me in a duel, but I will humiliate him today. Cyrus Greengrass is a money-oriented person, and the coffers of the Malfoy family are enough to appease his greed. Besides, Saint Scarhead stinks at dueling or magic in general. Why do you think he lives with blood traitors, squibs and mudbloods? Severus slapped him across the face and growled, "Idiot boy. Never ever let me hear you say that again. Have you learned nothing in the last 4 years? Our magical prowess defines us, and you have been outdone by the same muggle born every year." As he dismissed Draco, he told him that he would have to inform Lucius and Narcissa because the rules said so, and that Lucius would not be happy with his conduct. When classes let out for the day, Harry had some time to slip away to the Chamber of Secrets for some wand practice. He made an excuse to his friends and donned the invisibility cloak to make the trip. When he arrived at the well-hidden portal, he found Vikram waiting for him there. "How did you know?" Harry said from under the cloak. "That you would put in some hardcore practice before a duel," replied the mystic with the simplicity of one explaining that 2 + 2 = 4. Harry opened the portal and the two of them emerged into the chamber. Once the portal closed again, Harry said, "There are 2 objectives to this duel. The first is not to show off my abilities to Tom's spies. The second is to give Malfoy such a thorough lesson that he will never dare to bother any of my friends again. It is not enough that I should win. He must be completely and utterly humiliated." Vikram replied, "Yes, Harry. It would seem that Guruji's lessons are sinking in." They spent the next 2 hours with Harry getting the dead piece of wood to obey his will. Since he was capable of casting without a wand at all, he was able to do it, but at a fraction of his real power. So far, so good. As for the tactics he would use in the duel, well, Malfoy would just have to find out. As evening approached, Harry behaved normally despite the excitement of a duel and his magic singing in his veins. As dinner was winding up, the doors to the Great Hall opened thunderously and walked in Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy née Black. They walked up to Draco, and Dumbledore sent them to the chamber beside the Great Hall where the champions had gone after Harry's name had come out of the goblet during the Triwizard Tournament. Harry subtly cast a snooping spell on Malfoy which would let him hear what was being said in the room. He also allowed his friends to listen in on the conversation going on inside the room. As the door slammed shut, Lucius Malfoy started shouting angrily. What possessed you to challenge him to a duel, foolish boy? The Dark Lord is not happy with you because he has marked Peverell to be killed at his hands. Besides, why did you challenge him? Did you forget that he is your lord? That he can throw you out of the Black family whenever he wishes? Draco stuttered. Father, he attacked me when I was trying to teach a lesson to Greengrass. Lucius seethed. Are you an absolute fool, Draco? Sometimes I wonder if the sorting hat bungled somehow when it sorted you to Slytherin. None of your acts are like a Slytherin but more like a foolhardy Gryffindor. Cyrus Greengrass is the leader of the neutrals, and if you had hurt his daughter, he would have the entire Wizengamot up in arms against us. Not to mention the Dark Lord would have been angry over your posturing to appease your ego. Draco perhaps had looked towards Mother for support. Mother, I did no wrong. I had to challenge him because he attacked me in front of the entire school. Narcissa said to him kindly. I love you, son, but you did not act in the best interests of your family. It does not matter whether what you did was right or wrong anymore because it is done. I just hope that he does not throw us out of the family for this. He is the lord of your family and he ordered you to behave yourself and not to hurt his friends. You disobeyed him. This is out of my hands. All I can do is to beg for clemency. The door to the Great Hall opened again and Harry had to disconnect the spell. A party of witches and wizards had entered the Great Hall at that moment. Sirius Black was in the lead, followed by Remus Lupin, Andromeda Black, Nymphadora Tonks, Theodore Tonks, Alice Longbottom, Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones and Lord and Lady Weasley. Lord and Lady Greengrass had come too, but they were standing apart from the party which had come to meet Harry. Dumbledore escorted them and Harry, Neville, Hermione, Susan, the twins, Ronald, Ginevra, Daphne and Astoria to the entrance chamber beside the Great Hall. The first thing Harry did was to cast some privacy wards around the room so that no one would listen to what was being said. Harry was hugged by everyone in the crowd and so were the other children in their turn. Then he asked the obvious question, how are all of you here? Mrs. Weasley answered, the headmaster flowed me and told me about it and I sent a letter to Arthur at the ministry who informed the minister and Madame Bones. The minister informed Alice and Augusta. Sirius likewise informed the Tonks family. Since we are all family to you, we decided we would come and see this duel. Lord Greengrass approached him. Harry, I am thankful to you for the assistance you provided to Daphne this morning and saved her from harm. The House of Greengrass is indebted to you. Harry waved him off. Lord Greengrass, I did what any friend would do for another. There is no debt here. Besides, as I explained to your lovely daughter, I told Malfoy that she is under the protection of Lord Black and he attacked her anyway. Honor demanded that I act immediately. Sirius turned to him. Pup, what are you planning to do to him? Harry said. Dog father, since you are here, would you do me the honor of being my second? Sirius's eyes went wide for just a moment, then he said, my wand is at your service, pup. But, this is a duel between students. I am sure he will not have his father acting as his second. Does that honor not belong to Neville? Harry nodded gravely. Yes. You are right. Then, turning to Neville, he asked, Neville, would you do me the honor of being my second? One huge, maniacal grin spread across Neville's face. Yes, Harry, I will. And that git Malfoy had just better hope that I don't have to step in because if I do, they will have to scoop pieces of him with a mop. Augusta and Alice gave each other a look that said, we're going to have to talk to Croaker about what he has been teaching this boy. Harry said, as for the target of this object lesson, what I have planned for him is a program of humiliation and pain that his ancestors are going to feel. Alice said to him sternly, Harry, remember that you should not falter till he is on the ground and not able to fight anymore. Leaving your opponent standing is sign of your kindness but is often interpreted as foolishness. Augusta calmed her down. Alice, this is just a children's duel. Harry is powerful. I do not think that the Malfoy boy will be able to match him. The Greengrasses were huddled together the entire time while Harry talked with his family. He considered them his family for obvious reasons. Soon Dumbledore came into the entrance hall telling them that it was time for the duel. The house tables and staff table had been vanished. Seats had been placed in the Great Hall arena style and it had been expanded with expansion charms. A dueling ring had been set in the center of the Great Hall and Vikram was standing at one side. Harry entered the ring from one side while Draco entered from the other side. It looked like Malfoy had chosen Crabbe to be his second. Vikram was in the ring with them and announced the rules. No lethal curses will be used. Using any such curse will result in forfeiture and the guilty one will leave the hallowed halls of Hogwarts forever. The duel will continue till one of the contestants is unable to continue. He then called out, "Bow to each other." Harry bowed gracefully as he had been taught while Draco just jerked his head. Harry took the dueling stance while Malfoy did the same and Vikram spoke again. At the count of 3, start casting. The mystic called, 1, 2, 3, while Harry positioned his feet to dodge or sidestep the spells cast by Draco. Malfoy opened with a severing charm. Harry countered with a shield which he raised effortlessly. Harry's next move was to cast a sticking charm on Malfoy's wand hand so that no matter what happened, Malfoy could not drop his wand and forfeit the duel. Harry was more than capable of casting 4 or 5 spells to Malfoy's 1, but he was not showing off here. Harry's shield took Malfoy's next bombarda. The Holly Wand was really cutting down his power and the shield collapsed. Harry's next spell was a Bone Breaker which hit Malfoy in the middle of his chest, making it painful and hard to breathe. Malfoy fired back with Confringo. Harry made it look like he tripped over his own feet and sidestepped the spell. Malfoy had gone for 3 borderline deadly spells in a row. If Harry were willing to show what he had, he could dance out of the way of everything Malfoy could cast and then laugh as the git dropped from exhaustion, but that was not on the program tonight. This was going to be humiliation with pain that Malfoy would never forget. It was time to get nasty. Harry fired a carefully measured bludgeoner to the middle of Draco's face. He was gratified to see the git land hard on his butt with his nose broken, the blood flowing freely from the shattered mess, but more importantly, the eyes filled with tears which would make it impossible for Draco to see clearly. To Harry's perception, the whole battle seemed to go in slow motion. He could see every movement of Draco's wand and he almost knew what his opponent was casting and where it was going before Draco did. Draco's next Bone Breaker went wide. Harry didn't even bother to sidestep. He replied with the Levicorpus and hoisted Draco a good 10 feet into the air before releasing him. Draco narrowly avoided breaking his neck and Harry could hear the bones in his left shoulder break as he hit the floor. As Malfoy struggled back to his feet, Harry started peppering him with high-powered stingers, carefully aiming each one to make a welt on a different, sensitive part of the body while keeping up a relentless circling motion around his victim. Malfoy went berserk and started casting everything he knew. Most of them went wide, but each time something would have hit, Harry's shield was there in the nick of time. As the duel went on and on, Malfoy was covered with welts, bruises, blood and sweat, but too proud to surrender and Harry was careful not to cause so much injury that the boy could not stand. Every time it looked like Malfoy had enough and his eyes started to roll up in his head, Harry enervated him, non-verbally with his offhand. Harry was sure that by now, the boy could not feel any more pain. It was likely that he didn't even know where he was anymore. It was time to finish this. Aguamenti. And Harry hosed Malfoy down with a jet of water. Levicorpus. And Malfoy was hanging upside down by one ankle. With a flourish of his wand, Malfoy was stripped down to his Y-fronts. With a cushioning charm, Harry let the limp form down, then encased him in ice with the glacius charm. He took a moment to remove the sticking charm from Malfoy's wand hand and stood back, holstering his wand as Vikram entered the ring. In a loud voice, the mystic announced, Malfoy being unable to continue, I declare Lord Peverell the winner. Then he stepped back to allow Madame Pomfrey to minister to her patient. Harry clamped down hard on his occlumency shields. He really didn't want anyone to know what he really wanted to do to Malfoy. As it was, Harry didn't have a scratch on him anywhere. He could have disarmed Malfoy and ended the duel in about 1 second, but that would not have made the point he was trying to make tonight. Power must always have a purpose or it is just cup of tea. Madame Pomfrey dispelled the ice and examined the ground meat that had been Draco Malfoy just a half-hour ago. He had a broken nose, a grade 2 concussion, a broken left clavicle, 5 broken ribs, and countless bruises, welts and lacerations all over his body. Add to that a mild case of frostbite. There was nothing life-threatening. She could patch up most of the injuries in the space of less than half an hour, but the concussion. She conjured a stretcher and a blanket, and then levitated Malfoy onto it. She turned to Dumbledore and said, "None of his injuries are life-threatening. I can have all the broken bones mended in a trice. However, those cuts and bruises will take about a week to heal, and I'll have to keep an eye on his concussion for at least 3 days before I can release him." Dumbledore said to her gravely, "Take your time, Poppy. I do not think that he has any urgent business. In the meanwhile, the classes can go on just fine without him for a couple of days." She trotted off to the hospital wing, levitating the stretcher in front of her. Lucius followed her from the room. Now that Harry was calming down, he thought that maybe he had overdone it. Vikram turned to the assembled people around the hall. "Harold Peverell has won the duel according to the terms which had been set by the headmaster. By the terms of the duel, Mr. Malfoy has to tender his unconditional apology to him in front of the whole school when he is conscious again." Narcissa approached Harry, who was talking with Sirius. Sirius nudged Harry to look behind himself. When he turned around, he found Narcissa standing there, wringing her hands and looking uncertainly at Andromeda and Sirius. Harry adopted a formal demeanor and asked her, "What may I do for you, Narcissa?" She bowed before him, sitting on her knees and her head down. "Lord Black, I have a request to make, but I hesitate to speak for fear of rejection." Harry answered, "You are free to speak your mind before these people who are my family. If your request is just, I may grant it, but if it is unjust, then I will have to refuse." Narcissa started speaking. "Lord Black, my son is impetuous, foolish, and does not think things through before he acts on them. He committed an offense by going against your will because he could not understand the consequences of his actions. I beg you to forgive this offense of his and do not oust him out of the family." Harry signaled her to stand. "Narcissa, for such an offense, I would be completely within my rights to strike him from the family tree. In the hope that he may choose another path, however, I chose to discipline him instead. He chose the manner of his punishment when he challenged me to a duel. I have used him for a whetstone in front of the entire school, and no less a personage than the spouse of the Minister of Magic and the head of the DMLE. When he has sufficiently recovered and fulfilled the terms of his defeat, I will consider this matter closed. Because you have chosen to intervene on his behalf, I charge you with the responsibility to train him in his duties to the Lord of Black. If he disobeys me again, I will not be so lenient with him. Do you accept this charge?" Narcissa looked at him with relief in her eyes. "Lord Black, I am thankful for the mercy you have shown upon him, and I will do my best to ensure that he mends his ways." Harry shook his head. "Narcissa, please do understand me clearly. I am sad to say that I do not expect you to succeed, and I will not hold you accountable if you fail. Having said that, I will support your efforts in any way I can, and nobody will be happier than me if you prove me wrong. I sincerely wish you the best of luck." As Narcissa was leaving, she gave a nod to Andromeda, which was answered so subtly that most of the people gathered there missed it entirely unless they were watching very closely. All the visitors left soon after the duel was over. When the Gryffindors arrived back at the common room, Hermione, as usual, started hounding Harry. "Harry, you did not use any dangerous spells on him. How did you win the duel with only such ordinary spells? I know you were not allowed to use lethal spells, but you could have used some hexes which are dangerous but non-lethal. You did not even stun him and just pummeled him. The worst that you used was a bone breaker and the glacius charm. Also, you can sidestep any spell or curse, then why did you raise a shield?" Others were snickering, but no one dared to laugh, knowing that they would only enrage the bushy-haired witch further. Harry sighed. "Hermione, do I have to spellotape a reminder to your robes to take a breath between sentences? To answer your question, I knew he would not use any lethal spells against me for fear of expulsion from the school, so I was not worried on that point. I did not have any concern about beating him, but rather much more concern about displaying too much of my abilities to Tom's lackeys, like Draco's father. Besides, for me, the point was not to simply beat him in a duel, but rather to show him up as an arrogant ponce with nothing to back him up but a big mouth. I pummeled him without mercy for a half-hour straight. By the time I was done with him, he wasn't even conscious anymore. But I assure you, he will feel every inch of his body when he wakes up. I just hope that he never, and I do mean never, raises a wand to me or any of my friends again. The shield and the stumbling about were for show, of course. He never had a chance of hitting me, but I could not make that too obvious. It was past curfew, but that didn't stop Fred and George from starting an impromptu party. They were distributing butter beers, pumpkin pastries, candies to the students gathered. They had slipped out of the castle during the day from the Humped Witch's statue and brought everything for the party which they knew they would be having. The party was in full swing and the Gryffindors were having a great time. Although Harry was being polite and accepting of the compliments and cheers his housemates gave him, his heart wasn't really in it. He begged off, saying that he was tired, as soon as he could make it believable. The twins had also sneaked in a bottle of mead from the Hog's Head, in which Harry knew would be consumed later in the 7th year dorms. Harry was preparing a nasty surprise for all who were planning to partake in the mead, with knowing magic the bottle could last for hours. He knew that Madame Pomfrey would not give a sober-up potion to the students without reporting them to the headmaster, and they could not brew it when required because it was not a part of the curriculum. He planned to confiscate the 7th year boys' stash of sober-up potions and let them suffer for a day for bringing in mead. Not to mention, he had his own stash and he could make a killing selling them if he wished to. Knowing full well that the 7th years would not go looking for their dorm, and carefully removed the files before going up the 5 more flights of stairs. He put the whole stash in his trunk, where he still had a part of one of the compartments under the Fidelius. Next morning, Harry woke up a bit earlier than usual. Nudging Seamus awake, Harry told him to get dressed and bring his broom. Seamus was thinking that Peverell has lost it, wanting to have Quidditch practice at this hour of the morning, when Harry mounted his broom and opened the big common room window. He gestured for Seamus to follow him. Once they were both outside, Harry gestured with his wand and the window swung shut behind them. The raven-haired wizard led the way to the top of the battlements, where nobody ever flies. There was a reason for that. Besides the tops of the battlements being out of bounds for students, which was worth a detention if they were caught, there were all kinds of wards which would swat them out of the air like pesky mosquitoes if they tried to fly over them. Again, Seamus was sure that Peverell had lost his mind. As they approached the outer wall of the school grounds and were well out of earshot of the castle, Harry slowed down and flew beside Seamus. "Sorry for all the mystery, mate. This is something which has the headmaster's approval. We'll be fine." Then they landed on top of the Great Wall. Harry turned to Seamus and said, "There are giant slaying catapults up here." Seamus started to open his mouth to tell Harry that he was most definitely bonkers when the stonework seemed to rearrange itself and no less than 4 massive, goblin-built siege engines appeared right before his eyes. The Irish student's mouth just hung open in mute surprise. "Seamus, what I am going to tell you is something that I have not told anyone yet. Not even Ron, Hermione, or Susan knows about it. Voldemort," Seamus yelped, "has recruited giants to his cause, and at least 30 of them are on their way to Britain now. I and some friends of mine have made some catapults which can be used to kill them or disable them." Seamus had been listening to him intently, and when Harry finished, he started, "You know, Harry, before this year you lived by yourself. Not talking to anyone except for Ron or Hermione or occasionally Neville. I had never thought that a day would come when I would be asked to help you with anything. This year it looks like you have changed. The runty underfed boy that I was used to seeing seems to have disappeared, and this more confident, powerful Harry scares me, to be honest. However, I know of your reasons and that you will not hold back when the war comes. I am honored that you chose to trust me with something." Seamus started grinning then. "Now tell me, what I get to blow up?" Harry grinned widely and laughed. "You could have cut to the chase and just asked me to show you." There was no need for the grand speech. They spent the next half hour together, with Harry showing Seamus how to work the catapults. Unlike the mundane, medieval siege engines, these could be aimed and fired with pinpoint precision. There were Muggle legends of something they called Greek fire. Thanks to the International Treaty of Secrecy, legends were all the Muggles would ever know of it. The stuff of legend was, in fact, a variant of fiendfire which, when lobbed over a wall by a catapult, had devastating effect on everything within the fortifications. Even in all-out war, the use of this stuff was strictly regulated and only used as an absolute last resort. The other things the catapults could fire included exploding rounds, armor-piercing shrapnel and simple, solid boulders. The pivoting mechanism could be easily operated with 2 fingers and the sights, once you got used to them, were pretty straightforward. Most of the cranking energy was provided by magic and supplied through the ley lines of the castle. Harry showed Seamus how to set the range with the cranking energy. What's more, thanks to the goblin smithing, these catapults just got tougher every time they were used. They would never wear out or break in the middle of combat. By the time they were finished test firing the catapults and Seamus got the hang of it, he was able to hit a rabbit hole nearly 2 miles out. And to dispel any doubt, he fired a second catapult and hit the same target. Harry, looking through his omnioculars at the devastation wrought on the unsuspecting bunny hole, said, "Well hit, Finnegan. I think that will do for today. You will be in charge of these beauties." Seamus asked, "Mate, I can just barely manage one of these catapults by myself and there are 4 of them. Won't we need more people?" Harry grinned. "I am glad that you pointed out the obvious. I am recruiting the services of some of the claws and they will assist you with operating these things. I will allow you to come here once a week and practice operating them, but you are not allowed to come here during the day. You have to make time either in the dead of night or before dawn." As Harry returned to the tower, there were a lot of grumbling 6th and 7th years, girls and boys alike, who were suffering from splitting headaches due to consuming the mead last night and not having any sober-up potions to help with their hangover. Almost half of the 6th and 7th years were given detention that day by Professor McGonagall for failing to adhere to standards as were expected from her lions. During breakfast that morning, Daphne and Tracy chose to sit at the lions' table. It might have caused tensions all around a week ago, but now no one batted an eye over this. In fact, many snakes had started to come over to other house tables and mingle with them. Harry was elated that things were going according to plan. Love and friendship will be the power that Tom could not have foreseen, and these powers will ultimately defeat him. Daphne was looking very tired and had dark spots under her eyes, while Tracy too looked like she had not slept a wink the past night. It was Hermione who asked, "Daphne, did something happen? You were looking tired and not as your usual rosy cheery self." Tracy snorted. "Rosy cheery? The Ice Queen. Are you out of your tree this morning, Granger? It is just that Pansy was being a nuisance last night. She kept threatening Daphne that she would teach her a lesson for landing her poor Draco in the hospital wing. When I tried to intervene, she pulled up the old filthy blood purity excuse. It was only with Dryden and Everly interfering on our behalf that none of Malfoy's posse harassed us further." Harry placed his hand atop Daphne's and asked her kindly, "Do you want me to deal with her?" Daphne was blushing hard and had bowed her head so no one would see her rose-tinted cheeks, but Tracy was smirking inwardly. It was Ron who answered, "It would serve no purpose to deal with the pug-faced snake directly or openly. Better make her the victim of some random prank." Ron had his faults, but even Harry had to admit, the redhead had a gift for tactics. He grinned to himself as he came up with what to do next. When he was leaving the dungeons after potions class that day, with a little non-verbal and wandless work, Harry prepared a little surprise for Miss Parkinson. When Pansy entered the Great Hall and was about to sit down, she started levitating in the air. She rose about 20 feet and was shouting, crying in her obnoxious nasal voice while flailing her arms and legs. No one even tried to bring her down or to release her from her predicament. After a minute as she was released, Professor Flitwick already had his wand out and stopped her fall with Arresto Momentum, before she could have hurt herself. Dumbledore advised her to take some chocolate for her shock, and that was that. There was no way to find the person responsible for her condition. However, a few of the professors were looking towards the Gryffindor table where Harry sat eating his lunch, nonchalant and oblivious. Daphne, who was sitting among them, asked, "Am I seeing things or are the teachers staring at us?" Neville spoke. "Not quite. They are not looking at us as a group, but rather Harry, because they believe that he put her in that situation. Not that they can prove it by any means." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Really?" She turned to Harry. "Harry, did you do that to her?" Harry, looking just a bit too innocent, said, "If I were to do such a thing, I would be within my rights because everyone knows that they cannot bother my friends with impunity. If I did not, It is likely because my friends look out for each other. Hermione asked him, how did you make her levitate up there? The levitation charm does not work on humans. Harry, still feigning innocence, said, Hermione, you are just about the cleverest witch I know. I'm sure you can figure that one out. It was George who answered this time, it's easy enough to charm her clothes. When they rise, she rises right along with them. Fred said, what I can't figure out is how he does the time delay thing so that he is always beyond reproach when his pranks go off. Could have been useful all the time we had to sacrifice ourselves for our pranks. Everyone who was sitting around had a good laugh. The laughter died away quickly when they saw Luna approach the table. They did not want to miss a single precious word when she spoke. Luna walked straight up to Fred. Hello, Gred. The others gaped in wonder because at times it was not possible for everyone to tell them apart, but Luna, who never had much to do with them in the first place, had identified them correctly. This also confirmed Harry's suspicions. Luna was a seer. Fred replied with equal enthusiasm, now there is a girl I like. She has our approval. How can I serve you, Luna? Luna simply said, Tracy Davis has been making googly eyes at you for the last few days, but she feels that you are too much of a moron to notice her at all. As was her way, Luna drifted away after causing her share of chaos. Tracy had choked on her food and Daphne was patting her back. Alicia, who was sitting near them, asked in surprise, do you fancy him? What do you see in this red-head git? It is full of stupid ideas and pranks and nothing else. These two even pranked their dates at the Yule Ball last year. George impersonated Fred and Fred impersonated George. I thought I was at the ball with George and Angelina was with Fred, but it was vice versa. Others were laughing hard hearing everything that had passed between them. Fred was trying to look serious and blush a little, but everyone knew that it was a losing battle already. Tracy was trying to hide her blush, and when it became apparent that she would not be able to do so, she excused herself from the table, cringing that Daphne would be able to rub it in finally. The Room of Requirement. The meeting in the Room of Requirement was attended by the students enthusiastically. The way Harry had dealt with Malfoy made them all giddy and hopeful. As they all entered the room, Harry met with them at the door, keeping it open this time. When everyone was inside, he willed the door to disappear and to be replaced by a blank wall. Vikram had taken his leave of them, saying that he could not afford to go missing every now and then and make people curious. As it was, students flocked to him by dozens and even hounded him in the evening with their doubts and questions. The younger years were more enthusiastic and doted on the defense instructor. As everyone was seated, Harry started addressing them. The ideal syllabus of the class does not allow us to learn anything more lethal than the Reductor Curse or De Primo, but we need to learn more. Today I will be teaching you Reductor, Confringo, and Bombarda. The Reductor Curse will reduce anything to rubble, while Confringo will blast things apart and Bombarda produces explosions. There are two variants to Bombarda, being the Bombarda and Bombarda Maxima. He showed them the wand movements and cast the curses at 3 dummies in succession, leaving rapidly settling clouds of dust. Harry divided the students in groups of 6 each and assigned them to the 7 as the last session and set them to practice casting the curses. The students were to pair up and try to cast at each other. One would cast while the other would defend. Thanks to Vikram's ministrations, they all were good at casting basic shields, so there was no way they could be harmed by a stray spell. Students started to try and cast the spells, and Harry realized that this was going to be a long session indeed. The students would have to learn to cast the spell first. He kept walking around and corrected people's aim or showed them the wand movement again, while his friends were doing the same with other students. Once he stopped to teach Colin to cast properly again, and another time he had to stop and remind Cho to not wave her wand too much. Luna Lovegood was also there and enjoying herself being in the crowd. She was casting perfectly, but her aim was off. Something that could be worked upon later, Harry mused. Harry also realized that she was not wearing her shoes, and the usual assortment of odd jewelry was also missing. He neared her and asked, "Where are your shoes, Luna?" She dreamily replied, "I believe the Nargles have taken them. Most of my stuff is also missing, but it all turns up at the end of the year." Harry realized that perhaps her housemates stole her things, and Luna was not about to complain. He planned to raise the issue to Flitwick though. Bullying was not something that he tolerated. He also decided to make it a point to send a message by gestures that Luna was under the protection of House Peverell now, and to mess with her meant to mess with him. After about 2 hours had passed and most of them had learnt to cast the spells, he excused them, telling them to keep practicing in their spare time before they met for the next week. Harry was also bogged down with Quidditch practice, which was taking up 2 hours a day thrice a week. Angelina was not wood, but she had the same drive and she was driving them all up the wall. The first match of the season was ages away and they had time to prepare them for it, but she relentlessly pushed them to do better. Serpent's Pit. After Pansy's humiliation at lunchtime and with Draco still in the hospital wing, the Serpents were mellowed out and no one bothered Daphne and Tracy at all when they returned to the Slytherin common room. There were already a lot of students who were on Peverell's side, and the way Draco was dealt with and Pansy had been humiliated, even children of hardcore Death Eaters were not ready to risk her ire. If word got to Harold Peverell, they would be punished. A few of the Serpents tried to make her acquaintance and Daphne merely politely made small talk with them while giving no answer about Harry. Some of them expressed their interest in joining him, but she told all of them that she would convey their message but that she could not make any promises on his behalf. As they had entered their dorms, Daphne asked Tracy, "So you like the red-headed prankster and you did not think it fitting to inform your best friend?" Tracy obfuscated, "He is too brainless and oblivious to even know that I exist. But he is fun and I have hopes of teaching him to be more, shall I say, suave. Besides, I didn't want to give you an opening to torment me. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but notice the color mounting in your cheeks and the smug smile on your face when the raven-haired one placed his hand on your hand at breakfast this morning. Or for that matter when he turned the ferret into so many pounds of ground round last night. On your behalf, I have never seen you act like that ever. You need to be careful, Daph, or people will forget that you are the Ice Queen." Daphne huffed, "Will you please stop using that moniker for me? I am not an Ice Queen. With the reason to stay aloof gone, I can be myself finally." Tracy asked her, "What are you planning to do now, Daph?" Daphne smirked, "I plan to make him mine, of course." Next day, the Black Lake. The next day was pretty ordinary. In the pre-dawn light, all of the members of the Order of the Snow Leopard were running laps around the lake. As their fitness levels increased, Harry kept pushing the pace and working them harder. Many of them even joined Harry and the giant squid in swimming laps across the lake. It didn't take Harry long to teach them the charms to stay warm while long enough to stay in the water and swim without ill effects. The tough regimen was not just making them fit and trim, it was also helping them with their spell casting, so nobody complained, they just worked harder. Harry was glad that they were all taking so well to the physical training, but it did cut into his practice time with Vikram. This morning, as Harry was done with his exercises, he came out of the lake after a long swim. Daphne was waiting for him. He raised an eyebrow at her. "Daphne, why are you here? Don't you have to get ready for classes?" Daphne said to him shyly, "You still have not answered the question, Peverell. I really wanted to go out with you and the next weekend is weeks away." Harry sighed. "I have already told you that I cannot refuse anything to Susan. She had claimed the weekend for her own. How could I answer you then?" Daphne internally seethed but kept her calm demeanor. "Then perhaps you can agree to sneak out of the school with me." Harry looked at her in surprise. "What? And risk getting caught in detention or expulsion or even worse, the ribbing of our fellow students? Besides, what makes you think that I have any idea of how to sneak out of school?" She, joining in with the spirit of the thing, asked, "And what if Ms. Bones ever found out?" Harry said, "No need to worry on that account. A smoldering pile of ash feels no pain, and that is precisely what I will be if she ever suspects such a thing." She rolled her eyes and said, "Well, young Lord Peverell, if the prospect is too frightening for you." He gave in. Okay, Daphne. Meet me in the fourth-floor hallway, by the mirror after classes today, and I will do my best to make reparations to you for not answering you properly before now." Harry had been so frustrated with witches and their subtle ways that he had just agreed to Daphne's demand to appease her. He thought that he would take her to the Three Broomsticks, and return after a light dinner and before curfew. Breakfast. Great Hall. This morning he chose to sit at the Ravenclaw table beside his year mates. They were the ones he had little interaction with, and he was set to remedy that oversight. He had asked his friends to remain at the Gryffindor table while he slipped into a space beside Padma Patil, who he thought was least likely to hex him or swat him on the head if he made any bad jokes. A few eyed him curiously but paid him no heed until he called Luna to sit beside him. As it was still the case, the girl was barefoot. Harry asked her a little loudly, for the benefit of the rest of the Ravenclaws, "So your stuff has not yet returned to you?" She answered in her dreamy voice, "The Nargles have them and I believe it will all turn up at the end of the year." Harry turned to Padma. "Padma, did you know that the House of Ravenclaw has some bullies among them?" Padma vehemently protested, "No, Harry, there are no bullies in this house." Harry looked at her incredulously. "Then how do you explain her belongings disappearing? Just because she has different beliefs from other people does not entitle them to bully her or steal her stuff. She is different from most of the other Hogwarts students except you and your twin." Padma understood what he was alluding to. One thing she did not know was how he had arrived at that conclusion. She asked him in an undertone, "How did you know about this? Of all the Hogwarts students, only Parvati and Luna know it." Harry whispered to her while smirking, "Let's just say that I have enough confidential information about a number of students to make them nervous. I would appreciate it if you would ask your housemates to return Luna's things by morning tomorrow, or I will be forced to go to Flitwick asking him to take action against them." Mandy Brocklehurst, who had just arrived at the table and saw Padma and Harry with their heads together, said to him, "I did not know that you fancy Padma, Peverell. The rumor mill is still churning that you and Bones will be going at it like rabbits any day now." Harry choked on his food, then said with mock indignation, "What? How crude. Really? I am surprised at you." Then, joining in with the spirit of the thing, Harry gave a smug grin and said, "Well, as you know, I took Padma's twin sister to the Yule Ball last year and I thought that perhaps I had dated the wrong twin." Mandy rolled her eyes. Yeah. Tell that to someone who would believe it." Harry said, with the same smug expression, "Okay, then, try this one. Susan and I are just good friends." Mandy made a dismissive gesture and said, "Spread that one out and you can fertilize all of the greenhouses at Hogwarts with it. I can see that I'll have to work a lot harder to get the truth out of you." Anthony, who was sitting on the other side of Padma, asked him, "So Harry, are you here to talk about something or just to grace us with your presence?" Harry gave him a big smile. "Now that you mention it, Anthony, I need a team of operators for some interesting machines that I have. Who would be better than the brainy kids whose wit is their greatest treasure?" Michael asked him, "Where these machines and what are we to do with them?" Harry, still talking in hushed whispers, told him, "I want at least 6 students on the astronomy tower at dawn tomorrow. I will show it to you then. For now, please do not share this information with anyone except those who are interested." Lisa Turpin, who was a very jovial girl, asked him, "So Peverell, has anyone dragged you to a broom closet yet?" Harry cringed for a second before he realized that others were listening to their conversation with rapt attention, especially the girls. He winked at her. "Miss Turpin, a gentleman never tells." Others laughed while Lisa turned beet red. Isabel McDougal, who was a shy, quiet girl, asked him something which threw him off. "Harry, would you go to the next Hogsmeade weekend with me?" Harry knew he had to refuse her. "Miss McDougal, while you are a charming lady and any bloke would be fortunate just to be asked out by you, I fear I have to refuse unless I want a certain Hufflepuff to come after me with her wand blazing. As it is, I am rather fond of my limbs." Everyone laughed while Padma looked like she was considering hitting him on the head but chose not to. Isabel said to him genially, "It is all right, Harry. I had to ask you though just to satisfy my curiosity." All in all, the conversation with the Ravenclaws was better than he had expected. Sure, they were driven by logic, but they were also fun to be around if they wanted. 4th floor, 4 o'clock. As he had planned, he excused himself from his friends, saying he had some work to do before he went to the 4th floor. There was Daphne Greengrass as she had promised, dressed in her form-fitting robes, her hair undone falling to her shoulders smoothly. A silver tiara sat upon her head and it looked like she had taken some time to get ready for this trip. He was dressed in fine acromantula silk robes, dragon hide boots and his cloak billowing behind him. The mop of hair on his head, which was longer than it had been in past years, looked like he had made an effort to comb it but then gave it up as a bad job. While he was not dressed up as she was, he was dressed as befitting a lord. Rachel's training had, at least, made him conscious of his appearance, and he took extra pains to look smart all the time. He led her to the mirror on the fourth floor and she asked him, "Did you bring me here to look in a mirror, Peverell? Do you think I am vain?" Harry raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Not at all, Daphne. If you would please wait for a moment, you will know why we are here." He summoned his wand from his holster and she asked him, "Is it the holly wand with a phoenix feather core?" Harry asked her, surprised, "How do you know about my wand?" She smirked. "The entire castle knows. It was in the Boy Who Lived edition of the Teen Witch Weekly." Harry choked. "The what?" She grinned. "It was published sometime last year. Almost every witch in the castle bought a copy. It had so much information about you, most of it garbage, I must add. There were days that hardly a witch could be without a copy of it. Some even kept it under their pillows when they slept." Harry was mortified. "Please tell me you are joking." She gave him a bright smile. "I am not, Peverell. There were several girls who wanted to get you to sign their copy. It was only when the Harry Potter fan club insisted that you would not welcome that kind of attention, that no one harassed you about it." Harry was getting paler now. "What did you just say? What club?" Daphne was enjoying it too much now. "Oh yes, there is a Harry Potter fan club which is run by the Weasley girl and the creepy boy who used to follow you like a puppy. They even host a few Harry Potter nights where they have Harry Potter trivia contests." Harry was ready to faint. "Oh, this is so bad. I wonder what they would be doing now," he whined. Daphne finally took pity on him. "Don't worry, Peverell. I will find out about it and tell you. I am just surprised that Granger did not tell you. She is also one of the members due to her status of being your best friend. She writes a monthly column in its newsletter, I believe. Anyway, you can ask them about it later, but right now, we are wasting time that we could be spending in Hogsmeade." Harry reluctantly nodded and cast some glamour charms on himself. When he was done, he looked like a man in his early 20s with straight brown hair, his skin a shade darker, his eyebrows a little more bushy than normal, and his eyes steel gray. Daphne raised an eyebrow at him. "I know you are adept at magic, Harry. You don't have to show me that you can cast glamour charms expertly." Harry gave her a lopsided grin. "Daphne, I do not know if you have noticed, but every time I step out of this castle, the Daily Prophet gets wind of it and my photo ends up on the front page. You surely do not want the media coverage." She nodded. "That would put me in the sights of a number of jealous witches. I surely don't need that. Would you do the charms to me as well?" Harry cast some charms on her, turning her hair to black, shoulder length, her skin a shade lighter, and her blue eyes were a shade of brown now, and she also looked like she was in her early 20s. She looked at herself in the mirror, and after being satisfied with what she saw, she asked him, "How are we going to Hogsmeade?" Harry opened the secret way behind the mirror with a tap of his wand and uttered the password under his breath. As the door opened, he led her into it before closing the mirror behind him. They traveled for a good part of an hour while talking about little things. Finally, they emerged in the village of Hogsmeade near the cottage on the hill, and Harry dutifully offered his arm to her, which she was happy to take. He led her to the 3 broomsticks and they walked in unnoticed and took a private room for themselves. He took a moment to erect privacy wards before they sat down. When they were seated, Daphne was bursting to ask some questions which could not wait anymore, not when she had waited so long for those answers. She asked him immediately, "What was your life with the Muggles like?" Harry was drinking a butter beer and put it down before he answered her. "The Muggles that I thought were my blood relatives were the worst sort that you could imagine. They hate wizards with every fiber of their being. They did not allow me to mingle with other Muggles, so my experience with them is rather limited. The only Muggle I thought I liked turned out to be a squib." Daphne was surprised. "Squib? You had a squib living near your home and you never knew it?" Harry nodded. "She came to live there at the end of the last war. In fact, just a week after I was placed with the Muggles. She was there to keep an eye on me and to report if Death Eaters found me. Dumbledore had placed her there." She asked again, "Has Dumbledore always interfered in your life?" Harry said a little ruefully. He placed me with the Muggles for my safety. He believed that he had no other option. I do not hate him for it, but I wish he had taken some time to see to it that I was being looked after properly. Daphne asked him the same thing that Susan had asked him the other day. Have you thought about what you will do with your life after you graduate? Harry gave her an answer he had rehearsed after being asked by Susan. I have decided that I will play professional Quidditch for some time after I graduate. When I am done, I will take up broom making as a skill. She nodded. Looks like you have sorted your life. I thought you would say that you would research potions considering the mammoth improvements in the field this year. Harry asked her, have you decided on anything? She replied offhandedly, my father owns an apothecary business. We are the second largest potion makers behind herbs and weeds. I thought I would take over his business and expand it to make it bigger than herbs and weeds. We could have surpassed herbs and weeds years ago, but they can get a lot of raw materials at a cheaper rate than we do. We have our own greenhouses, but they are insufficient to cater to our needs, while they have some supplier who supplies them the raw materials in return for their shares. Harry was listening to her intently and had a good idea who the supplier was. House Potter had some very extensive greenhouses which supplied raw materials to herbs and weeds in return of 20% of their shares. However, he did not need to tell her that. Before Harry could ask anything more, a bull Patronus came floating through the air to them and said to him, return to Hogwarts. The headmaster is looking for you. Harry looked at Daphne, who had her mouth open in "Oh, was that a corporeal Patronus? Who was it from?" Harry smiled. Sorry, Daphne. That is a secret which I am not going to give up. We need to be moving. I do not want the headmaster to launch his order to search for me. That would be catastrophic. They hadn't even managed to order dinner yet. Harry ordered a couple of sandwiches to go and paid the bill as quickly as he could. As they came out, he pulled out his broom from under his robes where he always kept it in shrunken form, and with a tap of his wand, it expanded. He turned to Daphne. While I am sure I can fly like I am insane and reach Hogwarts in minutes, I am not certain if you can fly on a broom. With an impish grin, Daphne replied, try me. Harry said, okay, then. With that, he mounted the broom and extended his arm to her. She mounted behind him and grabbed him tightly by his waist. Harry kicked up in the air and headed off through the streets as fast as the broom would go. For Daphne, it was surreal. Sure, she had not got to ask all the questions that she wanted, but to sit behind him on a broom was different experience altogether. The way he was flying exhilarated her, and she wanted to shout at the top of her lungs but gave it up, knowing it is a bad idea. Within a few minutes, they were at hovering near the school. Instead of heading for the gates, Harry steered towards the forbidden forest, and they landed near the edge of the forest so that no one could notice them. He turned to Daphne. I am sorry that we had to cut it short. I will try to compensate for the lost time the next chance. He asked Daphne to cast a disillusionment spell on herself and go the castle and thereby to her dorms. As soon as she was out of sight, he disappeared only to appear in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was anxious and walking to and fro in his office. Vikram and Sirius sat in chairs waiting for him. As soon as Sirius saw him, he lunged out of his chair and pulled him into an embrace. Where were you, you idiot boy? We were worried about you. Harry looked towards Dumbledore. What happened, headmaster? Did Voldemort make a move finally? Dumbledore shook his head. No, my boy. The Order spies have brought some information for us. Harry asked anxiously, what is it? It was Sirius who answered, Pup, Voldemort has recruited at least 30 more werewolves to his cause. They are on the move towards Wizarding Britain. The Aurors are not able to track them, and Frank requested Albus to do something about it. Harry asked Dumbledore seriously, what do you want to be done, headmaster? The headmaster sighed. I fear there is only one way open to us, my boy. We will go wolf hunting. Harry wanted to pump his fist in the air and whoop at the top of his lungs, but he restrained himself and asked in a neutral tone, when are we leaving? Who is going with us? Sirius answered, Moody and Mooney will be here shortly. Vikram answered his other question, as soon as you can get ready. Go and dress up, Peverell. Harry almost ran to the tower. He found Neville in the dorm with Ron playing a game of chess. Without bothering them, He started to rummage through his trunk, and in a few moments, he had his battle armor and mask in his hands with the sandalwood wand and the elder wand on holsters attached to his wrists. Neville asked him, "Where are you going, Harry?" Harry was of a mind to refuse to tell the boy, but Neville had stood with them every time and deserved an answer at least. "I am going wolf hunting, mate," he said. Neville immediately stood up. "And you did not think to ask me? Did you forget that where a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow?" Harry sighed. "Mate, I am sorry. This kind of work calls for silver blades and you are not ready. We will correct this oversight in your training, but you can't come with us tonight," Ron said hotly, "because you are better than us." Harry shook his head. "No, Ron, but because werewolves cannot be easily killed by magic." Neville snorted. "So you plan to poke them with a stick?" Harry grinned as he brought his sword out of his trunk. "Not quite. I intend to cut them down with this." Neville still protested. "I am not allowing you to go by yourself. Either I am coming or you will not go." Harry turned to him and said sternly, "Mate, the day you are adept at sword fighting, I will not refuse you a place by my side, but not today." As soon as he got dressed up, he descended to the common room where all conversation stopped at once. He saw some witches sitting huddled in a group and went out without answering their questions. As the portrait door closed behind them, Hermione turned to Ron and Neville. "Where did Harry go? Why was he dressed like that? Where did he get a sword?" Ron took her by her hand. "Let's get out of here and I will fill you in. There are things that we cannot talk about in front of everyone." As the two exited the common room, they were followed by Neville, the twins, and Ginny, who was equally curious. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.